Where is this exactly? In the stark white room, Suyu stood still, surveying his surroundings. After a moment of confusion, he recalled the events that had just transpired and murmured to himself, the transdimensional trading platform. Could it really be true? Just half an hour prior, during a holiday at home, Suyu received a termination notice from his company. The official reason was downsizing, attributing it to his lackluster performance, which led to him being the unfortunate selection for layoffs. The underlying truth was that his small team had only one slot for redundancy, with 8 members and him being the only one without significant connections within the company. Thus, Suyu was not particularly shocked. He had anticipated this outcome even before the holiday commenced. Once notified, he turned to online recruitment platforms to seek new opportunities. Amid his search, he stumbled upon a peculiar job advertisement. Transdimensional Trading Platform seeks Blue Star agents, with a base salary starting at $100,000. Such an outrageous offer naturally aroused his skepticism. Yet, with nothing better to do, Suyu clicked on it out of curiosity. Consequently, he found himself in this enigmatic location. After gradually grasping the situation, realizing he had possibly stepped into a narrative straight out of a novel, Suyu felt a wave of relief wash over him and managed to calm his nerves. Approaching a wall that radiated with a luminous white glow, he tentatively knocked and called out, "Is anyone there?" As his words echoed, a line of text materialized on the silver-white wall. "Welcome to the Transdimensional Trading Platform. You are currently located in the exclusive space for Blue Star agents. Upon signing the contract, you will gain access to this space and unlock trading privileges. This platform aims to facilitate exchanges across dimensions, allowing individuals from different timelines to share and acquire what they need. Would you like to sign a contract for a Blue Star agent now?" As Suyu perused the text, he pondered for a moment, suspecting that the platform was voice-activated. After a brief consideration, he inquired, "May I review the details of the contract?" No sooner had he spoken than lines of text emerged on the wall before him, explicitly outlining the contract's provisions. Suyu meticulously examined the contents, which were not overly complex. Essentially, upon becoming a Blue Star agent, he could represent his world in transactions on the Transdimensional Trading Platform, facilitating exchanges of resources. There were no restrictions on the items traded, nor on their prices. Both parties could negotiate according to their needs. Initially, as a junior agent, he would be matched with one new client each week. Successfully completing 10 transactions would elevate him to mid-level status, unlocking access to better clients and further privileges. The Transdimensional Trading Platform also operated with its own currency known as trading points. With each successful transaction, he would earn trading points, which could be used to make direct purchases on the platform without the need for face-to-face exchanges. In summary, the platform allowed him to trade resources from his world with those from others, with increased trading frequency, resulting in higher status and greater benefits. The sole limitation was that no fraudulent goods could be exchanged. The platform monitored transactions rigorously, with deception leading to the revocation of his agent status. Having confirmed the contract's details without discrepancies, Suyu promptly decided to sign it. After all, it would be foolish not to. The resources required by different worlds varied greatly, and their values fluctuated, meaning that a mere bottle of water here could potentially exchange for a considerable amount of gold in another realm. Even in the unlikely event that the items he procured held little worth, as long as he completed at least one transaction each month, Suyu would still receive a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000 points from the platform. This was a far superior option to traditional employment. Contract successfully signed. Name: Suyu. Identity: Blue Star agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform. Level: Junior agent. Trading points: 0. Available trading attempts: 1. One available trading attempt. Can I match with a trading counterpart now? Suyu pondered for a moment before asking. The contract clearly stated that this trading process was not merely a private exchange between two individuals, but rather an interface for two distinct worlds to share resources. Therefore, possessing the requisite items was not crucial at this stage. The standard procedure would involve matching with a counterpart first, understanding their needs, and then preparing the necessary items for trade. Yes, would you like to start the matching process now? Gazing at the text on the wall, Suyu replied, decisively match. Matching trading counterpart. Success. In a blink, the stark white room transformed into an elegantly antiquated conference chamber. A long table was set at the center, with Suyu seated at one end and a woman clad in futuristic silvery armor at the opposite side. Her exquisite face, framed by cascading white hair, was the only feature visible through her armor. Noticing Suye's curious glances, she arched an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you a newcomer to trading?" Her voice resonated like a crystal-clear stream, harmonious and pleasant. However, Suyu could not comprehend the language at all. Fortunately, the trading platform appeared to possess an automatic translation feature, allowing him to grasp her meaning despite the language barrier. He nodded, meeting her gaze with calm composure. "Indeed, I am rather inexperienced, forgive me." With that, he straightened up, ready to engage in a serious discussion regarding their first transaction. Though the mysteries of the transdimensional trading platform left him slightly disoriented, he was hardly a novice when it came to business dealings. Suyu had previously worked in an international trade firm, excelling as the top sales representative who had negotiated countless significant deals. Once he settled into the right mindset, he felt assured, even if his counterpart was an extraterrestrial being. "I am Froststar, an agent from the transdimensional trading platform's Falling Sunset District." The woman nodded and, with an air of seriousness, placed her right hand over her heart as she introduced herself. Seeing her gesture, Suyu rose and raised his hand, but realizing the distance between them rendered a handshake impractical, he opted for a respectful bow instead. "I am Suyu, agent for the Blue Star District of the Transdimensional Trading Platform." "Your customs are intriguing," Froststar remarked, observing the manner in which Suyu folded his hands together. "I find them so as well," Suyu replied with a smile, then shifted to the matter at hand. "Now, let us discuss the specifics of your desired trade. I require natural foods rich in starch and plant fibers, uncontaminated water, and soil. I need everything listed." As Froststar spoke, a luminous panel appeared before her, and she gestured to it. Instantly, a similar display materialized before Suyu, filled with a plethora of items: meat, eggs, dairy, grains, vegetables, purified water, and soil, all specified to be pollution-free and radiation-free. Observing these goods elicited a strange sensation in Suyu, reminiscent of browsing through a supermarket on his phone. It seemed that his counterpart hailed from a world suffering from food scarcity. Judging by her high-tech armor, her civilization likely possessed advanced technology. Desiring untainted and non-radioactive food, was she from a wasteland-like world technologically advanced, yet facing severe environmental degradation and a shortage of sustenance? As the thought crossed his mind, Suyes' expression remained impassive as he calmly replied, "I can certainly provide these items. What do you intend to offer in return?" Chapter 2. 10 tons of rice, trading for 1,000 pounds of gold. "What do you require?" Froststar furrowed her brow, at present. She and Suyu were not well acquainted, and neither party was aware of the other's world or its unique offerings. Her willingness to express her needs was already a concession, given Suyu's status as a newcomer. But if she were to recklessly divulge what she had to offer, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to future negotiations regarding prices. Suyu was not surprised by her response. His gaze shifted to the sci-fi-inspired silver armor she wore, refraining from saying much more. "You desire powered armor?" Froststar raised an eyebrow. "That is not out of the question. If you can provide 10,000 tons of radiation-free, pollution-free grain, I can deliver it to you right now." The thought of the white-haired girl's original powered armor stirred Suyu's excitement. However, he quickly shook his head. 10,000 tons of grain was far beyond his financial capacity at present. Even the cheapest potatoes would cost 1 to 2,000 per ton, totaling at least 10 to 20 million. Selling himself would not even cover that amount. Moreover, such a substantial grain transaction in reality would likely require direct purchase from a national granary or overseas importation, without a food processing plant to provide cover. Obtaining it would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he managed to acquire it through special channels, the grain's final destination would raise suspicions. While powered armor appeared undeniably impressive, the allure of the original version was particularly enticing to Suyu. However, it was clear that he could not afford it at this moment, nor would it be of any use to him. That was a matter to address later. As for the present, Suyu pondered for a moment. "I require gold." If his earlier speculation was correct, the other party truly hailed from a wasteland world. Judging by her powered armor, it was evident that her technology was leagues ahead of Blue Star's, that if one were to consider it. Exchanging grain for technology would indeed be the most advantageous. The issue was that Suyu was merely an ordinary person with savings totaling only a few tens of thousands. Even if he obtained some advanced technology, he would likely be unable to liquidate it. His foremost objective was to become wealthy on Blue Star. With capital in hand, Acquiring technology and converting it into profit would follow naturally. Gold, Froststar nodded. Exchanging gold for grain is acceptable. However, you must first provide me with data on the common grains in your world so that I can estimate the price. After all, it is unreasonable to assume that all grains have the same value. As you should be aware, grain data, so you understood her intention, but momentarily struggled to organize his thoughts, his mind instinctively conjuring images of potatoes. Fortunately, he soon noticed the data for potatoes appearing on the luminous screen before him, detailing fiber content, starch content, trace elements, and more. Oh, it can work this way. Su quickly gathered his thoughts that he envisioned major staples such as rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. Once he had compiled the data on Blue Star's primary grains, he imitated Froststar's earlier gesture, swiping his hand to transfer the data to the screen before her. After reviewing it for a moment, Froststar presented her pricing: 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice. The exchange grain will primarily consist of rice. If you lack sufficient rice, we will need to renegotiate the price using other grains. Rice.Su recalled the rice that could thrive even in saline alkali soil and nodded calmly. There will be ample rice, but I believe we need to discuss this price further. The current gold price was over 400 per gram, with 1 kilogram of gold worth over 400,000. The price of rice varied by type, with ordinary varieties costing around 3 to 4,000 per ton, while better quality could reach 4 to 5,000, but Su was not entirely certain. But he figured it wouldn't differ greatly. 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice. If this were the case on Blue Star, anyone engaging in such a trade would surely be labeled a fool. Yet this was an interdimensional trading platform that if Froststar truly came from a polluted wasteland where food could not be cultivated, then gold would inherently hold far less value than uncontaminated grain. In trading, price is certainly negotiable, Froststar remarked with a beaming smile that Su contemplated briefly and proposed a price: 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton. Deal. Froststar clapped her hands in delight, agreeing without a second thought. That Su inwardly cursed, realizing he had acted too hastily. It seemed he had underestimated the value of grain in Froststar's world while overestimating the worth of gold to her. However, this momentary confusion was quickly cast aside. 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton of grain was practically akin to a windfall. There was no need to push for more. After all, even if he sold just 1 ton of grain, figuring out how to deal with 50 kilograms of gold would be a headache. Rather than being overly greedy, it was wiser to foster goodwill, especially since Suyu was still contemplating acquiring her original powered armor. Let us leave it at that. Now, how much rice can you provide? Froststar inquired. Su returned to reality and calculated his available funds. 10 tons. This is our first collaboration. I will supply you with 10 tons. If you find it satisfactory, we can continue trading in the future. 10 tons of rice equated to 500 kilograms of gold. Froststar had no objections and rose, stating, "Please hold on for a moment." As she spoke, she gradually vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she held a silver metallic box in her hand. Froststar placed it on the negotiation table and casually pushed it towards Suyu, causing it to slide across the table and come to a stop right in front of him. But he pushed the box, but it did not budge. He immediately surmised what it contained, suppressing his excitement. He quickly opened the box. Under the bright lights of the conference room, a glimmer of gold reflected from within the box, nearly blinding Suyu. Gold. 10 hefty gold bars, each weighing 50 kilograms, totaling 500 kilograms of gold. In reality, gold is incredibly dense. A ton of gold occupies a volume slightly larger than a basketball. From a numerical standpoint, 500 kilograms may not seem like a lot. Only by lifting it could one truly appreciate its weight. You have my gold. When can I expect delivery? Froststar raised her fair chin. Could it be that she expected payment up front? This was perhaps the best customer Suyu had ever encountered in his life. However, it likely also pertained to the rules of the trading platform. With oversight from such a platform, it was improbable anyone would dare to abscond after receiving payment. They were not concerned about him fleeing. So whether payment was made in advance or upon delivery was of little consequence. With this in mind, Suyu quickly replied, 7 days. Within 7 days, I will deliver 10 tons of rice to you. If you have any other needs, feel free to compile a list for me that we can roughly estimate the price now. And if we reach an agreement, I can bring those items in our next transaction. Chapter 3. A feather as a command. What are you? So you uploaded additional data on items that could be purchased in bulk on Blue Star to Froststar. The two discussed the prices of various items for a considerable time before finally arriving at a preliminary consensus. Regardless of how many materials Suyu could gather that Frost Star required, she would need to pay for them in gold according to their agreed-upon prices that if she lacked sufficient gold. Other items from her homeland could be used to offset the cost. Whether it was mechanical exoskeletons, magnetic rail rifles, or gene serums, Frost Star had access to a wealth of technology beyond these finished products. Each item would be worth far more than the 500 kilograms of gold Suyu possessed. Upon returning to his exclusive space as a junior agent, Suyu gazed at the box before him. A surge of excitement bubbling within him. 500 kilograms of gold, valued at nearly $2 billion according to current market prices. Even if he sought out some under-the-table avenues, he could likely secure over $1 billion. This was what true overnight wealth meant. However, after the excitement, he began to consider more pragmatic matters. Platform. How can I transport the items needed for trade in or out? He mused. Forget about 10 tons of grain. Even if the platform did not possess some form of advanced technology, moving 500 kilograms of gold would require a painstaking effort. In response to his query, the white wall before him gradually displayed the answer. Junior agents may possess 10 units of storage space, each capable of holding items with a volume not exceeding 1,000 cubic meters and a weight not exceeding 1,000 tons of the same type. To view your personal panel. Simply think of it. The personal panel is only visible to you. Personal panel? So you quickly tried it out. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a translucent light blue panel appeared before him. This panel was similar to the one that had appeared during the transaction. It contained numerous functions, and in the lower right corner, there were 10 empty slots designated for storage space, resembling an inventory. With the transportation issue resolved, Suyu let out a sigh of relief and instinctively reached out to touch the gold. The 10 gold bars in the box instantly vanished from sight. In his personal panel's inventory, a new entry appeared. Gold 10. Send me back, Suyu declared, stretching his limbs. Having inexplicably become a Blue Star agent for the Interdimensional Trading Platform, it would be difficult not to prosper. He was eager to return to Blue Star to prepare the items needed for subsequent transactions. Indeed, compared to working for others, earning money for oneself was far more motivating at present. It is no longer merely about the grueling 996 work schedule. As long as one does not succumb to sudden death, a 007 lifestyle is entirely acceptable. The very act of furrowing one's brow would be deemed a sign of disrespect towards the substantial weight of 500 kilograms of gold. Transmitting. You may access your exclusive platform space at any time through your personal panel. In the next moment, Suyu felt a fleeting blur before his eyes. The pristine white space vanished. Replaced by the familiar confines of his rental apartment, he quickly summoned his personal panel and discovered that he was still in the same time frame. He then retrieved a piece of gold. Feeling the tangible heft of the 50-kilogram gold bar in his hand, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a dream. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The hour was not too late, and there were still matters to attend to. After some contemplation, Suyu made his way to the kitchen with the gold bar in hand. The bar was roughly the size of a shrunken brick. Were he to attempt to exchange this item for cash, it would likely frighten people into a panic. Fortunately, gold is relatively malleable and can be sliced with a knife. After considerable effort, Suyu finally managed to cut the hefty 50-kilogram gold bar into 10 smaller pieces of varying sizes, which he stowed away in his storage space. He then searched for nearby gold shops on his phone and selected one that was neither too far nor too conspicuous. He intended to test the waters by attempting to sell a piece of gold there first. Once he felt prepared, he grabbed the trash from his apartment and stepped outside. At a glance, nothing seemed amiss compared to his usual routine. However, no sooner had he crossed the threshold than an unexpected phone call came in. Noticing the contact labeled Team Leader Chien, Suyu hesitated briefly before deciding to answer. If this had been just a few hours prior, claiming he bore no resentment about being laid off would have been utterly false. Yet, at this moment, he could only express gratitude to the company for their decision. Otherwise, he would not have stumbled upon the recruitment advertisement for the time-space trading platform, nor would he have become an agent for the trading platform in the Blue Star region. Certainly, while he may claim indifference, it would be impossible to regard with any warmth those former colleagues who had conspired to sideline him due to their connections, if not for the consideration that this company was involved in large-scale overseas trade, which might prove useful for future substantial transactions on the trading platform. He would have been far too apathetic to even answer the phone. Xiao Su, how are you? Have you found a new job? As soon as the call connected, team leader Qian's greasy voice echoed in his ear that Su held a rather unfavorable impression of this slimy leader and was disinclined to engage in pleasantries. He replied with impatience, I am just about to step out, that if you have something to say, please get to the point. With that, he pressed the elevator button that if this person could not articulate a valid reason before the elevator arrived, he would prefer silence. Team leader Qian seemed unfazed by Su Yu's brusque tone. Instead, he chuckled amiably. I was merely concerned about your employment situation, that I thought I might leverage my connections to help you find a job. Also in overseas trade, quite similar to what you did before. You could start immediately, and I assure you the compensation is quite favorable. Not interested, Su Yu shot back without a moment's thought. The team he had previously been part of consisted entirely of individuals connected by relationships. And as the leader, Qian dared not assert himself in their presence that it was only when faced with Su Yu, a mere employee devoid of connections, that he occasionally attempted to adopt an air of authority. He had made no small effort to repulse others. Not only had Su Yu now become an agent for the trading platform, but even in the absence of that title, he would have resolutely declined. Not interested? Team leader Qian seemed taken aback by Su Yu's immediate rejection. After a moment of stunned silence, he spoke in a more serious tone. Xiao Su, you must think this through. The economy is struggling. And jobs are not easy to come by, especially ones that align with your expertise. Noting that Qian was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Su Yu interrupted him, if there is nothing else. ILL hang up? Wait, team leader Qian quickly interjected. You should really consider this that if I recall correctly, last month you secured a significant deal, and your commission should be quite substantial. This month's salary should still exceed 20,000. Provided there are no issues with the orders you processed. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Su Yu's last shred of patience evaporated. He coldly stated, I have recorded this conversation, that if I find even a single penny missing from my salary in the coming days, we shall meet in court. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe that being a mere team leader grants you any authority? You wield a feather as if it were a scepter. Your inflated sense of self-worth is laughable. Chapter 4. The first transaction of gold with a sigh of relief. Su Yu ended the call. What a thrill! He had longed to vent at this bully who preyed on the weak. Today, not only had he secured a promising opportunity with the time-space trading platform, but he also felt empowered to disregard any semblance of deference toward team leader Qian that he believed in speaking his mind. The elevator doors opened, and just after he had finished berating the man, he noticed a young girl dressed in a JK uniform, her delicate features marred by a look of surprise as she regarded him. Her expression seemed to convey a message. Wow, this person has such poor manners. However, Su Yu paid her no mind and instead flashed her a smile before closing the elevator doors that in times of joy. One's spirit is lifted. He was unconcerned with how passers-by perceived him. His sole focus was to hasten his exit and convert those blocks of gold into cash. Wanfu Gold Jewelry, one of the largest gold retailers in the bustling metropolis, was situated in a lively pedestrian street about 10 kilometers from Su Yu's residence, easily reachable by a short taxi ride. Standing before the entrance of the gold shop, Su Yu touched the hefty gold ingot he had retrieved from his inventory and exhaled deeply before stepping inside. Prior to his visit, he had diligently researched various gold shops online. Typically, these establishments do not inquire much about the provenance of the gold they purchase, except in cases of particularly large quantities. For instance, if he were to produce a 50-kilogram gold bar outright, it would likely alarm the staff into calling the authorities. However, the 1-kilogram piece he had on him posed no such risk. When asked, he would simply state it was a family heirloom. Good day, sir. Are you here to browse our jewelry? Upon entering, a polite hostess greeted him. In high-end establishments like this, the staff is generally held to high standards of professionalism. While one might encounter instances of disdain based on appearances, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Even if someone were to harbor contempt, they would not display it openly like a fool that I saw on your website that you purchase gold. And I happen to have some I wish to sell, Su Yu stated directly, without any unnecessary embellishments. Many matters possess no inherent taboo, yet being furtive or indirect may prompt suspicion. That be why confidently articulating his intentions. He would likely only provoke surprise at his ability to amass such a quantity of gold. In contrast, a timid demeanor might lead others to question the legitimacy of his gold. Indeed, this way. Please. The hostess blinked in surprise before extending her hand toward him. Su followed her to a corner of the shop where a workbench laden with tools awaited that a young man was seated there, seemingly bored as he scrolled through his phone. "Master Sun, we have a customer looking to sell gold. Could you assist him, please?" The hostess addressed the young man with respect before turning to Suyu. "This is Master Sun, our shop manager, that he is responsible for verifying the purity of the gold we purchase, that he will weigh it on our electronic scale, ensuring accuracy down to the milligram. This inspection is complimentary. You may decide whether to proceed with the sale after receiving a quote." With that, she flashed a professional smile and departed. "That I in this line of work, certain protocols are observed. Customers often possess varying degrees of wealth. Some adhering to the belief that wealth should remain concealed may be reluctant to reveal their riches. Thus, when purchasing gold, aside from the specialized staff, others typically refrain from scrutinizing the transaction. Of course, larger enterprises emphasize such formalities, whereas smaller street vendors may not adhere to the same standards. Indeed, many have resorted to live streaming their evaluations to attract customers. "Hello, where is the gold?" Master Sun casually picked up a magnifying glass and extended his hand toward Suyu. In response, Suyu retrieved the gold ingot from his pocket. Upon seeing the palm-sized gold bar, a flicker of astonishment crossed Master Sun's otherwise impassive face. "That this entirely gold." Although he had become accustomed to gold through his work, the sight of such a sizable ingot was still somewhat surprising. Naturally, one could not expect to deceive the establishment with gold paint. As he spoke, Suyu placed the ingot on the scale, which promptly displayed an accurate weight. 1,622.578 grams. This truly a gold piece. Based on his experience, Master Sun quickly assessed the bar's luster, estimating its volume and weight, that he could immediately discern that it was undoubtedly a solid piece of gold. Adjusting his glasses, he gazed at the ingot with a mix of curiosity and surprise, particularly at the pockmarked surface created by the hammering process. While he had encountered larger gold bars, he had never before seen one of such size transformed into a flat ingot. "Aren't you concerned that some edges might chip off during the hammering?" Master Sun inquired, intrigued as he lifted the gold ingot. "Hereditary. It has been passed down this way. There is no other choice." Suyu shrugged. Master Sun, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. Although he did not believe, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and meticulously examined the gold ingot with a magnifying glass, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. After a considerable amount of time, he exhaled and declared, "It is pure gold." With that, he cast a teasing glance at Suyu. Such a level of purity in gold could only be refined with modern technology. Suyu's claim of it being ancestral was, naturally, a fabrication. In this industry, gold with a purity exceeding 99 is referred to as fine gold. Only gold with a purity exceeding 99.6 is deemed pure gold. There are subtle differences in color between fine gold and pure gold. While the average person may not discern them, someone like him, who has long been engaged with gold, would easily recognize it. "Pure gold?" Suyu, seemingly unfazed, responded as if he had not heard. "Let's estimate a price." "Wait a moment. I need to conduct further tests," Master Sun replied, picking up some bottles and jars from the side, occasionally dropping a few drops of some unknown substance onto the gold ingot, then closely observing it with a magnifying glass. After quite some time, he took out a cloth and wiped the gold clean, placing it on a nearby scale. Noticing that the reading remained unchanged, he nodded and said, "Currently, the gold price is approximately a little over 400. Our local buyback price these past few days is 398 per gram. However, since this is pure gold, I can offer a slightly higher rate of 403 per gram. How does that sound?" "That works," Suyu nodded, not bothering to haggle over the price. Thus, the total price for this gold ingot is approximately 653. 898. I'll round it off for you to 654,000. Saying this, he pulled out a contract from beneath the counter, jotted down some notes, and handed it to Suyu. "Please review the contract. If everything is in order, sign it to make it effective." The contract for such a transaction was quite simple. Suyu glanced over it and confirmed there were no hidden pitfalls, promptly signing it. "Pleasant cooperation. I will have the finance department transfer the money to your account within an hour." Master Sun summoned a staff member to take the contract away, that he then removed his gloves and shook hands with Suyu. Before Suyu could speak, he leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Let's add each other on WeChat, that if you have more gold to sell, you can come to me anytime." Whether you wish to go through official channels or private ones, I can accommodate, ensuring safety. Chapter 5. The transaction completed, $1 million in savings. Oh, what do you mean by official channels? And what about private ones? Suyu calmly countered. Master Sun, however, did not hesitate to elaborate. Official channels involve taking the gold to the mine, paying the necessary taxes, and upon exiting, it will be considered gold sourced directly from the mine. Thus, its origin is unquestionable. This is the safest route, but the maximum price I can offer you would be 300. As for private channels, there are many avenues. We could find ways to sell it overseas or transact on the black market. However, that comes with certain risks, so the highest price I can offer is 330. In essence, whether through official or private channels, it ultimately entails laundering the gold to establish its provenance. That Suyu withdrew his hand and smiled. Weren't you just offering to buy at market price for that piece? Why is there no need to launder it? It was just a small amount. Master Sun shook his head, explaining, handling a little over a kilogram is certainly not complicated. We can simply have it crafted into jewelry by the goldsmith in the shop. However, if the quantity were to increase while the gold shop could manage it, no one would dare to take the risk. Gold, in a broad sense, is a strategic resource with numerous applications, hence it is tightly regulated. Selling a significant amount of gold with an unclear origin would raise substantial red flags in the accounts, making it easy to be investigated. How do you know I have a lot of gold? What if I claim that this is the only piece I possess? Suyu shrugged. Master Sun, upon hearing this, raised his eyebrows and said, Brother, this gold piece was surely pried off a larger ingot. Wasn't it? Although it was hammered down after being detached, unless you remelt and recast it, you cannot conceal it from those of us in this trade. Understand metal fatigue. There are traces to follow. If a piece this size was pried off, the larger ingot must weigh several dozen kilograms that I am not particularly interested in where you obtained it. However, I sincerely advise you not to think that by splitting it into a few pieces and selling to different shops, you can avoid scrutiny, and no matter which shop you go to. Through these legitimate gold recovery channels, although the price may seem attractive, they will note the transaction details for accounting purposes when they transfer the funds. If the bank notices abnormal activities in your account due to repeated transactions, they will investigate your records, and it will all be gold recovery earnings. You can guess what will happen next. It's pointless. If you have a few kilograms, claiming that it is ancestral would raise no eyebrows. After all, it is merely a matter of a few 100,000, and without solid evidence, they wouldn't pursue you. But if you were to procure a dozen or even several dozen kilograms, you cannot keep claiming it is ancestral, can you? Then people would start questioning whether you belong to the Aizenjoro clan or the Zhu family. Master Sun added with a hint of jest at Suyu, upon hearing this, refrained from further questioning. Yet he did add Master Sun's WeChat account. Initially, he had not considered the implications deeply and did not see a problem in splitting his gold into smaller pieces and selling them at different shops. However, after Master Sun's explanation, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Regardless of how many pieces he divided the gold into or how many shops he approached, as long as he did not allow someone else to sell it on his behalf, all the proceeds from the gold sales would ultimately flow into his account. And regardless of whether the shop noted the transaction details, the source of the funds could be traced back. Thus, this approach was utterly meaningless. Had Master Sun not pointed this out, Suyu might never have realized it. After all, in the novels he had read, protagonists became overnight millionaires and sold vast quantities of gold in such a manner. He instinctively wanted to emulate that, only to discover the gaping loopholes in the process. Novels can lead one astray. Of course, aside from the fact that selling through different stores made little difference. Suyu remained skeptical of Master Sun's other statements. Therefore, he did not immediately plan to collaborate with anyone to sell gold at a lower price. After the Wanfu Gold Store transferred 654,000 to his account, he left and headed to another gold store located about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Using the same method, Suyu once again sold a gold ingot weighing around 2 kilograms, earning over 800,000 once more. After completing the transaction, he subtly inquired with a knowledgeable master at this shop about the ins and outs of the industry. Ultimately, the findings were not much different from what Master Sun had conveyed. Although this master was straightforward and wary of engaging in such practices, he still recommended a specialized individual in this field to Suyu. After adding another channel for selling gold, Suyu left contentedly. By this time, it was already past 8 in the evening. The bustling CBD was illuminated brightly, and between the towering office buildings, one could faintly see the balding office workers laboring under the lights. Suyu glanced at his account balance, nearly 1.5 million, and let out a sigh of relief. Such a life of being an office worker, toiling away until losing hair, was unlikely to be his reality again. He felt a tinge of nostalgia. After this moment of reflection, he suddenly remembered he had yet to have dinner. He promptly found a restaurant and indulged in a lavish meal, one that food bloggers typically flaunt online. Costing around 3,000 per person, that is for the taste well, it was too mundane to mention. The ambience was the main attraction. After finishing his meal, Suyu hopped on a shared bicycle and leisurely rode home. The distance to his residence was only around 10 kilometers, making it a perfect way to digest his meal while pondering how to prepare the 10 tons of grain for Frostar in the coming days. Naturally, if this were merely a one-time transaction, gathering 10 tons of rice would not pose much difficulty, but if he were willing to make the effort, he could easily procure enough packaged rice from several supermarkets. However, this time it was 10 tons, and while it could be gathered quite easily, what about next time? Acquiring some epic-making black technology from Frostar clearly could not be resolved with just a few tons of grain. Grains, vegetables, fruits, and even pure water. These are all essential supplies for Frostar and are readily available in Suyu's life. Yet the transformation from quantity to quality is significant. Conducting such large-scale transactions in his personal name would be exceedingly challenging. It seemed that the establishment of a food processing factory needed to be prioritized. Tomorrow, he would search online for the necessary procedures and processes for starting a food processing factory, and it would be best to consult a lawyer as well. As Suyu leisurely pedaled along the bicycle lane, contemplating these matters, a shared bicycle of the same model suddenly appeared on the adjacent sidewalk. The unexpected emergence of the bike startled Suyu, prompting him to quickly press the brakes. Although the distance was close, he had been riding slowly and managed to stop just in time. However, the sound of a bicycle falling accompanied by a girl's startled exclamation rang out. Ouch! Suyu steadied himself, looking at the little girl sprawled on the ground, his mouth twitching slightly. What was the meaning of this? Was she trying to pull a fast one? He had not even collided with her. Casually leaning his bicycle against a nearby tree, Suyu frowned as he approached the girl, intending to inquire about her condition. Yet before he could utter a word, he paused upon seeing her face. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be the one he had seen in the elevator earlier that afternoon. With a delicate and charming appearance and a slender figure, she was further accentuated by her JK uniform's pleated skirt and knee-high socks, showcasing her long, straight legs that on a scale of 10, according to Suyu's aesthetic preference, he would easily give her a 9, that she belonged to the type that could be remembered for several days with just a glance. Although Suyu was preoccupied with thoughts of gold while in the elevator, he did not pay much attention to her. However, the fleeting impression she left on him lingered in his mind until now. It seemed that this girl lived in the apartment above his, making her his neighbor. Suyu was momentarily taken aback as he looked at the girl on the ground, and, feeling both awkward and polite, said, "What a coincidence." Chapter 6. The Impulsive Girl. Is Suyu a big shot? Li Yuanqi stumbled as she got up from the ground, sitting on the curb and nursing her knee while groaning softly. She shot a fierce glare at Suyu, as if she wanted to say something. However, recalling that it was her own recklessness that had caused her to ride out in a hurry, and that Suyu had not collided with her, but rather, she had panicked and fallen, left her momentarily speechless and feeling guilty. Remembering Suyu's earlier outburst in the elevator, she felt a twinge of fear. After a long moment of grumbling, she could only cover her leg. Feeling dejected, but Suyu shook his head and casually lifted the fallen bicycle from the ground. He then picked up her bag and handed it to her. "Thank you. I'm sorry for startling you earlier," Li Yuanqi said softly as she accepted the bag. "That it's all right, as long as it wasn't an attempt to extort me." Suyu waved his hand dismissively. He then walked toward his bicycle, adding, "Be careful riding, and if all is well, I'll take my leave now." Seeing him prepare to leave, Li Yuanqi instinctively glanced around. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and the street was relatively empty, causing her to feel a bit anxious. After hesitating for a moment, she pouted and said, "Could you help me with something? I think I might have sprained my ankle and can't put much weight on it. I would like to catch a ride home, so could you wait with me for a taxi? I remember you live in the same building as I do, so it would be convenient to go back together. I can pay for the fare." Upon hearing her halting and timid words, Suyu glanced at the surroundings and suddenly realized that he couldn't help but chuckle. "Fine, let's consider this a stroke of luck for me to improve my life. After all, His plans to trade supplies were set to begin the next day, and he had nothing pressing to attend to. Returning home earlier or later was of little consequence that he promptly scanned his bicycle and returned it, helping the girl with the sprained ankle to a spot by the roadside where they could sit and wait for a taxi. Once seated, Li Yuanqi finally exhaled and said, "Thank you. My name is Li Yuanqi." "Su Yu," he replied before picking up his phone to look up the necessary procedures for starting a food processing factory. It wasn't that he was being aloof. He could tell that Li Yuanqi was a rather introverted and shy girl. Approaching her abruptly would only leave her feeling bewildered. Besides, while she was indeed beautiful, Su Yu was no stranger to women and wasn't the type to fawn over a pretty face without a reason. As expected, Li Yuanqi did not find his behavior of checking his phone rude. Rather, she felt a sense of relief and busied herself with her own phone. The two sat in silence on the ride home. Su Yu, being a good Samaritan, assisted the limping Li Yuanqi to her doorstep. And then, there was nothing more to follow. They didn't even exchange contact information, merely parting ways like two ships passing in the night. After all, at this late hour, if Li Yuanqi had truly invited him, a man she had only met twice, into her home for tea, Su Yu would have hesitated. The risk of something untoward happening was not worth it. The next morning, Su Yu arrived at a logistics distribution center on the outskirts of the Magic City. Implementing his plan for a food processing factory proved to be quite challenging and cumbersome. Thus, Su Yu decided to take his time, initially opting for small-scale procurement to trade with Xuanxing. This necessitated the use of a warehouse. Although he possessed an inventory space for items, the method of summoning items from thin air was rather astonishing. And he was wary of being discovered while retrieving items. Therefore, renting a warehouse for transitory purposes was indeed essential. The warehouse rental business in such large logistics centers was well established and not significantly more complex than renting an apartment. Su Yu spent merely half a day signing a lease for an 800 square meter warehouse at a rate of 1.8 yuan per square meter per day, committing to a 3-month contract and spending nearly 130,000 yuan, which left him feeling quite the pinch. However, the good news was that a well-known domestic grain and oil brand's warehouse was conveniently located nearby. After locating the warehouse manager, Su Yu easily purchased 10 tons of rice, along with several tons of soybeans, corn, potatoes, and other staple foods. That he also acquired a substantial amount of seasonings, cooking oil, and various convenient instant foods that in one go. He procured nearly 30 tons of supplies, costing him around 200,000 yuan. Nevertheless, this met Xuanxing's request for procurement and even included many items not on the list that he thought might be needed. These goods were purchased under the pretense of hotel procurement. After all, the quantity was not excessive, and no one would ask too many questions. The transaction was promptly concluded, and the warehouse even arranged for a forklift to neatly deliver the items to the storage area. After inspecting the warehouse interior and confirming there were no surveillance cameras, Su Yu closed the door. With a gentle touch, he summoned all the supplies into his inventory that he then opened his personal panel and accessed the Interdimensional Trading Platform. After sending a trade request to Xuanxing, it took no more than 10 minutes for her to accept the invitation. They reappeared in the same room where they had previously conducted business. Across the sturdy wooden table, Xuanxing's appearance remained unchanged from the day before. Clad in silver-white powered armor, with her flowing white hair gleaming, she was a sight to behold. "That you've prepared everything so quickly?" Upon entering, Xuanxing exclaimed in surprise. The original stocking time was set for 7 days. She had not anticipated that Su Yu would be ready in less than a day. "This isn't too much," Su Yu replied, nodding, as he swiftly transferred the 10 tons of rice, for which payment had already been made, directly into Xuanxing's inventory through the trading platform. That he then sent her a list of the other items he had on hand, allowing her to choose as she pleased. Seeing the sudden addition of 10 tons of grain in her inventory, Xuanxing was overjoyed. Although this was not her first transaction on the interdimensional platform, she had previously encountered a string of misfortunes. The trading partners she had matched with were often from a feudal agricultural society, unable to comprehend the high-tech equipment she offered, rendering it worthless to them. While gold held great allure for them, they had the means to acquire it, but not to spend it. Two of her trading partners had vanished after taking her gold, and only later did she learn that they had been killed in a robbery the very next day. Others, while still alive, had repeatedly delayed delivery for various reasons, whether due to transportation difficulties or the fear of liquidating gold too quickly. Overall, the lack of productivity in their world hindered progress. The reason she had dared to offer so much gold to Suyu yesterday was her assessment of his attire and the watch he wore, indicating that he came from a world where productivity was far superior to that of a primitive agricultural society, that IT was at least a modern world, likely having undergone industrialization, though the productivity there might not match the prosperity of her own world. Providing some grain should pose no issue, that Suyu's ability to gather these supplies in less than a day far exceeded Xuanxing's expectations. Either he was a figure of considerable influence in his world, or the productivity there was exceptionally advanced, comparable to the prosperous eras of her own world. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she reassessed her evaluation of this trading partner, her demeanor growing significantly more serious. Chapter 7. K. 10 Combat Suit, Electromagnetic Handgun. Regaining her composure, Xuanxing briefly examined the other items Suyu had provided before decisively stating, "I can accept all of these items. What are your thoughts on the pricing? If you still wish to settle in gold, I can currently provide around 1 ton. For more, I will need some time to arrange it. Within 3 days, I can gather at least 10 tons of gold." In her world, gold held little value. Before the wasteland era was the prosperous era, the greatest age of the Wanxiao world, when humanity's footprints spanned the stars and oceans. Asteroids composed of gold collected from space weighed in at billions of tons. In her realm, it was merely an ordinary industrial material that, if she truly desired it, she could easily gather a substantial amount from any pre-war ruins that had no need for gold at the moment. Suyu shook his head. If you understand economics, you should know that flooding an economy with large amounts of gold, as a general equivalent, can lead to severe economic disruptions and negative impacts. Therefore, we maintain strict regulation over gold. The 500 kilograms you have given me requires special channels for me to offload, and acquiring more would be futile. The current gold reserves of various nations on Blue Star amounted to less than 60,000 tons, that if you were to agree to Xuanxing's proposal and offload another 10 or 8 tons of gold, it would certainly attract the attention of relevant authorities the very next day. Regardless of the channels used, what do you want then? Xuanxing frowned, pondering. Desiring no gold, the only items she could offer were a few technological products or weapons that Suyu spoke without hesitation, stating that he required weapons or protective gear that would allow him to at least defend himself against several adversaries wielding individual firearms. This was a well-considered item for trade that he had contemplated prior to the transaction. However, his intention for acquiring weapons was not to engage in any illicit activities. Rather, it was primarily for self-preservation. With a certain level of self-defense capability, he felt emboldened to seek out Master Sun, whom he had encountered at the jewelry store the previous night, to sell the 500 kilograms of gold he possessed through the latter's connections. He could not rely on individuals engaged in such trades to uphold their contractual obligations, and to prevent being victimized in a black market deal. He would not consider relinquishing a large quantity of gold without adequate means of protection. Wait a moment, Frostar pondered briefly before vanishing from sight. Upon her return, she held 2 silver-white briefcases. Placing one on the table, she opened it with a hint of pride and gestured toward it, saying, "This is the K-10 combat suit crafted from nanopolymeric materials that IT can withstand a direct impact from 100 rounds of 12.7 mm caliber firearms at close range, though it does not account for large-caliber electromagnetic weapons. It features a built-in temperature regulation system that ensures you remain unaffected in extreme conditions ranging from -50 degrees to +70 degrees, while also providing waterproof, fireproof, and toxin-resistant capabilities. Additionally, it comes equipped with a nitrogen shield module that can only be activated 3 times. Triggered automatically by AI, capable of withstanding shockwaves and shrapnel from a 5 kgd explosion at close range. Moreover, it possesses significant stealth attributes. This is a technological relic from our world's pre-war prosperous era, and we are currently unable to produce it ourselves. In terms of safety, it is undoubtedly top-tier. As she spoke, she gently nudged the case towards Suyu, suggesting, "Wear it. Even if you were to run through a hail of bullets on the battlefield, you would emerge unscathed. In exchange for this, how about you trade me the remaining 20 tons of your supplies?" Gazing at the unassuming black garment crafted from an indeterminate material, Suyu swallowed hard upon hearing her description. Hesitantly reaching out to touch it, his expression one of skepticism, "That it's so thin. Are you certain you're not deceiving me?" The suit, resembling a tight-fitting outfit, seemed hardly thicker than his t-shirt, even if its durability was indeed as formidable as she claimed. He feared that even without bullets penetrating, the sheer force of larger caliber rounds could still shatter his internal organs. There is a regulatory platform for trading. There is no way they would sell you counterfeit goods. Froststar shot him a disapproving glance, but after a moment's thought, she stood up again, saying, "If you don't believe me, let me show you." With a series of mechanical clicks, she finally removed her heavy power armor, revealing a bodysuit identical to the one before Suyu. The black fabric accentuated her alluring curves, leaving Suyu momentarily breathless, nearly losing his composure. Froststar seemed to notice, but remained unfazed, calmly drawing a sleek silver pistol from the holster on her power armor and firing a shot at the nearby wall. The deafening bang echoed, and a large hole was blasted into the wall, causing Suyu's eyelids to twitch. This is an electromagnetic pistol, loaded with tungsten core steel needles. Its power exceeds that of a 20mm caliber cannon, Froststar explained casually before unhesitatingly firing a shot at her own head. The resounding noise caused Suyu to hold his breath, but contrary to his expectations of a gruesome scene, her unprotected head remained unscathed. Froststar shrugged. "See? When worn, this suit provides protective capabilities even in uncovered areas. This is cutting-edge technology from our pre-war world that don't ask me for the principles behind it. The prosperous era ended over a century ago, and many technologies have become lost to time. Are you reassured now?" With that, she opted not to don the power armor again, but instead sat down in her bodysuit. Suyu swallowed hard, inadvertently pressing his gun against the table. "That I'm convinced. I'll trade this protective suit for the supplies," that he concluded, retracting the suit and transferring the remaining 20 tons of supplies to Froststar. "Excellent. Now we can discuss the next item." Froststar smiled as she pushed open the other briefcase. Inside lay a relatively simple object, a pistol, larger than the one she had just used. This is the S-79, a police-grade electromagnetic pistol, equipped with a metallic hydrogen battery that can fire 1,000 shots. The magazine can hold 50 specialized armor-piercing rounds, essentially just needles, which are not particularly advanced. You could easily have a craftsman replicate it, using tungsten or steel. Even inferior materials will only affect range, not accuracy or power. As for its strength, it surpasses my previous weapon, functioning similarly to a hand cannon, capable of penetrating a 100mm thick steel plate from 100 meters away. Having said that, she pushed the box containing the gun towards Suyu. Observing this toy-like firearm, he refrained from questioning further, reassured by the trading platform's regulations against counterfeit items that he promptly closed the box, nodding, "I'll take this. What do you want in exchange?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, Froststar replied without hesitation, "For this pistol, I'll require 10 tons of fresh fruit, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of meat." The specific varieties are roughly as follows. She pointed at the holographic display in front of her, transferring the details to Suyu. Glancing over the selections, Suyu noted that she had chosen common fruits like bananas, apples, and pears, alongside similarly ordinary vegetables. However, the meat was more costly. She had specified beef. Currently, purchasing beef at the market would cost over 40 per pound, amounting to 80 or 90 per kilogram, conservatively estimating at 81 kilograms. That would total 800,000, adding the costs of vegetables and fruits. This transaction would likely exceed 1 million. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu nodded that if he could successfully sell the remaining 490 kilograms of gold, he would net over 100 million. That this sum made the expense of 100 to 150,000 seem trivial, that if all went smoothly, he could deliver within a week. If not, he would ensure it was completed within a month. After estimating, he provided a conservative time frame, to which Froststar readily agreed. "Then let us enjoy our collaboration." "Enjoy our collaboration." Name: Suyu. Identity: Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform. Blue Star Region. Level: Junior Agent 110. Trading points: 50. Available matching attempts: 0. Remaining refresh time: 149H. Upon returning to his personal space, Suyu glanced at his user panel. With the completion of his first transaction, his experience progress had finally increased by 1. After 9 more such trades, he would ascend to the rank of Intermediate Agent, unlocking further privileges. Additionally, he had gained 50 trading points. Opening the trading mall, he discovered that the points seemed to be of little use. The pricing in the Transdimensional Trading Platform's marketplace was peculiar. For instance, a mushroom with a yield equivalent to 1 million tons only cost 50 trading points, whereas a basic gene serum demanded 200 points. After perusing the options repeatedly, he found nothing affordable or suitable for his current needs, so he decided to save the points. After all, he was merely seeking wealth, not engaging in acts of terrorism. What use would a giant mushroom be? Thus, it appeared that a gene serum capable of rendering him impervious to illness and enhancing his physical capabilities beyond human limits was far more valuable. No longer contemplating the trading points, Suyu closed his personal panel and opened the case containing the K-10 combat suit that he donned the suit in his exclusive space that IT was form-fitting yet not constricting. Rather comfortable. After moving about to acclimate to the sensation, he put on his original clothing over the combat suit. Remarkably, the unshielded areas of the suit adapted to match his skin tone, making the protective gear nearly invisible beneath his clothing. It seemed designed specifically for covert operatives. Impressive indeed that Suyu retrieved a lighter from his pocket and held it to his palm for an extended period. The lighter nearly malfunctioned, yet his hand felt no heat whatsoever. He then picked up the S-79 electromagnetic pistol, weighed it in his hand, and discreetly stowed it in the inconspicuous holster at his waist. Even upon close inspection, it was nearly impossible to discern the bulge at his waist. This black technology was indeed remarkable. If he could acquire the techniques behind it, Suyu felt a surge of excitement, realizing he genuinely had the opportunity to obtain such advanced technologies, saying little more. The mere existence of that minuscule metallic hydrogen battery within this firearm, capable of enabling such a powerful electromagnetic weapon to discharge 1,000 shots, makes the prospects unfathomable, should replication be feasible. It would unveil an expansive market worth trillions. All enterprises globally that require battery storage would line up to seek his authorization. Merely the patent fees could render him immensely wealthy. One must not be overly ambitious. Progress should be made step by step, for this is not the moment for high-tech endeavors. With a sigh, Suyu returned to the warehouse in Blue Star, noticing no irregularities in the surroundings. He shut the warehouse door behind him and departed. That it was already past 2 in the afternoon, which wasn't particularly late. After some contemplation, he hailed a taxi towards a street populated with numerous 4S dealerships. He needed to procure various supplies. He couldn't always rely on finding what he needed in the vicinity of the warehouse. Thus, it was prudent to first acquire a vehicle for transportation. Along the way, he stopped by a few sizable gold shops and purchased several gold bars, totaling just over 8 kilograms and netting him over 350,000, but adding this to the previous 120,000 he had. His bank account now held over 570,000. However, this was nearing his limit. Any further transactions through legitimate gold dealers would necessitate venturing beyond Magic City to ensure safety. Of course, for the time being, his funds sufficed, and there was no urgency. In the suburbs of Magic City, a relatively quiet road was lined with various 4S dealerships. Suyu gazed from the corner. He found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision. His earlier aspiration had been to purchase a home in Magic City. For a car. In the congested urban landscape, public transportation was often more convenient for commuters. Thus, he seldom considered such matters. Although the company provided vehicles for sales staff, he had been driving for several years and was quite skilled. Yet company cars remained the property of the company. He merely operated them, without any say in their specifications or performance. He was hardly knowledgeable about data parameters, materials, or fuel efficiency, that he decided to browse casually. Shaking his head, he strode towards the nearest Benz 4S dealership. It was a weekday, and the showroom was relatively empty. Upon entering, a saleswoman clad in a skirt and black stockings with a sweet demeanor rushed to greet him. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" "No, just browsing," Suyu replied, shaking his head. The saleswoman maintained her professional smile and responded, "Do you have a specific model in mind? Our dealership is the largest Benz 4S in Magic City, and we have all models available for immediate viewing and test drives." They walked and conversed. They arrived at a white sedan, and the saleswoman pointed out, "This is the latest Benz C-Class, one of our flagship models, and it is quite reasonably priced." She spoke enthusiastically about the vehicle, but Suyu couldn't help but smirk at the mention of its price, which exceeded 300,000. However, for him now, that price was indeed manageable. Yet, it felt too small. Suyu shook his head. While it sufficed for family use, he needed a vehicle with additional utility, given the limited capacity of the system's inventory. He couldn't store everything there, that he might need to transport gold or local specialties from Blue Star at some point. Thus, acquiring a larger vehicle seemed more prudent. Too small? The saleswoman paused, then flashed a warm smile. If you're looking for more space, I personally recommend an SUV. Please follow me to take a look. That SUU had no objections and followed her towards another display area. However, after only a few steps, a voice of surprise rang out nearby. Suyu, what are you doing here? Suyu halted, turning to see the speaker, and his previously calm demeanor flickered with disdain. Zhao Xine, his first girlfriend from university. His first love. To be more precise. She was the first goddess he had besotted over during his youthful days. At that time. While studying, he also worked as an up on a certain platform, reaping the benefits of the short video boom, earning over 10,000 monthly, albeit not a superstar. His university life was vibrant until he met Zhao Xinhui at a dormitory gathering. Initially, she had added him after hearing about his earning potential, expressing a desire to learn video editing from him. Yet, as their acquaintance deepened, she never mentioned her interest in video editing again, instead subtly flirting with him at every meeting, coupled with her commendable looks and figure. How could Suyu, who had never even held a girl's hand, resist? He mustered the courage to pursue her. And then? There was no and then. After a year of pursuit and considerable expenditure, they had merely held hands a few times. Once the video boom waned and he took on various incongruous advertisements, his follower count plummeted and his video editing income dwindled. It was only then that Zhao Xinhui seemed to awaken, clarifying their relationship and declaring their incompatibility. She even claimed to be somewhat oblivious in such matters, lamenting that if Suyu had been more direct, she could have clarified things sooner, sparing him wasted time. Ridiculously, Suyu had once believed her words, cursing his own timidity for not being forthright, and left disheartened. Only later, as he gained experience, did he realize he had been a fool. Consequently, he transformed into the kind of person who engages casually, without emotional investment. Showing no interest in romantic relationships, that he had heard that Zhao Xinhui later seamlessly transitioned to a promising junior, but it seemed their affair ended unpleasantly, resulting in the junior facing disciplinary action from the university. Suyu surmised that the young man was likely more astute than he had been, seeing through her facade of seduction. In any case, his first experience of infatuation had led to emotional deceit. Reflecting on Zhao Xinhui's manipulation of a young man's feelings for monetary gain now repulsed him. Encountering her again felt akin to facing an unwelcome reminder. What a nauseating sight. Chapter 9. Friends? Are we that familiar? Long time no see. Are you here to look at cars? Let me show you around. Zhao Xinhui appeared completely unfazed by their past, enthusiastically approaching him. Suyu frowned, and before he could respond, the saleswoman who had been guiding him awkwardly interjected, Sir, do you know our sales representative? In such 4S dealerships, typically, customers without appointments are served on a first-come, first-served basis. However, if someone has an acquaintance in the dealership, the previous enthusiastic pitch would have been a waste of time. Sales representative? Suyu glanced at the rapidly approaching Zhao Xinhui and shook his head. I wasn't aware she worked here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entered. I see. The saleswoman's eyes brightened, and she quickly reassured him. Please don't worry. Your relationship with the sales representative will not affect your purchase here. A car is a car, and a person is a person. There's no conflict. As so shall we continue to view the cars. You really are here to look at cars. Zhao Xinhui had now reached them, smiling at the saleswoman. Xiaoyu, this is my friend. I'll take care of him from here. Thank you for your help. The saleswoman, referred to as Xiaoyu, did not leave but instead looked at Suyu, remaining silent. In their line of work, keen observation is crucial. To sell a car, one must read the customer well. They can discern who is genuinely in a position to buy and who is merely browsing. Upon entering, Suyu's composed demeanor and articulate conversation suggested he was not just another curious visitor. Although his attire did not scream wealth, he certainly did not fit the profile of someone merely looking to admire luxury vehicles. Coupled with his previous remarks, Xiaoyu was unwilling to relinquish this promising client, even if it meant ruffling a colleague's feathers. After all, in their industry, colleagues are often competitors. As long as they stay within the bounds of propriety, it matters little if one offends another. Friends? Are we that familiar? Suyu scoffed lightly, then turned to Xiaoyu. Lead the way. Right this way, sir. Xiaoyu responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinhui stood frozen, her expression shifting between red and white as she watched the two depart. She understood that after so long, Suyu had likely come to terms with their past. Yet when she saw him, a familiar face, she had approached him out of sheer boredom, if he were indeed there to buy a car. It would be splendid, indicating that he had amassed considerable wealth. Perhaps she could even rekindle their connection and ensnare a wealthy partner. At the very least, they shared some history, which could potentially lead to a successful sale. After all, things were different now. Even if Suyu realized he had been played, Zhao Xinhui was no longer bound by any moral constraints that in pursuit of sales performance. It was not uncommon for her to engage intimately with high-profile clients. It is often said that men harbor nostalgia for their first loves. With her lowering her pride to pursue Suyu, how could she possibly fail? If Suyu were merely there for a casual look, that would be inconsequential. She had been working at this shop for quite some time, having encountered countless wealthy individuals and frequented high-end venues, her horizons far broader than during her school days. Seizing the opportunity, she intended to mock the fool she had once ensnared, merely as a diversion. However, she was utterly taken aback to find that Suyu could not even be bothered to exchange a word with her. This slight was rather difficult for the self-important Zhao Xinhua to accept, that a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind, even leading her to wonder if someone had informed Suyu of her employment here, that he had come specifically to humiliate her. After considerable hesitation, Zhao Xinhua clenched her teeth. I shall see whether you can truly afford it, or if you are merely putting on a facade. With that, she strode forward to pursue him. Yet, after only a few steps, her phone chimed from her pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly answered to Mr. Wang, Do you have time to come and see the cars today? Right now? I am currently at the shop. Are you almost here? Good. I will head to the entrance to meet you. In mere moments, the previously sullen Zhao Xinhua's face brightened with delight, casting a glance at the direction in which Suyu and Xiaoyu had departed. She could not help but scoff, striding towards the entrance. A penniless loser. One of my casual clients is worth 100 times more than you. And as for this Xiaoyu, does she really think she has encountered a wealthy patron? Just wait, and I shall show you what a true tycoon looks like. In this line of work, if one is unwilling to take risks, how can one expect to make a profit? Meanwhile, the two individuals perusing the cars remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Xinhua's theatrical musings. After inspecting several models of Benz SUVs, Suyu found himself dissatisfied. Just as Xiaoyu began to doubt her judgment, Suyu suddenly inquired, Do you have the G-Class available? Though his knowledge of cars was limited, he was certainly aware of the Benz G-Class. Its sturdy exterior appealed to him far more than the city SUVs, and its off-road capabilities would be advantageous for future excursions into remote areas to gather supplies. With sufficient balance in his account, he thought it prudent to acquire a G-Class. The G-Class? We do have one on the second-floor display, and I can take you to see it, Xiaoyu promptly replied. Additionally, we recently received 2 new G63 models. If you're interested, we have them in stock. Furthermore, due to a promotional event, there is no markup. Suyu offered no further comment, simply nodding in acknowledgement. After viewing the display vehicle, the two made their way to the second-floor lounge, where Suyu asked, If I decide to take the car today, will it still be possible? Take it today. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With a wry smile, she responded, Sir, with less than an hour until the vehicle registration office closes, it certainly won't be possible to take the car today. Not even with a full payment? Suyu countered. The process for financing a car typically involved numerous procedures, often taking 10 days to 2 weeks to finalize that he had no intention of financing. He wanted to drive the car away today. Theoretically, full payment is possible, but you would need to sign the contract and swipe your card immediately. Then, we would have to arrange for someone to rush to the registration office to handle the paperwork. Xiaoyu explained with some reluctance. However, this vehicle alone costs over $2 million, and with taxes and insurance, it will exceed $2,500,000. This is not a trivial sum. Surely you need some time to consider? It is already this late. If we delay for another half an hour, it will be too late. Let us do the card swipe now. No need to deliberate further. Go and fetch the contract. Suyu stated nonchalantly. Chapter 10. The G-Class acquired. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Sir, are you truly deciding to buy it? Xiaoyu asked, astonished by Suyu's words, her expression somewhat dazed. And am I here to waste time? Hurry up, don't waste time, Suyu replied with an unchanging demeanor. Please wait a moment. Xiaoyu, beaming with joy, quickly dashed to retrieve the contract from the back office. While salespeople typically preferred clients to finance rather than pay in full, the current economic climate made any sale a blessing. After all, a high-quality client like Suyu, who was ready to swipe his card without a second thought for over $2 million, was a rare find. If treated well, the potential benefits far surpassed mere commissions from a single sale. Just as Xiao Yu departed, Zhao Xinhua entered the lounge with a somewhat balding middle-aged man, engaging in light-hearted conversation that implied a close relationship. Suyu merely cast a glance their way before returning to his phone, scrolling through videos with indifference. However, upon noticing him, Zhao Xinhua's eyes lit up. After settling the middle-aged man, she sauntered over, adopting a mocking tone. "What brings you here alone? Where is Xiao Yu? Our shop has a policy that all customers, regardless of their intent to purchase, must be treated attentively. Her lack of courtesy is unacceptable. I shall assist you in filing a complaint against her." How delightful! Suyu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar scent of condescension, reminiscent of his past experiences. Reflecting on his earlier naivety in finding such a character appealing, he shook his head in disbelief at his former ignorance. Feeling a sense of discomfort akin to stumbling upon cringeworthy posts from a decade ago on social media. After taking a sip of water, he leisurely remarked, "She has gone to fetch the contract." "Fetching the contract? You are genuinely here to buy a car?" Zhao Xinhua was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of surprise. Yet, realizing the impropriety of her sales role in expressing such sentiments, she quickly amended her words. "No. I meant to say, you have made your decision rather swiftly. Which model have you set your sights on?" However, Suyu had lost all interest in engaging with her, seemingly oblivious to her presence as he continued to watch videos on his phone. Zhao Xinhua, frustrated by his dismissive attitude, could only force a couple of hollow laughs before retreating to attend to Mr. Wang, who awaited her attention. "Did I end this profession? Customers are considered paramount, especially in a luxury car dealership, where transactions often exceed hundreds of thousands. Sales staff are held to high standards. Even when faced with the most unreasonable clients, they must maintain decorum until a purchase is finalized. That if the situation became unbearable, they could request a colleague to step in. Any disrespect towards a customer before a purchase could lead to immediate dismissal. However, after the transaction is complete, the dynamics change substantially. Thus, despite her irritation with Suyu, she dared not act out in the dealership. This minor incident was of little consequence to Suyu. Before long, Xiao Yu returned, clutching a stack of contracts. After a brief review to confirm everything was in order, Suyu signed his name. Following this, it was time to process the payment and complete the registration procedures. They managed to finalize all necessary paperwork just in time before the registration office closed. In the dealership's delivery area, after a brief handover ceremony with the manager and staff, Xiao Yu presented the car keys to Suyu with both hands. "Mr. Su, it is now yours." Suyu nodded, taking in the sight of the magnificent vehicle valued at over 2 million, feeling a sense of surreal astonishment. Just yesterday, he was fretting over job prospects, and today, he had acquired a luxury car worth millions. Not even he could fathom how such a rapid transformation could occur in just one day. It felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime within that span. Indeed, hard work offered no guarantees of success. It was much more thrilling to take bold strides. Exhaling a deep breath, Suyu accepted the keys and prepared to drive away. However, just then, with the surrounding crowd having dispersed, Xiao Yu quietly asked, "Mr. Detsu, do you have time this weekend?" "This weekend?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "That I do have time. Are you inviting me to dinner?" To be fair, Xiao Yu was quite attractive. Certainly more so than Zhao Xinhua. She was at least a solid 90 on the attractiveness scale. Although he hadn't considered pursuing a relationship with a saleswoman while buying a car, he wouldn't reject an offer that landed in his lap. No initiation, no rejection. That was his current mantra. Of course, in the past, he would have added a clause about not taking responsibility, embodying the role of a complete scoundrel. However, now that he was in a position to be generous, he felt no need to act so callously. Offering some measure of accountability was entirely feasible. "You have given me such a significant deal. It is only right for me to treat you to dinner." Xiao Yu smiled. "By the way, my name is Yu Xiaoqian. If you don't mind, just call me Xiaoqian. If you have any issues with the car in the future, feel free to contact me via WeChat." "All right. You choose the place for this weekend," Suyu nodded, offering no further comment as he climbed into his car and drove away. While Yu Xiaoqian watched the sleek black G-Class depart, her expression brimming with excitement as she could not help but clench her fist in triumph. "Oh, did little Yu just seal the deal?" At that moment, Zhao Xinhua, having just completed her business with the balding Mr. Wang, happened to pass by and noticed the jubilant Yu Xiaoqian. Unable to resist, she remarked sarcastically, "How delightful to see you so animated." Within the dealership, Su Yu was a client, a god in the eyes of the staff, and Zhao Xinhua dared not act out in his presence. However, among colleagues, there were no such constraints, particularly since her relationship with Yu Shaoqian was not particularly close. Moreover, although Yu Shaoqian is more beautiful than her, she certainly does not lack the principles that Zhao Xinhui does. Hence, her performance has always been inferior to Zhao Xinhui's. Even if the two were to truly have a conflict, the store manager would likely side with Zhao Xinhui that, oh, the deal has been made. The customer has already driven away, though Yu Shaoqian cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xinhui, her expression somewhat peculiar. Although she did not inquire about the situation between Su Yu and Zhao Xinhui, she could roughly guess the nature of it. It must be the trivial matter of Su Yu not having been wealthy in the past. Otherwise, given her understanding of Zhao Xinhui, a woman with no boundaries, how could she have allowed a tycoon, who paid in full without batting an eye for a luxury vehicle, to slip away so quickly? Zhao Xinhui's expression froze. That as an industry insider, she could not possibly be unaware that the rapid acquisition of a vehicle implied a full cash payment. With this thought, she hastily inquired, which model of car did he purchase, C-Class or A-Class? If it were merely an entry-level model of Benz, though it would still cost $200,000 to $300,000, it would not be beyond her acceptance. C-Class, A-Class, Yu Xiaoyu flipped through her phone's album and opened an image, presenting it to Zhao Xinhui. It's a G-Class, $2,580,000, paid in full, and it took just an hour from entering the dealership to driving away. Sister Zhao, your friend is truly wealthy. As she spoke, she playfully winked and strolled leisurely into the store, humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinhui stood frozen in place, her mind filled with the image she had just seen, the sharply defined, imposing luxury vehicle alongside the spirited Su Yu, reminiscent of his youthful vigor. Chapter 11. Testing the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. On the road, Su Yu did not head home immediately. Instead, after a simple dinner at a nearby place, he drove towards the outskirts of the city, finally stopping outside an abandoned industrial park. The urgency in picking up the car today was not solely due to his newfound wealth. He had also contacted Master Sun, whom he met at the gold shop, en route to the dealership. They had agreed to attempt a transaction of 100 kilograms of gold tomorrow evening, with the meeting point set in this suburban area. Whether to guard against potential betrayal or due to the remoteness of the location, having a means of transportation was evidently necessary. His visit here was primarily to scout the area in advance. Parking the car beside an inconspicuous grove, Su Yu touched the S-79 electromagnetic pistol he had exchanged from Xuanxing, glancing at the K-10 combat suit he wore. Instantly, he felt a surge of confidence. He cautiously made his way into the industrial park. This park, a relic of the last century, had been closed due to excessive pollution and had remained idle for over a decade. Inside, weeds flourished, and the factory buildings were worn and dilapidated, casting an eerie atmosphere in the darkness, making Su Yu feel as though he were in a survival horror game, fearing a zombie might leap out from any shadowy corner. However, fortunately, reality was not a game, and zombies were, of course, non-existent. After a cautious exploration of the industrial park, he became familiar with the terrain and layout of the buildings. That he also confirmed that this was not some gang stronghold from a crime movie. There were no people, not even a ghost, in the overgrown factory area, with only a few inconspicuous paths indicating that someone might occasionally visit, probably local villagers. Having assured himself that it would be difficult to set a trap here, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, it seemed that Master Sun had chosen a location without any hidden dangers. However, this place turned out to be quite advantageous, standing atop a rise in the industrial park. Su Yu surveyed the terrain and couldn't help but marvel that on one side, there was a mountain, and on the other, the sea. The only access road from the mountain was a concrete path, sufficient for regular vehicles to enter and exit. That on the seaside, there was a small dock, adequate for loading and unloading cargo from ships of about 1,000 tons. That in the past, goods entering and leaving the industrial park likely utilized the waterways, significantly reducing transportation costs. The road from the mountain was likely for employee access, and from here, the drive to the city center of the metropolis would take just over half an hour. In earlier times, when transportation was less developed, the ability to transport goods via water routes would have made this industrial park's location exceptionally advantageous. However, in the present day, it had become somewhat obsolete. With modern transportation being so advanced, the cost of land transport for domestic goods was also low, and for international shipments, cargo could be consolidated and shipped from several major ports in the metropolis, making it even more efficient. Additionally, the remote location, while it may be labeled as suburban, lacked public transportation, making it unrealistic to expect every employee to own a vehicle. This lack of accessibility was likely the primary reason, aside from pollution, that no one was willing to take over after its closure. What was once an advantage had now become a drawback. Times have changed, so you shook his head and prepared to leave. Yet, just as he turned, a bold idea suddenly sprang to mind. What if he were to acquire this place? Once that thought emerged, it began to proliferate uncontrollably that he could not rely solely on selling gold to make a living. Instead, obtaining technology from Shuangxing and replicating these groundbreaking advancements in Blue Star was the true path to wealth. However, to replicate such technologies, he needed employees, a company, and a factory.as for the employees that could be discussed later. When it came to the location of the company and factory, this place was undoubtedly ideal. Nestled between mountain and sea, the available land was at least tens of thousands of acres. More importantly, its concealment was exceptionally strong. According to land classifications, this industrial park belonged to a nearby village, Shaohai Village, which was actually located about 3 to 4 kilometers away by the sea. Ordinarily, villagers would rarely venture this way. Choosing to develop black technology here would allow him to avoid concerns about prying eyes and leaks. Aside from the sea, there was only one road leading in from the mountain, alleviating worries about unwanted intruders. Coupled with convenient waterway transportation, while it may not be suitable for certain imports and exports, it would be perfectly feasible for procuring bulk grain. When the company and factory were finally established, he could easily procure large quantities of grain under the guise of research without any issues. As for how he would explain the subsequent whereabouts of the grain, there were countless methods to do so. In short, this abandoned industrial park, which held little value to others, appeared to Su Yu as a treasure trove that if the transaction went smoothly tomorrow, he could certainly find a way to acquire this land. Su Yu's mind was already filled with plans. After wandering the industrial park for a bit longer, he drove away. During his time there, he also took the opportunity to test fire the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. Although this weapon was powerful, it was surprisingly quieter than a conventional handgun. In such a remote corner, he didn't have to worry about being overheard. To be fair, it was indeed impressive technology from the world of Shuangxing. The effective range of the pistol exceeded his expectations, reaching an astonishing 1,800 meters. Within 1,000 meters, he didn't even need to consider wind or bullet drop. He could hit precisely wherever he aimed. The bullet exit velocity reached a staggering 6 times the speed of sound. Such specifications would likely outshine even the most precise sniper rifles available today. Furthermore, this compact weapon even featured an auxiliary aiming module. Despite being a novice with firearms, Su Yu found he could hit every target within 200 to 300 meters without fail, erasing any concerns of misfiring in critical moments. Chapter 12. Su Yu prepares to register a company. The next day, around noon, Su Yu was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. He had returned home around 3 in the morning the previous day and had thus slept until noon. The unexpected call merely served to remind him that the 10 tons of fruits and 10 tons of vegetables he had ordered online were on their way via cold chain transport and would soon arrive in the metropolis. They were expected to be delivered to his designated warehouse in the afternoon, prompting him to remember to receive the shipment on time. Fruits and vegetables, though more expensive than grains, were not as sensitive as staples that pertain to public livelihood. Therefore, he did not need to exercise extreme caution in his procurement. Purchasing a large quantity of grains all at once might raise suspicions about his intentions to hoard, given the relatively stable prices of grains domestically, which offered little profit. However, buying large quantities of fruits and vegetables would likely not attract undue scrutiny, even if noticed by the authorities, as there were indeed profitable avenues in that line of work. And many people operated in that sector, that if one had a motive for such transactions, others would not be inclined to question it. In contrast, engaging in activities devoid of clear motives would provoke suspicion. Thus, when it came to fruits and vegetables, procuring 10 tons, or even 100 or 1,000 tons, posed no issue that if necessary, he could even lease a few orchards or vegetable fields directly from the source. As for the 10 tons of beef, Suyu had also secured a supplier. Rather than sourcing it from a slaughterhouse, he had contacted a cold storage facility in the metropolis to procure the frozen meat. The products would be temporarily stored there, and whenever he needed them, he could simply rent a refrigerated truck to transport them. Don't ask why he opted for frozen rather than fresh. The answer was simple: cost efficiency. After lying in bed for a while, noticing that it was already past noon, Suyu finally mustered the strength to rise. After a brief wash-up, he ventured downstairs in search of a restaurant to dine. At this hour, the establishment was bustling with patrons, and despite his efforts to find an available table, Suyu was unsuccessful. Just as he contemplated switching to another venue, he caught sight of an empty table in the corner, only to see it promptly claimed by another patron. To his surprise, that individual was none other than Li Yuanxi, whom he had encountered a few days prior. Without hesitation, Suyu turned and boldly seated himself opposite her, offering a smile to the startled Li Yuanxi. What a coincidence. Well, not entirely. I often see you here on weekends, she replied earnestly. That Suyu was not particularly surprised. This restaurant was renowned for its delectable offerings, which suited his palate, and he had frequented it often. However, he hadn't noticed the charming Li Yuanxi before, yet she had evidently taken notice of him. Are you studying nearby? He inquired, glancing at her. The young lady appeared to be around 17 or 18. Yet having interacted with her, he suspected she might be in her early 20s, her youthful appearance notwithstanding. Yes, I'm in my 3rd year, Li Yuanxi replied obediently. Compared to their previous encounter, where she had stumbled over her words like a shy girl, she was now able to engage in conversation with Suyu, albeit with a hint of seriousness that suggested she was still a bit nervous about conversing with a stranger. Did you ride all the way over there alone that night for a specific reason? To alleviate any awkwardness, Suyu casually shifted the topic. That I work part-time at a pet store over there, Li Yuanxi answered, and after a moment's thought, she returned the question, what about you? Are you working around here? Me? I'm currently unemployed, Suyu shrugged, grinning. Li Yuanxi paused, then lowered her head, seemingly dissatisfied as she mumbled, you're lying. Suyu merely chuckled, not bothering to clarify. That he pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to order a few dishes. Since we've crossed paths so many times, let me treat you to a meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions? You want to treat me? Li Yuanxi looked at him in surprise, then responded cautiously. Why? Why does it need a reason? It's just a meal, Suyu shrugged. The sweet and charming young lady deserved a bit of kindness. Besides, the prices at this small restaurant were reasonable, and ordering a few extra dishes wouldn't break the bank. Consider it a reward for you reserving the table for me. That I didn't reserve it for you. I was just here to eat, Li Yuanxi insisted, shaking her head. The outcome is the same. Isn't it? Under Suyu's charming persuasion, Li Yuanxi found herself somewhat bewildered but ultimately accepted his invitation. Before long, several delectable dishes were served. As they dined, Suyu casually inquired, by the way, what is your major? Law, Li Yuanxi replied after taking a small bite of her food. Law? Suyu's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, are you familiar with business law? I have a fair understanding. I remember the regulations, Li Yuanxi stated. Glancing at Suyu, you have something you want to ask? Sharp. Suyu complimented her before delving into the troublesome issue that had been plaguing him for the past few days. How to register a company or a factory. The legal requirements were numerous, and the procedures varied depending on the type of business. Without consulting a professional, it would take Suyu an eternity to figure it all out. That he had initially planned to seek advice from a law firm. But since he had encountered a law student, it seemed unnecessary to look far afield. It became evident that Li Yuanxi's modest claim of having a fair understanding was indeed an understatement. She recited various legal provisions and considerations with remarkable ease, leaving Suyu, a layman, somewhat bewildered. Sensing that her explanation might be overly intricate for him, she shifted gears, saying, I know a professor who runs his own law firm, and they primarily handle commercial dispute cases. They would be more knowledgeable than I am regarding business matters. That if you're considering registering a company or factory, I can inquire about the approximate fees for you. When discussing her area of expertise, this seemingly introverted young lady appeared to open up. Consulting a professional law firm was indeed a practical option. Suyu nodded in agreement. I do have an interest in that. But I think I'll wait a bit longer. It's not something to rush into. Li Yuanxi nodded, refraining from pressing further. Their meal concluded swiftly, and as Suyu stood to pay, he noticed that in the brief moment he had spent at the counter, Someone had taken his seat and was now conversing with Li Yuanxi. She, however, wore a tense expression, her gaze fixed downward, avoiding the man speaking to her. Chapter 13. A delinquent attempts to intimidate Suyu? You re-upset by a few words and you've abandoned your home? Where will you run to? Can you even hide? Day after day, all you do is bury yourself in those books. What purpose does it serve? You think you can study law and become a lawyer? Hurry up and pack your things. You're going home with me this afternoon. As Suyu approached, he caught the nonchalant remarks of a scruffy-haired young man, who seemed to be addressing Li Yuanxi, but he paused, recognizing that although the man's tone was quite abrasive, it was a family matter, and he felt it was inappropriate to intervene, that it was simply unfortunate that such a lovely girl appeared to come from a troubled home. What? You're not speaking. Have you lost your voice? You're a burden, wasting money on your education every year, the scruffy-haired young man continued, undeterred by the growing crowd that had gathered, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yuanxi. Initially intending to leave, Suyu could no longer tolerate the scene unfolding before him, that he stepped forward, tapping the table and addressing the young man. Hey, you've taken my seat. Did I in the past, he would have shrugged off such incidents, viewing them as mere family disputes. However, upon reflection, he realized he was no longer as averse to trouble as he once was. For one, he had ample financial resources and time to spare. Additionally, clad in combat attire, he felt confident that if a confrontation ensued, he would be the one dishing out the blows, not receiving them, and he had little fear of encountering a hot-headed individual. Who are you? The scruffy-haired young man retorted with a dismissive glance at Suyu. I don't see why you need to know who I am. I just want my seat back, Suyu replied calmly, showing no signs of backing down. As tensions escalated, the restaurant owner, who had been absent, reappeared just in time to defuse the situation. Gentlemen, let us not escalate things. Peace is paramount. This seat indeed belonged to this young man, and if you're looking for a place to dine, I can certainly arrange another table for you. His latter comment was directed at the scruffy-haired individual. However, the young man shot a fierce glare at Suyu, snorting dismissively as he replied to the owner. No need, that he then turned back to Li Yuanxi. What are you still sitting there for? Hurry up and pack your things. We're going home this afternoon. Li Yuanxi remained silent, her gaze downcast, silently expressing her resistance. Seeing this, the scruffy-haired young man grew frustrated and reached out to grab Li Yuanxi. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Suyu swiftly swatted it away. What do you think you're doing? It's the 21st century. Do you really think you can forcibly take someone in broad daylight? Is there no law anymore? The young man's expression darkened, and though he seemed ready to retaliate, he ultimately restrained himself. What do you mean forcibly taking someone? She's my sister. I'm just teaching her a lesson. I don't need you to interfere. Your sister. Suyu surveyed the scruffy-haired young man, who had a squat frame and an unappealing appearance, then glanced at the graceful and striking Li Yuanxi. He couldn't help but scoff. Brother, how many dishes did you consume to be so deluded? The restroom is in the back. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own appearance. The contrast between the two was stark. They were like a juxtaposition of abstract and beautiful art, clearly not cut from the same cloth. That if they were indeed siblings, Suyu would question the very principles of biology. What do you mean by that? The young man's face darkened further, his fists clenched tightly as he prepared for a confrontation. Yet Suyu remained unfazed. That it was clear to him that the young man was all bark and no bite, merely a blowhard who sought to intimidate someone as vulnerable as Li Yuanxi. What do I mean? I'm saying you're ugly. Do you need me to elaborate further? Suyu did not spare him a single glance, turning his head to pull Li Yuanxi along. Let's go. Li Yuanxi slightly tugged at her hand but could not break free. She resigned herself to his grip, lowering her head and following behind him. The yellow-haired boy beside them, upon witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, momentarily forgetting Suyu's earlier insult about his appearance, and quickly stepped in front of the pair. Who are you to her? Why are you dragging her along? Can't I pull my girlfriend? Step aside. Suyu brusquely pushed the yellow-haired boy aside, continuing to escort Li Yuanxi out. Dealing with such a blustering, yet cowardly ruffian, reasoning with him would only lead him to believe that one feared him, thus emboldening his antics. The most effective way to handle such individuals is to be even more brazen and unreasonable. This will instill a sense of fear in them. The yellow-haired boy stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. Seeing Suyu's indifference as he walked away, his chest heaved with rage. Casting a glance at the empty liquor bottles on a nearby table, he contemplated picking one up and charging at Suyu. But after a lengthy hesitation, he could not muster the courage. The restaurant owner, who had been watching him closely, felt a wave of relief wash over him, that as long as a fight didn't break out. That was good. Among the onlookers, laughter erupted, clearly mocking the yellow-haired boy for being a bully to the weak and only daring to intimidate a young girl. His face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. He gritted his teeth and hastily grabbed his phone. Chasing after them, that he snapped a few photos of the pair and sent them to a WeChat account labeled Old Man, accompanying the images with a voice message. Dad, I can't manage this troublesome girl anymore. You handle it. She is out there looking for men. His demeanor resembled that of a young student returning home to report grievances after being wronged. As he spoke, he reached the entrance, just in time to see Suyu helping Li Yuanqi into a sleek black G-Class, that he stood frozen in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Only when a notification pinged from his WeChat did he snap back to reality. Quickly responding to the voice message. Looking for men? This troublesome girl. I told her not to pursue education and get married, but she sneaked off to the Magic City to study, only to secretly find men? What is that guy like? Tell him to get lost or I'll break his legs. The yellow-haired boy watched the G-Class slowly exit the parking lot, hastily snapping a few more photos and sending them off. Exclaiming with glee, Dad, this guy is loaded. He drives a Mercedes G-Class, worth a few million. This troublesome girl has found herself a big shot. Chapter 14. Li Yuanqi's troubles. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Li Yuanqi murmured, her head lowered in the sea. It was nothing, really, Suyu replied, shaking his head, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Is that person really your brother? Sort of. Li Yuanqi hesitated for a moment before briefly explaining her family situation to Suyu. Her father had passed away when she was quite young, and later her mother remarried the yellow-haired boy's father. While her mother was still alive, life at home was not particularly easy, but at least the yellow-haired boy and his father did not dare to bully her. However, everything changed when her mother tragically passed away during her senior year of high school. From that point on, Li Yuanqi felt like an outsider in her own home, despite achieving excellent scores in her college entrance examination. The yellow-haired boy and her stepfather refused to support her education, insisting instead that they wanted her to marry a wealthy man. Given her looks and the prevailing social trends, they were confident they could secure a hefty bride price. Yet, Li Yuanqi refused to accept her fate. Armed with the sum of money her mother had secretly left her, she fled to the Magic City, balancing work and studies for nearly 3 years now. She had no idea how the yellow-haired boy had found her again. After hearing her story, Suyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Fortunes often favor the unfortunate, he remarked. That sounds quite tragic. Not wishing to dwell on the topic, he shifted the conversation. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Though Li Yuanqi appeared resilient, it was better not to delve into painful memories. She raised her gaze, studying him for a moment before finally conceding, letting out a sigh. Could you take me to school? I have classes this afternoon. Suyu nodded, focusing on the road. Before long, they arrived at the university she attended. Let's exchange contact information. If that guy comes looking for you again, just message me. Suyu pulled out his phone and opened the QR code. Li Yuanqi prepared to leave. She paused, her expression suddenly serious. Are you trying to support me? Suyu was taken aback. What do you mean? Don't deny it. It certainly seems that way, Li Yuanqi retorted. Truth be told, Suyu was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Until recently, he hadn't even had a way to contact Li Yuanqi, merely an acquaintance in passing. Given his character, had the girl been less stunning, he would likely have chosen to remain a bystander during the earlier incident rather than confront the yellow-haired boy and invite unnecessary trouble. Ultimately, it was Li Yuanqi's beauty that drew him in. Of course, Suyu had no intentions of seeking repayment for his small act of kindness, but if things worked out, great. If not, so be it. That was his only aim in helping. If one were to consider it, perhaps it could be seen as a form of support. Clearing his throat, he asked with genuine curiosity, Why do you say that? Isn't it common for wealthy individuals to support female university students? Li Yuanqi shot him a glance. Although not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she recognized the Mercedes emblem. The vehicle's comfort and interior quality made it apparent that it was far from inexpensive. Not all wealthy people are like that. And besides, I'm hardly wealthy, Suyu retorted, waving his hand dismissively. All right, off you go to school that we could talk about everything else later. He was in no rush. For now, his primary focus was on utilizing the time travel trade platform to generate wealth and explore advanced technology. Pursuing romance was merely an incidental endeavor. Liu, and she regarded him thoughtfully before stepping out of the car. Her silence suggested that she acknowledged the underlying implication of his offer. Watching the G-Class drive away, her expression grew complex. That it wasn't until Su Yu's vehicle blended into the flow of traffic that she turned to enter the campus. First, she would inquire about Professor Zhang's business venture, regardless of his intentions. Su Yu had genuinely assisted her. Helping him fulfill the previous favor he had asked of her could be a small way to repay him. Yet if the yellow-haired boy continued to cause her trouble, she would undoubtedly need to seek Su Yu's help again. That as her debts of gratitude accumulated, she realized that apart from herself, she had little else to offer in return. Although Su Yu had stated that they would address future matters later, Li Yu and she felt that if the yellow-haired boy confronted her again, it would be a pivotal moment for her. Would he let her go? Unquestionably not. She was all too aware of the kind of individuals that father and son were, focused solely on finding her a husband to secure an exorbitant bride price. She was studying law, and ironically, her knowledge of the legal system made her acutely aware of how difficult it was for the law to intervene in familial disputes. After all, her household registration still shared a record with them. Before her mother's death, her stepfather had indeed contributed to her education and living expenses. Legally, she was obligated to provide support to him, that if those two truly wished to force her into marriage with a wealthy man for a bride price, they would not even need to resort to violence. They could simply create disturbances at her school or workplace, making her life unbearable until she had no choice but to comply as long as they refrained from inflicting harm. The police would be powerless to intervene. At worst, they might face a few days of detention. Having witnessed countless similar cases, she understood that aside from Su Yu's slightly intimidating approach, there were few effective solutions. Among the people she knew, only Su Yu had the capability and willingness to take such action. As for Su Yu's ulterior motives, she could comprehend them. After all, he owed her nothing and had no reason to assist her without any agenda. With a sigh, the already reserved girl felt even more withdrawn. Meanwhile, Su Yu drove slowly out of the city. After more than half an hour, he arrived at a warehouse in the suburbs, after waiting for a short while. The 10 tons of fruits and vegetables he had ordered were delivered to the warehouse, accompanied by an additional 10 tons of beef. Once the weight was confirmed, he transferred the final payment and instructed them to store the items. By the time everything was arranged and he found himself alone in the warehouse, it was just past 4 in the afternoon that he had agreed to meet Master Sun to trade gold at 9 that evening. Leaving him ample time, that Su Yu decided to store the items in his inventory before swiftly entering the trading platform. Chapter 15. Frostar from a prominent family entering this place for the 3rd time. Su Yu felt remarkably composed compared to his previous visits that he sent a message to Frostar and, after receiving a brief reply to wait a moment, he entered the familiar conference room from his private space. After waiting for over half an hour, just as he was about to grow impatient and send another message, Xuanxing finally arrived. That it was evident that she had been quite busy prior to this. Upon entering the conference room, she hadn't even removed her power armor helmet, and the silvery armor was still smeared with traces of blood. Across the lengthy table, so you could even catch the faint whiff of the blood lingering on her. "Apologies, I had some urgent matters to attend to, which caused my delay," Xuanxing said as she took her seat, casually tapping her helmet. With a whir of mechanical sounds, the stylish helmet retracted into the power armor, revealing her head adorned with a cascade of white hair. "Have you just come from battle?" Su Yu inquired, glancing at the bloodstains on her. "Indeed, I just exterminated a horde of aberrant beasts that had taken refuge in a pre-war shelter." Xuanxing replied with a hint of excitement. "It's been a while since I've had such a thrilling fight. You wouldn't believe it. Those tormentors, known as terror lizards, stand 3 to 4 meters tall when lying down. They are among the most fearsome mutated creatures in the wasteland, impervious even to ordinary tanks, that I managed to sever its head with a single strike." "Impressive," Su Yu remarked, his eyelids twitching slightly as he found it difficult to envision such a scene. It was evident that the wasteland was fraught with danger, housing such monstrous beings. However, he soon redirected his curiosity, asking, "What exactly is your status back in your territory? This power armor seems rather extraordinary." "Doesn't it, me?" Xuanxing replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "I am the Supreme Commander of the 7th Legion of Future City, holding the rank of a 1-star Major General. You may also refer to me as General Hanzhuang. As for this power armor, it's a relic from the prosperous era before the war. Our future city possesses the most advanced technology in the wasteland, capable of producing power armor. However, the armor we manufacture pales in comparison to that produced before the war. In terms of combat capability, our power armor is roughly equivalent to 6th-generation tanks. While this particular suit, disregarding ammunition depletion, could likely take on 100 of them. To put it more bluntly, once donned, I could tear open a 1-meter-thick nuclear shelter door with my bare hands. That's rather absurd, Suyu replied incredulously. Even Iron Man isn't that formidable, is he? Moreover, it appears that the power armor that Future City can mass-produce, which you seem to disdain, is quite impressive. Its combat power is equivalent to 6th-generation tanks. Keep in mind that the most advanced tanks on Blue Star are only 4th generation at this point. We're still far from seeing 6th-generation tanks. Imagining the prospects, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly inquired if Xuanxing could procure a batch for him. However, Xuanxing shrugged her shoulders in resignation. You might as well give up. Although Future City can manufacture them, we are limited by insufficient industrial categories, and some critical components must be salvaged from the wasteland. Thus, each suit of power armor is numbered. There is no way to obtain them in bulk. Even if I wanted to acquire 1 or 2 suits, I would need to think of a way, as the company producing the power armor doesn't have a good relationship with my family. Suyu discreetly glanced at Xuanxing. It was no wonder she had become a general at such a young age. She likely hailed from a prominent family. However, upon seeing her power armor, Suyu couldn't help but question. But wait, if it's so difficult to obtain, why did you previously say you would sell this suit of power armor to me for 10,000 tons of food? Are you not keeping it for yourself? Not quite the same, Xuanxing shook her head. While the company that produces power armor doesn't have a good relationship with my family, these pre-war power armors are a different matter altogether. My family took over a strategic reserve warehouse from the prosperous era long ago, and we still have several hundred suits of this kind in stock. That I can give you one, and I can simply collect another afterward. All right then, communicating with a tycoon can be rather troublesome, Suyu said, turning to his personal panel and transferring the prepared resources to Xuanxing. Here is the payment for that gun. Goods and payment in full. Upon seeing the 10 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef appear on her panel, Xuanxing's eyes lit up with a glimmer of greed. However, she soon seemed to remember something and quickly added, by the way, while clearing out that shelter earlier, I found something rather intriguing that I'm sure you'll be interested in. With that, she tapped on her personal panel, and a black cube, towering 4 to 5 meters high and nearly 10 meters long, materialized in the conference room. Xuanxing stood up and patted the object, smiling as she addressed Suyu. Have you ever heard of a black box? Suyu shook his head. You must be familiar with 3D printers, right? Upon seeing him nod, Xuanxing continued. This device functions similarly to a 3D printer, but it's far more advanced. That IT was created by the top scientists of the prosperous era, who foresaw the post-war wasteland and designed it to assist humanity in rebuilding the world afterward. Each black box can only produce one specific type of product. For instance, the one before you produces heavy exoskeletons. The operation is quite simple. Just pour the required materials into the input port. That if the recipe calls for carbon, toss in charcoal. If it requires iron, throw in iron ingots or ore. Once you've added the materials, there is no need to monitor it. Just wait for the finished product to emerge from the other side. That it's foolproof. So easy that even a gorilla could use it. When fully operational, it can produce around 500 heavy exoskeletons a day. Once donned, these exoskeletons allow a soldier to move at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton. Power armor is far too expensive to be universally equipped, and even in the prosperous era before the war, ordinary soldiers typically fought in such exoskeletons. That is it really that impressive? Suyu gazed at the contraption, his eyes gleaming. That if I bring this back, I could easily transform into a warlord. I wouldn't have to worry about making money. While Blue Star also had exoskeletons, they were merely a shadow of this marvel. However, even in his excitement, he hadn't completely lost his sense of reason, and he countered, but according to the law of conservation of mass, this thing must consume a significant amount of energy. What powers it? It contains a small 4th-generation nuclear fusion reactor. The helium-3 stored within is sufficient to keep it running at full capacity for 5 years, which translates to the potential production of nearly 1 million heavy exoskeletons. Xuanxing explained with a shrug. This device was specifically designed for the wasteland, with the objective of enabling production from the most basic raw materials, even in the absence of resources. Any concerns you may have were likely already considered by its designers. If I had to point out a potential issue, it would be that after 5 years, if you can't obtain high-purity helium-3, The reactor will likely become inoperable. Su nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, tentatively asked, "So, are you planning to sell it to me?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I share all this information with you?" Xuanxing regarded him with a bemused expression. "Since you say that heavy exoskeletons were considered the mainstay of your army in the pre-war era, I assume you must need them yourself." Suyu queried with curiosity. "That of course we need them, but that doesn't conflict with whether I sell it or not," Xuanxing scoffed. "Future City has regulations stating that all spoils acquired during the cleaning of shelters must be surrendered. I stumbled upon this item and added it to my platform inventory, so no one else is aware of it, that if I take it back for personal use and get caught, it would be confiscated. And I wouldn't reap any benefits. Why not just sell it to you? I already have power armor and don't need this." "Alright, that reasoning is quite sound, compared to surrendering it to Future City and gaining nothing. Selling it to me is indeed a better option for you. So, what price do you have in mind?" 100 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef, along with 500 tons of grain, Xuanxing shrugged, stating her terms. That all. Suyu was taken aback. "That's not expensive. It's downright cheap. Just yesterday, the payment for that small handgun was 10 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef. This black box is undoubtedly far more valuable than that wretched handgun. How can it be so inexpensive?" He was tempted to ask Xuanxing if she had lost her mind. However, considering the low price, he thought it best not to question it further and agreed to the deal. Once both parties consented and signed the contract, Suyu would be able to take the device with him, provided he paid the full amount within the agreed time frame. Gazing at the magnificent treasure before him, he felt as if he were in a dream. What a lucrative windfall! Yet, just as Suyu reveled in his stroke of luck, Xuanxing, having completed the contract, wore a relieved smile and cheerfully said, "Hold your excitement for a moment. We can now discuss another collaboration." "Another collaboration?" Suyu was taken aback. "Do you have more valuable items?" Indeed. Xuanxing produced a palm-sized black rectangular object from seemingly nowhere and tossed it onto the table before Suyu. A metallic hydrogen battery, the power module for mechanical exoskeletons. This battery can sustain a heavy exoskeleton running continuously for 3,000 kilometers while bearing a ton of weight at full power. The energy contained within this battery is roughly 900 times that of gasoline of the same volume. Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then turned his neck somewhat stiffly to glance at the massive black box beside him. "So, this device only produces exoskeletons, but it does not manufacture batteries?" "Without a doubt, the energy consumption of this apparatus must be astronomical. In reality, while there are significant material and design challenges in creating such exoskeletons, those willing to invest a decade or so could certainly overcome them. The paramount issue, however, is energy. Finding a power source capable of sustaining such a grand contraption for extended periods is exceedingly difficult. The lithium-ion batteries of Blue Star possess an energy density merely a fraction of that of gasoline. Even strapping a 10-liter battery on one's back would not suffice for a few operations of this heavy exoskeleton. Moreover, if this device is to be deployed on the battlefield, and if someone were to shoot the battery, given the instability of lithium batteries, it could very well result in self-incineration. As for using gasoline, that idea is even more absurd. Why traipse around the battlefield with a large fuel tank when one could simply drive a vehicle? This black box solely manufactures exoskeletons. But fortunately, there is another black box nearby that is dedicated to producing compatible batteries. Alas, that one is already broken. Frostar shrugged and cunningly remarked, "Even if it weren't broken, I wouldn't sell it to you. My family is the largest battery supplier in Future City. That thing is of great utility to me. If you desire batteries, you can come directly to me to purchase them." "And the price?" Suyu asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he returned to his seat. Damn it, this woman is indeed no good. He had foolishly thought she would refrain from engaging in business. It now appeared that her potential as a military leader was utterly wasted. She is far too adept at commerce. Previously, food was a necessity for her. While the items she offered, aside from the initial gold, such as the second batch of combat suits and firearms, were of little consequence to Suyu. Consequently, during negotiations, Suyu would always hold the advantageous position. She had little room for bargaining. However, without knowing Suyu's genuine needs, Frostar simply created one for him. That was akin to selling him aircraft technology at a bargain, yet withholding the refining technology for aviation fuel. You can construct an aircraft, but without fuel, it cannot soar. Henceforth, whenever Suyu needed batteries for the exoskeleton he would create, he would have to purchase them from her. Thus, Suyu had control over Froststar's essential food supply, while she wielded authority over his critical battery needs. Both parties held something that constrained the other, rendering price gouging impossible. 1 ton of rice for 3 fully charged batteries. After a moment of contemplation, Froststar quoted a figure. Having learned from his overly cautious experience during the first gold transaction, Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, boldly declared, 1 ton of rice for 200 batteries, fully charged, deal. Froststar readily signed the contract before him. Suyu mused. 1 ton of cheap rice costs merely 2,000 to 3,000. Exchanging it for 200 metallic hydrogen batteries means that, on average, each battery would only cost around 10 yuan. Given the terrifying energy density of metallic hydrogen batteries, the profit margins here are unfathomable. After all, acquiring a substantial number of batteries would not only benefit the exoskeleton but also have myriad applications, such as with the booming new energy vehicle companies. Currently, new energy vehicles require hundreds of kilograms just for batteries, yet their range is only a few hundred kilometers. Come, let me offer you a battery that weighs only a few kilograms. And once replaced, your range will soar to 10,000 kilometers to 30,000 per battery. Would you buy it? This is a question that requires no contemplation. Those vehicle manufacturers would trample through his doorstep. However, observing Froststar's smug demeanor, Suyu felt an unsettling knot in his chest. Upon further reflection, it made sense. The primary component of metallic hydrogen batteries is hydrogen, a resource abundant on any planet. With the right technology, it holds little value. Future City, inheriting some pre-war technologies, certainly lacks for relevant expertise. However, in Blue Star, where electricity is costly, charging such large-capacity batteries is no small expense. Conversely, in her wasteland world, every black box seems to contain a small nuclear fusion reactor. Electricity must be the least valuable commodity to her. Much like the previous gold transaction, though he had evidently profited, seeing her so self-satisfied left Suyu feeling as if he had suffered a significant loss. Nevertheless, once words are spoken, they are as irreversible as spilled water, leaving no room for retraction, that he promptly signed the contract. The agreement stipulated that for the next 5 years, batteries would be traded weekly in exchange for food, with the quantities to be determined as necessary. As for 5 years hence, they could renegotiate as needed. Chapter 17. Absolute Defense. Black eats black. At 7 in the evening, Suyu emerged from the trading platform with a sigh of relief. His inventory of fruits, vegetables, and beef had vanished, replaced by a black box and 2,000 metallic hydrogen batteries, that if the items he previously traded with Froststar merely allowed him to earn some money and defend himself. Then this black box and the metallic hydrogen batteries represented a true leap into the future of technology, capable of transforming this world. A heavy exoskeleton that can bear a ton and charge at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour will undoubtedly revolutionize the warfare paradigm of Blue Star. The crown of the armored tank, the king of ground warfare, may even be contested. Moreover, the metallic hydrogen batteries, possessing an energy density 900 times that of gasoline, will ignite an unprecedented energy revolution. The entire energy sector of Blue Star will tremble at its implications. Noticing that there was still ample time, Suyu chose not to rush to the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Instead, he strolled around the logistics center, investing heavily in acquiring some rare metals and steel from a metal smelting company's warehouse. These materials can be classified as strategic resources, challenging to procure in bulk. Yet obtaining even a small quantity is feasible if one is willing to spend in less than half an hour. He gathered enough materials to construct 3 heavy exoskeletons that he took out the black box, placed it in the warehouse, and pressed the power button. Instantly, the formerly cubic black box morphed into a small black structure, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate this small edifice without issue. Suyu tossed the prepared materials into the input port, and then silently awaited the output that in merely 3 minutes. A robust mechanical exoskeleton was delivered precisely from the output. Truly, it was designed for simplicity. One could very well have a chimpanzee trained to operate it with a basic understanding of the materials involved. Suyu approached and touched the armor of the heavy exoskeleton, feeling even a residual warmth upon its surface. This exoskeleton was outfitted with high-powered motors at all joints, and its main structure consisted of titanium alloy skeletons that, if one were to ignore the exterior armor, It bore little distinction from the rather rudimentary exoskeletons currently found on Blue Star. However, with that thick layer of alloy armor, it transformed into a piece of pure black technology. The armor, approximately 1 to 2 centimeters thick, had no unique features aside from its sheer hardness, according to Frostar. This contraption could withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun and even resist shots from anti-material sniper rifles. Donning it would feel safer than hiding in an armored vehicle. As for the material of the armor, Suyu was unaware. Not only he, but even if all material scientists of Blue Star were summoned, they would likely be baffled at in short. It was impressive, and that sufficed. Aside from its astonishing protective capabilities, the heavy exoskeleton itself bore no weapons. Yet its compatibility was extraordinary, with ample space for modifications. There were numerous points on its exterior capable of housing weapons. If one wished, equipping it with a heavy machine gun would be no less effective than an armored vehicle. Presently, the cost of fourth-generation tanks often exceeds tens of millions, while ordinary armored vehicles can easily reach several million. Selling this device for 500,000 each seems quite reasonable, does it not? As for the costs, the materials he just purchased amounted to less than 20,000, sufficient to fabricate 3 units. Thus, the average cost per unit would be around 7 to 8,000. This price is inflated due to the special transaction of rare materials, but if he could procure them in bulk, he could reduce the cost of each exoskeleton to below 3,000. A production cost of 3,000, selling for 500,000. Wouldn't that be a surefire profit? Suppressing his excitement, Suyu awkwardly donned the exoskeleton to test it. Remarkably, it was even easier to operate than he had anticipated. Within minutes, he was sprinting around the warehouse with the exoskeleton. The hefty gold ingots, weighing 50 kilograms each, which had previously required all his strength to lift, now felt weightless in his hands, aided by the exoskeleton. Anyone could don this device and instantly transform into a superhuman. The effect was indeed beyond compare. It is no wonder that this is the pre-war black technology from Frostar's world. After removing the exoskeleton, Suyu glanced at the time. It was just past 8, and there remained less than an hour until the agreed trading time. He immediately stored the black box and the 3 exoskeletons back into the trading platform's inventory. Subsequently, he closed the warehouse door and drove towards his destination. The warehouse was merely 20-odd kilometers from the coastal abandoned industrial park, a journey of less than half an hour by car. Suyu quickly approached the site. However, this time he did not drive directly into the area, but instead sought a secluded grove in the nearby hills, parking the car and camouflaging it with branches. One must always be cautious. The sole access route into the park would surely reveal his approach if he drove to avoid unnecessary troubles. It was wiser to enter stealthily. Of course, should any unexpected incidents occur. He harbored no fears. With the absolute defense of the K-10 combat suit and the formidable S-79 electromagnetic pistol, he stood nearly invincible. Even if the adversary proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, he still had the exoskeleton to rely upon. In the inventory, he quickly donned the gear without hesitation, even in a country where firearms are prohibited. Even in the gunfire-ridden lands of the Eagle Nation, this equipment would render him invincible, as long as he did not confront the military head-on. Under the veil of night, Suyu stealthily infiltrated the abandoned industrial park. After a thorough search of the surroundings, he discovered 4 or 5 speedboats docked at the industrial yard. It was evident that Master Sun was not alone in his endeavors. This realization heightened Suyu's already cautious demeanor. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. He swiftly navigated the route he had memorized during his reconnaissance the previous night and arrived at the predetermined warehouse. After ensuring the area was clear, he retrieved a meticulously packed suitcase containing a full 100 kilograms of gold from his inventory. Admittedly, lifting such a burden without exoskeleton support was no small feat. Suyu exerted every ounce of strength to hoist it and managed to move it a mere dozen meters into the warehouse. Contrary to online claims that one could not carry hundreds of pounds of cement, yet could sprint with 200 pounds of gold. This was utterly ridiculous. Gasping for breath, he set the suitcase down and prepared to make a call with his phone, only to feel a hard object press against the back of his head. "Don't move," rasped a voice from behind him. Suyu squinted slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Are we resorting to underhanded tactics?" "No, merely a necessary precaution for safety," the voice responded. Suyu then felt someone rummaging through his belongings. Fortunately, his firearm remained in his inventory, leaving him unarmed. After a thorough search, the intruder only confiscated his phone. It will be returned after the transaction is complete. This is for security and confidentiality. I hope you understand. Chapter 18. The Fortune of Wanfu Group. Chuyu. Feeling the gun's muzzle shift away from his head, so he was not overly concerned that in fact, the other party's caution indicated they had no intention of resorting to treachery. After all, they were armed, and in this remote industrial park, a single bullet could send him to the depths of the sea without a trace. There was no need for such complications, of course. It was also possible that they believed Su Yu's acquisition of such a substantial amount of gold implied he had backing, thus deterring recklessness. This way, please. Our young lady awaits you upstairs. That a bodyguard clad in black respectfully gestured for Su Yu to follow. He complied immediately. As for the hefty suitcase containing the gold, two tall and robust bodyguards effortlessly lifted it, sparing him the effort. Navigating through the darkness of the warehouse, they ascended to the second floor of the factory. The bodyguard led Su Yu to the door of what appeared to be an abandoned office. Upon arrival, he noticed the lights were on inside. However, the illumination was dim, likely from a camping lantern rather than actual electricity. The guest has arrived, the leading bodyguard announced as he knocked on the door. With a creak, the rusty door slowly opened, revealing another imposing bodyguard who peered at Su Yu before bowing slightly. Please come in. Su Yu responded nonchalantly as he entered the office. The dim light revealed a woman standing by the window, gazing down at the industrial park, dressed in a tailored black suit and high heels. Her tall stature suggested she was no shorter than 176 centimeters, including the heels. Beside her stood Master Sun, whom Su Yu had met at the Wanfu Gold Store. Upon seeing Su Yu, Master Sun eagerly approached him. Mr. Su, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce. This is our Wanfu Group's heiress, Miss Chuyu. Today's transaction will be primarily conducted with her. I am merely the messenger. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Chuyu, who had just turned to face him. Her oval face, adorned with frameless glasses, featured deep, chiseled features. The moment she turned, her S-shaped silhouette became distinctly visible. Exquisite, Su Yu silently admired her. This woman was nearly flawless from her features to her physique. If perfection were rated on a scale of 100, she would undoubtedly score at least 98. Chuyu, Su Yu, they exchanged a brief handshake before taking their seats at a makeshift folding table. The suitcase containing the gold had already been brought inside. Master Sun, specialized in such dealings, began to verify the contents. Moments later, he nodded at Chuyu, confirming the gold is authentic. How do you wish to proceed with the transaction? Mr. Su, public or private account? Chuyu glanced at Su Yu, stating coolly, a public account can provide you with immediate funds, as it poses no risk that a private account, however, carries significant risk. We can only offer you 20% upfront, with the remaining 80% settled upon successful completion. The distinction between public and private accounts had been thoroughly explained by Master Sunday. A public account entails a legitimate transaction through a domestic gold mine, where taxes are duly paid, ensuring the gold is deemed safe and sound, albeit at a slightly reduced rate of 300 per gram. Conversely, a private account offers a higher rate of 330 per gram, but comes with considerable risks associated with smuggling, should complications arise. There would be no recourse. That SUU had already formulated a plan, thus felt no need for deliberation. Let us proceed with the public account. 100 kilograms of gold at the public rate amounts to 30 million. The funds will be directly deposited into your previous account by 10 o'clock. There are no issues with this transaction. You may utilize the funds freely. Chuyu seemed to anticipate his choice. Her tone remaining unperturbed, SUU nodded and glanced at the time. Just past 9:30, he made no move to rise, remaining seated. Chuyu also stayed put, as the money had yet to arrive, making it impractical for her to leave. The small room fell into a temporary silence, broken only by the sounds of Master Sun verifying the gold and their rhythmic breathing. But SUU found the atmosphere rather uncomfortable. So he casually initiated a conversation. This place, nestled by the mountains and water, is quite charming. How did you come across it? Chuyu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, because this is my family's property. That if you are interested, I could sell it to you. Oh, Su Yu's eyes brightened. Acquiring this industrial park had been part of his plans, and now, unexpectedly encountering the rightful owner was a stroke of good fortune. He promptly inquired, how much? Chuyu, who had maintained a calm demeanor thus far, finally displayed a hint of surprise as she scrutinized Su Yu for a while before responding. Are you serious? Am I to deceive you? Name your price, Suyu said decisively. This land currently holds little value. What would you want it for? Chuyu's expression turned more cautious, her eyes laden with scrutiny. Who knows? Perhaps I fancy the scenic view and wish to purchase it for a seaside villa. Suyu shrugged. Hearing his rather absurd justification, Chuyu tapped her slender fingers on the table, contemplating in silence. After a moment, she said, "This is industrial land, but if you intend to build houses, that may not be feasible. In the current market, standard industrial land typically goes for 700,000 per mu. This area, regardless of how low, cannot be priced below 200,000. However, standard industrial land comes with a 50-year ownership period. While this plot only has 10 years left, the price can be reduced to 195,000 per mu. How does that sound? 195,000 per mu. So you calculated that pouring his 30 million into this would only yield 6 to 700 mu. And with only 10 years remaining, it was exorbitant. Too expensive. Suyu shook his head firmly. This abandoned industrial park is practically unusable. I would need to invest at least 2 years for renovations. And with only 10 years of ownership left, the actual usable time would likely be reduced to 7 or 8 years. Moreover, shipping goods in and out relies heavily on maritime transport, which complicates matters significantly compared to other industrial lands. I doubt the price could be as low as 200,000. Then let us be direct. What can you offer? Chuyu asked candidly. 11,000 per mu. That is the highest I can go. Suyu decisively cut the price by 80%. Aside from the reasons mentioned, his confidence in offering such a low price stemmed from the fact that this land was effectively stagnant. Few would consider purchasing it apart from him. Rather than let it languish, selling it to him would at least recoup some value. Once again, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Chuyu finally responded. Agreed. Chapter 19. Yu Xiaoyu hosts, a date in the dead of night. The abandoned industrial park buzzed with unexpected activity. Chuyu was evidently a woman of decisive action. After reaching a preliminary agreement, she disregarded the late hour and made a phone call, instructing someone to bring the contract and property documents overnight. Consequently, Suyu's 30 million, which had just settled into his pocket, was promptly reduced by another 15 million. Thus, the industrial land, spanning over 1,500 mu with a mere 10 years of usage left, became part of his assets. That be why the time everything was finalized. It was already past 3 in the morning. Chuyu and her associates departed in their speedboats, while Suyu drove away alone. The transaction concluded without any underhanded dealings, and he even managed to secure the land he had coveted at an exceptionally low price. It was a mutually beneficial outcome. With this experience, Suyu can now liquidate the remaining 300 kilograms of gold in his possession using the same method, eliminating the cumbersome process of only being able to sell small amounts at a time. The following 2 days were rather uneventful. Suyu maintained a routine of shuttling between home, the warehouse, and the industrial park. During this time, apart from completing another transaction with Xuanxing to settle previous debts of materials, he received a message from Li Yuanxi. She informed him that she had consulted with a professor regarding his idea of establishing a battery factory, that if they were to proceed, their law firm would need at least 1 to 2 months to complete the necessary procedures. And Suyu would need to provide various documents and proofs throughout the process, which was quite tedious. Given that lithium batteries are currently the mainstream, this endeavor was no trivial matter. Any misstep could result in significant environmental pollution, necessitating stringent approvals. Under previous circumstances, Suyu would have found himself at a loss and would have had to abandon such an idea, as he lacked the qualifications to open a battery factory. His knowledge of metal hydrogen batteries was rudimentary at best, and he was unaware of the principles behind their high energy density. Where could he procure the necessary documentation? However, after dedicating a few days to production, he had managed to assemble a complete batch of 200 heavy exoskeletons. After yet another transaction with Xuanxing, he now possessed 6,000 metal hydrogen batteries. Since following the regular procedure seemed unfeasible, he had to contemplate alternative routes, such as seeking military sponsorship through his exoskeletons. Given the impressive parameters of the heavy exoskeleton, it was evident to Suyu that once presented to the military, they would likely be inclined to assist him in establishing a factory. The pressing issue was how to catch the military's attention. Storming into a military base clad in the exoskeleton was clearly out of the question. While bullets might not harm him, they were equipped with heavy weaponry. Even if he made a phone call, he would likely be deemed mentally unstable. That it was quite troublesome. Lying in bed, Suyu rubbed his temples, then decided to set this matter aside. Today was Saturday, and tomorrow marked the weekend. That'd be why the following Monday, the opportunity to match trading partners would refresh. Rather than dwell on these issues, he pondered whether his new trading partners would be as suitable as Xuanxing, especially since their respective worlds could complement each other. Just then, his phone vibrated twice, signaling a message from WeChat that YUCOU. Mr. Su, do you have time tomorrow evening? I've booked a restaurant at the Bund. Suyu paused for a moment and suddenly recalled that this was the saleswoman he had met on the day he bought his car, who was quite attractive. They had indeed agreed to dine together over the weekend. Well, this opportunity presented itself, and it would be unreasonable not to go. Instantly invigorated, Suyu picked up his phone and replied that he was available. The YUCIU promptly responded, and they quickly arranged to meet at 4 o'clock the following afternoon. Indeed, it was time to savor the moment. After setting his phone down, Suyu fell into a deep slumber. What to do when faced with a dilemma? Simply enjoy life. After all, he wasn't short on funds. And if problems couldn't be resolved for now, he would address them in due course. The following day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyu arrived at the agreed location at the Bund in Shanghai. Driving his luxurious vehicle, Yu Xiaoyu was already waiting for him. Today, she wore a khaki trench coat over a white turtleneck sweater with a simple scarf around her neck, her wavy long hair cascading down, and sheer stockings paired with ankle boots. Compared to the intellectual and alluring professional outfit she had worn days earlier at the dealership, this ensemble exuded a youthful vibrancy. Initially, Suyu had not expected much from Yu Xiaoyu's invitation to dinner, considering she was merely a salesperson at a 4S dealership with a modest salary. However, he was taken aback when he discovered that she had splurged on a meal at a restaurant where the average cost per person exceeded 1,000. Did the commission from that car sale cover this feast? Upon reviewing the bill, which tallied over 4,000, Suyu was astonished. That was ample. He could earn more than 10,000 from the sale of that car alone. Yu Xiaoyu, unreserved, remarked that their commissions were indeed quite generous. Suyu nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, you're joking. Typically, clients who can afford luxury cars worth over $1 million are usually handled by seasoned salespeople. We juniors rarely encounter them. She continued, so, I must express my gratitude to you. Noting that there was still time, she suggested, how about I treat you to a movie? Sure. Suyu had no reason to decline, especially since he hadn't come merely to dine. The two then entered a cinema together. When they emerged, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. However, compared to their entrance, Yu Xiaoyu's complexion appeared slightly flushed, her large eyes shimmering with allure. It was unclear what had transpired within the cinema, but both tacitly avoided mentioning their return home, seamlessly transitioning into a 5-star hotel. The following afternoon, after a long night, Suyu finally awoke around noon. Surprised to find it was already past 12, that he glanced at Yu Xiaoyu, who had been playing on her phone beside him, and pulled her closer. It's Monday. Don't you have work? Not today. Yu Xiaoyu turned to embrace Suyu's waist, lazily explaining, There's a defense exhibition at the Bank's Exhibition Center in Shanghai the day after tomorrow. Our headquarters has dispatched a team from several 4S dealerships to assist. And I happen to be on the list, so I don't need to work at the dealership these days. That a defense exhibition. Suyu was taken aback. Then his eyes brightened. Chapter 20. Reopening the Trading Platform. New trading partners. Is there really a defense exhibition in Shanghai? Suyu eagerly inquired. The Yu Xiaoyu hadn't anticipated his interest, but explained, besides the renowned Pearl River Air Show, there are numerous other defense exhibitions across the country. Some are organized by local authorities, while others are hosted by various companies, typically on a smaller scale with little recognition. The one in Shanghai is called the Jiuzhou Defense Technology Expo, reportedly organized by the military. But it primarily showcases minor military equipment produced by civilian enterprises, such as drones. The military always sends representatives, and if they find something useful, they may procure it. However, the quality of products from private companies varies greatly, which is why this defense exhibition lacks prominence. Few people are aware of it. She then blinked and asked, Are you interested in attending? What if I want to exhibit? Suyu directly stated his intentions. Just yesterday, he had been ruminating on how to get his heavy exoskeleton into the military's line of sight. That it was unexpected that a casual outing would yield a potential opportunity. Exhibit. Yu Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. Then pondered, I've heard that exhibitors need to submit product parameters in advance, so if you're going the regular route, it might be too late. However, if you truly wish to exhibit, you could reach out to the bank's representative in Shanghai. They are providing the venue for this event, and if you can persuade them, it should be possible to expedite the process. Her tone reflected uncertainty, clearly indicating her limited knowledge on the subject. Suyu refrained from pressing further, understanding that as a junior salesperson, she wouldn't have in-depth insights, that he simply requested her to share the contact information of the bank's representative in Shanghai, intending to follow up himself later. For an obscure defense exhibition targeting civilians, securing a booth should not be overly difficult, that yes for now. The languorous Yu Xiaoyu suddenly let out a soft sigh, her large eyes glistening with moisture. After completing their morning routines, the two finally got out of bed. After a brief wash-up, they enjoyed a leisurely lunch together, after which Suyu drove Yu Xiaoyu home. Given that she was off work for the next couple of days, they could have continued to indulge in each other's company. However, Suyu had pressing matters to attend to. Today was Monday, and the trading platform's matching opportunities had refreshed. He was eager to secure new clients. Additionally, the defense exhibition was only 2 days away, so it was imperative to finalize arrangements today that he called the bank's representative in Shanghai to inquire about the defense exhibition. As he suspected, there were minimal requirements for exhibitors. Not only private enterprises but even small-scale products created by individuals could exhibit for free if they passed the evaluations. After all, it was a military-focused event, and the military prioritized practicality over spectacle. They cared only about the utility of the exhibited items. This event served as a platform for the military to engage with civilian tech enthusiasts and companies, although the outcomes often yielded little. Although Suyu had missed the opportunity to reserve a spot through the regular channels, there were always alternative avenues. The defense exhibition was hosted at the bank's exhibition center, and if there was a need, securing 2 booths should not pose a challenge. After a friendly exchange, Suyu made another trip to the headquarters of MODU in BenCi, investing a considerable sum of money to finalize the matter. According to the other party, he only needed to deliver the exhibition items the day after tomorrow, at which point staff would guide him to his booth. Moreover, due to his financial contribution, the location of his booth would not be too unfavorable. With the arrangement settled, Suyu felt a sense of relief that in recent days, he had been producing numerous exoskeletons using the black box. If he couldn't sell them, it would be quite frustrating. Although he had only secured a spot at the exhibition, he was confident that once his exoskeleton caught the military's attention, it would undoubtedly be well received, and if it wasn't, he would have to question the competence of the military's exhibition personnel by the time he returned home. It was already evening that Suyu secured the door and entered the Transcendent Trading Platform. Name, Suyu. Identity, Agent of the Transcendent Trading Platform, Blue Star Region. Level, Junior Agent 310. Trading points, 200. Available matching attempts. Once Suyu had traded with Frost Star 4 times, earning 50 trading points each time, amassing a total of 200 points. This was not an issue. However, the progress bar for upgrading from junior agent status indicated 310, which was somewhat intriguing that Suyu speculated that trading with the same counterpart could only yield a maximum of 3 increments in the upgrade progress. If his assumption was correct, he would need to match with at least 4 different trading partners to advance to intermediate agent status, implying a time frame of at least a month. In reality, the process might take even longer. He had heard from Frostar that it was not common for someone to immediately match with her, allowing for mutual benefit. For instance, Frostar herself had been bound to the Transcendent Trading Platform for almost half a year and had matched with over a dozen trading partners. Yet, aside from Suyu, she had only successfully completed 5 transactions, and the total amount of resources acquired from those transactions was still less than what Suyu had provided in his first trade. Given Frostar's experiences, Suyu did not hold particularly high hopes for matching with a suitable trading partner this time. However, since the opportunity had presented itself, he felt compelled to give it a try. Would you like to start matching for a trading partner? Yes. Matching trading partner. Match successful. Buzz! Suyu felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a pavilion situated in the middle of a serene lake. Surrounded by picturesque scenery, connected to the shore by an ancient-style corridor bridge in addition to himself, there was a middle-aged man opposite him, exuding an air of authority, clad in a dark cloak and adorned with a jade crown. Seated at a table that moment, the man's sharp eyes were fixed intently on him, and an invisible pressure washed over Suyu, causing him to squint slightly. Chapter 21. Is the trading partner a familiar face? The first emperor of China, Yingzheng, an ancient figure. Suyu surveyed the man before him, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Based on his interactions with Frostar, he understood that encountering ancient trading partners often made transactions difficult. There were too many variables, but fundamentally, it stemmed from the low productivity of society before the feudal era. The commodities available for trade were exceedingly scarce. Items from their time might still be considered artifacts, worth a fortune, but trading them directly, unscathed by the passage of time, rendered them practically meaningless. However, since he was already here, adhering to the principle of mutual respect, Suyu raised his hand in greeting and said, "Agent of the Transcendent Trading Platform, Blue Star Region, Suyu." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and returned the gesture. "Agent of the Transcendent Trading Platform, Shenzhou Region, Ingzheng.suu." He looked up in surprise at the middle-aged man opposite him. Was it a coincidence of having the same name? Or was he truly another Ingzheng from a different timeline? Contemplating this, he tentatively asked, "Could it be that you were the king of Qin?" Ingzheng, upon hearing this, displayed no sign of surprise, only shaking his head lightly. "I am the first emperor of Shenzhou. I am no longer the king of Qin.suu. Isn't this a bit too absurd?" While he could comprehend that the trading platform might match him with an ancient figure, after all, it was transcendent. He found it hard to accept matching with a historically identical individual, even sharing the same name and identity. Although, according to the theory of parallel timelines, such possibilities existed, encountering it in reality was still somewhat difficult to digest. After a moment of astonishment, he finally exclaimed, "This is truly incredible that I am in the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. There must be commonalities that bind them together. Thus, there is no need for surprise." Ingzheng sipped his tea, speaking in a calm tone. "Do you know what I am astonished about?" Suyu asked, somewhat bewildered. "Naturally, before you, I had already matched with two individuals from different worlds. Upon learning of my name, they both claimed that there was indeed a figure like me in their world's history." Ingzheng explained succinctly, then shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. "However, none of them could answer my inquiries, and thus, no transactions were completed. Such a pity. Are you planning to use your questions as the items required for our first transaction?" Suyu inquired, astonished. "Indeed." Ingzheng nodded. "My question is, what methods can prevent the demise of my Qin dynasty's second generation? You need not provide a flawless solution. Merely offer a suggestion that I deem useful. And that would suffice to complete this transaction. In return, I can offer you a tome titled Taiji Practice Manual for Qi Refinement. I observe that you are merely immortal, and practicing this method could prolong your lifespan. It should be sufficient as compensation that the Taiji Practice Manual for Qi Refinement." Suyu's lips twitched as he recalled the historical account of how the first emperor of Qin perished in his pursuit of immortality. He felt an urge to voice a sarcastic remark. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was taken aback that he realized that the trading platform had actually recognized this transaction. The platform would never deal in counterfeit goods. This meant that this item was genuine. Hiss. Indeed. In his world, the first emperor of Qin sought immortality, but met with a lonely end. Yet in other worlds, this might not be the case, perhaps in the world of the individual before him. There truly existed practitioners who could cultivate immortality. No, he must acquire this item and study it thoroughly, that if it truly holds merit, its value could rival that of the black box he obtained from Frost Star. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "May I inquire how the Qin emperor came to know of the impending downfall of the Qin dynasty?" Addressing an emperor posed a challenge. It was somewhat awkward to phrase the question. Referring to him as Ingzheng felt too personal, akin to an insult to an ancient figure. Calling him Your Majesty was inappropriate, as he was not a subject of the Qin dynasty. After much deliberation, he settled on referring to him as the Qin emperor. "Naturally, I learned from the first trading partner, and the second individual from another world echoed similar sentiments. The manner of the Qin's demise was consistent. So it is likely accurate." Ingzheng answered, seemingly unbothered by the title. Suyu nodded and continued, "Might I ask how they responded when you posed this question to them?" Ingzheng pondered briefly before replying. The first trading partner claimed to be from 700 years after the fall of the Qin, amidst a chaotic era that he had not delved deeply into historical records, and only knew that the second generation of the Qin dynasty perished at the hands of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. But he lacked detailed knowledge and could not provide an answer. The second trading partner, however, was from over 2,000 years after the fall of the Qin, that he referred to me as a great emperor of all time and expressed profound admiration. Even performing the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations upon seeing me, Ingzheng recounted this. He shook his head, seemingly perplexed, and continued, "Yet when I inquired why the Qin perished in its second generation, He spoke vaguely, simply stating that the downfall was due to Zhao Gao and Li Si seizing power, asserting that if they were eliminated along with the rebellious Qin Sheng and Wu Guang, as well as Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, the Qin would establish a lasting legacy. However, such a grand empire does not collapse overnight. It is not a matter that can be resolved by merely eliminating a few individuals. I deemed this person unlearned and impulsive, thus I chose not to engage in a transaction with him. Upon hearing this, Su Yu grasped the situation. The first individual was likely from the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, aware of the first emperor of Qin, but only knowledgeable about the fact that the Qin dynasty's second generation fell, lacking further insight. The second individual appeared to be from a parallel world in the 21st century. An ardent admirer of Ing Zheng, who only knew of his greatness but had no understanding of the Qin dynasty's true nature. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu replied, "The reasons for the downfall of the Qin dynasty's second generation are manifold. I am not an expert in historical studies and cannot provide a comprehensive explanation, but in my humble opinion, there are three primary factors." Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng straightened his posture and said earnestly, "Please enlighten me. Enlightenment may be too grand a term. I merely echo the wisdom of others." Su Yu shook his head and continued. "Firstly, the Qin fell due to legalism. The agricultural and military system proposed by Xiangyang was effective before unification. Yet after achieving it, it became toxic. With the loss of the benefits of external expansion, the legalistic structure of agriculture and military became solely reliant on harsh penalties. While strict laws are necessary, governing a nation cannot rely solely on severity. Secondly, the Qin fell due to excessive impatience. Although the six states have been unified, the customs and culture, as well as the language and script of the common folk in these states, differ vastly from those of the Qin people. The introduction of a unified transportation system and a common script is a commendable start. While the populace may struggle to adapt in the short term, it is unlikely that they would revolt outright. Given time, they would inevitably come to embrace these changes. The issue lies in the imposition of further novel systems before the people have had the chance to adjust, which would only yield counterproductive results. Furthermore, the downfall of the Qin dynasty can be attributed to a lack of capable successors. This absence of succession extends beyond the imperial throne. It encompasses the entirety of Qin's hierarchy, from the emperor to the ministers, all of whom are beneficiaries of the militaristic policies. Their reluctance to initiate change renders extinction an inevitable fate. The well-intentioned Fusu, who sought reform, found himself unable to ascend to power, not merely due to the machinations of Hu Hai, Li Si, and Zhao Gao, but rather as a result of the decisions made by the aristocracy of Qin. He could neither commit suicide nor assume the mantle of the Qin emperor. The conquerors of the six states were indeed the six states themselves. Not the Qin. The vanquishers of Qin were Qin, not the world at large. If each of the six states were to cherish its own people, they would be sufficiently fortified against Qin. If Qin were to show affection for the people of the six states, it could reign for 3 generations, extending to myriad generations, who then would face annihilation. In conclusion, Su Yu referenced the ending of the Afang Palace Ode. Although this may seem somewhat biased, and claiming that such a situation could lead to eternal reign is indeed an exaggeration, the overarching message remains valid. Both Qin and the six states fell due to internal strife rather than external forces. After listening, Ing Zheng fell into a long silence before clasping his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your enlightening counsel, in truth." Upon first encountering the trading partner and hearing the remark about the downfall of the Qin in its second generation, he had already begun to ponder the reasons behind this demise. While he could not view the fall of Qin from the perspective of future generations as Su Yu could, he had nonetheless formulated some conjectures. Now, with Su Yu's insights, he was nearly certain of the root causes of Qin's ailments. Reflecting on this, he clicked a few options on his personal panel. Soon, Su Yu received the item titled Tai Chi Training Scripture, an extensive collection of over 100 bamboo slips. The system confirmed the completion of this transaction. Surprised, Su Yu glanced at Ing Zheng, who responded nonchalantly, "Though I have yet to ascertain how to avert the downfall of the second generation, you have already pinpointed the reasons behind it. Understanding the ailment naturally leads to potential remedies. Thus, this transaction is concluded. Moreover, I have another inquiry. How can Qin eradicate these maladies?" This time, the bargaining chip was a longevity golden pill. Chapter 22, Transaction Item, Longevity Golden Pill. With this elixir, any individual may extend their life by 20 years. As Ing Zheng spoke, a finely crafted wooden box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, a golden, luminescent pill was revealed, exuding a fragrant aroma that filled the pavilion. With a single breath, Suyu felt invigorated, as if the fatigue of the previous night had dissipated, leaving him more refreshed than after a natural awakening. Astonished, Suyu glanced at his personal panel. Upon confirming that the system recognized this transaction and that the golden pill was genuine, his heart raced with excitement. Longevity. How many people yearn for such a treasure? A golden pill that could extend life by 20 years would fetch a staggering price at auction on Blue Star, potentially reaching billions. After all, for those truly wealthy individuals, an extra 20 years can yield far more than mere billions. Of course, Suyu had no intention of selling it. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. He then inquired of Ing Zheng, "Does the Qin Emperor know which dynasty unified the realm after the fall of Qin?" The previous trader mentioned it was established by Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty. Ing Zheng, uncertain, responded, "What is the duration of this Han Dynasty?" The Qin Dynasty lasted 14 years, and following its fall, the Chu-Han contention ensued, with various lords waging war for 4 years. That I am quite familiar with this history. Suyu recounted. After 4 years, Emperor Liu Bang of the Han united the lords and established the Han Dynasty upon the ruins of Qin. The Han is divided into the former Han and the later Han, with the former Han lasting 210 years and the later Han 195 years, culminating in a shared total of 405 years. Following the later Han's demise, Liu Bei established the kingdom of Shu Han, which lasted for 43 years. After the fall of the Shu Han, during times of turmoil, numerous factions adopted the name Han. Yet these regimes were but shadows of the Shu Han, unable to achieve greatness, although the Liu family's Han dynasty perished. The people of that land continued to identify themselves as Han for over 2 millennia, thriving and multiplying through generations. At this juncture, so you cast a knowing glance at Ing Zheng. "I wonder, from your perspective, is the duration of the Han dynasty 400 years, 2,000 years, or perhaps eternal?" Ing Zheng was taken aback for a moment before inhaling deeply. "Are you suggesting that the issues currently faced by Qin were already resolved by Liu Bang, the founder of the Han?" He found this difficult to accept. After all, he had pondered for half a month upon realizing that Qin would meet its demise in its second generation, yet he had not discerned a solution, nor even identified the core issues. How could it be that Liu Bang, who seized the Qin territory after his death, managed to resolve these problems? Was there truly such a prodigy in the world? Yet it cannot be said that he alone accomplished this. Suyu shook his head. In truth, it was the combined efforts of Emperor Gaozu, Emperor Wen, Emperor Jing, and Emperor Wu of the Han, for illustrious sovereigns, alongside countless talented individuals who spent nearly a century resolving these issues, transforming the militarily unified realm into a cohesive entity in spirit, culture, and institutional governance. This matter is intricate and cannot be succinctly articulated. I can only provide you with the historical text regarding the Han from our world. With history as a guide, you may draw upon it. Then I am deeply grateful. This transaction is feasible." Ing Zheng replied solemnly with a bow. The situation of Qin differs from that of Han, yet parallels exist. While following the Han's path indiscriminately would be unwise, the successful experiences of the Han could undoubtedly provide him with invaluable inspiration. Suyu observed the longevity golden pill that had been added to his inventory, exhaling with satisfaction. "Within 3 days, I shall compile all available historical texts concerning the Han dynasty for you." "That would be splendid." Ing Zheng nodded in agreement. With the transaction concluded, both parties departed in high spirits. Suyu had secured a potentially impactful cultivation method, Tai Chi training scripture, while also acquiring a longevity golden pill. All for merely the cost of a few $100s to procure several deluxe editions of historical texts. One could hardly argue that he had not profited immensely. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng had exchanged an ordinary cultivation method and a longevity golden pill, which he typically consumed without effect, for future solutions to his pressing dilemmas. Both had emerged victorious in this exchange. That in the face of substantial informational disparity, a win-win outcome is often quite simple. Upon returning to Blue Star, Suyu gazed at the small wooden box containing the golden pill, opened it, and inhaled the aroma. Feeling invigorated and revitalized for a moment, he was even tempted to consume the golden pill. However, he merely entertained the thought, refraining from swallowing it outright. After all, He was still young and in no rush to extend his lifespan by 20 years that it was prudent to keep it on hand as a precaution. The following day, Suyu slept in until noon as usual. His afternoon consisted of a triangular routine: home, warehouse, and industrial park. That he gathered supplies at the warehouse and dedicated 2 hours to constructing over 40 sets of heavy exoskeletons at the industrial park. That evening, he arranged to dine with Yu Xiaoyu, with whom he had shared a night of passion previously, thus enjoying a second rendezvous. That a simple yet fulfilling day passed. The next morning, due to his participation in a defense exhibition, Suyu arose unusually early. After a quick morning exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, the two hurriedly prepared and made their way to the exhibition center in Shanghai. Yu Xiaoyu was part of the assisting staff. She entered through the main entrance, while Suyu, as an exhibitor, needed to access the venue through the back entrance with the exhibition items. After parting ways at the entrance, Suyu summoned a brand new heavy exoskeleton, which materialized in the back seat of his vehicle. Once inside the exhibition hall, he presented the entry permit he had acquired from the event coordinator, and with the assistance of several staff members, he successfully transported the nearly 300-kilogram exoskeleton into the exhibition area using a forklift to AT this moment. The exhibition hall was relatively empty as it was still in the setup phase. That IT would not be until 10 a.m. that attendees would gradually arrive. Notably, this defense exhibition primarily targeted military personnel, with little to no public presence expected. Consequently, Suyu anticipated a modest turnout. After properly placing the heavy exoskeleton on a well-positioned display stand, he found a nearby massage chair, reclined, and began to occupy himself with his phone. Time flew by as he engrossed himself in his device. Though he felt only a brief moment had passed, over an hour had elapsed in reality. After a few uninspiring speeches from a handful of balding officials, the exhibition hall, which had been desolate, began to fill with a few participants and staff members, albeit only slightly. That Suyu estimated that no more than 200 people had entered the exhibition center. At least half of the attendees were military personnel clad in uniforms, while the genuine passers-by were regrettably few. After all, not everyone is so idle as to spend a considerable sum on a ticket for an obscure civilian defense exhibition. Observing a large group of exhibitors surrounding the relatively sparse audience to promote their products, Suyu felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. He shifted slightly in his massage chair, adopting a more comfortable posture, entirely disinclined to approach. As the saying goes, the fisherman waits for the willing. The military contingent present included not only rank-and-file soldiers and officers, but also numerous researchers from military research institutes. Among these individuals, there were certainly those well-versed in their field. With the prowess of heavy exoskeletons, he had no need to approach those ostentatious individuals, begging for them to behold his creation. That if the product was truly effective, it would sell itself. If it were lacking, what good would coaxing them to look do? The exhibition hall gradually became lively, bustling with people. After an indeterminate amount of time, Suyu, engrossed in his phone, suddenly heard footsteps stop in front of his booth. He looked up to find a military officer, distinguished by his glasses and an air of refinement, standing before him. Behind him loomed several burly figures, clearly bodyguards. The officer gazed at the imposing exoskeleton on display, his eyes gleaming with interest. Meanwhile, Suyu scrutinized him and mused, he does not appear to be a frontline commander or combat personnel. He is likely a researcher, not particularly old, holding the rank of major and accompanied by several bodyguards. He must be a person of significance. The target client has finally appeared. Chapter 23. The Favor of the Military G60. Heavy exoskeleton. Is it of interest to you, sir? Suyu lazily rose from the massage chair and smiled at the refined gentleman. Greetings. I am Zhou Bowie, a researcher from the Eastern District, the man said politely, extending his hand. Major Zhou, I am Suyu, a civilian military enthusiast, if one might say. Suyu discreetly glanced at the rank insignia on Zhou's shoulder. Mr. Su, you are too modest. I too am researching exoskeleton technology. I cannot find a single flaw in the design of this exoskeleton. If you deem it merely a hobby, then us researchers must be ashamed. Zhou Bowie's gaze lingered on the exoskeleton, his eyes ablaze with admiration. However, his interest seemed confined to the visible aesthetics and structural design of the device, as for its practical application. Alas, in the modern context, such armored exoskeletons would hold little utility. In Zhou's understanding, the primary purpose of contemporary exoskeletons was to enhance soldiers' load-bearing capacity, providing slight assistance to enable them to carry more supplies and move swiftly, with greater endurance during combat. The notion of attaching armor to an exoskeleton for increased defense was not something considered in this era. The reasoning was simple: insufficient power. In other words, the advanced motors required were not available. The motor capable of powering this exoskeleton would need to be at least the size of those found in vehicles. It was simply too large to be integrated. After all, if electric assistance were to be included, it would not suffice to install just one motor. Each pivotal joint would require its own. Conversely, smaller motors that could fit would lack the necessary power. Even if the motor issue were resolved, a fundamental problem would remain. The batteries would be inadequate to sustain energy, whether due to the absence of motors for assistance or a lack of batteries for power. Both were fatal flaws for such a cumbersome device. One cannot expect soldiers to run while donning this apparatus, which weighs at least 200 to 300 kilograms. Even a superhuman would collapse after a couple of laps. The current positioning of exoskeletons is primarily to alleviate soldiers' burdens, not to impose additional strain. Without powered assistance, this several hundred-kilogram hunk of metal could only be described as a form of turbocharging, not merely an ordinary enhancement. Major Zhou, you flatter me. However, this heavy exoskeleton is not merely aesthetically pleasing. Suyu observed Zhou's expression, sensing that he had yet to grasp the true potential of the device. He continued, if you have the time, I can demonstrate it for you right now, Dado. It possesses additional functions. Zhou Bowie's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, I have plenty of time. There is no rush. Excellent. Suyu responded, moving directly to the heavy exoskeleton and tapping on its robust chest armor. In the next moment, accompanied by mechanical clicks, the exoskeleton, previously standing rigidly, began to split open at the chest, revealing a meticulously organized internal structure. The mere sight of this automatic opening left Zhou Bowie wide-eyed and breathless. It indeed has motor assistance. He noted that the motors appeared to be housed within the rib sections of the exoskeleton. Yet, after scrutinizing for some time, he could not discern any signs of motors in that area. For such a large contraption to move, the internal motors must be significantly larger than those found in typical electric vehicles. What on earth is going on? Realizing something was amiss, Zhou Bowie quickly reacted. He stepped forward, grabbing Suyu, who was about to don the exoskeleton, and whispered, There are too many eyes here, Mr. Su. Let us find a quieter place to demonstrate. Suyu, hearing this, felt no surprise and readily agreed. Under Zhou Bowie's direction, his bodyguards exerted themselves to hoist the exoskeleton, weighing over 300 kilograms, onto a small transport cart designated for carrying goods within the exhibition hall. They proceeded as if nothing unusual had transpired, pushing the exoskeleton away from the exhibition area to a vacant conference room in the back of the convention center. That Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I have already notified a few colleagues, and they are on their way. Zhou Bowie stated politely as he entered. Simultaneously, his bodyguards began to search the room, dismantling the 2 surveillance cameras installed there. This defense exhibition had been held for several years, yet the military had rarely found anything truly useful from civilian enterprises or individuals. Most of the time, the exchanges were more symbolic than practical. However, this time was different. Initially, Zhou Bowie had not held high hopes for unearthing valuable innovations at this civilian defense exhibition, but now he was elated. If his first impression of this exoskeleton had been that it was an ergonomically designed, aesthetically pleasing, yet ultimately useless piece of equipment, witnessing the actual presence of a transmission assistance system changed everything. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Even if this transmission system were not sufficient to animate the 300-plus kilogram mechanical exoskeleton, the technology behind the miniature motors was already an extraordinary feat of innovation. Should he manage to procure the patents for these motors from Suyu, the military exoskeletons he was researching could soon see real combat application. Of course, the military exoskeleton he was working on consisted merely of a skeletal structure, devoid of armor. Watching Zhou Bowie marvel at the exoskeleton, inspecting it from every angle, Suyu couldn't suppress a smile, feeling a sense of pride that it was no surprise that the technology from the wasteland world could elicit such excitement among researchers on Blue Star. Even with just a glimpse of its capabilities, if they were to discover that this device could run and leap, carrying a ton at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, they might very well faint on the spot. Not to mention its formidable protective capabilities and other astounding parameters. According to Frostar's explanation, the G60 heavy exoskeleton bore similarities in materials and structure to some lightweight power armor from the wasteland world. The only distinction lay in the energy source. The G60 exoskeleton utilized a metallic hydrogen battery, whereas the power armor from Froststar's world relied on cold nuclear fusion reactors for energy. Lightweight power armor surpassed exoskeletons primarily due to the availability of fusion reactors, allowing for the integration of numerous functional components, such as near immunity to all kinetic weaponry, akin to the field, and engines capable of flight. Additionally, high-energy laser weapons were also part of this energy-consuming ensemble. The G60 exoskeleton could theoretically accommodate these functional modules, but the metallic hydrogen battery could not power such devices. Beyond these high-energy modules, the G60 exoskeleton's parameters and mechanical qualities were not significantly inferior to those of lightweight power armor from the wasteland, even in the era of prosperity described by Froststar. When the technological tree was nearly complete, power armor was still cutting-edge technology. That IT has been said that when technology is sufficiently advanced, it becomes indistinguishable from magic. The era of prosperity in Froststar's world had already entered a phase of space colonization. Their technology, when compared to Blue Star's, could indeed be likened to sorcery. When the performance of this exoskeleton is fully revealed, everyone on Blue Star will undoubtedly take notice. Chapter 24. What kind of zenith technology is this? Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, Joe Bowie's colleagues arrived in full. Among them were several elderly gentlemen who clearly worked in research, but leading the group was a middle-aged general adorned with the insignia of a shining star. The moment the general entered, his gaze fixated on the exoskeleton. After surveying the room, his eyes briefly met Su Yu's before shifting to Joe Bowie. Joe Bowie, recognizing the general's interest, quickly introduced, "General Wu, this is Mr. Su Yu. The exoskeleton is his exhibit. The combined worth of all the exhibits outside pales in comparison to this one, which holds immense value for our research. Pales in comparison?" General Wu, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Su Yu. Although the items displayed by the civilian enterprises were mostly mundane to the military, they were nonetheless regarded as high-tech equipment. That on the way here, he had perused Su Yu's exhibition materials. It was astonishing that a person who had found connections at the last minute could present something more impressive than the exhibits from those civilian enterprises. After a brief contemplation, General Wu extended his hand and said, "Mr. Datsu, greetings. That I am Wu Fengjin, an officer at the Eastern District Staff Headquarters. That is it possible for you to demonstrate this on-site?" He glanced at the G60 exoskeleton, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, the exoskeletons in military research facilities were merely skeletal frameworks made of iron rods, whereas this apparatus was fully armored, resembling something out of a science fiction film. When Joe Bowie had notified him to come, he had merely mentioned discovering an extraordinary exhibit without elaborating on its merits. Now that he was present, witnessing the spectacle firsthand was far more enlightening than any explanation from Joe Bowie. "Certainly," Su Yu replied, shaking his hand, that he then stepped directly in front of the heavy exoskeleton, knocking on its robust chest plate. Instantly, a gap large enough to accommodate a person opened up in the middle of the armored shell. Without any intention of changing his attire, Su Yu, dressed in loose-fitting sportswear, awkwardly climbed into the armor. Observing this scene, General Wu remained unfazed. However, the research personnel accompanying him began to breathe heavily. These professionals recognized at a glance that the exoskeleton was equipped with a transmission motor inside. No wonder Joe Bowie had been so eager for them to come. Just this feature alone surpassed the collective value of the dull exhibits outside. Yet, their astonishment had only just begun, accompanied by the sound of mechanical friction. Su Yu, now enveloped in the armor, extended his arms and flexed his fingers before, to the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he stepped down from the small trolley, with an air of casual grace. He strolled around the conference room. "Is this truly operational?" Joe Bowie exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Other researchers displayed expressions of sheer disbelief, struggling to accept what they were witnessing. "Is there any explanation for this?" General Wu furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss, yet lacking the expertise to identify the issue immediately. This apparatus weighed over 300 kilograms. Joe Bowie glanced at Su Yu, swallowing hard. After a brief moment of bewilderment, an exhilarating realization followed, igniting a spark in his eyes. Although he was not a researcher and lacked deep scientific understanding as a military officer, he knew precisely how weapons should be utilized and where they could be deployed. This marvel, clad in heavy armor, yet capable of fluid movement, if provided to his soldiers, would significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. As such thoughts raced through his mind, his gaze grew more fervent. Meanwhile, Suyu continued his demonstration. He slightly bent his knees, leaped effortlessly across a distance of 7 or 8 meters, and landed at the window. With a casual squeeze, he crushed the stainless steel security screen on the conference room window, as though it were made of paper. He then strolled to the enormous conference table in the center of the room, grasping its edge with both hands. With a subtle exertion, accompanied by the deep hum of the motor and the astonished stares of the onlookers. The solid wood table, weighing over a ton, was effortlessly lifted by Suyu. The G60 heavy exoskeleton could advance at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a load of 1 ton. This load was not its maximum capacity, but rather the optimal load for energy efficiency. In fact, when fully powered, it could carry 2 to 3 tons while still running. However, such an operation would significantly increase energy consumption and reduce speed. Suyu estimated the table's weight to be just over a ton, rendering it a trivial burden. The heavy thud of the table hitting the ground shattered the stillness of the conference room, causing a collective intake of breath among the military personnel. At that moment, Suyu removed his facial armor, smiling at them as he inquired, "What do you think of this G60 heavy exoskeleton?" Esteemed officers, before General Wu could respond, a throng of researchers encircled Suyu, their eyes gleaming as if they had encountered a rare beauty. They bombarded him with questions, eagerly probing the exoskeleton with their hands. Incredulous at its capabilities, what kind of motors and transmission systems would be required to support such a heavy load? Is this a matter of the transmission system? What about the energy source? What energy could facilitate such performance? I see no external power source or built-in battery. Young man, if fully powered, how long can this exoskeleton operate? With its remarkable load-bearing capacity, agile mobility, and impressive jumping abilities. How on earth was this contraption constructed? Wait a moment. What material is this armor made of? It feels rather unusual to the touch that Suyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Although he felt somewhat offended, he could understand the excitement of these individuals. After a moment's thought, he called out, "Everyone, please remain calm, that I have detailed specifications available for your examination." He promptly distributed printed promotional materials containing the G60 exoskeleton's general parameters. To his surprise, the researchers became even more animated upon reviewing the specifications. Some elderly researchers nearly clutched their chests in disbelief. Even the layman, General Wu Fengjin, after glancing at the information, felt his hands tremble uncontrollably while holding the pamphlet. What manner of celestial technology was this? Chapter 25. General, we may not be able to afford this. In terms of load capacity, maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton is already the most energy-efficient option in extreme circumstances, disregarding energy consumption and transmission system losses. It could still sustain a speed exceeding 60 kilometers per hour while bearing 2 to 3 tons. What does this entail? Most compact family cars weigh around 1.5 tons. This device, when fully powered, could carry 2 cars. As for energy, if calculated based on the energy-efficient plan, a full charge would allow the exoskeleton to run continuously for 3,000 kilometers while carrying a ton. Of course, this scenario is purely theoretical. In practice, while the equipment might withstand the load, the operator would not. Regarding protection, the armor of this exoskeleton can withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft gun and offers all-around protection against weaponry below 20mm caliber. What does this mean? Essentially, donning this equipment renders one virtually impervious to any threats from the enemy unless they employ heavy weaponry. Moreover, even heavy weaponry proves ineffective should the soldier shed their load. They could potentially increase their speed beyond 100 kilometers per hour, that a soldier on the ground possessing such velocity would be nearly invincible. No weapon could lock onto such a nimble, diminutive, and rapid target. The enemy would only be able to resort to suppressive fire as a crude means of restraint against soldiers clad in this exoskeleton. However, with a numerical advantage, one might manage to suppress a few individuals. But what about 10, 100, or even 1,000? If a special forces unit could be established based on this exoskeleton, what good would air and naval superiority do? The target is small, the speed is swift. The armor is thick, and it operates on the ground. Even under bombardment from enemy aircraft, the success of such attacks would be left to chance as long as the soldiers are not too close to suffer from shockwaves. The exoskeleton's armor would provide ample protection against aerial bombardments. This not celestial technology. Upon reviewing the data, General Wu Fangjin quickly envisioned how to utilize this exoskeleton in mass production and how to leverage its advantages on the battlefield. Yet, he soon snapped back to reality, pushing through the crowd of researchers surrounding Su Yu with an eager expression, clutching the pamphlet and asking, "Are the parameters listed here accurate?" Su Yu replied candidly, "Of course they are. You are welcome to conduct your own tests. There is no point in fabricating such claims." General Wu, upon hearing this, quickly pressed on, "And what about production? What is the cost of this exoskeleton? What would be the selling price? Have you considered transferring the technology? If you are willing to transfer the technology, the military can guarantee you a satisfactory fee. Of course, if you do not intend to transfer the technology, we do not wish to impose. However, if you produce it yourselves, what would be the output while ensuring quality and standards, regardless of quantity, as long as the quality and specifications meet our standards? The military will be ready to procure them all." This barrage of questions left Su Yu momentarily dumbfounded. Just as he was about to respond, Zhou Bowie, standing beside General Wu, subtly nudged him and remarked, "General Wu, I fear we may not be able to afford this." "Not afford it?" General Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening. "With the annual military budget, all of it consumed by the air and naval forces, which receive new aircraft and aircraft carriers daily, while we in the army are left with nothing but a pair of new boots. At last, we have encountered a truly remarkable item that is suitable for our use. Is there anything we cannot afford? If need be, we can always submit a report for approval. I refuse to believe that the higher-ups would deny our request. It is not merely a matter of whether the higher-ups will approve or not." Zhou Bowie awkwardly pointed to the section on the promotional flyer regarding the metallic hydrogen battery. "Look at this battery. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline, although I cannot comprehend the principles behind its construction. If this is indeed true, do you understand what it signifies for the general?" "What?" Wu Fangjin's lips twitched as he began to grasp the implications. The existence of such a device could potentially drive the entire new energy vehicle industry forward, relegating traditional fuel vehicles to the annals of history, in terms of market value. This battery alone could be worth several trillion. Last year, our total military expenditure barely amounted to 15 trillion. We simply cannot afford it. Moreover, aside from the battery, the motor inside this contraption, hardly larger than a thumb, boasts nearly 200 horsepower, surpassing the power of many current vehicle-mounted motors. And then there is the armor material, which is extraordinarily unique, being harder than carbon fiber. If mass-produced, its value would be incalculable. "Enough, enough," Wu Fangjin sighed in resignation, turning to Su Yu and saying, "It seems I have been presumptuous. Even if these technologies were to be directly purchased, it would have to be through the state. The military simply cannot afford it. No worries," Su Yu replied. "Since I am here to exhibit, my intention is certainly to engage in business for technology transfer. I currently have no plans in that regard. Regarding production speed, I can assure you that once production commences, the daily output will exceed 100 units, although the black box capacity can reach 500 units per day. In business negotiations, one must always allow for some leeway. And the price? What does MR.SU intend to set for it?" After a brief shock, Wu Fangjin had regained his composure, reverting to his previous efficient demeanor. "The product is indeed impressive, yet if the price is exorbitant, we will have to reluctantly forego it. After all, it is an individual soldier's equipment. If Su Yu were to quote a price higher than that of a fighter jet, then there would be nothing to discuss. It stands. If subsequent tests confirm that the parameters of this exoskeleton align with what Su Yu has stated, then a price not exceeding that of an infantry fighting vehicle would be acceptable to him. Currently, the most advanced infantry fighting vehicles in use by the military are priced around 5 million. Let us not rush into discussions about the price. I can first provide you with 2 units for testing purposes. After the tests are completed, we can then negotiate the price. He spoke. Su Yu smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, General, I can guarantee that the price will be one that you can accept. To jest. As long as we can procure raw materials at a reasonable market price, the cost of producing a set of exoskeletons using a black box will not exceed 3,000. By the way," Su Yu added, "in my view, the true strength of this exoskeleton lies not solely in these specifications. It is devoid of any weaponry. However, its design incorporates ample redundancy, with numerous interfaces for weaponry and equipment. Moreover, The operating system of this exoskeleton is remarkably advanced, with exceptional compatibility. In summary, it allows your experts to explore various specialized modules. The G60 heavy exoskeleton, rather than merely being an exoskeleton, I would prefer to classify it as a next-generation individual combat platform. The extent of your imagination dictates the richness of its functions. After all, the energy-saving mode allows for a weight capacity of 1 ton. It would be wasteful not to attach something to it. Chapter 26. Zheng. This is the technique of a certain nation. Mr. Su, let us agree upon this for now. We will contact each other again in 3 days. Outside the venue, Su Yu, having shared a lunch with Wu Fangjin and the others, took his leave. All that needed to be said had been said, and the military had shown interest in the items. Next, we simply need to have them test the G60 heavy exoskeleton's various data. After all, the true essence of the product cannot be merely asserted by my words. It must be validated by the military's trials. The TO reassure them, so you specifically left them 2 units, one for practical testing and another for disassembly and research. After all, if the military is to procure anything, they must ensure that there are no espionage devices or similar items within. It is indeed necessary to inspect the insides. As for whether they would attempt reverse engineering after disassembly, that is not a concern for Su Yu. As the saying goes, when technology is sufficiently advanced, it resembles magic. They are unlikely to comprehend the principles behind those black technologies, let alone replicate them through reverse engineering. Of course, aside from leaving 2 exoskeletons for military testing and research, Su Yu also discussed his general conditions with General Wu, which included establishing several companies and setting up food processing plants. Wu Fangjin did not inquire about the specifics of what companies or factories Su Yu intended to establish. He simply gave his verbal agreement that as long as the exoskeleton tests yield favorable results, this matter is likely to be settled in 3 days. However, the finer details will certainly require further discussion. The defense exhibition lasts for 3 days, and since Xiaoyu has to work in the afternoon, Su Yu drove away alone. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to find a sizable bookstore nearby, purchasing volumes such as the Book of Han, Records of the Grand Historian, and Comprehensive Mirror in Aid of Governance, all related to the Qin and Han dynasties. He then returned home and directly entered the trading space. After sending a message to Zheng, he stepped into the pavilion in less than 5 minutes. Zheng, dressed in court robes and wearing a crown, appeared in the pavilion. It seemed he had just come from court. "Greetings, Mr. Su." Zheng greeted politely, displaying none of the arrogance typically associated with a sovereign of a feudal dynasty. Of course, it is also possible that he is adept at gauging circumstances, treating the trading counterpart in this space as an equal, hence his humble demeanor. Regardless, Su Yu found no fault in his attitude. As trade partners, maintaining amicable relations is essential for prosperity. "Greetings, Emperor Qin." After exchanging pleasantries, both parties took their seats. Su promptly transmitted the historical texts he had gathered through the trading platform, but he also briefly explained which aspects he wished to examine regarding how the Han dynasty addressed the issues left by the Qin, and which areas were unnecessary to delve into. After all, Records of the Grand Historian contains over 500,000 words, Book of Han contains over 800,000, and Comprehensive Mirror in Aid of Governance exceeds 3 million words. It would be impossible to read through it word by word without at least 10 days to half a month. After the Han dynasty resolved the concerns you mentioned, it unleashed astonishing power. We have a saying here: the Book of Han can be enjoyed with wine. It was a vibrant era. If you are interested, you may continue reading beyond what you wish to see, as it will undoubtedly be beneficial. After a brief explanation, Su Yu concluded with a jest. After all, there is a saying about learning from history. Although it may not pertain to your world as history, many principles remain universal. Upon hearing this, Zheng nodded thoughtfully. With a flick of his finger, he retrieved a copy of Records of the Grand Historian. Observing the relatively thin volume in his hand, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this really over 500,000 words?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Su Yu hastily explained. "Paper was invented during the Han dynasty. You're still in the era of bamboo slips. In any case, once you flip through it, you will understand. This material is akin to silk books, albeit thinner and more affordable, making it suitable for extensive documentation." Zheng, contemplating, examined the book in his hand and, after a brief exploration, understood its usage. However, upon opening the book and seeing its contents, he was momentarily taken aback. Su surmised that he likely did not recognize the simplified characters, as the Qin dynasty still utilized small seal script. Although the writing system he used and the one from Su Yu's time shared a lineage, 2,000 years of evolution had rendered them distinctly different. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, pointing to a book beneath the pile. The book below is a small seal script dictionary. You can refer to it as you read. Although the characters you use differ significantly from those of my era, the writing of my time evolved gradually from small seal script that if you study it closely for a couple of days. Basic reading comprehension should pose no issue. To Su Yu's knowledge. Yingzheng began to study simplified characters step by step, consulting the small seal script dictionary. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to study for 2 days as Su Yu had suggested. Whether due to Yingzheng's innate genius or the existence of supernatural powers in his world, his learning speed was astonishingly rapid. Within less than an hour, he could manage to read records of the Grand Historian word by word without reliance on the small seal script dictionary. However, after acquiring the ability to read, he did not delve deeply into the text. Instead, he flipped a page and curiously asked Su Yu, "Earlier, you mentioned that this paper could be used extensively for recording text, and that it is inexpensive?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu instantly recognized Yingzheng's interest in paper and promptly replied, "Indeed, that in our history, prior to the advent of paper, books existed in the form of bamboo slips and silk books, which made the dissemination of knowledge exceedingly challenging. Only a select few nobles and gentry could truly master it. Once paper emerged, knowledge began to spread gradually, and with the advent of printing technology, it ceased to be a scarce resource monopolized by noble families and aristocrats. Printing technology." Yingzheng furrowed his brow. "Those characters you see in books are not handwritten. They are produced by machines. A printing house can easily print thousands of similar books in a single day." Su Yu explained that, of course, the efficiency of early printing technology was not as swift as that. After listening, Yingzheng closed the book in his hands and, after a moment of silence, suddenly sighed, "This is indeed a technique of a certain nation." Chapter 27. The primary gene elixir. As an emperor, no one understood the terrifying potential of widespread knowledge better than Yingzheng. If the people of the Qin could read, even if just 1 in 10 were literate, it would significantly disrupt the existing management system. The mere thought of the populace resembling the eloquent ministers in the court filled him with dread. However, upon reflection, this might not be such a negative outcome that if everyone could read, the Qin would no longer suffer from a shortage of talent, and every sector would experience explosive growth. Knowledge is power. Although no one had uttered this phrase to Yingzheng, his noble upbringing, which had exposed him to the lower classes, allowed him to grasp this truth that if he could indeed introduce paper and printing into the Qin, enabling its citizens to have access to books, then the entire nation would be like dragons. How could he, the first emperor, not be remembered for eternity? With this thought, Yingzheng's eyes sparkled. After all, with the historical reference of the Han Dynasty from Su Yu's world and the knowledge of what the future held, he felt confident in addressing the challenges before him, as for the limited lifespan remaining in the historical context of Su Yu's world. The existence of longevity elixirs rendered that a trivial concern. Even if fate dictated such limitations, he believed that with the existence of a transdimensional trading platform, he would find a way to extend his life. Given another century, he was confident he could lead the Qin along an unprecedented path. At that time, the notion of enduring legacy would not merely be a hollow phrase. With this in mind, Yingzheng exhaled and solemnly requested Su Yu, "I implore you to teach me the techniques of papermaking and printing." "The terms you propose are entirely negotiable," Su Yu pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, 10 longevity elixirs." "Agreed." Yingzheng responded without hesitation, but after a moment's consideration, he added, "However, the longevity elixir is not without its limitations. One can only consume one at most. Though it may extend one's life by 20 years, it does not guarantee survival for that duration. Death can still occur due to external forces such as murder or poisoning. Thus, does Su still require only 10 longevity elixirs?" Su Yu decisively replied, "Let it be 30. Recognizing the clear intent to bargain, he realized it would be foolish not to ask for more. Moreover, seeing how readily Yingzheng acquiesced, Su Yu surmised that such elixirs were likely not rare in his world. Afterward, he added, "I actually have many valuable items here. It may be challenging to outline everything now. Therefore, let us trade once more tomorrow. In addition to the papermaking technique, I shall also bring you a comprehensive history of our world and a few other trinkets. After perusing them, you will likely discern what I possess and what you may require. As a modern individual, Suyu had much to offer in trade with Yingzheng. Even if the latter's world allowed for immortality, Suyu had plenty to provide. However, he was unsure of Yingzheng's specific needs. And the emperor was equally unaware of Suyu's offerings. Rather than waiting for Yingzheng to express interest after discovering something valuable, it was far more efficient to present the items and allow the emperor to choose. This approach differed from his more conservative strategy when trading with Shuangxing, as she belonged to a more advanced civilization that in contrast, Yingzheng's world was less developed, placing him in a position of greater need. The items Yingzheng could offer, such as longevity elixirs, were indeed valuable to Suyu, but they were not urgent necessities. Thus, he felt no apprehension about being taken advantage of by the emperor. Excellent. Yingzheng nodded in response that I observe your interest in longevity elixirs and cultivation techniques. Tomorrow, I shall have a list prepared for you. Speak freely of what you require. Thank you, Your Majesty, Suyu replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Conducting business with an astute individual is indeed simple. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they parted ways. Name: Suyu. Identity: Agent for the Transdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star Region. Level: Junior Agent, 510. Trading points: 350. Available matchmaking attempts: 0 in his personal space. Suyu contemplated his status. Currently, each trading reward amounted to 50 points. Since acquiring the trading platform, he had completed 7 transactions, 5 with Shuangxing and 2 with Yingzheng as he had previously surmised. Trading with the same individual allowed for a maximum progress increase of only 3 points. However, trading points were not restricted. Each completed transaction, regardless of the individual, rewarded 50 points. Yet there were limitations. Within the same day, multiple transactions with the same person yielded only 1 set of trading points. This measure was implemented to prevent users from exploiting the system to accumulate points excessively. With 350 trading points at his disposal, Suyu deliberated before ultimately deciding to spend 200 points on a primary gene elixir from the trading platform's marketplace. But he had previously inquired about gene elixirs from Shuangxing, who informed him that although her world conducted research in this area, no significant advancements had been made in contrast to enhancing individual strength at the genetic level. Her people favored mechanical augmentation, opting for cybernetic limbs and organs, with some even undergoing complete mechanization, uploading their consciousness to circuits. In summary, those from the wasteland world chose mechanical ascension over genetic evolution, viewing flesh as weak and burdensome. Although Shuangxing fervently recommended her future city's mechanical prosthetics, Suyu had dismissed the idea without hesitation. It was preposterous to think that someone of her distinguished lineage would remain unmodified while trying to persuade him to undergo alterations that, of course, mechanical prosthetics from the wasteland would eventually be introduced. While Suyu himself had no need for them, Blue Star was filled with individuals in dire need of such enhancements. For now, the gene elixirs produced by the trading platform's marketplace seemed far more reliable. Chapter 28: Gene Evolution. What does it mean to be superhuman? In his rented room, Suyu held the primary gene elixir purchased with trading points and took a deep breath before injecting it into his arm. He had confirmed repeatedly with the trading platform that this primary gene elixir bore no side effects and was wholly compatible with the genes of Blue Star inhabitants. After administering the injection, he would simply need to rest and recover. The elixir's effect was to significantly bolster his immune system, rendering him impervious to all diseases present on Blue Star. Additionally, it would enhance his bone density and muscle fiber strength. To put it more vividly, previously, he could barely lift 100 kilograms of gold for a short distance. But after this injection, he would be able to carry it while running a marathon without breaking a sweat. The primary gene elixir would allow him to transcend human physical limits, transforming him into a miniature superhero. A refreshing sensation spread through his arm, and he felt a slight heaviness in his shoulder, likely due to the volume of the injected substance. Fortunately, this sensation did not persist long, and soon he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, causing him to collapse onto his bed. In his dreams, Suyu found himself on a vacation, inexplicably on a volcano, admiring the scenery. Suddenly, the volcano erupted. Heat. That was the only word left in his mind. Then, he jolted awake in shock upon opening his eyes. He realized he had simply experienced a nightmare, or rather, not quite a nightmare, as a volcanic eruption in a vacation setting was not particularly alarming, As he prepared to check his phone for the time. He abruptly noticed that his bed was soaked with sweat. It seemed his earlier dream was not without basis. It truly was hot. Oh right, the gene elixir. At this moment, he remembered that he had used the gene elixir before sleeping. However, after moving slightly, he felt no unusual effects. What had happened to the promised transformation into a superhero? Confused, Suyu decided to get out of bed and check his reflection in the bathroom mirror. As soon as the blanket was lifted, the excruciating sound of fabric tearing echoed through the AI. To his astonishment, the heavy comforter had been ripped open by this seemingly gentle action. Suyu glanced at the blanket, then at his own hands. Momentarily stunned, he picked up a glass from the bedside and applied a slight force. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered, and the jagged shards pierced his palm, eliciting a stinging sensation. Yet upon opening his hand, he discovered no visible wounds, only faint white marks where the glass had pricked him. Incredible! Have I truly become a little superhero? Suyu rose to his feet, clenched his fists, and took a few steps, feeling the seemingly boundless surge of power within him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, it was worthy of the genetic serum produced by the trading platform. Remarkable, moreover, its wonders extended beyond mere health and strength. Even his skin appeared fair and delicate, devoid of any roughness. As the saying goes, fairness conceals 100 flaws. Not to mention, Suyu was never unattractive. In fact, he possessed a certain charm. Following the injection, his already commendable features, enhanced by genetic evolution, reached breathtaking heights. It was not the delicate beauty of a pretty boy. Rather, combined with his fairness, the blemishes and excess weight on his face vanished, revealing deep-set features and defined contours. Far from being effeminate, he exuded an ethereal quality, untouched by the dust of the mundane world. Was this not 1,000 times more impressive than cosmetic enhancements? As Suyu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he inhaled sharply in astonishment. Remarkably, despite the drastic increase in his attractiveness, he still bore a resemblance to his former self. There was no worry of acquaintances failing to recognize him. After reveling in his newfound power for a while, he gradually calmed his excitement. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 8 in the morning, and he proceeded to freshen up in preparation for his outing. However, as he looked around the messy rental apartment and the bed soaked with han shui, he paused. It was indeed time to find a new place to reside. After finishing his errands, he could conveniently search for a new home. Suyu was not particularly picky about where he lived. However, he was now fundamentally different in various aspects from his previous self. It was not merely a matter of comfort in such a small space. The lack of privacy was also a concern. If he broke a glass here, the neighbors would likely hear it. Any movements within the room could potentially lead to complaints from those below. With so many secrets surrounding him, it was wiser to seek a more independent living arrangement to avoid unnecessary troubles. Resolute, he shut the door behind him. The morning hours were quiet, and the elevator swiftly descended. Yet, as the doors opened, he was taken aback by the sight of Li Yuanqi inside. Recovering quickly, he smiled in surprise. "You're up early." It seemed that fate had intertwined their paths. Every encounter had been a serendipitous one. Despite residing in the same building, their recent meetings had become suspiciously frequent. Upon seeing Suyu, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuanqi's eyes. How has he suddenly become so handsome? She wondered. However, sensing it impolite to stare, she quickly averted her gaze and softly greeted, "Good morning. Are you heading to school?" As the elevator doors closed, Suyu casually inquired, "Not today. I have no classes. I'm heading to my part-time job." Li Yuanqi explained in a hushed tone. "No classes." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "It's Wednesday. How could you have a day off from classes?" He suspected she had likely skipped some unimportant lecture. But then again, what was college life without a bit of skipping? He chose not to press further and changed the subject to be by the way. "Has that blonde guy come looking for you lately?" "No." Li Yuanqi shook her head, then added, "Thanks to you. Just a small favor," Suyu replied with a dismissive smile. Just then, the elevator reached the ground floor. As they prepared to exit, the doors opened to reveal a lanky figure with messy blonde hair, standing outside. An awkward silence enveloped the space. Upon seeing the bleary-eyed blonde, who clearly looked like he had pulled an all-nighter, Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," he mused. However, he paid little mind to the intruder. He had never felt intimidated by this individual, and with the enhancements from the genetic serum, his physical prowess now rivaled that of a superhero. Casting a glance at the equally bewildered blonde, Suyu confidently wrapped his arm around Li Yuanxi's shoulders, drawing her close, and pushed past the blonde without sparing him a glance. The blonde stumbled back, momentarily stunned, but instead of getting angry, a look of delight washed over his face as he called out, "Hey bro, it was all a misunderstanding. I'm really Yuanxi's brother. You're actually my brother-in-law." Chapter 29. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Hearing the blonde insist he was his brother-in-law almost made Suyu burst into laughter. The Li Yuanxi, caught off guard, froze momentarily. That if you don't believe me, just ask Yuanxi. I really am her brother. My name is Li Biao. The blonde hurriedly introduced himself, grinning widely. That Suyu scrutinized the blonde with a frown. I have no interest in your relationship with her. Just tell me directly what you want. Nothing at all. The blonde hurriedly replied with a sycophantic grin. That I just happened to come to the city for work and thought I'd drop by to see her. Oh, so you've seen her now? She is doing well. Suyu rolled his eyes and continued walking with Li Yuanxi. Hey, wait, brother, the blonde called out, but halfway through, he caught Suyu's unwelcoming glare and quickly swallowed the word brother-in-law. Speak plainly or get lost, Suyu snapped impatiently. That he had yet to even touch Li Yuanxi. How could this blonde think he could take advantage? Unperturbed by Suyu's harsh words, the blonde merely laughed awkwardly. I am just a bit strapped for cash right now, and I'm new to the city. That I was hoping scram. Suyu interrupted, dismissing him with a single word. The blonde's expression faltered, leaving him standing awkwardly in place. Unsure of what to do, Li Yuanxi shot a surprised glance at the blonde, who was now as meek as a quail before Suyu. In her memory, this half-brother, Li Biao, was known for his unruly behavior. Often getting into fights. That it was hard to imagine him being so ruthlessly scolded. Is it true that evil begets evil? She thought, casting a furtive glance at Suyu, who now appeared exceptionally handsome. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she dismissed the notion. He was so charming and gentle. Surely he couldn't be a bad person. Oblivious to Li Yuanxi's thoughts, Suyu continued to stride out, still holding her close. When Li Biao saw them leaving, he gathered his courage to say something. But before he could utter a word, Suyu turned around, glaring at him, causing him to fall silent immediately. Even when they had been in the restaurant, Li Biao had been too intimidated to provoke Suyu. After witnessing Suyu's impressive vehicle, he had elevated Suyu to a status he could not afford to challenge. Now, he dared not utter another word. That if he were dealing with an ordinary office worker, he might have felt emboldened. But facing someone like Suyu, who was not only more assertive but also wealthier and more influential, he felt genuine fear. He sensed that if he dared to provoke Suyu, he would undoubtedly face repercussions, and likely without any compensation afterward. After successfully shaking off the bothersome blonde, Suyu showed no intention of releasing Li Yuanxi. He maintained his hold on her as they made their way to the parking garage. Li Yuanxi kept her head down, not resisting, allowing Suyu to embrace her intimately, her face flushed with embarrassment. But where's the pet shop you work at? I'll take you there directly. After they got in the car, Suyu inquired as he noticed Li Yuanxi seemingly lost in thought. Li Yuanxi snapped back to reality, quickly replying, It's all right. I can go myself. She looked a bit embarrassed as she reached for the door to get out. Are you not afraid of running into that blonde guy again? Suyu remarked casually. That Li Yuanxi stiffened at once, clearly troubled by the thought of encountering him again. That Suyu's comment made her obediently remain still. After a moment, she quietly provided him with the address, adding dejectedly, I'm really sorry for the trouble. That's so? Then you ought to properly thank me, Suyu teased as he set the navigation. Li Yuanxi's expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions, as memories of her recent conversation with Suyu at the school gate flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to redden to the point of almost bleeding. After a considerable pause, just as Suyu had finally set the navigation and was ready to depart, Li Yuanxi suddenly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, like a dragonfly touching the water's surface. Then, akin to a startled fawn, she swiftly retreated, feigning composure as she gazed out the window. This left Suyu utterly bewildered. With all honesty, he had not intended anything of that nature. He merely sought an excuse to have Li Yuanxi treat him to a meal. To foster their relationship and expedite his efforts in winning her over, he truly did not anticipate that she would misconstrue his intentions in such a dramatic fashion. Observing Li Yuanxi's now crimson ears, Suyu touched the spot on his face where she had unexpectedly struck, and he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head in amusement. But he then rested his elbow on the armrest. Leaning in closer, feeling his proximity, Li Yuanxi's breath hitched as she turned to face him, her voice trembling. "What are you doing?" Suyu remained silent, merely gazing at her intently. Just as she was about to succumb to the moment and close her eyes, she heard Suyu chuckle softly, "Buckle your seatbelt." With that, he reached over to fasten her seatbelt securely before returning to his own seat, deftly shifting gears as they set off, left in a daze. Li Yuanxi could only watch him, her heart racing at the audacity of this man. Chapter 30. Preparations for Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng. Frostar seeks assistance after dropping Li Yuanxi off at the pet shop where she worked part-time. Suyu turned his attention to a nearby bookstore, where he purchased a set of World History and History of China, as promised to Ingzheng. However, he was unable to find specific texts detailing the ancient techniques of papermaking and printing. Such subjects were rather obscure, and even if books on them existed, they would be challenging to locate. Moreover, he needed texts on traditional papermaking methods. Otherwise, providing a modern guide to Ingzheng would yield no practical use. The only work he recalled that contained information on these subjects was Tiangong Kaiwu. Yet this book encompassed much more than just papermaking and printing techniques. It also detailed a plethora of ancient technological marvels. Naturally, he could not present such a tome to Ingzheng, as that would be a significant loss. Fortunately, he knew that information on papermaking and printing circulated online. Thus, he decided against buying any books at the store, planning instead to download several resources online. That he even contemplated acquiring a tablet or smartphone to gift to Ingzheng, given that knowledge constituted a significant portion of their trade. Books could only convey so much. Sometimes, a more direct approach was necessary. That'd be why, providing him with a smartphone, he could share videos showcasing the marvels of the modern world. Surely, Ingzheng would be inclined to engage in further transactions. As for the lack of electricity and internet on Ingzheng's end, that posed little concern. That a device with ample storage would suffice, allowing him to download enough content for prolonged viewing. Powering it would be simple as well. A solar charging panel would do the trick. After all, where was there not sunlight? Through these transactions, Suyu gleaned a general understanding of the world Ingzheng inhabited. That in essence, the overall productivity was strikingly low, resembling the pre-Qin period of Blue Star's history. The only distinction was that this world truly housed qi cultivators. However, these cultivators were not as formidable as one might imagine. The Tai Chi cultivation scripture that Ingzheng gifted to Suyu was something he had attempted to practice. While it yielded some results, they were not particularly significant. Achieving the ability to soar through the skies remained an impossibility. However, strengthening the body and prolonging life were undoubtedly feasible. That Suyu speculated that if such practices were widely adopted, it could potentially elevate the average lifespan to nearly a century. Moreover, the longevity elixir that Ingzheng used for their transactions was indeed remarkable. With a substantial production capacity, that it was said that the qi cultivators of the Qin dynasty could produce thousands of these elixirs in a year. Currently, their exchanges were modest, and using the longevity elixirs as payment sufficed. However, should their business flourish, that quantity would undoubtedly be insufficient. Yet one must remember that this was an entire world. They possessed resources. This was why Suyu invested so much effort into aiding Qin, providing books and smartphones to enlighten Ingzheng about the wonders of modernity, thereby facilitating foundational industrial development in Qin. Eventually, the industrious Qin could usher in a steel revolution, granting Suyu access to any resources he desired. With the assurance of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, he had no fear of default. Such a venture, where initial investments promised significant returns, was an opportunity no sensible individual would overlook. Beyond these long-term plans, in the short term, Qin presented substantial investment potential. That if in Blue Star he couldn't resolve the issue of bulk grain trading swiftly, he could certainly offer Ingzheng superior seeds, farming tools, fertilizers, and other necessities that he could cultivate crops in the parallel world of Qin, splitting the harvest with Ingzheng and selling his portion to Frostar next door. This arrangement would be mutually beneficial. What could be more splendid? Clearing his mind of distractions, Suyu purchased a few smartphones from a roadside shop. Indifferent to the brand as long as they had ample storage and high stability, that he had no particular requirements since they were intended for Ingzheng's US.EAS for solar charging panels. He was unfamiliar with brands, yet he had the luxury of time on his hands. After some searching, he found what was reputed to be the largest outdoor equipment store in the city. Under the guidance of a lovely sales associate, he ultimately chose an outdoor power source equipped with a solar panel. This 600W power bank could recharge a smartphone around 20 to 30 times when fully charged. Once depleted, it could be recharged using its solar panel, taking approximately a day of good sunlight to reach full capacity. Weighing about 3.5 kg, it was an excellent gadget for outdoor enthusiasts, suitable for Ying to manage the power needs of such low-energy devices. Though a bit pricey, Suyu was not particularly concerned about finances. Still, he was taken aback when he learned it cost over 4,000, however, upon discovering a discount for joining their outdoor group. He managed to secure it for just under 4,000. Riding his bicycle to the bar, he knew when to save and when to splurge. Having completed his shopping, it was now midday, after enjoying lunch at a restaurant, where he also took advantage of their Wi-Fi to download a plethora of educational videos. Suyu initially planned to look for a property. Yet upon recalling the over 10 million in his pocket and considering the exorbitant real estate prices in the city, he quickly dismissed the idea. That amount would suffice for a modest 3-bedroom apartment in less desirable areas, but it certainly wouldn't be enough for a discreet, relatively independent villa in the city. Contemplating the 300 kilograms of gold he had left, he dialed the number of Chu Yu, the heiress of the Wanfu Group. Given the financial capacity of the Wanfu Group, purchasing all of his gold should pose no issue. Especially considering their prior partnership that I in urgent need of funds. It was only natural for him to reach out to Chu Yu first as anticipated. Upon learning of Su Yu's intent, she readily agreed without hesitation. They arranged to meet that evening at the abandoned industrial park before hanging up. Reality, after all, was not as swift as fiction. Transactions do not occur instantaneously. In stories, one might produce a valuable item and encounter a wealthy individual who immediately offers billions in exchange, with funds transferred in the blink of an eye. Such scenarios were purely fantastical, in reality. The wealthy often held assets predominantly in stocks, securities, and real estate. With inflation in play, holding cash does not create wealth. Thus, every day it remains uninvested is a day of loss. Companies similarly reserve only planned liquid capital for operational needs. Unexpected expenditures would invariably require time to secure funding. It was unreasonable to expect that Suyu could simply call Chu Yu and have her ready to accept his gold and transfer funds immediately. After confirming their meeting for the evening, Suyu pondered carefully, ensuring he had not overlooked any details, and was ready to return home to the trading space to finalize the transaction with Ying as arranged yesterday. However, just as he entered his vehicle, the personal panel of the trading platform illuminated before him, revealing an unexpected message from Froststar. Do you have time? I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Chapter 31. The unexpected change in Future City. Uncertain of the deeper implications contained within, he had little time to ponder as Froststar, upon noticing his arrival, eagerly exclaimed, "You have finally come. I have a matter of some urgency that requires your assistance, and if you can manage it, the reward I can offer will be far more considerable than all previous compensations combined." "Do tell," Suyu replied, intrigued. "The mayor of Future City has died." Froststar's expression grew grave. "The mayor is passed." Suyu paused, perplexed. "What does this have to do with you? Or what assistance do you require from me? Is it that your mayor is on the brink of death and wishes to indulge in some rare delicacies? I could certainly facilitate that." "Not quite." Froststar shook her head, deliberating for a moment as if to find the right words. After a considerable pause, she elaborated, "The situation is rather complex. Allow me to explain briefly. Are you aware of how Future City was established?" Before Suyu could respond, she continued, "Future City was originally conceived as a space station by the refugees of the prosperous era, designed to be constructed in space just before the apocalyptic war. However, due to various circumstances, the space station was ultimately forced to be built on the ground. The initial plan was to complete its construction and employ a super-powerful anti-gravity engine to launch it into space, thus escaping the treacherous conditions of the Earth. Once in space, it could utilize a curvature engine to flee at superluminal speeds. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. The apocalypse arrived far sooner than anyone had anticipated. This colossal structure, with a usable area of 1,600 square kilometers and capable of sustaining 3 million people for 500 years without external supplies, remained unfinished, unable to escape the gravitational pull of its home planet, and thus became what is now known as Future City. You might consider Future City as a starship that cannot take flight, albeit one that surpasses any starship in virtually every aspect." Froststar shrugged, "And the mayor is the sovereign who possesses the highest authority over this stranded starship. Within Future City, life and death are at her whim. She is now on her deathbed, choosing a successor to transfer her powers. With a serious countenance, Froststar added, "She has no direct blood relatives." Upon hearing this, Suyu began to grasp her intentions. The mayor of Future City wields supreme authority over the entire city. The fate of every individual, regardless of their wealth or poverty, lies within her grasp. This is a level of power that eclipses that of ancient emperors. After all, an emperor could be overthrown if they incited public wrath. But the mayor could extinguish lives with a mere thought. With the mayor's impending demise and her authority about to be relinquished, the families within the city could hardly refrain from vying for power. After all, such unrestrained authority, if wielded by an absolutely just individual, would be manageable. Others could operate within the confines of established rules, relying on their own capabilities. The mayor, detached from the mundane, would exist as a celestial being. And as long as her subjects did not violate her decrees, all would be well. From Froststar's words, it seemed the current mayor of Future City embodies this ideal. Yet the crucial point is that this individual is now on the verge of death. And whoever inherits her authority may not necessarily maintain that same sense of justice. The moment doubt arises, even a genuinely just successor may find it impossible to uphold their integrity, that if one wishes to maintain a semblance of dignity, they could remain nominally as the mayor while passing down authority through their family lineage. Conversely, if one were shameless, they could declare themselves emperor without fear of restraint, that if dissatisfaction arises, they could simply eliminate dissenters and select a new batch of genetically loyal inhabitants from the gene bank. This is not merely a struggle for the mayor's authority. It is akin to a contest to become the Jade Emperor, with such power at stake, regardless of who ascends to the position of new mayor. A chain of suspicion is inevitable. Who would willingly entrust their life and fortune to another? However, upon contemplating this, Suyu found himself puzzled. But how did your current mayor initially gain the trust of everyone? Given her unparalleled authority, who would dare enter Future City if they did not trust her? Once inside, their lives would be in someone else's hands. The mayor is the chief architect of Future City. Froststar replied, her expression slightly peculiar. In the early days of the apocalyptic war, those who invested in the construction of Future City viewed it as a massive refuge. After their escape plan failed, they intended to seal off this fortress, which could house 3 million people for 500 years, so long as its structural integrity remained intact. They and their descendants could thrive within for millennia. However, they did not anticipate that the mayor would leave a backdoor in the city's system, enabling her to seize control and execute nearly 100,000 refugees who sought to seal themselves off. She then commandeered the city's weapon systems, eliminating all enemies within hundreds of kilometers, and opened the gates to more than 1 million refugees. Today, nearly all residents of Future City are descendants of those refugees she accepted. Our lives were saved by the mayor. Why would we not trust her? Suyu exhaled deeply. It seemed that the mayor's method of earning everyone's trust was rather straightforward. Simply replace them with those who felt grateful. Yet this approach was undeniably extreme and offered little in the way of a reference point that he finally understood why Froststar was so anxious. After all, he felt that such extremity might not be viewed the same way by the next mayor. Failing to secure the mayor's authority could indeed result in dire consequences at the hands of the new ruler. With this thought in mind, Suyu sighed. Very well, what assistance can I provide? Chapter 32. The struggle for the mayoral authority. The mayor's most fervent desire is to glimpse the world as it once was, to see the blue skies and white clouds of her home planet, to revisit the once thriving human civilization. Yet our world is now ravaged and, barring unforeseen circumstances, this dream will likely remain unfulfilled until her final breath. However, an unexpected opportunity has arisen. Froststar fixed her gaze upon Suyu, stating, I have become an agent for the Interdimensional Trading Platform. That Suyu was taken aback for a moment before responding with a peculiar expression. You can't possibly mean to transport your mayor to my world for a visit. Can you? Froststar's silence confirmed his suspicion. Suyu's lips twitched, under the constraints of the trading platform. If you could bring her here, I would not mind showing her this world. But are you certain the trading platform permits living beings to traverse dimensions? He had already tested this. Not only living beings, but even a chicken could not be transported alive through the trading platform to other worlds to ASA primary agent. He could only facilitate the exchange of plant seeds. Animals were temporarily barred from interdimensional trade. Perhaps intermediate or advanced agents could possess the authority to trade living creatures, but it was evident that both Suyu and Frostar were still only primary agents. If the mayor is willing to digitize her consciousness and upload it to a computer, she could indeed be traded through the platform that I have already inquired about this with the trading platform. Frostar promptly replied. Clearly, her plan was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather one that had been meticulously contemplated. Digitizing consciousness, Suyu exclaimed in astonishment. Data ascension. If you possess such technology, why is the mayor still facing death? Abandoning her physical form to exist within a virtual realm would grant her immortality. No, that is not feasible. Frostar shook her head. The complexity of human thought surpasses your imagination. Our most advanced computers cannot support human consciousness for extended periods. Once consciousness is digitized and uploaded, it can only be sustained for 3 to 5 days. Beyond that, memories may persist, but consciousness will irrevocably fade. Once consciousness fades, a person loses their capacity for reasoning. They can no longer be considered human, and we refer to this as artificial intelligence. In other words, even if the mayor uploaded her consciousness, she would only have a mere 3 to 5 days of life left. My plan is to persuade the mayor to upload her consciousness, allowing you to show her your world during those final days, fulfilling her last wish, and then have her transfer her mayoral authority to me. After a brief contemplation, Suyu inquired, but what if she still refuses to grant you the mayoral authority? Frostar's expression remained unyielding as she coldly replied, that would be inconsequential, as long as she is brought into the trading space. She cannot designate anyone other than me as her successor, that if she withholds it, the mayoral authority will remain dormant for too long, triggering an alternative selection mechanism governed by the system's AI. At which point it will be a contest of merit. This woman is ruthless. Suyu's perception of Frostar underwent a significant shift. From her tone, it was evident that she held a deep respect and understanding of the mayor of Future City. Perhaps even a mentor-student relationship. Yet in pursuit of her own goals, she had no qualms about scheming against the mayor. It cannot truly be regarded as design. Rather, it is a cunning stratagem akin to inviting one into a trap. The Lord of Future City may possess limited knowledge regarding the trading space, yet the notion of her being directly transported to another realm is self-evident. She cannot possibly be oblivious to the fact that such an act would entail the relinquishment of her dominion over Future City. It remains to be seen whether this Lord of Future City wishes to fulfill her long-held aspirations before her demise or to meticulously select her successor. Based on the recent dialogue with Shuangxing, Suyu surmises that the likelihood of success for Shuangxing's plan is exceedingly high. After a moment of contemplation, he inquires, so, what can I expect in return? Having clarified the intricacies of the situation, it is now time to discuss the matter of compensation. Everything belonging to Future City. Shuangxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Should I ascend to the position of Lord of Future City, all that it possesses could serve as items for our transaction, technology, products, and even, once we elevate to a higher tier of agents, useful and loyal clones could be exchanged. Even if I cannot acquire the authority of the Lord, my family's influence could enable us to seize a considerable amount of resources and technology amid the chaos that ensues during the vacancy of the Lord's position. Prior to the AI automatically selecting a new leader at that juncture, the items available for trade with you would be exponentially more abundant than they are now. As a bastion for escaping the mother planet. Future City retains nearly the entirety of the technological reserves from the Prosperity era. Some of these technologies remain unattainable to us due to the desolation of our environment. Yet if your world possesses such technological reserves, they may very well be manufactured. For instance, commercially viable nuclear fusion technology, space elevators, and interstellar warships. To be frank, Suyu acknowledges that he is intrigued. The technologies Shuangxing speaks of are those that Blue Star can scarcely even dream of. Their value transcends monetary assessment. Moreover, she is not mistaken. Should he acquire a complete suite of mature technologies, while the feasibility of space elevators and interstellar warships remains uncertain, commercial nuclear fusion is indeed replicable with Blue Star's current technological prowess. However, considering the nature of the transaction, Suyu shakes his head and states, technological matters are still too distant. Once acquired, I would require a significant amount of time to realize their value. Please, simply state what tangible rewards you can offer me that are immediately usable. Upon hearing this, Shuangxing ponders for a considerable time before responding. Very well, Let us set aside the distant matters that if the plan unfolds smoothly, and I do not become the Lord, nor does anyone else, then I can offer you 10 sets of storm power armor. Do not attempt to haggle. Although my family possesses a substantial number of storm power armors, they are all non-renewable, and 10 sets is the absolute limit. Upon hearing this, Suyu casts a glance at the exquisite silver power armor adorning Xuanxing and nods in acknowledgement of the proposed compensation, signaling her to continue. Should I become the Lord? In addition to the 10 sets of storm power armor, I would also provide 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit vehicles with a payload capacity of 500 tons. At this point, she glances at Suyu and adds, I have had a professional team analyze the general technological level of your world. If my assumptions are correct, these 3 near-Earth orbit vehicles would undoubtedly allow you to dominate the skies of your realm. At that time, I will control Future City while you govern your world, and our range of transactions could expand beyond mere trifles, enabling us to engage in comprehensive collaboration. Agreed. Chapter 33. Ingzheng. What is a mobile phone? Suyu had long coveted the storm power armor worn by Xuanxing. This time, he need only assist her, and regardless of the outcome, he would be granted 10 sets that Suyu found no reason to decline. Moreover, the Falcon-class near-Earth orbit vehicles are of considerable significance. According to Xuanxing, these vessels possess a payload capacity of 500 tons and are powered by nuclear fusion reactors. Their weapon modules are exceptionally advanced, and their speed can even exceed the second cosmic velocity. Thus, while labeled as near-Earth orbit vehicles, they could feasibly escape the gravitational pull of Blue Star and journey to Mars. Securing 3 Falcons and 10 sets of storm power armors would render Suyu nearly invulnerable on Blue Star. Well, aside from that giant mushroom, .as for who these equipped items would be utilized by, that is of little concern. That a slightly risky approach would be to recruit a cadre of operatives on Blue Star, granting them only operational rights while retaining full control for himself. That a more prudent method would involve directly purchasing clones from the trading platform using transaction points, should he be willing to wait. He might also consider upgrading to intermediate or advanced agents and subsequently acquire absolutely loyal slaves from other worlds. That it has been deduced that agents can trade living beings after reaching a certain level. This conclusion, shared by both him and Xuanxing, should not be erroneous. That in essence, as long as he secures the equipment, the human factor becomes a minor issue. Now, the next step involves convincing the esteemed lord of the city that I can indeed transport her to your world. As Xuanxing spoke, she produced a milky white metallic sphere. This is a photographic drone. Its defining characteristic is its speed. It can traverse over 1,000 kilometers within an hour. My plan is for you to use it to capture footage of your world, documenting not only the prosperous cities and picturesque landscapes, but also the less favorable aspects. Once completed, provide me with the video, and I will endeavor to persuade the Lord with it that Suyu accepted the small sphere. Marveling at its design, and half-jokingly remarked, this device doesn't harbor any black technology that might infiltrate our networks and instigate a technological crisis, does it? Xuanxing, unperturbed by his jest, clarified, we do possess such black technology. However, rest assured, this device does not contain such capabilities. That I can transfer this item to you through the trading platform without charge, just like any other commodity, ensuring absolute safety. That is reassuring, so you did not decline. From the moment he grasped the operational rules of the trading platform, he resolved never to bring back any items that exceeded the platform's oversight to Blue Star. Gifts from others are not considered part of proper transactions, hence lacking security. Given his encounters with 2 distinct worlds, one being the desolate realm of Xuanxing and the other the alternate world of Ingzheng, there were far too many unknowns. Should Xuanxing lose her senses and add something hazardous to the item she sends? With the technological level of the wasteland world, it could lead to the annihilation of humanity on Blue Star. One should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against the potential malice of others. After acquiring the drone through the signed transaction, Suyu rose and remarked, I happen to have some free time now. I can go out and capture the video. That if you are available, please wait for me a while. Very well. Xuanxing nodded, her demeanor calm. Once Suyu departed and she remained alone in the conference room, she exhaled slowly and muttered, this fellow likely harbors some delusions of persecution. Nevertheless, a world that has completed basic industrialization and has not been ravaged by warfare is indeed enviable. Xuanxing's eyes shone with envy and she sighed, shaking her head. If only we could trade living beings. I would directly trade myself over. The wasteland world is intolerable. An hour later, having completed his filming, Suyu returned to the trading space. The process was surprisingly simpler than he had anticipated, that he merely set the drone to autonomously film for an hour, opened the window, and released IT. That IT returned on its own without any need for intervention. After Xuanxing reviewed the video and fast-forward, she hastily logged off, reminding Suyu to maintain open lines of communication over the next few days. Clearly, she harbored considerable confidence in persuading the Lord of Future City. Suyu initially intended to log off as well, but recalled that he had arranged a transaction with Ying Zheng for that day. Thus, after exiting the conference room and returning to his private space, he entered the pavilion for his meeting with Ying Zheng as an emperor. Ying Zheng evidently faced no constraints regarding his online schedule. Within 3 minutes of sending him a message, he appeared in the pavilion. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly transitioned to business matters. Suyu first presented the previously promised books, such as the Comprehensive History of Huaxia, to Ying Zheng. Then came the main event. He produced a mobile phone. "What is this?" Ying Zheng inquired, staring at the small rectangular device in his hand, puzzled. "It is a mobile phone," Suyu responded, using the carefully prepared phrasing. "In our world, it was originally used for communication. It allows you to converse with individuals thousands of miles away at any moment. Of course, this function is of no use in the Qin dynasty, as there are no satellites or base stations there. Well, you will understand what those are in due time. What I wish to convey is that after its evolution, the mobile phone has transcended its initial purpose and serves as a multifunctional information terminal." Ying Zheng listened, albeit somewhat bewildered, diligently absorbing the information without offering commentary on that which exceeded his comprehension. Even without a signal, the device in your hand can play music, display videos, and showcase documents. It possesses numerous functionalities. Suyu briefly spoke a few words before taking the phone from Ying Zheng's hands and pressing the power button, causing the screen to illuminate instantly. Ying Zheng, who had initially been baffled by this mysterious device, suddenly felt a spark of interest, a glowing stone. Moreover, the intricately arranged patterns on its surface revealed an evident aesthetic appeal, suggesting that it was far more than a mere source of light. He refrained from voicing any questions and continued to listen attentively as Suyu elaborated that Suyu, with unending enthusiasm, operated the device while explaining its functions. After nearly half an hour, he finally managed to convey to Ying Zheng the general capabilities of the phone and how to navigate its simpler features. For a man from 2 millennia ago, this was undoubtedly a marvel he had never encountered before. Once Ying Zheng grasped the basics, he held the phone in his hands with an air of fascination, pondering its intricacies. After allowing him some time to explore, Suyu continued, "The reason I chose to gift you this is that, compared to books, the videos that a phone can display often illustrate concepts in a more intuitive manner." As he spoke, he took Ying Zheng's phone and slowly opened the offline cache of videos from the B platform right before him. The phone boasted a storage capacity of 1 TB, and prior to his arrival, Suyu had already downloaded a plethora of educational videos and documentaries encompassing history, economics, military affairs, and culture. Nearly every conceivable subject that he directly accessed a historical compilation video titled 10 Minutes from Ancient Battles to the Last Emperor's Abdication, which had garnered over 20 million views, and placed the phone in front of Ying Zheng. Curiously, Ying Zheng picked up the phone and scrutinized the screen. Initially, he could not comprehend the content being presented. However, as the video played, the timeline gradually advanced from the ancient Yin and Huang periods to significant events during the spring and autumn and warring states periods that he soon understood what was being shown and settled down to watch closely. Witnessing the Qin state's conquest of the 6 kingdoms and the unification of the realm accompanied by stirring background music, even Ying Zheng could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet, upon seeing his future demise in the sands of Shakyu, accompanied by the phrase, "Do noblemen not have their own kind?" and the disintegration of the Qin Empire, he could not suppress a frown. Nevertheless, already aware of his own fate, he patiently continued to observe the unfolding history. From the Western Han, Eastern Han, the 3 kingdoms, to the Tang dynasty, he watched until the last emperor's abdication. In a mere 10 minutes, millennia of history flashed before him. When the video concluded, Ying Zheng remained silent, staring intently at the small screen of the phone for a prolonged period. Eventually, he could not help but exclaim, "Astounding! The history of the future is indeed captivating. And this device is truly a marvel of ingenuity." Presenting history in this manner is undeniably more impactful and easier to comprehend than through books to glimpse the past and present in an instant. To encompass the world in a moment, SUU shrugged. Regardless of whether it is video or text, both serve as vessels of knowledge, each with its own merits and drawbacks. That my intention in providing you with these is to allow you to experience the future's differences more vividly. With that, he opened another video showcasing modern weaponry. The video depicted a barrage of rocket artillery, turning the target range into a fiery inferno, leaving Ing Zheng utterly astounded, although he had little comprehension of firearms. The sight of the numerous craters was enough to convey the immense power of the weaponry displayed. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly inquired, "What is this?" "Ah, it's a type of modern weapon, not the most powerful, but capable of leveling Xiangyang in an instant," Suyu replied succinctly. "There are videos documenting the evolution of weaponry. You'll understand once you watch them. Most of what you see in these videos can be provided by me. And for those that cannot be supplied immediately, given some time, I can certainly deliver them. You can start by watching. Once you have a general understanding of what I possess, we can continue our discussions regarding the trade. As for papermaking and printing, I have also downloaded relevant videos for you to view later. Thus, this transaction can be considered complete." Ingzheng nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries, and handed Suyu the previously agreed-upon 30 longevity elixirs. Finalizing their transaction, after exchanging some pleasantries, Suyu instructed Ingzheng on how to charge the phone using an outdoor power source before they parted ways. Observing Ingzheng's somewhat hurried demeanor, it was evident that he was eager to delve into the vast knowledge Suyu had brought. Chapter 34. Suyu's military maneuvering. Stepping out of the transaction space, Suyu found that night had fallen, and it was past 7 o'clock that he descended to the hotel restaurant for a quick bite, then hurriedly drove towards the outskirts. After all, he had previously arranged to meet Chuyu that evening for a gold transaction at an abandoned industrial park. Having been busy all afternoon, he now had to drive to the suburbs, finally experiencing what it meant to be perpetually occupied. That it was amusing to think that just that morning, he had lamented his own idleness. It was clear that he could not manage everything himself. He needed to recruit a team to assist with less critical tasks, such as procuring supplies for Frostar and Ingzheng. If he attempted to handle everything alone, he might very well exhaust himself one day. However, there was no rush. Once the military concluded testing the exoskeletons, he would have ample funds and military backing, making everything more convenient than it was now. As he drove, Suyu contemplated the forthcoming events. He soon arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned industrial park. Since this was his second transaction, he was no longer as cautious as the first time and simply drove in. Oddly enough, despite his enhanced perception from the gene serum, he felt no sense of being watched. Normally, he could sense when someone was covertly observing him. He had tested this on the bustling streets earlier. Yet, as he entered the industrial park, he felt nothing. Were they not yet here? It was already past 8:40. They should be arriving soon or perhaps they had no intention of surveilling the entrance. He dismissed the thought. No matter, Suu was not inclined to dwell on such matters. He would deal with whatever came his way. Once inside the abandoned industrial park, he found a discreet corner to park his car. From the trunk, he retrieved a sturdy, but not overly large suitcase, containing over 300 kilograms of gold, the entirety of his remaining gold reserves, based on a price of 300 per gram. Its value approached approximately 11 million. In the past, he would have struggled to carry such a weight. However, after receiving the gene serum, his physical capabilities had reached superhuman levels, and carrying nearly 400 kilograms felt merely heavy, allowing him to walk several kilometers without issue. Navigating through the industrial park with familiarity, he soon approached the designated factory. Yet, before he could draw closer, the sudden crack of a gunshot shattered the night's silence. Startling him, Suu reacted swiftly, instinctively dropping the gold and retrieving his S-79 electromagnetic pistol from his inventory, aiming it towards the source of the sound. However, he soon realized that the gunfire was not directed at him, and that shot was merely the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded as if a powder keg had been ignited. The night erupted with the sounds of fierce gunfire from the factory ahead, interspersed with anguished cries. At that moment, Suyu could ascertain that the situation was not aimed at him. But what on earth was happening? For a moment, he found it difficult to comprehend that if they were targeting him, it would be a case of black on black. He had anticipated such a scenario, But what did it mean to be engaged in conflict with others? Moreover, it sounded like there were numerous participants on both sides. Though this was the suburbs, it was still a prosperous area. Who were these outlaws daring to engage in a gunfight here? After a brief moment of confusion, listening to the escalating gunfire, Suyu decided to summon a heavy exoskeleton from his inventory. He quickly donned it, as his protective capabilities far surpassed those of his combat suit. Though the suit provided excellent defense, who would refuse additional armor? Compared to the thin protective fabric, the weighty armor of the exoskeleton provided Suyu with a greater sense of security. After testing his limbs, he placed the suitcase filled with gold into his inventory and stealthily circled the factory's perimeter. At last, he located the second-floor office window, where the conversation had taken place. Inside, the faint glow of light mirrored that day's ambience. With a slight exertion of force, aided by the exoskeleton, he leaped 4 to 5 meters high, easily grasping the windowsill and crashing through the glass into the office. Bang, bang, bang. Upon entering, Suyu was greeted with a hail of bullets. Damn it. How unfortunate. He cursed under his breath. The exoskeleton's protection was certainly impervious to the feeble handguns being fired at him. He glanced up at the terrified expressions of several bodyguards and the figure of Chuyu behind them. After a moment's consideration, he dismissed the notion of smashing their heads into their chests. After all, they were his patrons and not to be harmed. Once the bodyguards expended their magazines, taking advantage of their frantic reload, Suyu interjected, "That's enough. I'm on your side." Irritated, he seized a gun from one of the bodyguards and effortlessly crumpled it into a useless heap of metal. The bodyguard, having lost his weapon, stared blankly at the twisted hunk of scrap metal, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The other 2 bodyguards shared expressions of sheer disbelief, their attempts to reload their magazines frozen in place. What manner of creature is this? Are you Suyu? Chuyu, sheltered in the corner, pushed aside the bodyguard in front of her and inquired with suspicion, "It is I." The exoskeleton's visor retracted, revealing Suyu's considerably more handsome visage. Chuyu scrutinized him for a while, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Subsequently, intrigued, she approached him, and noticing his stillness, tentatively tapped on the heavy armor of his exoskeleton, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this an exoskeleton? You have quite an EYE." Suyu cast her a surprised glance and added after a moment's thought, "It's the military's latest product." "The military has such things?" Chuyu glanced at the weighty exoskeleton and then at Suyu. Her face a canvas of disbelief. "It will be available shortly." Suyu, weary of discussing trivialities, pointed towards the incessant gunfire outside the door and remarked with irritation, "What is the situation here?" "I came to conduct business, not to engage in a brawl." Chuyu, casting a glance at the entrance, replied coldly, "There are some issues with the company. It's my fault that such a significant mishap occurred during the transaction. Afterward, I can offer some compensation based on the price of gold." But Suyu gestured towards the door, teasingly saying, "Forget about afterward. Consider how to handle the present." The gunfire was just on the first floor. It has almost reached the second floor now, and your men might not hold their ground for much longer. Unexpectedly, Chuyu appeared unfazed, instead smiling as she tapped on Suyu's armor and said, "But you are here, aren't you? We are partners, after all. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Chapter 35. Suyu, "I can save you, but it will cost extra." Suyu regarded her for a moment before brusquely swatting her hand away. "I can save you, but it will cost 100 million. Chuyu extended a slender finger. Suyu retorted, "That entire crate of gold weighs over 300 kilograms and is barely worth over 100 million. This woman likely doesn't weigh 100 pounds and yet is worth 100 million. How absurdly valuable is she?" Cough, cough. What is this talk of money? As someone who is already somewhat affluent, Suyu felt it beneath him to bow for mere trifles. Though 100 million is indeed a significant sum, am I the sort to be swayed by mere gold? 200 million. What is this talk of money? As a passionate youth, I cannot abide these lawless scoundrels. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I shall promptly take their heads. Suyu strode purposefully towards the door. Just before opening it, he paused, feeling a twinge of concern, and turned back to add, "Just ensure the funds are deposited into the previous account." There was no choice. Her offer was simply too generous. Suyu had thought himself quite wealthy. Yet in comparison to these affluent individuals, he felt like a mere pauper. Cursed capitalists. Grumbling, Suyu stepped into the corridor outside the office. The moment he emerged, his visor descended, encasing him in armor. The night vision system integrated into the exoskeleton allowed him to survey the darkened factory in its entirety. He quickly noted that the unidentified assailants had indeed cleared the first floor and were now advancing towards the staircase leading to the second floor. These individuals were clad in the most ordinary of attire, blending seamlessly into any crowd, a stark contrast to Chuyu's sharply dressed bodyguards. Yet their combat experience appeared to surpass that of the bodyguards. Their tactical maneuvers suggested they were seasoned veterans of gunfights. Coupled with their numbers and the element of surprise, it was no wonder Chuyu's bodyguards were retreating rapidly. Among the faceless assailants, Suyu even spotted a few distinctly foreign individuals. The presence of foreigners indicated that these were likely not official military or police forces attempting to apprehend Chuyu. There were roughly 20 individuals below. Eliminating them would not pose a challenge for Suyu. His only concern before stepping out was whether Chuyu was a notorious criminal, in which case he would certainly not come to her aid. To prevent any exposure of their prior dealings, he might even contemplate eliminating her, silencing her for good before making a quiet escape. However, since they were not official personnel, it mattered little, regardless of who they were. Engaging in such a violent clash within Jojo was an egregiously unlawful act. By taking them down, what would it be called? An act of righteous valor. A certain young man in Magic City heroically vanquished a dozen armed ruffians with his bare hands. Just think of how exhilarating that sounds. Boom! A heavy thud resonated as Suyu, clad in exoskeleton, leaped over the railing and onto the first floor, ambushing the assailants charging up the staircase from behind. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, this little commotion went unnoticed by the attackers ahead. Suyu strode forward, seizing the head of a thug who was peeking around the corner, and effortlessly lifted him. He then hurled the thug out from behind cover. The moment he landed outside, gunfire erupted as several of Chuyu's bodyguards opened fire, instantly transforming the thug into a sieve. The sudden turn of events startled the assailants at the stairwell, who immediately swung their weapons toward Suyu. Yet, upon seeing his heavy armor, they collectively stood there, dumbfounded. What is this thing? Listening to the scrawny thug nearby babbling in a foreign tongue, Suyu could hardly be bothered to comprehend him. With a swift motion, he delivered a decisive blow, spinning the thug's head a full 720 degrees. 2, bolstered by the genetic enhancement, despite this being his first encounter of this nature. Suyu remained astonishingly composed, save for a slight psychological adjustment. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce gunfire erupted once more, bullets ricocheting off Suyu's armor, sparking but barely scratching the surface. Not a dent marred the armor, let alone inflicted any harm upon Suyu. The formidable exoskeleton surged into the midst of the thugs like a tiger among sheep, unleashing its full might, swiftly dispersing the gunfire until it eventually ceased altogether. Suyu disdainfully shook off the bloodstains on his armor and turned to face the bodyguards who had, at some point, become bewildered at the corner of the staircase. Go inform your lady. The situation has been resolved. Yes, yes, the bodyguard, momentarily dazed, quickly nodded and scurried upstairs, stumbling several times in his haste, scrambling to deliver the news that it wasn't for lack of ability. The preceding scene had been utterly terrifying. The difference in sensation between killing someone with a gun and charging into a crowd to crush someone's skull with a fist was worlds apart, the latter delivering a visually shocking impact. Not long after, Chuyu descended the stairs, flanked by a group of bodyguards. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before her, she merely frowned slightly, not dwelling on it for long. Instead, her gaze fixated on Suyu's exoskeleton, her eyes gleaming with fascination. This apparatus is utterly terrifying. Moreover, given its pristine condition, it was evident that this level of combat had barely scratched the surface of its protective capabilities. Its value is beyond measure. As a businesswoman, Chuyu instantly recognized the worth of this exoskeleton. Suyu, unaware of her far-reaching thoughts, directly queried upon her arrival. When will the payment be transferred? The funds for the gold transaction can be transferred to you now. However, the fee for your assistance will not be available until tomorrow. Chuyu replied, candidly, 200 million in cash is not easily procured. We can conduct the gold transaction first. I will retrieve the gold and return shortly. Suyu nodded and began to walk towards the main entrance. Yet halfway there, he halted and redirected towards a window secured with anti-theft bars. With a swift kick, he shattered the rusted steel bars and effortlessly leaped outside. In a secluded corner, he retrieved the gold from his inventory before climbing back through the window. However, halfway through, gazing at the shattered window, Suyu suddenly recalled something that he had, in fact, purchased this place. Both the land and the abandoned factory were properties under his ownership. Damn it! Turning to behold the slaughterhouse-like scene at the bloodied staircase, Suyu's eyelids twitched. Had he known, he would have restrained his strength earlier. What a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 36. Another Identity of Chuyu. Thud. The heavy suitcase landed on the ground as Suyu placed it down. His mood soured upon seeing his territory in such disarray, leading him to directly address Chuyu. This is the gold. Please have someone verify it. And while you're at it, ensure this place is cleaned up. It looks utterly gruesome that I'm a compassionate person and cannot stand the sight of blood, that if it's not tidied up, I want to feel comfortable returning here in the future. Chuyu, had it not been for the fact that the bloodied mess was largely Suyu's doing, she might have almost believed him. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, I will ensure it is clean that as for the gold, there is no need for verification. As per our previous agreement, for the 385 kilograms of gold here, I owe you 114 million, that let us round it off. I'll transfer you 120 million instead. This portion will be sent to your account shortly, while the remaining amount will be settled tomorrow. At this point, Chuyu paused, glancing at the bodyguards behind her. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Su. You all may leave for now. Although these bodyguards may not possess the combat prowess of the earlier assailants, their professionalism was unquestionable. Upon hearing her directive, they wasted no time in promptly vacating the factory, heading outside to maintain vigilance that only Chuyu and Suyu remained. Chuyu turned to Suyu and inquired, Do you wish to know why these individuals have come to confront me? No, Suyu resolutely shook his head. He was merely interested in making money and had no desire to become entangled in the troubles of these people. Chiyue's expression faltered slightly, and she could not help but glare at him. Nonetheless, she continued, in fact, it is generally prohibited for bodyguards to carry firearms in our country. The reason my bodyguard is an exception is due to our company's collaborations with several state-owned enterprises. But I shan't elaborate further, that in essence, it is related to external affairs that as she spoke, she gestured towards a handgun scattered on the ground, adding, because of this situation, our company has offended numerous external forces over the years. And there are many who wish to kill me, which is why the authorities specially approved my bodyguard to carry a firearm. These individuals, then, have specifically smuggled themselves in to deal with me. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately understood. Outside, firearms. Goodness, this woman appears delicate and fragile, yet she is, in fact, an arms dealer. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Suyu's brow furrowed. If your business is this substantial, then that night's transaction of 100 kilograms of gold, worth 30 million, surely did not necessitate you risking your life to meet me in such a remote location for a gold trade. Did it? A gentleman does not place himself beneath a dangerous wall. Chuyu, being the astute person she is, must understand this principle. If I do not provide an opportunity, how could they dare to emerge? Chuyu suddenly chuckled lightly. We were already aware that these individuals had smuggled themselves in. However, in such a vast area, finding them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, that I came out that night specifically to give them a chance. As it would certainly be easier to capture them in this secluded location than in a densely populated urban area, and the risks would be lowered, I simply did not anticipate that they would prove to be even less competent than I imagined. Failing to arrive in time, Suyu narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for him to voice his inquiries, Chuyu walked to a windowsill and pointed outside. Gazing into the distance, he spotted several speedboats marked with police insignia approaching, and he could vaguely discern armed officers on board, equipped to the teeth. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of police sirens from the main road on the other side of the industrial park, indicating the presence of a substantial number of officers. Even if he had not intervened, with the firepower of those bandits, it would be challenging for the bodyguards holding the stairs to hold their ground for long. They would be more than capable of stalling until the officers, who had long been lying in wait nearby, arrived. I apologize for not informing you of the situation earlier. Chuyu shrugged, but the matter is even more complicated than you might think. Under normal circumstances, regardless of how much they desire to kill me, they would not send people here. It is tantamount to seeking death. However, due to some unforeseen developments, certain individuals have grown impatient. So what exactly are you trying to convey by sharing all this with me? Suyu asked, frowning. Seeing the multitude of officers closing in, he initially considered fleeing. However, upon reflection, this industrial park was now his territory, and those he had dealt with were dangerous elements who had also smuggled themselves in. He was merely acting in the name of justice. There was no way he would run. The military had already become aware of the existence of the exoskeleton technology, which was not something that could be concealed. I wish to purchase several sets of this technology, he stated. Chua approached and tapped on the sturdy chest armor, her eyes filled with admiration. This truly is a remarkable industrial creation. Observing her expression, Suyu gradually sensed something amiss and tentatively queried, "You were already aware of the existence of this exoskeleton?" "Indeed," Chua replied candidly. "One of my other companies is engaged in that business. When the military tested those two samples, our company also had experts involved, so naturally, I am aware. However, rest assured, the military was very pleased with the equipment after the tests, and they will likely sign a contract with you in a few days. Once a sufficient quantity is in service, they will showcase it publicly. After all, the current external situation is rather unstable, and the military does have a demand for this, compared to the tanks, aircraft, and missile vehicles that have been seen countless times. This revolutionary exoskeleton is undoubtedly a far more formidable deterrent against malefactors. Therefore, they never intended to conceal the existence of this exoskeleton. It is your identity that they have placed under the highest level of confidentiality. To be honest, before you appeared before me wearing it, I had no idea that the military had acquired those two exoskeletons from you." After listening to her, Suyu began to grasp the situation and responded, "Since you have such a good relationship with the military, why not wait until they have it in service before purchasing from them? What is your production capacity for this item?" Chua sighed. "In the short term, they will likely not have enough for their own use, so how could they possibly sell it to me? Unlike you, who have yet to officially sign a collaboration agreement with the military. Selling me a few sets now would be something they would have no grounds to object to." Suyu reflected on this and realized that it indeed made sense. After contemplating the fact that he already had over 1,000 sets of exoskeletons in his inventory, he asked, "What price are you willing to offer?" 10 million per set, for 10 sets, Chua stated, presenting her anticipated price. Although this price could purchase a main battle tank with a little extra, the potential for warfare that this exoskeleton held was not necessarily inferior to that of a tank. "I can provide you with 10 sets, but I must make it clear beforehand," Suyu said, gazing into her eyes. "The 10 exoskeletons I give you will have a backdoor left in the system, and disassembly for research will not be supported. In simple terms, you can only use them. If you attempt to disassemble them, the battery will activate a self-destruction protocol. The explosive power of such a large metal hydrogen battery would likely rival that of a 155mm howitzer shell. If you find this acceptable, you can send someone to collect the goods here tomorrow." Given the current technological level of Blue Star, even if they studied the core technology of this exoskeleton, they would not comprehend it. However, this did not mean that researchers would be unable to extract any advanced technologies from the exoskeleton. The transmission system, control system, and carbon-based chips used for computation, not to mention the advanced enemy identification systems, auxiliary aiming systems, and night vision systems on the exoskeleton's faceplate, were all things they could understand and potentially replicate, but he did not prohibit the military from disassembling it for research. It was a favor he extended to them. As for Chua, frankly speaking, their transaction was one where payment was exchanged for goods, but he could not sell the exoskeleton to her for her to study freely over such trivial matters. Agreed. Chua readily accepted this request. "Tomorrow at this hour, I will send someone to collect the goods, and as for the payment, I will ensure that it is delivered along with the 200 million during the day." Although the price was stated as 10 million per set, in reality, Chua had paid 30 million per set. After all, she was merely fishing for a deal. Even if Suyu had not shown up, she likely would not have faced any danger. The 200 million she had offered was entirely to facilitate the current purchase of the exoskeleton and to establish a good rapport with Suyu in advance. Deal. Chapter 37. Suyu. "So, I am a researcher." Almost simultaneously, as the two reached an agreement, fully armed officers entered the abandoned factory. However, it was evident that they had already communicated with the bodyguards at the entrance prior to entering. As the bandits inside had already been dealt with, they appeared relatively unfazed. Yet, despite their preparedness, upon witnessing the gruesome scene at the stairwell, the expressions of some officers changed dramatically. Even seasoned veterans, accustomed to bloodshed, could not help but click their tongues in disbelief that, of course, They were far superior to those bodyguards that, if Suyu recalled correctly, 2 bodyguards had vomited on the spot earlier. He himself managed to maintain his composure, thanks to the comprehensive enhancements provided by the gene serum. Meanwhile, Chue, this woman, astonishingly maintained her calm demeanor while discussing business in such a setting. One could not help but admire her resilience. Greetings, officers of the Magic City Police Department. A middle-aged man in uniform stepped forward from the armed group, his gaze sweeping over the two before finally settling on Chue. Miss Chue, what is the situation here? It turned out that Captain Jung was leading the team today. Chue pointed to Suyu and said, "This gentleman is a researcher from the military. He was nearby testing the latest individual equipment developed by the military when he heard the commotion and came to assist." As you can see, her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Suyu and Captain Jung. After speaking, she did not forget to gesture toward the bloody stairwell behind her. Captain Jung frowned as he glanced at the gruesome stairwell, then saluted Suyu, saying, "Please present your military ID." Generally speaking, personnel affiliated with the military would hold ranks, and it was unthinkable for them to lack a military ID. However, Suyu's identity was merely a fabrication by Chue. He had no such document that he shook his head, preparing to say he did not have one. But Chue interjected, "His confidentiality level is quite high." Upon hearing this, Captain Jung examined the exoskeleton Suyu was wearing, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "I need to verify this. Please wait. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about the fate of the bandits. The original orders from higher-ups for such armed smugglers attempting to cause trouble were to shoot on sight should they dare to resist. Even if Suyu had not been the one to kill them, they would have likely met their end at the hands of the armed officers. The moment they dared to come here, their fate had already been sealed. However, the pressing question now is, what is the true identity of this suddenly emerging Suyu? Just outside, he learned from the bodyguards that these thugs were nearly all taken down by Suyu single-handedly. Armed only with his bare hands, that To defeat nearly 20 armed criminals alone. What kind of combat prowess is that? If Suyu is indeed affiliated with the military, then there is little to discuss. One cannot help but marvel at how advanced the military's equipment is. But what if he is not? After all, this is the magical city, an international metropolis with a dense population. The fact that such formidable equipment, unregistered and in the hands of an unofficial individual, could lead to untold chaos is a cause for concern. It is prudent to remain cautious, rather than relying solely on Chuyu's account. Chuyu quietly added, "Captain Jung would do well to have your superior contact the commander of the Eastern District directly, simply to clarify that the equipment he is wearing is called an exoskeleton." Captain Jung nodded and then stepped aside to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Chuyu took the opportunity to explain to Suyu, "You have yet to establish a cooperative relationship with the military. And without personnel of a certain rank, they may know about exoskeletons but remain unaware of your existence, that if you speak candidly, it could lead to complications. Simply stating that you are a confidential military personnel would prompt them to seek higher-ranking individuals for clarification, especially since your information is indeed classified by the military. This is not an exaggeration. With the military's endorsement, the police will not press further." Suyu nodded in agreement. This made sense. It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sure enough, after approximately 10 minutes, Captain Jung returned, his demeanor noticeably lighter. Looking at the exoskeleton Suyu wore, his initial wariness had transformed into admiration. "It has been confirmed. Mr. Su, you have truly gone above and beyond. Accomplishing what was our responsibility. It is only natural to lend a hand when one sees injustice." The Suyu smiled in response. However, those were more than 20 armed thugs. While one might wish to assist, not everyone possesses the capability to do so. Captain Jung, recalling this, glanced at the exoskeleton once more, swallowing hard. This device is indeed remarkable. From the information he received from his superiors, Suyu is indeed a military research personnel. To think that a researcher equipped with this armor could eliminate those criminals without conventional firearms is simply absurd. This further validates the exoskeleton's immense combat potential, that if this technology were to be provided to the armed police force, encountering vicious armed criminals in a complex urban environment would become significantly easier. No, once the military declassifies this equipment, I must submit a request for several sets. It would be utterly unreasonable not to allocate this for our police department. The two continued to converse casually. Since Suyu remains on the military's confidentiality list, as per protocol, Everyone, including Chuyu, Captain Zheng, and all the police officers who entered the factory and encountered Suyu must sign confidentiality agreements. Once signed, their involvement would essentially conclude that as for the aftermath. Chuyu's team would collaborate with the police to address it, relieving Suyu of any further concerns. However, just as Suyu was about to leave, Captain Zheng suddenly retained him, stating he had just received word that the military had learned about the events here and wished to visit the combat site, hoping Suyu could stay to provide guidance. Upon hearing this, Suyu understood. After all, this could be considered the exoskeleton's debut battle in this world. The military naturally seeks first-hand data for in-depth research. Moreover, with him, the principal party present, it would provide an opportunity to address questions he encountered while testing the exoskeleton in recent days. Suyu readily agreed. Before long, accompanied by the whir of helicopter blades, 2 military transport helicopters descended slowly into a clearing within the derelict industrial park, under the watch of several fully armed soldiers. A group of researchers clad in white lab coats eagerly disembarked and rushed into the abandoned factory. Mr. Su, it truly is you. Among the group of researchers, the foremost figure was Zhou Bowen, who had first discovered the exoskeleton at the defense exhibition. Upon seeing Suyu, although he noticed some changes, he thought little of it and hurried over. It is Major Zhou. I appreciate your hard work at this late hour. Suyu offered a brief greeting. Feeling somewhat awkward in his exoskeleton and unable to shake hands, Zhou Bowen, unfazed by such details, smiled broadly. Not at all. However, I do have numerous inquiries for you regarding this visit, and I fear I may trouble you. Feel free to ask. Are you here to inspect the combat site? Suyu gestured towards the dark recesses of the factory. He was not one to harbor grievances, and after briefly explaining to the police, he departed from the gruesome scene near the stairs. All right, I will send someone to investigate. This is invaluable first-hand information. Zhou Bowen signaled to his team, with a smile, that a cadre of experts promptly advanced with high-powered flashlights. That scene may be rather gruesome. It would be best to prepare them psychologically, Suyu kindly warned. Not to worry. We are all professionals. In fact, when testing weaponry, we often need to gather data from frontline battlefields abroad. Zhou Bowen waved dismissively. However, not long after, they heard retching sounds emanating from within. Zhou Bowen's face twitched as Suyu had anticipated this. After all, even seasoned officers who had witnessed numerous brutal crimes nearly lost their composure at the sight within. While many researchers may have some experience in this regard, they are still civilians, and it is natural for them to falter. They can overcome that hurdle. Let us not dwell on them. Zhou Bowen awkwardly shifted the topic. Mr. Su, during this visit, I would like to consult you specifically. The internal control system of this exoskeleton is indeed remarkably sophisticated. However, we have encountered some discrepancies regarding the integration of additional equipment to maximize its functionality. I recall you mentioning that the richness of our imagination determines its potential. I wonder if you might have any guidance on this matter. Guidance? Suyu pondered for a moment that he had not specifically inquired with Froststar regarding what weapons to attach to the exoskeleton. However, she had shown him videos of their G60 heavy exoskeleton during their time in the wasteland to demonstrate its combat capabilities. Reflecting on those videos of exoskeleton-clad soldiers, Suyu responded, if we are to delve deeper into this, we would need to rethink the organizational structure of the ground forces. For instance, a mechanized infantry squad typically comprises 9 to 12 soldiers, each with distinct roles such as machine gun teams, anti-vehicle teams, and possibly even sniper or drone reconnaissance teams for special missions. Simultaneously, a squad is equipped with an armored personnel carrier as transport and heavy fire support. However, with the exoskeleton, a single soldier could essentially perform all the functions that an entire squad currently fulfills. As he spoke, Suyu paused momentarily and borrowed a sniper rifle from Captain Zheng, leading the group out of the factory. With the whir of machinery, the helmet of the exoskeleton swiftly enveloped his head. With the aid of night vision, he quickly locked onto a distant target that he then fired a shot with casual precision. Bang! The bullet flew several hundred meters and accurately struck a bird's nest in a tree at the foot of the mountain. This shot was taken using the exoskeleton's assisted targeting system, appearing almost effortless. While Zhou Bowen and the others were left bewildered, Suyu calmly remarked, there, by the roadside at the foot of the mountain, approximately 736 meters away, there is a pine tree with a bird's nest. You may want to check if it was hit. With that, he returned the rifle to Captain Zheng. Over 700 meters? Joe Bowen's eyes widened as he gazed at the sniper rifle. The Type 88 sniper rifle has an effective range of 800 meters. You can hit a bird's nest from over 700 meters at night. Why not? If that were not possible, what is the point of the assisted targeting system? I recall the functional introduction stating that this system can accurately calculate wind direction, humidity, visibility, and other factors, allowing you to aim at any visible target within 5,000 meters with a deviation of no more than 2 centimeters. Have you not tested this? Suyu shot him a curious glance. Joe Bowen, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Unfortunately, time was limited, and the exoskeleton's features are so abundant that we have not yet had the opportunity to test the assisted targeting system." Before long, the soldier who had been dispatched to check the bird's nest hurried back, holding in hand a nest that had been pierced by a bullet, revealing clean holes from front to back. The soldier serves as a guard for the researcher and is evidently also a member of a technical unit. Upon returning, he did not forget to mention, "I just used a rangefinder to test it. And the tree where the bird's nest is located is indeed over 700 meters away." Impressive. Jobo looked at the bird's nest and took a gentle breath. Under normal circumstances, a sniper team requires a sniper, an observer, and sometimes even a secondary sniper for backup shots. The SUU interjected. With the G60 exoskeleton, such a large team is entirely unnecessary. One person can accomplish the task of sniping alone. Moreover, with the assistance of the aiming system, the suppression fire from a machine gun becomes less critical. As long as you shoot accurately, a standard automatic rifle with a magazine full of dozens of rounds can still achieve suppressive effects. I believe Major Zhou would agree with this, wouldn't you? Observing Zhou Bo nodding, he continued, "You see, just by stating this, the auxiliary aiming system alone is sufficient to replace an entire sniper team and a machine gun squad within a platoon. As for anti-vehicle operations, equipping a soldier in an exoskeleton with a recoilless rifle allows them to leverage their speed to find an advantageous angle for an attack. That is quite straightforward, isn't it? To put it bluntly, given the protective strength and speed of the exoskeleton, you could even provide them with explosives like C4, enabling the soldier to chase down enemy vehicles and plant the explosives right in their midst. After all, how many military infantry fighting vehicles can outrun it?" As Suyu spoke, Zhou Bo's eyes grew brighter. Previously, they had been discussing traditional tactics, such as equipping sniper-type exoskeletons with sniper rifles and fire suppression-type exoskeletons with heavy machine guns, differentiating them based on their roles for cooperative operations. However, with Suyu's insights, it became apparent that such distinctions might indeed be unnecessary. Under the impressive support configuration of the exoskeleton, the soldier's donning, it could nearly perform any task achievable by ground forces. The horizon expanded. Suyu patted Zhou Bo on the shoulder. In comparison to the limitations of ordinary soldiers, those clad in exoskeletons can undoubtedly be deemed super soldiers. Chapter 39 Love. Simply a mutual benefit. Super soldiers? Zhou Bo's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had been enlightened. His mind opened up, and he instantly grasped the operational model for future warfare involving exoskeletons and the accompanying weaponry. Truly, Mr. Su is a genius who has created such an epic-making product. His words have greatly inspired me. Not at all, Suyu waved his hand dismissively. You simply lack a concrete understanding of this exoskeleton's capabilities for now. After you familiarize yourselves with it for a while, you won't need me to explain anything. His words were not mere modesty. The military is filled with talent. It is an outdated notion from a century ago to struggle with unfamiliar weapons. Once they become acquainted with the various functions of the exoskeleton, discovering the appropriate methods of use will come naturally. R.Su is being humble. The two engaged in further pleasantries. Zhou Bo revealed that the military would likely approach Suyu to finalize their collaboration the day after tomorrow. As their conversation drew to a close, it was already past 1 a.m. Chuyu had left shortly after the military arrived. After all, some confidential matters prevented her from staying. Meanwhile, the officers and the bodyguards who remained were tasked with assisting in clearing the scene, waiting for the military experts to finish collecting data before they could begin their work. The cleanup was the responsibility of the bodyguards, while the officers stayed to gather information on the bandits, determining their origins. After all, this was the 9 provinces, and these bandits had come armed to wreak havoc here. The matter was far from over. Suyu bade farewell to Zhou Bo and departed alone. Zhou Bo initially intended to send 2 guards to escort him, but he politely declined. There was hardly anyone who would pose a threat to him. Even if there were, With his gear, it was uncertain who would be protecting whom in the face of danger. Being alone, he felt the safest that if he were to encounter an insurmountable enemy, he could simply dive into the transaction space and seek a loan from Shuangxing for a set of storm power armor. Wouldn't that allow him to slay gods and Buddhas alike? Ahem. After experiencing the exhilarating sensation of wearing the exoskeleton and defeating bandits, Suyu was increasingly eager to don the storm power armor. That was truly the ultimate technological marvel that could traverse sky, land, and sea. The journey back to the city was not short, and Suyu arrived at the hotel around 2 in the morning. After showering and lying down, he checked his phone, only to realize that Yu Xiaoyu had sent him numerous messages around 11 that night. That time, he was occupied with matters while wearing the exoskeleton, leaving him no time to check his phone. Reviewing the messages, he gleaned that the defense exhibition had concluded and that she wouldn't be working the following day. The implication was clear. She wanted to chat with Suyu. After all, feelings develop over time. Unfortunately, he had been preoccupied and hadn't replied promptly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying in bed alone now. However, the fact that she wouldn't be working the next day was good news. As Suyu also had no pressing matters and intended to check out some properties, that it was the perfect opportunity for a little relaxation. After some contemplation, he replied, "I was busy until now. If you're free tomorrow afternoon, shall we have lunch together?" After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside, preparing to sleep. After all, it was already 2 in the morning, and she was likely asleep, to his surprise. Just as he set his phone down, the notification sound chimed again. She really hadn't gone to sleep? Startled, Suyu picked up his phone once more. Sure enough, it was a prompt response from Yu Xiaoyu, essentially saying, "Gigi was busy until this late, truly hard-working and commendable. I can't help but feel for you." She then subtly inquired about Suyu's current location, the implication unmistakable. How had he not noticed her perceptive nature before? It was not merely charm, but a thoughtful, sisterly quality. Suyu sent her his location and added, "How about stepping out for a late-night snack?" Yu Xiaoyu immediately responded with "on my way" emoji. They exchanged a few light-hearted messages, and once she informed him that she was in the car and would arrive in half an hour, Suyu finally set down his phone and began contemplating how to approach his relationship with Yu Xiaoyu. In the past, he would not have overthought such matters. He would engage as long as it was feasible, and if not, they would part ways without a second thought. After all, since becoming a scoundrel, his romantic interests had been rather unsavory, with everyone knowing it was just a game. However, Yu Xiaoyu was somewhat different from the women he had encountered before, that if one were to label her as a good woman, that wouldn't quite fit. Her willingness to engage with him so easily could be construed as a pursuit of financial gain. Yet, labeling her as a gold digger would also be misleading, as during their previous exchanges, she had shown an openness to him, welcoming him into her life that if anything, she appeared to be a pragmatic woman with a bottom line, aware of her worth and willing to negotiate. Now, it was evident that after holding on to her value for so long, she had decided to invest in Suyu. To be honest, Suyu found this situation quite novel, of course, in his earlier days. Without money and facing life-and-death situations, he would have adopted a stance of nonchalance and indifference. Whatever the circumstances, he would simply walk away if things didn't feel right. However, now he found himself in a position where he could afford to be discerning. He had no reason to flee over trifles. Yet, responsibility was a matter of perspective. If it was merely about money, that was one thing. But if it involved reputation, then that was an entirely different matter. Having finally gained some traction, it would be foolish to waste his potential on trivial pursuits, that he needed to be more astute than that. For now, he would wait and see what she intended. Not lingering on this dilemma, Suyu called the hotel front desk, requesting some late-night snacks be sent up to this caliber of hotel. The kitchen typically operates 24 hours for room service. With Yu Xiaoyu nearing her arrival, it was unlikely he could sleep in the meantime, that he might as well get something to eat first. Perhaps some succulent lamb kidneys. Chapter 40, Preparing to Buy a House, Top-Tier Negotiations. The next day, Suyu slept until noon before waking up. Beside him, Yu Xiaoyu was still lost in slumber, a trace of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, reflecting on his performance from the previous night. He felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Goodness, the genetic serum was indeed potent. Under normal circumstances, not indulging in substances, achieving half an hour would be the limit for an average person. Given his previous focus on maintaining this aspect of his health, he had barely managed that level to AS for those online claims of lasting an hour or two, or even an entire night, without a doubt. They were all still virgins. Of course, some might be afflicted with certain ailments, but they certainly weren't typical individuals. However, Suyu had shattered the half-hour limit last night, reaching an unprecedented 2 hours. Had it not been for Yu Xiaoyu's inability to withstand such prolonged engagement, he could have lasted even longer. With his health assuredly in peak condition, it could only be attributed to the enhancements from the genetic serum. Quite fascinating. After lying in bed for a short while, Yu Xiaoyu finally stirred awake. The two shared affectionate moments before getting out of bed, and after having lunch downstairs, they left the hotel together. However, Suyu did not check out of the hotel room. Instead, he extended his stay for another week. The previous cramped quarters had become too chaotic, and he had no desire to return there in the coming days. After purchasing a property, all that remains is to return briefly to tidy up the rental studio. This morning, the 200 million emergency funds and 100 million for the exoskeleton procurement, as agreed upon with Chuyu last night, have already been transferred to Suyu's card. Adding to that the 21 million from selling gold last night, and nearly 10 million that was left over. He now has a staggering 430 million in his account, and if he does not buy a house now, when will he? Yet, where to buy? Suyu was lost in thought in the car for quite some time, struggling to recall a suitable property. Although his previous aim was to purchase a home in the bustling metropolis, he had kept an eye on various new developments during his free time. However, back then he had only a few coins to spare, and he dared to dream only of modest two-bedroom apartments in peripheral areas. Today is different. He certainly could not settle for such accommodations, as it would be no different from continuing to reside in that rented studio. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Yu Xiaoyu in the passenger seat and asked, "Do you happen to know anyone in real estate sales? Or perhaps someone who is well-versed in the property market of the metropolis?" "Huh." Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback and responded with surprise, "Haven't you already found a property?" When Suyu had mentioned in the hotel that he wanted to go out to buy a house in the afternoon, she assumed he had already identified a property and was merely waiting to swipe his card. With her recent business, she had hardly any time to view properties herself. That Suyu shrugged. "Well, I do have a friend who works at a real estate agency. However, she and I are from the same hometown, and we've known each other since childhood. She tends to be quite open about things, and she also has my parents' contact information." Why Suyu hesitated, speaking while discreetly observing Suyu. Suyu immediately sensed that she was testing him, that if he sought her friend's assistance in finding a property, it would undoubtedly reach her parents' ears, that in essence, it would be a roundabout way of notifying his parents. Once they are informed, what would follow? Meeting the parents? Discussing marriage? Tiste. Just yesterday, Suyu had mentioned wanting to test the waters with her. Little did he know he was being tested first. There was no way around it. "Let's not involve your friend then. We can seek another agency instead," Suyu replied in a calm tone, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of her words, that he completely sidestepped the matter, that a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Yu Xiaoyu's face. But she quickly masked it, realizing that they had only known each other for a short time, and that such thoughts were rather premature. She promptly concealed her earlier disappointment and added, "How about this? I'll tell her that you are my client. She and I have a good relationship, so if you buy through her, you should be able to secure some additional discounts. I've heard that her agency is quite reputable, among the top in the metropolis, with an extensive range of listings, and their office is not far from here. Maintaining the current relationship was fine. As for what might transpire in the future, it is often said that feelings develop over time. At worst, she could just learn a few more tricks." The opportunity to transform into a wealthy matron was not something she was willing to relinquish easily. Who wouldn't want to soar to new heights? Upon hearing this, Suyu chuckled. "All right then, make sure your friend puts in some extra effort, but if we can finalize the property this afternoon, consider it a significant contribution. And I'll take you shopping tonight. Feel free to pick out any gift you desire." With that, he started the car and drove towards the address she had mentioned. "Well, I won't hold back then." Yu Xiaoyu managed a forced smile before turning to gaze out the window, letting out a deep sigh. Suyu's stance was already quite clear. Benefits were welcome, but as for any formal relationship, not a chance. After their tug-of-war, it was evident that she had lost the battle. Ultimately, she lacked the leverage to negotiate with Suyu. However, upon reflection, she felt that clarifying such matters now might not be so bad. At least she would no longer have to agonize over how to navigate her relationship with Suyu, constantly plagued by uncertainty. After a fierce internal debate, she quickly accepted her place and became increasingly attentive. Before long, they arrived at the real estate agency where Yu Xiaoyu's friend worked. She had already contacted her friend, and by the time they arrived, the latter was waiting downstairs as the car came to a halt. A woman with a neat ponytail, dressed in a business suit and wearing high heels, approached briskly. She greeted Yu Xiaoyu with a warm embrace. The scene was electrifying. Su Yu watched from the side, exclaiming in amazement, "The TOB fair." Yu Xiaoyu was already quite striking, easily earning a score of over 90 in Su Yu's eyes. She was the kind of woman who turned heads on the street. However, her childhood friend, Su Qingyin, surpassed her in beauty, easily scoring above 95. Among the stunning women Su Yu had encountered on Blue Star, only Chu Yu could be said to rival her, and that was primarily due to the aloof elegance that came from Chu Yu's long-standing high status. Of course, if one were to consider other realms, the most beautiful woman Su Yu had ever seen was undoubtedly Shuangxing. If Chu Yu was a 98, then Shuangxing would be a perfect 100, flawless in every way. Her flowing white hair alone far outshone Chu Yu. As Su Yu ranked the beautiful women he knew in his mind, the two ladies exchanged pleasantries before heading towards him. Yu Xiaoyu, acting as the intermediary, introduced to Su, "This is my client, Mr. Su Yu. Mr. Su, this is my friend, Su Qingyin." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's gaze swept between the two before she extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Su. I heard from Xiaoyu that you are interested in purchasing a property. I have just received a substantial batch of quality listings that I can present to you at the most favorable prices. Thank you for your help." Miss Xu lightly grasped her delicate hand. "I am primarily considering villas, preferably standalone ones. That I wonder if you have any suitable recommendations. Pricing is negotiable, but I would prefer something that is move-in ready and with expedited paperwork." Su Qingyin exclaimed internally. "Wow, a major client, Mr. Su. We have an ample selection of properties available that will meet your needs. Shall we head upstairs for a discussion?" Su Qingyin's demeanor became enthusiastic as she led them upstairs, guiding them to a meeting room where they could sit briefly while she fetched the necessary documents. It was then that Yu Xiaoyu regained her composure, looking at Su Yu in disbelief. "Are you really planning to buy a villa? This is the metropolis. A standalone villa, even in the suburbs, would start at least 8 figures. Although she had previously known that Su Yu was quite wealthy, after all, he had purchased a car for over 2 million without batting an eye. She had still underestimated the extent of his wealth. What else? One must have a place to call home, right? Su Yu shrugged. Before long, Su Qingyin returned with a booklet. Noticing Yu Xiaoyu sitting to Su Yu's right, she thought for a moment before taking a seat on his left, effectively sandwiching him between them. She then opened the brochure. "Mr. Su, here are the standalone villas that are available for immediate occupancy, move-in ready. These are all the properties that meet your criteria." Su nodded in acknowledgement, indicating for her to continue. Su Qingyin immediately began detailing the offerings, including prices, locations, surrounding amenities, and more, explaining everything with clarity. Her professional competence was indeed commendable. Su listened attentively, occasionally asking questions, while Yu Xiaoyu sat beside him, secretly astonished. The prices were simply outrageous. The lowest price quoted for a property was over 30 million. As they flipped through the booklet, the figures escalated, and soon they were in the hundreds of millions. Su, however, remained unfazed, encouraging Su Qingyin to continue to. Yu Xiaoyu found it hard to comprehend just how wealthily this enigmatic figure was, her mind numb from the astronomical figures being discussed. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qingyin turned to the final page of the booklet, Building 3 of Peach Blossom Ditch. This villa is located in the southern suburbs of the metropolis. With the name Peach Blossom Ditch, the main structure features a classical Huizhou design, with 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground, totaling 1,100 square meters. Additionally, the villa comes with a 3,600 square meter garden, meticulously designed by a top domestic landscape architect, featuring exotic flowers, rockeries, flowing streams, and pavilions. Rather than a garden, it could be considered a work of art. As she spoke, Su Qingyin opened a video showcasing the property. Su glanced at it and promptly inquired, "What is the price?" Su Qingyin was taken aback, surprised by his sudden question. After all her explanations, this was the first time Su Yu had asked about the price. It seemed he was particularly interested in this villa. However, recalling the specifics of Building 3 of Peach Blossom Ditch, she felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. "Mr. Su, this villa is unlike any other. It is not priced per square meter, that we have a fixed price, 380 million. Moreover, I do not have the authority to alter this price. I cannot offer any discounts. The best I can do is provide you with a set of high-quality imported furniture within my limits. This villa is not technically part of our agency's assets. It is being consigned to us by an owner that in truth, this price is already quite favorable. Although the location may seem somewhat remote, it is compensated by its excellent environment. Furthermore, the amenities within this villa are nearly at the pinnacle of residential standards worldwide. It possesses all that one could desire. The owner, who is engaged in the real estate business, reportedly purchased it for just over $400 million. That the interior is exquisitely decorated, yet it has never been inhabited, as it was merely held for resale. However, the current real estate market is no longer what it once was. And coupled with the financial strain on his company necessitating liquidity, the asking price has fallen to $380 million, with the stipulation that it must be paid in full at once. Upon hearing this, she nervously glanced at Su Yu, awaiting his response. As a top-tier salesperson, Su Qingyin could naturally discern that Su Yu had shown no interest in the previous properties, only this one. However, whether Su Yu possessed $380 million is another matter altogether. The requirement for a full upfront payment is excessively stringent. Other clients with fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions had previously viewed this property, but fled at the mere mention of needing to pay in one lump sum. To cough up nearly $400 million in cash for a house is a feat even the CEOs of $100 billion listed companies would hesitate to undertake. As for the young Su Yu, it is not that Su Qingyin looked down upon him, but rather that despite driving a luxury G-Class, its price pales in comparison to even a fraction of this villa's cost that he certainly could not be used as a point of reference. Moreover, his entire ensemble could not have cost more than 2,000 yuan. He hardly appeared to be a particularly wealthy individual. With this in mind, to prevent Su Yu from being daunted by the price, Su Qingyin prepared to recommend a more affordable villa to shift the conversation, lest he feel embarrassed. Yet before she could utter a word, Su Yu interjected. Let us first take a look at the house. If everything is satisfactory, I can swipe my card later. By the way, how long will the paperwork take? When can I move in? In fact, I believe this one is more. She instinctively began to voice her thoughts, only to realize mid-sentence. Her rosy lips momentarily parted in astonishment as she gazed at Su Yu. Mr. Su, are you truly considering purchasing it? Is there a problem? Su Yu cast her a puzzled glance. Perceiving that Su Yu's friend seemed rather dim-witted, no problem. I will take you to see the house right away. She hastily replied. As for the paperwork, the owner has already entrusted our company to handle it. And if you are satisfied, we can finalize everything today. Su Qingyin promptly stood up, stating, I will fetch the keys. Please hold on. I will wait for you in the parking lot, Su Yu replied, rising in tandem and leading Su Yu downstairs. The reason he chose this villa was quite simple. Firstly, its location in the southern suburbs is not far from the abandoned industrial park, estimating a mere 10-minute drive. Secondly, the traditional Chinese garden design resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities far more than the previous recommendations that were all European-style architecture. Of course, the primary reason remains the conditions attached. Money is meant to be spent. After all, before long, the trio arrived at the Taohuawu community in the southern suburbs. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped in a serene atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the bustling outside world. Truth be told, this area cannot be deemed excessively remote. Just outside the community lies a bustling thoroughfare. While it may be classified as suburban, it surpasses the vibrancy of some main roads in third- or fourth-tier cities. However, the community is vast, with each villa occupying several thousand square meters, complete with amenities such as a golf course and outdoor hot springs. Thus, the deeper one ventures, the more tranquil it becomes, imparting a sense of seclusion. Soon, Su Yu's car arrived in front of building number 3 under Su Qingyin's guidance. With its blue tiles and white walls, adorned with flying eaves and upturned corners, the villa was encircled by an ancient yet elegant wall, with graceful bamboo lining its edges, the verdant leaves adding a touch of vitality to the chilly winter day. That a vermilion door bore a plaque inscribed with the words Qingya Xinju. The moment one gazed upon it, a palpable sense of historical gravitas enveloped them. Su parked the car, and upon observing the entrance's design, he nodded in satisfaction. Even from the outside, it undeniably embodies the essence of elegance. Mr. Tetsu, please. Su Qingyin stepped forward to open the red door, respectfully inviting Su Yu inside. He did not decline. Crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a captivating garden landscape. Meandering corridors, lofty eaves, pavilions, and flowing springs that IT was truly extravagant. So you couldn't help but exclaim that IT was hard to imagine that in the land of soaring real estate prices, such a place existed. The garden spans 3,600 square meters. Prior to his visit, he had no notion of its magnitude. Only upon witnessing it firsthand could he appreciate its vastness, that a standard basketball court measures a little over 400 square meters, making this yard roughly equivalent to 9 basketball courts, and oh wonder the price soared into the 9-figure range. One could easily surmise that merely the land itself would fetch millions. After a brief tour with Su Qingyin, covering both the interior and exterior, he found it to be nearly indistinguishable from the promotional video. The interior was not only fully renovated, but also furnished with all new, unutilized items. Even the cleanliness of both the villa's interior and exterior was maintained by dedicated personnel. Leaving not a speck of dust in sight, IT was ready for immediate occupancy. That SUU was thoroughly pleased and promptly instructed Su Qingyin, "Have someone prepare the contract. I will sign it today." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's face lit up with uncontainable joy. "I will notify my colleagues to bring the contract over now. It will arrive in no more than half an hour, and we can complete all the paperwork today." "Very well." Suyu nodded, intending to continue exploring the surroundings when suddenly, he frowned and casually remarked to the ever-attentive Yu Xiaoyu, "I have a matter to attend to. I'll be upstairs making a phone call. So please do not allow anyone else up, that if the contract arrives and I have not come down yet, just have them wait." Yu Xiaoyu, still in shock from Suyu's extravagant purchase, froze for a moment before quickly responding, "Okay, I want to let anyone come up." Satisfied, Suyu nodded, playfully pinching her cheek as he advised, "Choose a room for yourself later." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yu Xiaoyu cast a furtive glance at Su Qingyin, who was engaged in a phone call. Before nodding bashfully, Suyu ascended to the second-floor master bedroom and opened his personal interface. Indeed, Frostar had sent him a message. "I have persuaded the city lord. Hurry to the trading space." She truly accomplished it. Suyu raised an eyebrow, then casually tapped on the interface, entering the trading space. Moments later, he found himself in the familiar conference room. Across the long table sat Frostar, her white hair a stark contrast to the room's decor, waiting for him. However, this time, they were not alone. Beside Frostar sat a breathtakingly beautiful girl with blue hair, her beauty and figure rivaling that of Frostar. Suyu eyed the blue-haired girl, then turned his gaze back to Frostar, momentarily bewildered by the situation. "This is the city lord of our future city." Frostar raised her pale chin, a hint of pride in her tone. Although she often appeared carefree, she was not oblivious to Suyu's previous doubts regarding her ability to persuade the city lord. Bringing her before Suyu was her way of relishing this moment. "My name is Mo, the city lord of future city, though that title may soon change." The blue-haired girl rose and bowed, mirroring the etiquette Frostar displayed when she first met Suyu. "Suyu," he returned the bow with utmost decorum. Then, Suyu shot a glance at Frostar, silently seeking an explanation for how she had managed to bring a living person into the trading space. Hadn't they agreed that it was merely a circuit board for thought transmission? Before Frostar could respond, Mo discerned his confusion and proactively explained, "This is merely a bionic robot, not a flesh-and-blood entity. I have uploaded my consciousness into the robot's computational module." A bionic robot. Suyu stared at her in astonishment, scrutinizing her from head to toe for a while. Realizing this might be somewhat impolite, he reluctantly redirected his gaze. Goodness, this technology is astonishingly lifelike. Whether in facial expressions or skin texture, it bore no discernible difference from a living person. That if only the doll manufacturers back on Earth possessed such technology, they would surely sell out in no time. Coughing lightly to regain Suyu's attention, Frostar waved her hand, releasing 10 sets of storm power armor. "This is the agreed-upon portion of your compensation. The city lord is also here, so let us proceed with the signing." Noticing this, Suyu nodded and meticulously reviewed the contents of the contract. Frostar was quite thorough. The contract included a specific clause regarding the city lord, effectively encompassing her within the scope of the transaction. That IT explicitly stated that the authority over the robot housing Chiyomo's consciousness would be fully transferred to Suyu upon the completion of the transaction. After arriving on Earth, any actions taken by her would require Suyu's consent, alleviating concerns about her potentially wreaking havoc on the Blue Star network. Additionally, once Chiyomo's consciousness dissipated, the bionic robot along with the artificial intelligence retaining her memories, would permanently belong to Suyu. This arrangement effectively mitigated all risks while also providing Suyu with a stunningly beautiful companion and a groundbreaking super AI as part of his compensation. He had no reason not to sign. Ding. Accompanied by the notification sound from the trading space, the agreement was finalized that Suyu and Xuangxing had grown accustomed to this situation, while Mo, who had been observing from the sidelines, looked at her slender hands in astonishment and remarked, "To think that you could seize the highest control of this bionic robot in an instant. The technology of the transcendent trading platform has truly surpassed my comprehension." However, she did not dwell on it for long. After glancing at Suyu, she smiled and said, "Then, I shall entrust you with the final chapter of my life. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request." Suyu nodded in agreement that he held a certain respect for this future city lord who had lived for nearly 2 centuries, known for her ruthlessness, yet having saved countless lives from peril. Mo nodded and then turned to Xuangxing, casually removing a ring from her finger and placing it before her. "You are far too young, and your temperament is both erratic and impulsive. The future city should not have been entrusted to you. However, since you have acquired this trading space that may alter the wasteland, there is no one more suited to be the city lord than you." Chapter 43. Now, you are the city lord. As she gazed at the ring she had long coveted, a symbol of supreme authority, Xuangxing's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She had not anticipated Mo's decisiveness in handing over the ring so promptly. Her delicate form trembled visibly as she instinctively reached for the ring, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Yet before her fingers could touch it, Mo grasped her hand first. Surprised, Xuangxing looked up at Mo. Meeting her clear, azure synthetic eyes, for some reason, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. "How do you remember what I used to say the most when you were in school?" Mo smiled gently, unfazed by Xuangxing's momentary lapse of composure upon seeing the ring. With such immense power laid before her, no one could guarantee they would remain unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Xuangxing replied, "You said that the future city must find a future for humanity amid the wasteland." This was a phrase she had heard repeatedly throughout her education, and she was certain of it. Yet, to her surprise, Mo shook her head and said, "That is the inherent responsibility of every resident of the future city, not something I wish to convey to you, but it no longer matters." As she spoke, she gently pinched Xuangxing's delicate face, her expression tinged with melancholy. Choice is a painful burden, but once you occupy that position, you must sometimes make sacrifices. The overwhelming power comes with boundless responsibilities. Every action you take will impact the lives of millions in the future city, and even the survival of hundreds of millions in the wasteland. Regardless of your choices, there will always be dissenters. Do not be swayed by their words. Simply do what you believe is right. This is an essential quality of a ruler. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I was merely a researcher, perpetually indecisive. Even though I knew that my past decisions were correct, I still allowed myself to be consumed by endless guilt. Every midnight, haunted by the specters of the 100,000 souls lost in bloodshed, I could almost hear their anguished wails. Despite wielding the highest authority in the future city, I hesitated to embrace my responsibilities for fear of making another grave mistake. This led to the squandered opportunity of rebuilding after the war, failing to fulfill my duties as the city lord for the survival of our people." At this point, Mo paused, then gently embraced Xuangxing, murmuring, "Child, you are stronger than I doubt. I regret placing upon you the expectations I could not meet myself, but I implore you," with a deep sigh. She prepared to release her embrace, but Xuangxing suddenly wrapped her arms around Mo's waist and looked up, exclaiming, "I've remembered. Yes, I recall the words you spoke most often. Live like a human being. Our ancestors once conquered the stars and seas. We should not rot like vermin in this filthy wasteland." With that, Xuangxing's expression brightened. "City Lord, let us venture forth to witness the untainted world. I will lead everyone to live like human beings. Now, you are the City Lord." Mo herself placed the ring upon Xuangxing's finger. In truth, there was something that had long puzzled me. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Suyu sat casually on the bed, observing Mo as she admired the scenery outside the window. Curiously, he asked, "Do you not have disciplines such as sociology and political science over there? Why is there such vast authority granted to the city lord of the future city? Unrestricted power seems rather alarming." Quite the contrary, Chiyomo replied, glancing back at Su Yu. In fact, our ideals regarding sociology and political science in the era of prosperity are likely 5 centuries ahead of your world. Upon arriving on Blue Star, Suyu had permitted her to access all public information online, but he had to admit that the capabilities of this inflatable doll surpassed his expectations, in terms of computational power. It was thousands of billions of times more advanced than Blue Star's most sophisticated supercomputers that he wondered what kind of Zenith Star technology this was. With Suyu's approval, there were virtually no firewalls in the digital realm that could impede her. Consequently, she grasped the current situation of this world in mere minutes, perhaps even more comprehensively than Suyu, who had lived here for over 20 years. Yet upon hearing her words, Suyu could not help but retort. With such advancement, how could you still end up with a dictatorial management model? What about the Renaissance? What do you believe is the most crucial aspect when the apocalypse descends and we expand our perspective to encompass the entire human race? Chiyomo asked blandly, ensuring the continuation of the species. Suyu ventured tentatively. Precisely. But how does that relate to establishing a dictator? Chiyomo fell silent for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly shimmered with countless blue particles of light. They swiftly converged, forming a holographic projection before Su Yu. As he focused, he realized that the projection depicted a street not far from the community, seemingly captured by a camera installed in a corner. The content was straightforward. A man in a black jacket walked while smoking, and as he finished, he carelessly discarded the cigarette but on the sidewalk, despite a trash can clearly within reach. What does this mean? So he was left perplexed. Before he could inquire further, the scene shifted to the perspective of a living room surveillance camera. The same man sat on the couch, playing with his phone while smoking. This time, however, upon finishing his cigarette, he got up in annoyance to fetch an ashtray from the study, extinguishing the cigarette within it. Do you understand now? Chiyomo asked with a gentle smile. This left Suyu momentarily speechless. Public property is often neglected, yet few would casually destroy their private possessions. When survival becomes the top priority, the likelihood of private rights enduring surpasses that of public rights. Even if the individual wielding power is not particularly astute, they at least would not allow everyone to perish. For what value would their power hold then? If this power were to become a communal possession, the probability of humanity succumbing to internal strife would far exceed that of unity. As for those ideals of freedom, democracy, and fairness, how do they measure against the survival of the species? Are you not placing too much faith in humanity? Suyu quipped, his lips twitching. This is the optimal result derived from the data of over 10 billion individuals, calculated using the most sophisticated algorithms under the most extreme scenarios. Chiyomo countered, shaking her head. Human nature can be disguised, but numbers will never lie. Chapter 44. It's all right, she is gifted very well. Suyu conceded that he could not argue with her, and he was nearly persuaded that a 200-year-old woman indeed held a terrifying wisdom. Not wishing to prolong the discussion, he quickly changed the subject. How many days do you have left? Approximately 4.5 days. Chiyomo replied in a flat tone, appearing as though she had seen through the mundane, that I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow morning. And since Xuangxing mentioned she would be delivering the falcon then, I might as well wait for its arrival before taking you on a tour of the world. What do you think? I would be satisfied just to glimpse this vibrant world. If you are preoccupied, there is no need for you to accompany me everywhere. Chiyomo remarked kindly that indeed, a 200-year-old aunt truly knows how to care for others. Suyu sighed, but still added, it's not that I'm so busy. I cannot go back on my word to Xuangxing. Chiyomo nodded, refraining from further comments. That Suyu then took out his phone to check the time, realizing he had been upstairs for over half an hour. He promptly prepared to take Chiyomo downstairs. While it might seem peculiar to bring someone down from upstairs without explanation, the house had multiple exits, so there was no need to clarify how she had come to life. Typically, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin would not dare to specifically inquire about it. However, just as he was about to call her, he suddenly noticed that Chiyomo was wearing the same K-10 combat suit as he was. This garment was exceptional in many respects, but it was simply too form-fitting. Bringing her down like this would certainly not do to Suyu swallowed hard, pondering briefly before rummaging through the cabinet on the second floor. To his surprise, he discovered several sets of unopened women's attire. The garments were of a notably conservative style, resembling formal lady suits, complete with matching high heels. It was no wonder that this high-end residence boasted the ability for one to simply move in with their belongings. He instructed Chiao Mo to don the attire before leading her downstairs that he has anticipated. Both Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin were taken aback by his sudden appearance with a remarkably beautiful woman. Yet they dared not inquire further to ask for the legal personnel who had come to sign the contract. They were entirely unaware of Chiao Mo's unexpected arrival, assuming she had been present all along. Mr. Su, the contract on our end is ready, and we have also made an appointment at the housing authority, Su Qingyin promptly stated with respect. Once you sign, we can immediately send it over, and the procedures will be completed today. With the certificate delivered to you within 3 days, that SUU accepted the hefty stack of contracts, preparing to peruse them closely. However, upon opening the first page, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he turned to Chiao Mo, inquiring, "Are you knowledgeable in law?" His question pertained, of course, to the laws of Blue Star. Chiao Mo nodded slightly, taking the contract from him. The moment she connected to this world's network, she had comprehended the legal codes of various nations. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that no lawyer or judge on Blue Star possessed a greater understanding of the law than she did. The sound of pages flipping rapidly filled the air. A subtle glimmer seemed to emanate from Chiao Mo's pale blue eyes as she scanned the thick stack of over 100 pages at an astonishing rate of nearly 1 page per second, finishing in less than 2 minutes. She returned the contract to Su Yu and affirmed, "No issues." That Su, trusting her expertise, promptly took up his pen to sign. "Aren't you going to review it further?" Yu Xiaoyu interjected, unable to contain herself. "Goodness, this is a 380 million contract. To merely flip through it so carelessly seems rather hasty." Her concern was not directed at Chiao Mo, but rather at the apparent lack of thoroughness. "No need to check," Su Yu replied, signing as he shook his head. "She possesses an extraordinary talent for speed reading, and I have no doubt she comprehended everything to that even a talent." Yu Xiaoyu gazed at Chiao Mo in astonishment. While she had heard of speed reading was an entirely different matter. Chiao Mo responded with a gentle smile. Although she had completed the contract in just over a minute, Su Yu took a full 10 minutes to sign, given the numerous places requiring his signature. After all, the contract was prepared in triplicate, necessitating 3 signatures. Having finalized the contract, Su Yu promptly paid the full amount of 380 million through the POS machine. His original deposit of 430 million had been reduced to a mere 50 million. Nevertheless, the expenditure was well justified, as Su Yu found himself immensely satisfied with this residence. Even aside from the sprawling 600 square meter yard, the main building itself offered an expansive area both above and below ground. There were over a dozen rooms suitable for habitation. One could only imagine the prospects of housing a bevy of beauties. Ahem, restraint. After Su Qingyin and her colleagues signed the contract, they departed, but not before adding Su Yu on WeChat, assuring him that he could reach out for any issues regarding the property. Moreover, Su Yu's purchase would earn her a substantial commission, prompting her to extend an invitation for a meal. That sounds somewhat familiar, he mused, recalling how Yu Xiaoyu had similarly added him during their car purchase. That it seemed that childhood friends truly shared an uncanny connection. He couldn't help but wonder if his relationship with Su Qingyin might evolve into something akin to what he shared with Yu Xiaoyu. Regardless, he had no intention of turning down the offer. Noticing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, Su Yu glanced at the remaining companions, Yu Xiaoyu and Chiao Mo, and remarked, "While this place has its essentials, it does feel a touch monotonous. Let us venture out shopping for some items, and we can also settle dinner outside." "Sounds great," Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed cheerfully, to which Chiao Mo also nodded in agreement. After a brief tidying up, Su Yu led the 2 stunning women out the door. They drove to the nearest commercial plaza, parked the car, and made their way to the Givenchy counter within the mall. To be honest, Su Yu had not fully decided what to purchase, although the intention was to acquire items for their new home. Upon reflection, it seemed they lacked nothing in particular. However, when in doubt, buying clothing was undoubtedly a safe choice. After all, the outfit Chiao Mo wore was merely provided by the room, of average quality and ill-fitting, presenting an awkward appearance. Moreover, it was evident that Yu Xiaoyu was quite interested in clothing as well. With no objections from anyone, it was only natural that they would first explore the clothing options. However, Su Yu did not anticipate the encounter that awaited them. "Oh, it's Su Yu. I hadn't heard you were dating someone. Is this your client, Su Yu?" Honest to goodness, they had merely stumbled into a store to browse. To his astonishment, they had bumped into Zhao Xinhuan, Yu Xiaoyu's colleague, who was notorious for her disdainful demeanor. Chapter 45. "Chu Yu? I'm rather familiar with her. Upon seeing Suyu again, Zhao Xinhuan's mood was drastically different from their last encounter. Previously, he had been a client in the store, and she was compelled to maintain her composure to avoid being dismissed by the dealership. She had to endure his indifference, regardless of how frustrated she felt. However, this time was different. She was no longer in the store, granting her greater freedom to express herself. Having reconciled her feelings about the previous incident, Zhao Xinhuan was still astounded by Su Yu's full payment for the luxury vehicle. Yet she could not shake the suspicion that it was merely coincidence. With countless dealerships in the city, it seemed improbable that he would choose to visit her workplace. Although her school friends had confirmed that Su Yu had not inquired about her whereabouts, Zhao Xinhuan remained convinced that he had specifically sought her out to flaunt his wealth. Despite the embarrassment of the situation, she was unperturbed. Years had passed, and Su Yu's newfound success only indicated that he still harbored feelings for her. To her, this was an opportunity, a chance to transform from a mere mistress to a wealthy socialite. During her shopping excursion, she had intended to purchase new clothes and cosmetics to enhance her appearance. Hoping to create an opportunity to meet with Su Yu, she never anticipated encountering him here. Upon spotting him, her initial intent to ridicule Yu Xiaoyu was instantly quelled, replaced by a soft and pitiful demeanor. Su Yu, you're here too. How have you been? Are you doing well? Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with a tremor, evoking a sense of poignant longing, as if they were long-lost lovers reuniting. Su Yu thought to himself, is she putting on a show? The speed of her emotional transformation would surely make her a remarkable actress. Everything is going splendidly. I just purchased a villa for 400 million. Yu Xiaoyu interjected, linking her arm with Su Yu's and tilting her chin up proudly. That Su Yu smirked slightly, discreetly patting Yu Xiaoyu's backside in encouragement, appreciating her role as a spokesperson. Certain sentiments expressed by a man might come off as pretentious, but when conveyed through Yu Xiaoyu, they resonated perfectly. 400 million. Zhao Xinhuan's pupils dilated, her voice instinctively rising several octaves as she struggled to maintain her composure. Initially skeptical, she recalled Su Yu's full cash purchase of the car, leaving her uncertain of what to believe. Let us head inside, Su Yu suggested, shaking his head, uninterested in engaging with her any further as he led Xiao Mo and Yu Xiaoyu into the store. Zhao Xinhuan hesitated, her gaze fixated on Yu Xiaoyu, who was intimately linked with Su Yu, her eyes burning with jealousy. Determined, she followed them inside, blocking Su Yu's path. Do you have some time recently? I would like to invite you to dinner. It has been years since we last met, and I have so much to discuss with you. As she spoke, she tugged gently at Su Yu's shirt, her expression anxious and pleading. Yet, Su Yu unceremoniously pulled his shirt away, replying coolly, I have no time. That he had a multitude of matters to attend to in the coming days. Even if he were free, there were still numerous beautiful women, such as Li Yuanxi, Chu Yu, and Su Qingyin, who awaited his attention. Who did Zhao Xinhuan think she was to waste his time? However, Zhao Xinhuan persisted, are you truly this heartless? We were just beginning to talk last time. She abruptly halted, squeezing out a few tears as she began to sob. That Su Yu observed the scene, bemused as onlookers began to gather, witnessing Zhao Xinhuan's tearful display juxtaposed with the stunning women beside him. They began to speculate about Su Yu's character, whispering and even recording the incident on their phones. As he smirked, he quickly discerned Zhao Xinhuan's intentions, just as he was about to summon a store employee to disperse the crowd. Qiao Mo, who had been silently observing, raised her eyebrows slightly. A crimson glint flickered in her bioluminescent blue eyes. The phones recording the scene flickered momentarily before blacking out completely. After executing this, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu, leaning closer to whisper, whatever you do here will remain a secret. I can ensure that no one outside will know we visited today. That Su Yu, caught in a mix of laughter and tears, gently pushed away the head that had been brought close to her. Despite her capability to manipulate the internet, even if she were to become enraged and don her exoskeleton armor to eliminate everyone present, she could easily sever all connections and ensure that not a whisper of today's events would escape. Yet, this was not a wasteland where Liz held no value. Su Yu was not a bloodthirsty fiend. It was not worth her ire over such trivial matters. Ignoring the provocations of Qiao Mo, she turned her gaze to Zhao Xinhua and calmly advised, I suggest you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Some money is not so easily acquired. That he could surmise Zhao Xinhua's intentions. which likely involved manipulating public sentiment through the typical tactics employed by certain groups. Once the unsuspecting bystanders uploaded their videos online and perhaps purchased some traffic, penning a melodramatic piece, it would take mere moments for Suyu to become the target of public scorn. However, with Chio-mo present, such tactics would falter at the outset, as no one would be able to capture any footage. Of course, even without Chio-mo, Suyu was unfazed. Did they truly think his wealth was as worthless as scrap paper, attempting to sow discord? Had they inquired about his financial prowess, choosing not to dwell further on the matter? Suyu shifted her attention to the store manager, who had hurried over upon noticing the commotion. I observed the logo at your entrance bears the trademark of Wanfu Group. What is your affiliation with them? The manager, taken aback at the sudden inquiry, quickly responded, Sir, our wholly owned subsidiary, Wanfu Sports, serves as the exclusive agent for Givenchy and Modu. This store is, of course, an investment by Wanfu Group. I am somewhat acquainted with Miss Chuyu, the daughter of your board chairman, Suyu remarked casually. The manager's pupils widened in surprise, and his demeanor shifted dramatically as he hurriedly bowed and said, You are a guest of Miss Chu. My apologies for the inadequate reception. Please do come in. We shall handle everything. Chuyu was indeed an exceptionally low-key individual, rarely involving herself in Wanfu Group's domestic affairs. This manager, having worked for over 20 years at Wanfu Group, had only heard the name of the young lady mentioned occasionally during company gatherings. He knew she was responsible for the group's overseas operations and was the most influential person in Wanfu Group aside from the chairman. Even someone of his seniority had only a vague familiarity with Chuyu's name, let alone others. Regardless of whether Suyu genuinely knew Chuyu or was merely bluffing, the mere knowledge of her existence indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with, and it would be unwise for a mere store manager to provoke him. Rather than following the original plan of smoothing things over, it would be more prudent to assist Suyu in resolving this minor issue, thus earning a favor in the process. Chapter 46. Activate Financial Prowess. As Suyu departed with his companions, Zhao Xinhua grew anxious and hastily attempted to pursue them. She had clearly put on quite a performance, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Logically, even if she could not achieve her goal of displacing others and transforming into a wealthy matron, she could at least extract some benefit from the suddenly affluent Suyu. After all, in this era, the truth mattered little that if the earlier events were captured on video and disseminated online, she would have already won. Subsequently, she could twist the narrative, compose a tearful expose, and purchase some traffic. Surely, Suyu would comply. Yet the spectators seemed to be in a frenzy, as they had all raised their phones earlier, but now were fiddling with their devices. Failing to record any footage, it seemed her performance had been in vain. From their discussions, it appeared that their phones had malfunctioned. What a bizarre coincidence that so many devices failed simultaneously. Miss, you are severely disrupting our store's operations. Please leave, or I shall be compelled to call security. The manager interjected sternly, blocking Zhao Xinhua's path. But she began, only to be cut off. That gentleman claims he does not know you, that if you have any disputes, you may call the police or discuss it with him outside once he departs. This is our store's business hours. Kindly vacate the premises. If you are unable to contact the authorities, our store can assist you. Zhao Xinhua glared resentfully at Suyu, who was already selecting clothing while on the phone, and after a frustrated stomp, resolved to step outside and devise a plan. However, it was not long before her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted, and she quickly answered, Manager Wu, is there something urgent? Manager Wu was the head of the 4S shop where she worked. Where are you now? Came the curt response from the other end. I'm on my day off. Out shopping. Is there an issue with a customer? Did you not just have a confrontation with a Mr. Su? Zhao Xinhua was taken aback. How could her superior know about such a trivial matter? It seems you were indeed in the wrong. Manager Wu's tone was cold. Mr. Zhou from the headquarters in Modu specifically called regarding this incident. Our.su is a valued client of our Benchi brand, and your behavior has severely violated the conduct standards for sales personnel. Come to the store next week to collect your belongings and settle your pay. You are dismissed. Zhao Xinhua. At the Givenchy store, so you cast a distant glance at the disheartened Zhao Xinhua, standing forlornly, shrugging in resignation that he had initially been disinclined to engage with her, but her lack of appreciation for his leniency warranted a more decisive response. The call he had made was to the head of Benchy's Moda headquarters. Previously, due to his involvement with the exoskeleton exhibition, he had met with them in person, establishing a certain connection. The manager had received a substantial sum from Suyu, and the issue of dismissing a sales associate was trivial enough to merely mention. Choosing not to dwell on Zhao Xinhua any further, he accompanied Yu Xiaoyu and Xiao Mo as they browsed the store. To be by the time they exited, they were laden with numerous shopping bags, their balance reflecting a deduction of 200,000. But they proceeded to various other stores, and after completing their rounds, the evening had already descended. The trunk of the G-car was filled with an array of shopping bags. But the expenditure was not excessive, totaling just over 700,000. That after casually dining at a restaurant, they returned to the recently purchased Building 3 of Towo. That night, no special activities were arranged. After engaging in some exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, they retired early, for the following day held significant matters in store. Zhou Bo had previously hinted that the military would likely have results regarding the exoskeleton situation, and negotiations were expected to take considerable time. Additionally, Frostar had promised to deliver 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft that on the following morning, so Yu unusually rose early. Although it was Saturday, Yu Xiaoyu's 4S shop belonged to the service industry, which did not recognize weekends. After exchanging greetings with Suyu, she took a taxi to work at AS for Xiao Mo. Her mind was consumed with circuitry, rendering her impervious to fatigue. Sleep was unnecessary for her. By the time Suyu descended the stairs, breakfast was already prepared. Observing the lavish and exquisite spread on the dining table, Suyu was somewhat astonished. "You can cook." "I lived in an era of boundless material abundance for the first half of my life." "Of course I can cook," Xiao Mo retorted, rolling her eyes as she pushed a plate of tantalizing fried rice toward him. "That it has been many years since I made a proper meal. Give it a try." Her current form was powered by a cold fusion reactor located in her chest cavity, eliminating the need for sustenance. In the wasteland world, there were few culinary delights to savor. Prior to Frostar becoming an agent for the Interdimensional Trading Platform, ordinary people subsisted on unpalatable nutrient paste. Even the elites of Future City could only occasionally enjoy normal food produced by local agricultural bases, relying mostly on nutrient paste to survive. For those from the wasteland, taste had long since become a burden. Thus, the bionic robots they constructed certainly did not include taste modules. No designer would be foolish enough to incorporate such a feature. Suyu glanced at her, and then at the exquisite fried rice. Unable to suppress a sigh that he had come to Blue Star to observe, yet it seemed he had experienced little beyond mere observation. Seating himself at the table, despite his skepticism regarding her culinary skills, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. This was not a mere pretense to impress Xiao Mo. It was genuinely delectable. Right? Xiao Mo's eyes formed crescent moons as she half-teasingly remarked, "I won first place in our city's middle school culinary competition when I was a teenager." "Teenager?" Suyu swallowed his mouthful. Curiosity piqued. "Wasn't your world still in the era of prosperity back then?" "What was that era like?" Chapter 47. How humanity plays itself to destruction. What was the era of prosperity like? A wistful expression crossed Xiao Mo's face. It was a magnificent time. After a brief pause, she added, "Yet it was also an era of complacency." "Oh, how so?" Suyu inquired with curiosity. Chima pondered for a moment. She stated, "Let me put it this way. If we consider the notion of the first and second industrial revolutions as you do, our world transitioned from the first industrial revolution to the realization of commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion in merely 80 years. Suyu interjected, "Wait a moment. How long has it been from the first industrial revolution until now?" "Nearly 250 years, right? Yet here, commercial nuclear fusion is still 50 years away. How can this be so swift? The pace of technological advancement is utterly absurd. I have no idea." Shuma shrugged her shoulders. "The secrets of that era have long been buried by history. The reasons for the rapid technological development of that time have become an enigma. During the prosperity era, many sought to uncover this mystery, yet ultimately found nothing. The most credible explanation is that those 80 years were fraught with continuous warfare, and it was under the pressure of an arms race that technology exploded within just a few decades. Of course, this explanation lacks substance. As a researcher, I do not believe it. However, belief or disbelief is inconsequential now. From the steam engine to nuclear fusion, we expended 80 years, from the first launch of a satellite into space to the invention of the curvature engine. We took 210 years. Then we entered the prosperity era. The cosmos is replete with boundless resources, and we possess advanced artificial intelligence technology, ensuring that every individual in the world of Washia can live a life free from want. For the majority during the prosperity era, ordinary jobs do not offer wages, as work is no longer performed for monetary gain, but merely as a pastime to fill time. Nevertheless, the prosperity era was not solely about lounging and awaiting handouts. The Human Alliance provides each newborn with a bionic robot, which takes on the responsibility of work and wealth creation, allowing individuals to collect the wages earned by these robots without lifting a finger. However, if the robot malfunctions, they must cover the repair cost themselves. As for the few jobs that do pay, such as my own in research, the typical workday cannot exceed 2 hours, with remuneration calculated based on your currency's purchasing power, approximating an hourly wage of around 200,000 RMB. However, this is misleading. The world is different, and such calculations are irrelevant. Money has become merely a number. People have ample time to enjoy life. Yet since then, our world's technological progress has nearly stagnated. After 400 years of the prosperity era, our greatest achievement has merely been a series of upgrades based on existing technology, with no significant breakthroughs. Is this truly the prosperity era? Frost Star shrugged nonchalantly, then waved her hand to transfer 3 Harrier-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft to Suyu, declaring, "With this transaction, we are even." Observing this, Suyu nodded, unable to suppress his murmurs. Actually, colonization ships aren't entirely useless. They might serve a significant purpose. What purpose could they possibly serve? Frost Star rolled her eyes. Given the current technological capabilities of your world, you won't be able to replicate these vessels. Relying on these small colonization ships to establish extraterrestrial colonies, you'd need at least a century. You'd be better off utilizing the Harrier. Instead of banking on this, you should focus on climbing the technological tree. As she spoke, a hard drive appeared in her hand, seemingly out of nowhere. She raised an eyebrow at Suyu. All technical documentation and production blueprints for fusion technology from the 1st to the 4th generation. Interested? Suyu's gaze sharpened at once. Goodness. This is a game changer. If he could acquire this, it would undoubtedly be the most valuable transaction he had made since obtaining trading space. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. What is the price? In the next 20 years, provide Future City with 1 million tons of food annually, of any variety. Frost Star stated her terms. That amounts to 200 million tons of food. As a populous nation, the food consumption in Jiuzhou was self-evident. According to statistics, including private stockpiles, Jiuzhou's food reserves exceeded 1 billion tons. Currently, its annual food production had consistently reached 600 million tons for several years. 200 million tons represented merely 1/3 of the annual food output, ATA price of 3,000 per ton. This only amounted to 600 billion. 600 billion for a complete and operable set of fusion technology. It's clear how to choose. Not to mention, this 600 billion worth of food could be paid over 20 years. What does fusion represent? It signifies boundless energy, endless food. It embodies a true future. Agreed, but this must commence from next year. Suyu nodded, accepting the transaction without even haggling. Frostar was quite familiar with the situation. Fully aware that even if she set a higher price, he would not refuse, she still offered a relatively low rate. There was little point in further bargaining for Suyu. Once they completed the transaction, he turned and inquired, "Is there significant production capacity for the bionic beings that carry the autumn end consciousness on your side?" "Are you looking to purchase bionic beings?" Frostar instinctively asked, then nodded. "That makes sense. You indeed require these bionic beings." Her bionic form was custom-made, not a mass-produced item, so bulk purchases were impossible. However, she added, "You don't need to acquire those. Future City also produces some lower-end bionic beings. Their capabilities under artificial intelligence control are certainly superior to most employees recruited from your world, from assembly line tasks to piloting starships for space colonization. They can perform everything humans can do, except for creativity, and loyalty is not an issue at all. That we recently confiscated a warehouse during last night's sweep. I can provide you with over 2,000 units right now." Bionic beings and clones are not the same. Strictly speaking, bionic beings are robots designed to resemble humans. In contrast, clones are actual living beings, developed step by step from cloned human cells in a petri dish. Calling them real humans is not an exaggeration. Currently, both Suyu and Frostar held relatively low ranks, and were unable to trade living entities, precluding any cloning transactions due to Autumn's existence. After her consciousness dissipated, her memories would merge with the artificial intelligence module within her body. SUU would then gain an extraordinarily proficient AI possessing all the memories of the former mayor of Future City. With this AI orchestrating operations, bionic beings would prove even more practical than clones. As for the price, Frostar displayed a moment of hesitation, uncertain about what to demand. That if she requested food, given the fusion deal, she would begin receiving 1 million tons annually starting next year. With only a few 100,000 residents in Future City, they would never consume that much food each year. Requesting more would be unnecessary. Conversely, asking for less would feel like a loss. In fact, for her, these 2,000 bionic beings were even more precious than the fusion technology that could be copied at will. Clearly, she could not ask for them for free. How about a longevity elixir that can extend life by 20 years? Suyu smiled slightly, producing an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, a captivating fragrance immediately filled the entire conference room. Frostar, momentarily taken aback, then widened her sparkling eyes, fixating on the pearl-sized, crystalline longevity elixir within the box. A longevity elixir. Frostar stared at the wooden box for quite some time, before incredulously looking at Suyu. You actually managed to strike a deal with your second match trading partner, and they are from the metaphysical world. Indeed, Suyu shrugged. This left Frostar momentarily speechless. She had acquired trading space much earlier than Suyu. Yet it was only after him that she truly began to reap the benefits of trading. The individuals she had encountered previously were either bizarrely incapable of normal transactions or impoverished to the point of being unable to spend even gold. Suyu's first match trading partner was her, and now he had successfully matched with another suitable trading partner, obtaining such a remarkable longevity elixir. Frostar acknowledged her envy. So, shall we exchange? Suyu tapped the table to remind her. Let us exchange, Frostar replied eagerly. A longevity elixir that could extend life by 20 years. Only a fool would refuse. Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly signed the transaction contract to finalize the agreement. He then expressed his puzzlement. By the way, isn't it possible in your world to extend life through cybernetic enhancements or organ replacements, much like Autumn? Why then is there such interest in extending life by 20 years? To be honest, he had merely been testing the waters and was genuinely surprised that Frostar had immediately agreed. You wouldn't understand. Frostar opened the longevity elixir she had just acquired, gazing at the round and lustrous pill with an expression of fascination. Organ replacement is a rather primitive method of prolonging life. It's akin to treating a headache by merely addressing the head, or treating a sore foot by focusing only on the foot. The vast majority of people die not because their lifespan has concluded, but because their internal organs begin to fail. Thus, replacing bionic organs is less about extending life and more about restoring the lifespan that humans are meant to have. These items from the metaphysical world, however, are different. They extend life through some mysterious force in another dimension, which is an entirely different matter. Suyu nodded, somewhat understanding, but then remarked, So, could this be used to keep Autumn alive? Frostar, who had been admiring the elixir, was momentarily taken aback, scratching her head. In theory, it seems possible, but she only has her consciousness left. Her physical form is gone, so it might not be feasible. True, Suyu nodded, not dwelling on this. The fact that Autumn's life was drawing to a close had long been anticipated. Although after spending the day together, he deeply appreciated having the former mayor of Future City assisting him. If possible, he would wish to help her, but if it could not be done, he would not bear any blame. After concluding another transaction for bionic beings, Suyu still did not leave immediately. Instead, continuing, do you have those engineering machines that can rapidly construct buildings? After establishing a collaboration with the military later on, with their backing, his company and factories could get underway. The abandoned industrial park in the suburbs certainly needed reconstruction as well. Given Blue Star's current technology, renovation would not be difficult. However, complete reconstruction would take at least a year or more. The industrial park, a relic from the last century, had most of its buildings classified as dangerous. Thus, reconstruction was essential. Suyu could not afford to wait that long. Naturally, he set his sights on Frostar. After all, she was now the mayor of Future City, and the productive capabilities she wielded likely far surpassed those of the entire Blue Star. Moreover, Future City harbored grand ambitions for rebuilding wastelands. Logically, they should possess relevant infrastructure technologies. J9000, All-terrain engineering transformation module, Froststar replied casually. This module comprises over 8,000 engineering robots, each with distinct roles, coordinated by a central AI. In simple terms, you merely need to designate the construction area. It will automatically survey the terrain and design thousands of architectural blueprints. You can choose whichever you prefer. Once selected, you only need to provide the raw materials. Everything else will be taken care of. With its construction speed, it can erect a building over 1,000 meters tall from scratch in just 3 days. That I've heard that during the Prosperity era. 10 such engineering modules were used to completely demolish and rebuild a city center with a population exceeding 100 million in just 3 months. Goodness, that sounds incredibly enticing. What is the price? Suyu quickly inquired. Not for sale. Future City only has this one, and we will need it for our wasteland transformations. Froststar shook her head, but before finishing, her eyebrows raised. However, it can be rented. How about a longevity elixir for a 3-day rental? A month. Suyu presented his price at no, at most 5 days. 28 days. In the end, Suyu managed to rent the all-terrain engineering modification module for 12 days. Paying the price of a longevity elixir. Once Froststar became the Lord of Future City, he was quite straightforward. He made Suyu wait for less than half an hour before returning with over 2,000 biomimetic beings and the engineering modification module. Thus, the deal for the day was struck that Suyu acquired the technological data and blueprints for the first of 4th generations of nuclear fusion from the wasteland world, 3 Harrier-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft, 2,000 biomimetic beings, and 8 J9000 engineering modification module. Meanwhile, Froststar gained the position of Lord of Future City, 200 million tons of food, and 2 longevity elixirs. Should Suyu require further use of the engineering modification module, he could obtain more longevity elixirs. This was a mutually beneficial transaction, with everyone looking forward to a bright future. Upon returning to Blue Star, Suyu felt elated at the thought of the gains from this transaction. Glancing at the empty villa, he waved his hand and summoned dozens of biomimetic beings from his inventory. Until his company was properly established, these beings had no other immediate use. It was better to let them roam the villa and attend to minor tasks. Looks like you've made quite a haul this time, Chilmore remarked, observing the courtyard filled with biomimetic beings. Just a win-win situation, Suyu replied with a smile. Next, I'll trouble you to arrange some temporary work for them, tending to the flowers or acting as gatekeepers. Anything to prevent such a vast courtyard from appearing too desolate. Chilmore nodded, and without any further ado, the biomimetic beings began to move. That moment, Suyu's phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was Zhou Bo, the military researcher who had first discovered the exoskeleton. Chapter 50, Flexing Muscles, Power Armor, Near-Earth Orbit Spacecraft. Can we discuss the contract? All right, I have time now. Are you sending someone to pick me up? Just as Suyu was about to agree, he noticed Chilmore shaking her head beside him. Pausing for a moment, he replied, No need. Just send me the address. I'll go directly. It will be faster. Okay, then that's settled. The phone conversation was predictable. The military's tests were nearing completion, and they were preparing to discuss the acquisition of the exoskeleton. After hanging up, Suyu looked at Chilmore, naturally curious about why she advised him to refuse the military's offer for a ride. Given what you currently possess, there's no need to be so cautious. You can afford to reveal some of your capabilities. This will help you gain more leverage in the upcoming negotiations and greater autonomy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a world in that abandoned industrial zone, free from any constraints or prying eyes. Though the technology within the exoskeleton is formidable for this world, it is yet to convince the military to overlook safety concerns and allow you to act freely. However, if you showcase technology and power far beyond their understanding, such issues will vanish. They would be foolish not to agree to your demands. Though only a day had passed since arriving in this world, Chilmore, with her formidable internet prowess, had already grasped the general situation regarding Suyu's dealings with the military. So, what do you mean? Suyu frowned. You have the Storm-class power armor, right? Let's don the power armor and take the Harrier over. Chilmore decisively suggested, Is it really that straightforward? Will that be appropriate? He hesitated, recalling how protagonists in novels typically chose to remain low-key and cautious after acquiring advanced items. Revealing everything might not be wise. Wouldn't they think he was an alien? Chilmore rolled her eyes. You, a mere company employee just days ago, suddenly produce a revolutionary exoskeleton. Does that seem reasonable? They've likely already investigated you thoroughly and are puzzled about your origins. Instead of letting them guess, Why not boldly declare that you are an alien? An extraterrestrial civilization, equipped with advanced technology, arrives on Blue Star without any hostile intentions, instead willing to engage in equal trade. With such a background, do you think negotiations would be much simpler? The most crucial aspect is that with the Storm-class power armor and Harrier, they have no alternative but to cooperate with you. Prior to having the means to protect yourself, you needed to be cautious about revealing your assets. Now, with these, what is there to fear? So you suddenly realized, indeed, novels can be misleading with the Storm-class power armor in hand. Aside from the big mushroom, no weapon on Blue Star could easily take him down, as long as he couldn't be eliminated. He could simply board the Harrier and retreat to space, launching orbital strikes on the ground without concern. Why should he hide? He glanced at Xiaoma, realizing her vast experience and wisdom that he felt reluctant to see her perish. However, that could wait. Since Zheng possessed longevity elixirs, there might be other mystical items to save Xiaoma. He would inquire later, as there were still a few days remaining. For now, it was time to deliver a little wasteland shock to the inhabitants of this world. With a wave of his hand, 2 Storm-class power armors materialized in the open area before the villa. In the wasteland, exoskeletons were classified as light, medium, or heavy, while power armor was also categorized similarly. Heavy exoskeletons had many parameters akin to light power armor. Yet their combat capabilities were worlds apart, that a single light power armor could obliterate 100 heavy exoskeletons without breaking a sweat, compared to the more advanced medium and heavy power armors. The light variant was quite inferior. The Storm-class power armor was the standard medium power armor for the Prosperity era's United Space Force, standing at 2.36 meters tall and weighing 2 tons. It housed a high-power cold fusion reactor as its energy source in addition to being immune to all kinetic weaponry through its deflection field, it was equipped with 2 high-power non-propellant engines, allowing this 2-ton behemoth to fly at speeds up to 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere. In space, it could reach speeds of 10 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, its left wrist was armed with an electromagnetic-driven, large-caliber hand cannon, while the right wrist housed a high-vibration chainsaw sword a high-power laser emitter occupied its chest, and a high-precision Gauss rifle was mounted on its back. Accompanied by a shoulder-mounted micromissile launcher and 8 miniature reconnaissance drones on either side of its spine, that to say it was armed to the teeth would be an understatement. Undoubtedly, on the battlefield, it could take out a main battle tank with a single shot and could easily contend with a modern heavy armor composite brigade SUU and Xiaoma donned the power armor. The controls were not particularly complicated, aided by built-in AI. Even a novice could effortlessly tear a tank apart. The 2 activated their thrusters and ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Suyu then retrieved the Harrier-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft from his inventory and boarded it mid-air, while Frostar regarded the Harrier as a relatively small craft with a maximum payload of 500 tons. It was undeniably a colossal machine. For context, Blue Star's largest transport aircraft, the N-225, has a maximum payload of only 250 tons. The Harrier's capacity was double that of the N-225, making it anything but insignificant. Indeed, the Harrier measured over 100 meters in length, over 30 meters in width, and stood around 10 meters tall, featuring a conical design that was both massive and imbued with a sense of science fiction. Operating it proved complex, but fortunately, Suyu had an abundance of biomimetic beings and Xiaoma to manage them, allowing the Harrier to spring to life swiftly. Mere minutes later, the enormous Harrier gradually vanished into the azure sky, disappearing without a trace. True optical stealth. A few minutes later, several fighter jets roared into the airspace where the Harrier had just been. Observing the empty sky, the pilots inside the jets appeared bewildered and hastily pressed their communication buttons. Report to headquarters. The target airspace shows no unidentified flying objects. It seems to have just vanished. Chapter 51. Optical stealth. It seems to have just vanished. Inside the Harrier's cockpit, so you listen to the pilot's reports echoing through the channel. Swallowing hard as he gazed in astonishment at the fighter jet that had just flown perilously close to the Harrier, IT was utterly invisible. They were less than 10 meters apart, with optical stealth technology combined with a wave-absorbing energy field. The Harrier was undetectable by both the naked eye and radar. Xiaoma shrugged. Forget about Blue Star's detection technology. Even in our Prosperity era, a Harrier could only be detected by large gravitational wave monitors typically found on the ground or starships. which would identify gravitational anomalies. Other detection methods are nearly ineffective against it. Of course, firing would reveal its position. As she spoke, she casually tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard before her. Immediately, a projection of a command center materialized in front of her. The command center was filled with an array of sophisticated instruments, and numerous individuals clad in military uniforms moved in and out with grave expressions, as if confronted by a significant event. Upon hearing keywords such as unidentified flying object and disappearance, Suyu instantly surmised the nature of this place, a certain Air Force command post. But wouldn't this be too risky? The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Goodness, this was undoubtedly an act of stealing military secrets. What was there to be concerned about? After all, no one would know. If you don't believe me, allow me to show you something else. Chiyomo tapped a few more times. The projection before them shifted again, transforming into another location that bore a striking resemblance to the previous one. Clearly, it was yet another military-related base. However, this time, the flag on the wall behind the command center had changed to the stars and stripes, and the personnel had transformed into Caucasians. Goodness, had they truly hacked into a military base located thousands of miles away in America? With each tap of Chiyomo's fingers, classified information that Suyu had never dared to imagine was laid bare before him. Conversations and decisions involving countless individuals were audibly transmitted to his ears. If previously, Chiyomo had been constrained by the computational power of the bionic robot's built-in chip, which despite being capable of breaching all firewalls, still required some time. Now, having borrowed the computing power of the Peregrine Falcon central computer, she had become a true deity capable of traversing the Blue Star's network. If I were to command you to launch all of Blue Star's nuclear weapons, could you accomplish it? Suyu asked impulsively. Chiyomo paused, then looked at him with surprise. I never anticipated you harbored such inhumane inclinations. Those systems are largely independent of the existing network, and the launch procedures are manually determined by humans. I suspect direct operation of the launch would be quite difficult. However, it is not without solutions. I could fabricate some false information to relay, deceiving those in the nuclear weapon facilities into believing they are under nuclear attack, prompting them to initiate countermeasures and fire their own nuclear weapons. Saying this, her hands danced like a sprite upon the virtual keyboard, and she truly began to enact her plan. No, I was merely inquiring. Suyu quickly grasped her. Goodness, if this were to go through, would Blue Star not be reduced to wasteland? This is not how one should play. Chiyomo shot him a glance, her gaze falling upon his hands. Let's go. It's about time to proceed. Suyu feigned ignorance and turned his attention to the bionic operator of the Peregrine Falcon, playfully squeezing her hands. Not misunderstand. This was not due to any lewd intentions, but rather pure curiosity. After acquiring another batch of bionic robots from Frostar, he had discovered that the bionic robot Chiyomo utilized was not only functionally superior to those others, but also appeared to possess a more refined skin texture. He had longed to touch it. Upon this contact, it was indeed different, to be honest. Had he not been informed beforehand, he would never have imagined this was an artificial robot. To say her skin was as smooth as jade and her hands as delicate as silk would not be an exaggeration. The tactile sensation rivaled that of a real human being. That should suffice. Excessive wear and tear here would be troublesome to repair. Chiyomo withdrew her hand, her expression slightly peculiar. It seems you possess some peculiar fondness for bionic robots. Once my consciousness dissipates, this bionic robot will likely not escape your clutches. Ahem. That's not the case. Suyu coughed lightly, shifting the subject. How much longer until we arrive? We have already arrived. Chiyomo lifted her fair chin, her gaze directed out the window. Suyu followed her gaze, and the scene at the edge of the city had vanished. Outside the Peregrine Falcon, the landscape had transformed into a sparsely populated mountainous area. Deep within the mountains, a sizable base stood prominently. From time to time, armed helicopters could be seen taking off, seemingly responding to an urgent situation. As so soon, Suyu narrowed his eyes that if he recalled correctly, the address Zhou had provided was over 90 kilometers from the villa district of Taohua, where he was located. Yet, from the moment he had issued the command to depart until now, scarcely half a minute had elapsed. Not fast enough. Chiyomo shook her head. The first cosmic velocity is 7.9 kilometers per second, approximately 23 times the speed of sound. Our previous speed was barely over 20 times the speed of sound. Not even reaching the first cosmic velocity. The peregrine falcon's maximum speed can exceed the second cosmic velocity, and we are still far from that limit. That SUU was momentarily taken aback, then questioned skeptically. That doesn't seem right. Such instantaneous acceleration. What about the G-forces? It is widely known that when driving a vehicle at high speeds, one can distinctly feel the force pushing them back. When this force becomes overwhelming, the human body typically cannot withstand it. This process is generally termed as G-force. Many manned spacecraft face significant challenges not from the machines themselves, but from the inability of humans to endure such immense G-forces. Those who have engaged in simulated aerial combat know that during high-speed flight, performing exaggerated maneuvers may be tolerable for the aircraft, yet the pilot often loses consciousness. Yet the peregrine falcon had traversed over 90 kilometers in under 30 seconds. By all accounts, such G-forces should have resulted in catastrophic consequences. Yet Suyu felt nothing at all. This defies all scientific reasoning. It's merely a rudimentary application of gravitational waves. No need for alarm. Chiyomo shook her head, advising, "You'd best make a phone call to notify someone. Otherwise, I fear that a hasty landing might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." Gravitational waves? Very well. This was not a subject for someone of his academic shortcomings to delve into. Suyu took out his phone and dialed Zhou Boyi's number. Chapter 52. Do not fire. They are allies in the main building of the base. Zhou Boyi sat in his office, awaiting Suyu's arrival. Aside from him, several military researchers were present. They were originally supposed to be conducting research at another highly classified base. However, they had come here today primarily to finalize matters regarding the exoskeleton collaboration with Suyu. Given the technical nature of these issues, it was imperative for knowledgeable researchers to be present. Thus, despite the palpable tension outside, they remained comfortably inside, unperturbed. After all, such military bases had established emergency response protocols that rendered their assistance unnecessary. Venturing outside could very well complicate matters. However, human curiosity prevailed. Upon hearing the commotion outside, an elderly scholar with a head of white hair could not contain his curiosity. What is happening? Why the sudden tension? I don't recall any drills scheduled for today. Do you? Zhou Boyi shook his head. I've heard that the Air Force's radar recently detected an unidentified flying object over the City of Magic. And it was at least 100 meters long, larger than a transport aircraft. However, this unidentified object only appeared on radar for a few minutes before vanishing without a trace. They immediately dispatched fighter jets to the scene. But they found nothing. The target's brief appearance on radar cannot be dismissed, and multiple radar systems detected it, ruling out equipment malfunction. There is something amiss, so the command center has requested our aviation helicopters to assist the Air Force in investigating the surrounding area for any clues. There is such a matter. The room erupted in murmurs. That an elderly scholar adjusted his glasses, glancing at a helicopter taking off outside with concern. The sudden appearance and disappearance on radar. If it were a natural phenomenon or an unidentified flying object, that would be one thing. But if it's something engineered by those across the ocean, we could be in serious trouble. That we must ascertain the truth. Otherwise, no one will be able to sleep soundly. Rest assured. Zhou Boyi closed his eyes in a meditative posture, responding nonchalantly. When soldiers come, we shall counter. When water comes, we shall dam. Even if it is indeed the machinations of those across the ocean. As long as we can finalize this collaboration with Suyu, once the exoskeletons are mass-produced, we shall not fear them. That is indeed true. The room nodded in agreement. After all, apart from Suyu and Xiaomo, those present were likely the most familiar with the exoskeleton technology, having first-hand experience and access to the most up-to-date information, and O1 understood the power of this exoskeleton better than they did. If these systems were to be mass-deployed in the event of war, barring nuclear conflict, they could not fathom how they might lose. That a tumultuous time indeed. Zhou Boyi sighed inwardly, compared to his colleagues focused on research. His thoughts wandered further. There was one matter, unmentioned by either the researchers or the command staff. Why was Suyu able to produce this exoskeleton? Initially, when they were still somewhat unfamiliar with the G60 exoskeleton, some may have entertained the notion that it was a creation of Suyu, a civilian research enthusiast. However, as they delved deeper into the exoskeleton's design, the more they realized it could not possibly have been developed by a single individual. To be frank, many of the technologies could be repurposed for civilian use and generate substantial profits. Numerous groundbreaking technologies lay before this room of top-tier researchers, and yet they struggled to grasp their principles. Yet, despite such remarkable innovations being presented by Suyu, the military's investigations into his background revealed nothing extraordinary. These four characters succinctly encapsulate Suyu's life in its earlier chapters that IT cannot be deemed particularly good or bad. Rather, it exists in a realm of mediocrity. However, it is precisely this ordinary individual who has unveiled such a terrifying artifact. Delving deeper into this matter, aside from the chilling thoughts it provokes, Zhou Boyi is at a loss for words to describe it. There are already suspicions circulating within the military that Suyu may be an extraterrestrial being, or perhaps a representative supported by aliens to engage with Blue Star. Although this notion sounds absurd, Zhou Boyi cannot help but feel that the possibility of Suyu being an alien might actually be the most favorable outcome. After all, if he is not an extraterrestrial or connected to one, it implies the existence of a mysterious organization on Blue Star whose technological prowess surpasses that of all nations that ask for whether he might be a pawn sent by America across the ocean. That seems rather unlikely. Unless, of course, the elderly leader of America has succumbed to dementia, it would be improbable for Suyu to traverse the realms of Juzhou clad in an exoskeleton. It is precisely because of the strange circumstances surrounding Suyu and the exoskeleton that all who are aware of this situation tacitly refrain from further discussion. Presently, their collective thought is singular. Regardless of his motives or intentions, the priority is to secure the exoskeleton that if it requires monetary compensation, they shall pay. If it demands personnel, they shall provide that as long as the item is obtained and he refrains from causing chaos within Juzhou. He may pursue his endeavors as he pleases. Should they manage to acquire the advanced technologies embedded within the exoskeleton, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could facilitate his presidency at a company, or even dispatch him to lead a corporation like Penguin Point one step at a time. Zhou Boyi rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly upon seeing the caller ID. He promptly answered, "Mr. Su, where are you?" The military was naturally aware of Suyu's residence, which was a good 90 kilometers away. Zhou Boyi did not expect Suyu to arrive so swiftly. Yet he had already made it. Already arrived? Zhou Boyi was taken aback, instinctively responding, "Mr. Su, are you certain you haven't gone to the wrong place?" Since he had called to invite Suyu for a discussion on collaboration. No more than half an hour had elapsed. Unless Suyu had the ability to fly, it was inconceivable for him to have traveled such a distance in such a short time. After all, the 90-kilometer journey largely comprised the heavily trafficked thoroughfares of Magic City, making it improbable to arrive so quickly, but of course not, inside the Falcon. Suyu chuckled, observing the scene in the conference room where Zhou Boyi was situated. "Major Zhou, look outside, and remind your people not to open fire." Outside, Zhou Boyi was momentarily stunned, unable to process how Suyu knew he was in the room, that he instinctively turned to gaze out the window, only to find himself frozen in place. Hovering silently less than 50 meters above the base was a colossal object stretching 100 meters in length, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, that moment. The entire base fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, a piercing air raid siren blared throughout the facility. Chapter 53. Collaboration achieved. Everyone delighted. The shrill alarm echoed across the base, in an instant. The bewildered soldiers, who had been stunned by the sudden appearance of the Falcon, sprang into action as if activated. They swiftly grabbed their weapons and rushed to their designated emergency positions. Though their equipment was somewhat rudimentary, the soldiers demonstrated commendable quality. Chimmel remarked, then added thoughtfully, "Under similar conditions and numbers, the soldiers from Future City would likely not stand a chance against them. What about your soldiers from the prosperous era?" Suyu casually inquired. Chimmel paused, then shook his head, stating, "Without considering technology, in terms of combat morale alone, they are inferior to the private soldiers within Future City's military. In fact, during the war against the fungi. Although the existence of the fungi was discovered when they had already commandeered the majority of the fleet, these fungi, despite their ability to steal the memories of officers, exhibited poor adaptability and exhibited exceedingly crude tactics. In many battles, the Human Alliance's fleet managed to gain localized advantages in manpower, yet they faced repeated defeats. The expansion of the human alliance in the cosmos had been so smooth that their soldiers had entirely forgotten how to engage with adversaries of comparable technological levels. The fleets controlled by parasitic fungi, when evenly matched in equipment, often triumphed through sheer reckless courage, overcoming the human alliance's fleets with overwhelming numbers. SUU recalled hearing this from Chima earlier and had been curious as to why the human alliance, still possessing a significant portion of their fleet and the capability to reinforce from the rear, could be so thoroughly swept aside by a group of fungi in less than 2 years. It turned out they were merely privileged soldiers. Not wishing to dwell further on this topic, he prompted Chima to activate the communication module and address the still-dazed Zhou Boyi. Major Zhou. Can you hear me? Zhou Boyi suddenly snapped back to reality. Recalling Suyu's earlier instruction to prevent their people from firing, he immediately grasped the situation, raising his voice dramatically. Are you above in the ship? Indeed, upon receiving Suyu's confirmation, Zhou Boyi's mind momentarily faltered. However, upon noticing soldiers already deploying the air defense missile vehicles, he quickly regained his composure and dashed out of the conference room toward the control room on the upper floor. No firing. No firing. Leaving behind a room full of researchers exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Minutes later, after Zhou Boyi provided a brief explanation, a group of stern and authoritative senior military officers, all of whom held ranks no lower than colonel, emerged from the central building of the base. All air defense weaponry surrounding the military base had been mobilized, yet no shots were fired. Nor were they withdrawn. They merely remained aimed at the Falcon. SUU was unfazed. Noticing everyone had emerged, he donned his powered armor and opened the hatch. Then, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he and Chima leaped from over 50 meters in height. Just a few meters from the ground, the non-mass engine of the powered armor emitted imperceptible waves, allowing the pair to land silently. SUU. Here to discuss business. Approaching the group, Suyu removed his helmet and the hand armor. Extending his hand, I am the commander of this base, Zhou Qing. The one at the forefront shook hands with Suyu, contemplating briefly before adding. Mr. Su's entrance was rather extraordinary. After saying this, he glanced at the Falcon still hovering overhead. A look of gravity crossing his face, the TO say nothing of other concerns. The mere fact that this vessel could approach them undetected was already absurd enough. Had it been an enemy bomber, the entire base would likely have been obliterated. I was in a hurry. If the general finds it bothersome, I can make it disappear, SUU offered with a smile, snapping his fingers that I end the next moment. The massive object in the sky gradually became ethereal, eventually vanishing entirely. Optical invisibility. The researchers erupted in astonishment. Not only them, even the less informed soldiers, witnessing such a colossal object disappear into thin air, felt a chill coursing through their veins. As for the soldiers responsible for air defense, they were left utterly paralyzed. Moments ago, it was merely invisible on radar, but if a confrontation were to arise, that distance was still within range of targeting. Yet now, it was completely undetectable to the naked eye. How could this be? Did optical invisibility truly exist? Zhou Qing, the highest authority at the base, was momentarily taken aback. Then gazed deeply at Suyu before stepping aside. We have prepared the conference room, Mr. Su. Let's proceed inside for further discussions. Soon, the group found themselves in the conference room. After exchanging glances for a moment, General Zhou Qing broke the silence. Mr. Su, are you here to discuss the exoskeleton business? Indeed. Suyu nodded. Zhou Qing paused, then continued. The procurement agreement for the exoskeleton is of utmost importance to the higher-ups, and I have been entrusted with full authority to negotiate the relevant matters with you. That if there are no other issues, shall we commence? Both Suyu and the military personnel tacitly chose not to mention the earlier incident. To be frank, had it not been for the presence of such composed and seasoned military professionals, they might have been thoroughly terrified, leaving no room to discuss business. That 100-meter giant ship hovering in the sky imposed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suyu, however, was unconcerned, promptly laying out the terms he had prepared. First and foremost, he desired a complete renovation of the abandoned industrial park in the southern suburbs, where he would establish factories for producing exoskeletons and other products. The military would need to intervene to help him navigate any complications that arose in this regard, as well as assist with sourcing any special materials he might require in the future. Furthermore, his company did not seek any privileges. It would pay taxes punctually each year, but he hoped to maintain a degree of privacy. That is to say, neither military personnel nor government officials should intrude for intelligence gathering during their leisure time. Lastly, the price for the exoskeleton was set at 1 million per unit. The first condition was self-explanatory, as it was one of Su Yu's primary reasons for collaborating with the military. The second was, of course, to ensure that no one would uncover his secrets. Though he was not particularly fearful of exposure, it was preferable to remain discreet. That is for the final point regarding the exoskeleton's pricing. It was only natural to quote a higher initial figure. As for why one wouldn't sell the exoskeleton for several million to tens of millions, it primarily stems from the opaque nature of the power dynamics at play. Allowing for the production of 500 units in a single day. This is fundamentally a product that thrives on volume. If priced too exorbitantly, who would be inclined to purchase it? If production exceeds demand, to whom would the surplus be sold? From the very beginning, there was no intention to inflate prices astronomically. Rather, the goal was to offer a more affordable option that would drive higher sales. Su Yu's bottom line was set at 500,000 per unit. Quoting 1 million per unit was, in essence, merely a tactic to provide the other party with room for negotiation. However, to his utter astonishment, Zhou Qing, after hearing these terms, nodded almost instantly and replied, "We can agree to all of the above requirements. That if there are no objections, let us proceed to sign the contract." Chapter 54. Fusion Energy. The terrifying peregrine falcon all agreed. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback by the response, struggling to comprehend. His initial pricing for the G60 exoskeleton had always hovered around 500,000, considering the low production costs. He would never incur a loss. The 1 million quotation was, to be honest, a deliberate overestimation to allow the military some bargaining room, and he never anticipated that they would show no interest in haggling and would accept all the terms outright. Mr. Dasu's conditions are not unreasonable. Why would we not agree? Zhou Qing, representing the military, chuckled before summoning some contract materials. After Chiao Mo reviewed them and confirmed there were no issues, Su Yu proceeded to sign the contract. Although he initially aimed to sell at a lower price, he had no objections to their willingness to pay more. Moreover, an increased financial influx would enable him to invest further into the research and development of new technologies, such as nuclear fusion. If these advancements could be realized sooner, the ultimate beneficiaries would be the people of Juzhou. Thus, more money was undoubtedly better. The contract was swiftly finalized in addition to Su Yu's stipulations. The government naturally had its own demands. The contract stipulated that Su Yu must establish a company dedicated to managing the patents for the exoskeleton, with ownership shared between him and Juzhou Bank. Approximately on a 70-30 basis, Su Yu holding 70 and Juzhou Bank 30, that this newly formed company would focus on the mass production and civilian monetization of all technological advancements related to the exoskeleton. Aside from the groundbreaking innovations such as high-power miniature motors, metallic hydrogen batteries, and specialized armor, the profits generated from this monetization would be subject to revenue sharing with Juzhou Bank. In exchange, Juzhou Bank would provide Su Yu with 15 billion over the next 3 years as the funding to acquire this share. This provision marked the most substantial financial support within the contract. Whether this arrangement was ultimately profitable or detrimental could be subjective, as it effectively stripped away the truly valuable, epic-making technologies embedded within the exoskeleton, focusing instead on secondary technologies whose individual worth was not particularly high, yet collectively could yield significant returns. However, the realization of these returns necessitated resource investments in research. It wasn't simply a matter of possessing the technical documentation. A considerable amount of time would be required to fully grasp the technology. Juzhou Bank would likely need a decade or more to recoup its 15 billion investment. With such a substantial outlay, it would take 10 years or more to break even. Thus, one could not unequivocally assert that they had gained any unfair advantage. After all, what other business could yield profits more swiftly than this? Moreover, the entirety of the contract contained numerous similar stipulations. In summary, whether from the government or the military, the message conveyed through the contract was singular. Convenience? Certainly. A desire to operate without scrutiny? Absolutely. Financial resources? Of course. All of Su Yu's demands would be met, but with one condition. He must align his interests with those of Juzhou to a certain extent. The degree of alignment could vary, but it was imperative. Given the significance of this collaboration, it was unreasonable to expect Juzhou to unconditionally trust Su Yu without any oversight, allowing him free rein within Juzhou territory. Su Yu harbored no objections to this stipulation and readily signed the contract. The final document, when combined, encompassed hundreds of pages. Had it not been for Chiu Mo's assistance in reviewing the contract, the signing alone could have consumed a substantial portion of the day. Once everything was settled, Suyu's previous plans could finally commence. That he initially intended to take his leave, but it was evident that the military had no intention of allowing him to depart immediately after signing. Instead, they warmly invited him to stay for a meal. As they dined, conversations flowed more freely, gradually steering towards the Peregrine Falcon-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft, which had caused considerable tension throughout the Eastern District earlier that day. Although they had refrained from discussing this matter during the contract signing, treating it as if it had never occurred, it was implausible that the military would remain indifferent to such an extraordinary development on Jiuzhou soil. However, they were initially cautious, unsure of how far Suyu was willing to disclose, fearing that probing too deeply might provoke him. Thus, they had suppressed their curiosity. Now, amidst the convivial atmosphere of the dining table, several military personnel took the opportunity to test the waters. That Suyu was well aware of their intentions and had no desire to conceal anything, having arrived in a power armor suit aboard the Peregrine. In response to their inquiries, he candidly stated, "That is the Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft." That a near-Earth orbital spacecraft? One researcher paused momentarily before exclaiming in astonishment. So that colossal machine can even venture into space? Indeed, it can, Suyu confirmed with a nod, elaborating, its maximum speed can exceed the second cosmic velocity. Not only can it reach space, but it could also make the journey to Mars. What configurations does that vessel possess? If you don't mind sharing, Mr. Su, a general from the Air Force inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is significantly more impressive than any aircraft. There is no inconvenience in sharing. Suyu waved dismissively. The Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft is equipped with 4 massless engines, capable of flying in space at the second cosmic velocity while carrying a payload of 500 tons. Additionally, it features a deflection force field that can divert all kinetic weapons. With unparalleled speed and defense, the military elites present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This technology was genuinely formidable. Yet before they could fully process this revelation, Suyu continued, moreover, it possesses optical stealth and wave-absorbing energy fields, ensuring that, should it choose, no military observation methods on Earth could detect it. For the weapon systems, it is armed with electromagnetic cannons and high-power laser cannons. While its firepower may not be overwhelming, it can reach synchronous orbit for precision strikes. The crowd collectively marveled, is this the fabled cybernetic technology? One researcher, momentarily struck dumb, could not contain himself. But wait, with massless engines, deflection fields, optical stealth, and electromagnetic cannons, all these technologies must have astronomical energy consumption. Right. How long can the onboard energy source sustain it? It can fly for eons, Suyu remarked nonchalantly as he sampled a dish. The sound of a cup shattering on the floor went unnoticed, as every individual at the table was petrified in their seats. Chapter 55. A technology more terrifying than nuclear fusion. Among those present, research scientists, military combatants, and commanders, most were highly educated individuals, though they may not grasp the technical intricacies outside their areas of expertise. The implications of nuclear fusion were universally understood. Not only they, but even a casual internet user could articulate the myriad benefits of controllable nuclear fusion energy. After a brief silence, the dining atmosphere erupted into excitement. Zhou Qing, seated next to Suyu, grasped his arm with fervor. Mr. Su, are you truly stating that you have mastered nuclear fusion technology to the extent it can be installed on a spacecraft? Having just boasted, Suyu seemed to awaken from a dream, refraining from elaborating further. Instead, he repeatedly apologized. Oh dear, I spoke out of turn. Everyone can dismiss my words as mere nonsense. Come, let me drink to that. With that, he raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. The notion of drunken indiscretion was utterly implausible for him. Given his current physical condition, it would be no exaggeration to say that if he were to drink to excess, he would remain sober. Although he possessed all the technical documentation and blueprints for nuclear fusion, the timing was not right for realization. SUU's intentional disclosure served primarily to pique their interest and convey one crucial message. The future lies in my hands. Zhou Qing regained his composure, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued to share drinks with Suyu, seemingly unaffected by any mention of nuclear fusion. His ability to remain unfazed in the face of such monumental revelations was a testament to his mastery of composure. Meanwhile, as they probed Suyu, he too was subtly testing the waters with them. Indeed, one cannot deny that the commander of such a vast military base embodies remarkable composure and meticulous organization. The phrase "not allowing emotions to manifest" does not imply maintaining a perpetual grimace, but rather concealing one's true thoughts and feelings. Zhou Qing excels in this regard, from the initial meeting to negotiations. And now to dining together, he has only once displayed genuine astonishment, upon hearing about nuclear fusion. Prior to that moment, even when confronted with the hovering falcon in the sky, his expression, though grave and cautious, bore no trace of surprise. This is not to say he was unaffected by the sudden appearance of the falcon. Rather, he skillfully masked his emotions that in such circumstances, he serves as the backbone of the entire base, that if he were to exhibit surprise or panic, how could the other soldiers maintain their composure? Everyone is quite busy, and their meal did not linger for long. After dining, they were invited to explore the base, and soon, Suyu departed alongside Xiao Mo. In full view of the onlookers, the two donned their powered armor and stood in the plaza of the base. Without a sound, the armor began to ascend gracefully. Above the base, the colossal falcon slowly materialized, its lower hatch opening to welcome them aboard in the radar room of the base. Zhou Qing gazed at the empty radar screen, then glanced at the massive object suspended in the sky, shaking his head in disbelief. There is not a single trace on the radar. Such technology is truly terrifying. This must be the effect of the wave-absorbing energy field Mr. Su mentioned at the dinner. The electromagnetic waves near the spacecraft were absorbed by the energy field, leaving the radar without any feedback, thus failing to detect it. Zhou Bo, as a researcher, analyzed. However, this device evidently consumes a substantial amount of electricity. Conventional aircraft could never operate in such a manner. Zhou Qing paused thoughtfully before inquiring. Do you think what he said about nuclear fusion is plausible? Given our existing energy sources, to float such a massive entity in the sky purely on electric power, it would likely rely on nuclear energy. Yet whether that nuclear energy is based on fission or fusion is difficult to ascertain. Zhou Bo's words were measured, but with a sigh, he added, "General, there is another critical aspect you are overlooking. Aside from nuclear fusion, what is it?" Zhou Qing asked, puzzled. The guiding force field that is immune to all kinetic weapons, interjected another silver-haired researcher. This phenomenon may be far more formidable than we can imagine. Elaborate, Zhou Qing urged. Details are scarce. It is merely a conjecture, the older researcher replied with a wry smile. If it is indeed as he described, and this guiding force field can render all kinetic weaponry ineffective, then its underlying principles likely pertain to the practical application of gravity. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. The actual situation can only be determined through experimentation, and if this conjecture holds true, then their technological capabilities are exponentially more daunting than we can fathom. In the face of such technology, nuclear fusion would seem trivial, merely a child's plaything, something only a civilization capable of spanning galaxies could master. As the group conversed, they gazed upward at the enormous object in the sky. Frankly, for these researchers, witnessing such a sight left them in a state of bewilderment. Many aspects of it do not even exist in theory. Tio put it bluntly. They could not comprehend what they were observing. In the presence of such incomprehensible phenomena, anyone would instinctively feel a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, a military leader, gazed with wide-eyed fascination, contemplating how to deploy such a marvel in combat. After much reflection, he concluded that possessing a single falcon would enable them to dominate the skies over Blue Star entirely. While those on the ground harbored various thoughts, as Suyu and Xiao Mo boarded the ship, the previously motionless falcon finally sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the colossal craft vanished from above the base, its speed almost beyond belief. The old researcher who had previously analyzed the guiding force field stared in astonishment. Even Suyu, realizing he had crossed over 90 kilometers in less than half a minute, considered the implications of G-forces. Naturally, the military researchers could not be oblivious to this either. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled slowly. If they do not possess special technology to mitigate the overload from such rapid acceleration, it indicates they have indeed mastered force. Chapter 56. Industrial Park Renovation Plan, disregarding the astonished individuals within the base. Suyu chose to make a swift exit after delivering a minor shock. However, he did not venture far, instead heading to the outskirts of an abandoned industrial park. Upon arrival, there was no longer a need to flaunt the falcon. Suyu stored the falcon in the transaction platform's inventory and, donning powered armor alongside Shiomo, descended to the ground, that he then sought out a vacant area to deploy the terrain surveying unit from the J9000 engineering renovation module rented from Froststar. The entire J9000 module housed over 8,000 various engineering machines. At this stage, it was premature to commence full-scale operations. Initial terrain surveys were required. Following the surveys, design plans could be formulated. Only after selecting a plan and preparing all materials could construction begin. Suyu wisely refrained from deploying all engineering machines at once. The surveying unit comprised 30 uniquely designed tracked robots. At Suyu's command, they dispersed to commence surveying the small plain between the abandoned industrial park and the sea. Initially, he possessed the rights to merely over 1,000 acres of the abandoned industrial park. However, upon reaching an agreement with the military, or more precisely, the official authorities of Juzhou, the area encompassing the dock and the surrounding mountains, approximately 10 square kilometers, was now under his jurisdiction. He had the freedom to transform it as he pleased. With the J9000 engineering module at his disposal, he aimed to seize this opportunity to complete the renovations in one fell swoop. Having deployed the surveying robots, Suyu awaited the design proposals. After completing these tasks, he turned to find that Shiomo had mysteriously vanished, that a search led him to the seaside, where he discovered her sitting alone on a protruding rock. Gazing quietly at the distant horizon, her silver armor stood sentinel behind her. Observing this, Suyu removed his powered armor and climbed onto the rock beside her, asking, "Do you enjoy looking at the sea?" "I wouldn't say enjoy. It's just that I haven't seen such scenery in a long time," Shiomo replied, extending her arms to embrace the sea breeze, closing her eyes as she continued, "In the final stretch of my life, being able to escape that despairing world and witness the blue sky and white clouds among the remnants of the prosperous era, I suppose I am among the luckiest." That Suyu fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. "You've mentioned that you were involved in research before the war. I wonder which field you specialized in." "Which field?" Shiomo shrugged. "There were many: mathematics, chemistry, physics, and biomedical sciences. Before the war, I dabbled in all these areas. Post-war, I focused more on the humanities and social sciences, but the results of my research have rarely been applied." "Wow, a true polymath," Suyu gasped, initially attempting to change the subject, but now intrigued by her vast knowledge. He then recalled a question that had troubled him for some time. "Speaking of which, your current state involves your consciousness being uploaded onto a circuit board. What exactly is this consciousness?" "That is rather difficult to explain." Shiomo frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding. "In terms you might understand, consciousness is akin to the soul. In our academic circles, the prevailing view is that consciousness constitutes the essence of an individual's existence, that if consciousness dissipates, legally, that person is considered deceased. Take my situation, for example. After a few days, once my consciousness dissipates, this unique bionic entity will inherit all my memories and knowledge throughout my life. Aside from lacking creativity, its behavioral patterns will be indistinguishable from my own. This scenario raises ethical and philosophical questions, necessitating legal judgments regarding whether I am truly dead. After nearly a century of discourse in academia, legislation was finally enacted in our region to define the dissolution of an individual's consciousness as the criterion for determining death. That I don't understand," Suyu admitted candidly. "Not understanding is quite normal," Shiomo nodded, seemingly unfazed. "You only need to grasp that, according to your definitions of the soul, consciousness is equivalent to a person's soul. That if that's the case," Suyu pondered, "perhaps there exists a world where Ing Zheng's metaphysics are real." "Perhaps nothing," Suyu shook his head, opting not to disclose his thoughts to avoid any misunderstandings. That he resolved to inquire with Ing Zheng later about any methods for nurturing or containing souls, that if it truly exists, I could acquire it and then surprise her later. Shiomo, without further inquiry, remarked, "The terrain survey has been completed, and the design proposals have been provided. That I have sifted through them and selected dozens of designs that align with your aesthetic preferences, which I have sent to your phone for your review. You can take a look, and if none are to your liking, we can discuss it further." "That is it really that quick?" Suyu exclaimed in astonishment as he picked up his phone. Indeed, a new app had appeared, and upon opening it, he found over 50 design proposals. "Where did this app come from?" So you casually inquired while browsing one of the designs that it's a makeshift tool for you to assess the effects conveniently. The virtual technology in your area is not advanced enough. Otherwise, once this design is completed, it would allow you to enter a virtual world to visualize the finished product. Chima explained in the prosperity era. Before constructing a house, people could replicate the design in a virtual world at a one-to-one scale, living in it for a year or so before deciding whether to proceed with the construction. If there are any minor design flaws that one is dissatisfied with, they can directly modify the design in the virtual world. Even those with no understanding of architecture can create beautifully and scientifically sound buildings from scratch. That truly is convenient, Suyu mused, impressed. What does it mean for technology to change lives? This is it. After spending over an hour reviewing all the design proposals, Suyu found himself grappling with decision fatigue. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately chose a design titled Zaiwiyuan, which was ranked first among the options. Observing his choice, Chima displayed a knowing smile. You knew I would select this one, Suyu asked curiously. Of course, why else would I place it first? Chima replied, a rare hint of pride evident in her tone, though we possess a comprehensive algorithm that, while unable to predict the future, can estimate a person's likely actions based on their behavioral patterns and personal preferences. However, this only applies to normal individuals, not capricious lunatics. As I've said, mathematics never lies. Chapter 57. The Zaiwiyuan Project, Crafting a Marvel. Suyu's lips curled into a smirk, uncertain how to evaluate such behavior. He had come to realize that the computational power within a person's mind could surpass supercomputers by millions of times, yet idleness could be quite frightening. This Choma seemed intent on calculating everything. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Ultimately, he possessed the highest authority over this bionic individual, having granted her these permissions himself, that if she enjoyed calculating. So be it to at this moment, Suyu suspected that his reaction was likely within Choma's calculations, which explained her nonchalant demeanor while discussing these matters. Shaking his head, he opened the details of the Zaiwiyuan design proposal. Earlier, he had merely glanced through the designs, but now he intended to scrutinize it thoroughly. The Zaiwiyuan plan spans an area of 9.68 square kilometers, encompassing nearly the entire coastal plain. The proposal divides this plain into 4 distinct zones: the office area, production area, living area, and entertainment area. The office area is not overly complicated, comprising a towering building of 1,388 meters. This skyscraper occupies 160,000 square meters, consisting of 209 above-ground floors and 16 underground floors, with a usable area of 359 million square meters upon completion. The production area comprises 4 superfactories, each standing 50 meters tall, covering nearly 1 million square meters, with a total usable area exceeding 7 million square meters. Once completed, the total usable area of these 4 factories will exceed 28 million square meters. These factories are equipped with comprehensive facilities, serving as both laboratories and production sites. Additionally, there are 10 smaller warehouses of similar design, which collectively provide a total usable area of 10 million square meters, equivalent to 10 square kilometers. The living area features an aerial city composed of 8 buildings over 900 meters tall, designed with relative complexity. The majority of the aerial city consists of high-tech, intelligent residences, with a small portion designated for commercial spaces. The usable area exceeds 13 million square meters, accommodating up to 100,000 residents, with each individual enjoying over 100 square meters of living space. The entertainment area is more intricate, consisting of a massive hemispherical structure that includes various sports facilities, cinemas, large shopping malls, and amusement parks. Furthermore, the entertainment area encompasses extensive marine areas. Due to its proximity to the mouth of the Great River, where the water is relatively murky, the entertainment zone necessitates the installation of several high-capacity seawater filters while simultaneously cleaning the surrounding waters. Once completed, this area will boast beaches and azure waters comparable to tropical islands. Beyond these 4 zones, there are additional projects for reconstructing docks and clearing waterways. However, in comparison to the designs for the 4 primary zones, the dock reconstruction appears trivial. The entire Zaiwiyuan proposal requires over 6 million tons of steel and more than 9 million cubic meters of concrete. Even disregarding all other costs, the raw material expenses alone would amount to approximately 27 billion. Including all additional expenses, realizing this project would necessitate at least 40 billion or more. And this is merely the cost of raw materials. Thanks to the presence of the J9000 module, only the cost of materials is required. If constructed under the conditions of Blue Star, one could question whether that 1,388-meter main building could even be erected. Even if it could, considering raw materials, labor costs, technical expenses, production losses, and other factors, completing this factory would likely require at least $200 billion. The construction period would be no less than 5 years. However, with the J9000 module, so you would only need to pay for the raw materials, totaling just over $40 billion, but the remainder could be entrusted to the more than 8,000 various engineering machines operated by the J9000 module, the AS for the construction timeline, just 3 days. With all materials in sufficient supply, the J9000 module requires only 3 days to deliver this groundbreaking project with quality assurance. Upon reviewing the complete details of the proposal, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was the endeavor of crafting a marvel. A main building soaring to 1,388 meters, an aerial city composed of 8 900-meter residential towers. 4 colossal factories, a massive entertainment facility, seawater filtration projects, and numerous smaller structures. Once completed, it would undoubtedly be nothing short of a wonder. However, acquiring such a vast quantity of construction materials in the short term was beyond Suyu's capability alone. Thus, after finalizing the design proposal, he promptly called his official liaison, assigned to him for 24-hour assistance to facilitate his dealings. Both the military and official entities have provided him with a liaison to serve as a communication bridge, preventing any recurrence of the morning's incident where he had summoned the Falcon without activating the wave absorption energy field and optical stealth, leaving the military in a state of alarm. Clearly, procuring a substantial amount of building materials required coordination with the official liaison. After stating his current needs, so you could almost sense the bewilderment of the young lady on the other end of the line. Who would be audacious enough to make a single purchase worth hundreds of billions in steel and concrete? After repeatedly confirming that Suyu was indeed serious, the liaison cautiously stated that she would need to consult her superiors. After all, this involved a procurement of such magnitude, and though she had been granted considerable authority, she was still merely a liaison and could not make such significant decisions unilaterally. After patiently waiting for nearly half an hour, the liaison finally provided a response. Firstly, she assured him that assistance would indeed be provided. While such a quantity of materials is astronomical for an ordinary individual, it is not particularly remarkable for the authorities, given that the annual demand for construction materials far exceeds this figure by several hundred or even 1,000 times. Additionally, beyond agreeing to assist, they even enthusiastically offered to provide a $30 billion interest-free loan to Suyu on behalf of the official authorities in Magic City. With just a nod, the funds could be dispatched immediately. Suyu did not decline this proposal. His current liquid assets totaled only $150 billion, stemming from his partnership with Jojo Bank in establishing an exoskeleton patent development company, to be settled over 3 years, with the first year yielding only $50 billion, that although the design proposal's expenditure amounted to just over $40 billion, operational intricacies would inevitably incur additional costs. Furthermore, he did not intend to cease all activities after completing the marvel. He planned to establish a company and recruit top-tier talent to leverage the cutting-edge technology he had acquired from the wasteland. Clearly, he required further financial preparation. Originally, his plan was to commence construction on the Ziwiyuan and subsequently develop a nuclear-powered black box to expedite exoskeleton production. He already possessed over 2,000 exoskeleton units in stock and aimed to ramp up production to gather around 5,000 units. Selling them to the military at $1 million per unit would yield a substantial $50 billion. However, with Magic City now willing to extend a $30 billion interest-free loan, there was no need to activate his nuclear-powered printing press. The nuclear-powered black box. Of course, this loan was not without obligations. Even absent any binding clauses, accepting this funding meant he owed a favor to the authorities that he would need to repay this in the future. Fortunately, Suyu had many means to reciprocate, so he was not concerned about incurring such a minor debt. Chapter 58. Nickname already taken. After engaging in detailed discussions with the professionals on the other end, the authorities confirmed that they would assemble the required materials from various locations within 3 days. Suyu's current circumstances are indeed markedly different. Not only is he able to provide the military with the groundbreaking G60 exoskeleton, but he also possesses the Storm Power armor and the Falcon near-orbital spacecraft. particularly the advanced technologies embedded within the Falcon. Even disregarding the dubious claims surrounding fusion technology, the mere capabilities of a massive spacecraft remaining suspended in midair through the use of a non-mass engine, along with optical cloaking and wave-absorbing energy fields, all represent an unimaginable value. Not to mention, he appears to have grasped the practical applications of gravitational wave technology that are in the eyes of the Jiuzhou authorities. The assets in Suyu's possession alone justify the investment of all resources to forge an alliance with him. Thus, although they were perplexed as to why Suyu chose to gather all the raw materials in one go rather than in phases, they nonetheless agreed without hesitation. With the material issue resolved, Suyu chose not to linger any longer. He left behind a few biomimetic individuals to facilitate the connection with the officials responsible for delivering the materials when the time comes. For the next few days, his presence would not be required. Once the materials were in place, he would return to unleash all the robots from the J9000 module and set them to work. The remaining tasks would naturally be handled by the authorities. Reflecting on it now, revealing the existence of the Falcon had indeed been a prudent decision. Otherwise, securing the project would have proven to be an arduous endeavor. Not to mention, the towering main building, standing at a staggering 1,388 meters, would not have passed the approval process without his current unique status. After all, Jiuzhou has long since prohibited the construction of high-rise buildings. Even if he were granted an exception, he would likely have to run around completing a multitude of procedures, to say nothing of the fact that a 1,388-meter structure would undoubtedly impact flight paths. Just this aspect alone would necessitate a special visit to the Aerospace Administration for filing. As it stands, such matters are conveniently managed by the authorities, sparing him the need to personally intervene. Of course, these favors will eventually need to be repaid. However, that is not a concern for the present. What Suyu must contemplate now is how to recruit personnel, with materials arriving in 3 days. The project would be completed within the same time frame, in no more than a week. The site would be transformed. At that point, he would undoubtedly need to hire staff. Tasks such as using black box production for exoskeletons could be delegated to the biomimetic individuals. However, researching the technologies obtained from the wasteland would clearly require human expertise. Moreover, once the products manufactured by his company hit the market, a professional operations team would be essential to manage external relations, sales, and profitability, tasks beyond the capabilities of biomimetic beings. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu turned to Chiu and said, "I may need to trouble you to draft a recruitment list. Identify all positions that cannot be filled by biomimetic individuals, as those will require hiring. The working hours will be 9 to 5, with salaries set at the industry as highest standards. Employees who complete 1 year of service may purchase company goods at cost price. And those with 3 years of service or outstanding performance will receive a complimentary apartment in the aerial city. For now, let us leave it at that, and make sure to set high standards. We do not want any mediocre candidates." After Suyu finished speaking, he noticed Chiu gazing at him silently, prompting him to inquire, "Is there an issue? Did you forget something?" Chiu raised an eyebrow. "Forget? I don't believe so." Suyu scratched his head, pondering carefully and concluding that there should be no oversights. "Has your company been registered? What is the name? What is the registered capital?" Chiu teased. Suyu. "All right, I actually did forget that. In truth, the contract he signed earlier had stipulated that the authorities would assist him with this matter. All he needed to do was inform the liaison of the company's name and type, and they would handle the registration, that he wouldn't have to worry about anything else." However, as soon as Suyu exited the military base, he headed straight to the abandoned industrial park to survey the terrain. Completely overlooking this detail, "What should I name the company?" Suyu pondered. While the company type was not a concern, he had indeed not considered the name. "I don't know, just think of something. It's just a name after all." Chiu shrugged nonchalantly. Just as she had named the future city, believing it to be the future of humanity in the wasteland. Simple and straightforward. "Are you joking? It can't be that casual. It needs to have some flair," Suyu retorted, rolling his eyes as he began to brainstorm, deep in thought. Unfortunately, he was utterly inept at naming. Even selecting a nickname in games could take him ages, often requiring a search for a suitable name. After much contemplation without arriving at a satisfactory name, he finally gave up and declared, "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Since it's a company that thrives on the Transdimensional Trading Platform, let us call it Transdimensional Technology. The subsidiary selling batteries will be transdimensional batteries, and the one dealing with exoskeletons will be transdimensional heavy industries that in the future if we sell prosthetics or longevity elixirs. We can name them transdimensional medical. Doesn't that work? Perfect. Suyu clapped his thigh, applauding his own cleverness. However, Chiyomo unexpectedly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. According to publicly available information on the internet, transdimensional technology has already been registered, and that company is still operational, valued at billions. They are unlikely to relinquish that trademark at SUU. This is no different from spending ages thinking of a nickname in a game, only to find it already taken. I am so frustrated. Fine, let us just call it temporal technology. He looked at Chiyomo with exasperation. Chiyomo smirked, suppressing her laughter, and said with a straight face, "That name is also taken." Suyu. Before he could erupt, she added, "However, that is merely a case of trademark hoarding. You could negotiate to purchase it, and it shouldn't cost too much. Buy it." Suyu gritted his teeth. As someone who struggled with naming, he despised those who hoarded good names without utilizing them. Despite some minor hiccups along the way, thanks to the cooperation from the authorities, the company was swiftly registered. In total, 4 companies were registered. Point 1 is Temporal Technology, the parent company, fully owned by Suyu, which has 3 subsidiaries. Temporal Heavy Industries, which is wholly owned by Temporal Technology Group, currently focused on producing the G60 heavy exoskeleton, but expected to introduce more heavy industry technologies from the wasteland in the future. Temporal Batteries, also wholly owned by Temporal Technology Group, currently responsible for selling metal hydrogen batteries sourced from Future City in the wasteland, with plans for Suyu to acquire production technology from Frost Star. And Temporal Technology Reserve Limited, in which Suyu holds a 70% stake, while Jojo Bank holds 30%, tasked with managing and civilianizing the subsidiary technologies related to exoskeletons. In due course, Suyu intends to establish a company focused on fusion technology and another related to medical advancements. But those are matters for the future and not urgent at present. That evening, an unexpected recruitment announcement appeared prominently on major internet job platforms, igniting a frenzy across the internet. Chapter 59. The recruitment announcement that ignited the internet. Temporal Battery Technology Company is hiring a professional operations team. Requirements for entry-level sales positions: must have extensive experience in technology product sales, be diligent, and possess a solid understanding of the current battery market. The company is located in the southern suburbs of Magic City, and candidates must be willing to work in the suburbs. Salary and benefits: guaranteed monthly salary after tax of $15,000, performance commission, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund. After 1 year of service, employees may purchase products from Temporal Group at cost price, including housing and vehicles, after 3 years of service or with outstanding performance. A residential unit of 100 square meters will be allocated, valued at no less than $5 million. Work hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break, no overtime on holidays. Gifts during holidays and occasional team-building activities on workdays. The cafeteria provides free meals and afternoon tea for all employees, and the minimum rent for employee apartments is $200 a month. All benefits will be outlined in the labor contract. With no falsehoods, requirements for mid-level business manager positions, salary and benefits. Guaranteed monthly salary after tax of $30,000, performance commission. Temporal Battery Technology Company is also hiring a professional legal team. Temporal Heavy Industries is seeking research personnel. Requirements for entry-level researchers, doctorate or higher in a related field. Salary and benefits. Guaranteed monthly salary after tax of $50,000, research commission. After 1 year of service, or upon achieving significant breakthroughs in relevant research fields, a high-rise residential unit in the aerial city will be allocated, 200 square meters or more. That a series of recruitment announcements for Temporal Battery and Temporal Heavy Industries quietly appeared on major internet job platforms, instantly capturing the attention of countless individuals. Then, on this otherwise mundane day, the announcement rapidly climbed the trending charts, attracting a multitude of onlookers. What? Is this for real? An entry-level sales position with a post-tax salary of $15,000. I'm not entirely sure, but isn't that salary quite standard for Magic City? Previous surveys indicated that the average salary in Magic City is around $18,000. Why is this trending? Brother, did you graduate from middle school? This is $15,000 after tax. And even without considering commissions, there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, plus a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. Isn't that a million times more comfortable than a salary of $18,000? where people are stressed to the point of losing hair. And do you even know what the average salary is? Are you only looking at the entry-level sales position with a salary of 15,000? Want to see the other positions? Entry-level researchers earn 50,000 a month. According to the average salary, it is estimated that the average remuneration for the two companies mentioned in this recruitment advertisement would be around 20 to 30,000. Coupled with the benefits of housing allocations, it could exceed 50 to 60,000 and potentially reach 70 or 80,000. Such companies exist only in dreams. Capitalists are not philanthropists. Did he not claim that all salary benefits would be stipulated in the labor contract? It's merely a common recruiting rhetoric. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Indeed, a modicum of common sense reveals the fallacy. Just look at how many people they have hired, at least 20,000 employees across various positions. If they were to fill all positions, the monthly payroll alone would approach $1 billion. Not to mention the exorbitant benefits. With such two obscure enterprises, could their registered capital even amount to $100 million? Speaking of which, do you know what I just discovered? Both Shirkong Heavy Industries and Shirkong Batteries are subsidiaries of a company called Shirkong Technology Group. Furthermore, Shirkong Technology Group also owns another company named Shirkong Technology Reserve Company, Ltd., which is intriguing, as it is controlled 70% by Shirkong Technology and 30% by Jiuzhou Bank. Moreover, both Shirkong Heavy Industries and Shirkong Batteries have a registered capital of $1 billion. What on earth? Jiuzhou Bank. Enough already. It's all a sham. Don't come and compete with me for positions. This is absurd. It seems the boss has fled under the cover of night. Shirkong's father. I am coming. The recruitment advertisements for the exceptionally high welfare benefits of the two companies under Suyu's name have attracted immense attention. Within merely 2 hours, the number of applicants booking interviews through various online recruitment platforms has already exceeded expectations. And it continues to rise. Chioma, with an abundance of idle computing power, has finally found something to do. She first filtered out all the applicants who did not meet the requirements and were merely there to make up the numbers. Then, she conducted the first round of interviews online, engaging in one-on-one communication with the remaining candidates, further narrowing down the pool. Although hundreds of thousands have booked interviews, only a mere 30 to 50,000 will actually reach the interview stage. Chioma directly utilized the funds provided by Suyu to lease a sports venue in the bustling metropolis as a temporary interview center. The recruitment efforts will officially commence tomorrow. As for the HR responsible for the interviews. Given that the company currently has only Suyu as the sole commander, Chioma, with her surplus computing capacity, has taken on the responsibility herself that on the day of the interviews, she will arrange for hundreds of bionic robots to serve as interviewers on site, while she will assess the candidates from behind the scenes through these androids. With the computational power at her disposal, managing interviews for tens of thousands is a trivial task. As for Suyu. After addressing the industrial park renovation plans and returning home, he immersed himself in the trading space. In the elegant pavilion. Suyu waited for a moment until Ing Zheng, dressed in casual attire, appeared. Why has Mr. sought me out? Is there a matter of importance? Ing Zheng inquired warmly as he took his seat. It's merely a trivial issue, nothing urgent, Suyu replied with a smile. Redirecting the conversation, I wonder if you have had a chance to review the materials I brought some time ago. I have perused them to a considerable extent, yet merely scratched the surface. Some of the knowledge is profoundly esoteric, and fully comprehending it may require additional time. Ing Zheng responded candidly. That's so. Did you manage to finish reviewing everything? Suyu mused, having provided him with 3 phones, each with a capacity of 1 TB, containing several terabytes of video content, and it had been less than 3 days that it seems the historical texts were not mistaken. He truly is a prodigy of diligence. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to express them. I might be able to clarify them for you, Suyu suggested with a smile. However, Ing Zheng did not pursue this line of inquiry. Instead, observing him quietly before stating, Mr. Su appears to have a request. Does he not? Speak plainly. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit, and being in separate realms, there is no conflict of interest. Hence, anything can be discussed. I shall not refuse matters within my capability. Ahem. So you could not shake the feeling that Ing Zheng's manner of speaking had subtly shifted. His references to mutual benefit and absence of conflict felt oddly incongruous coming from him. Then I shall be straightforward. Suyu contemplated for a moment before continuing. Is there a method in your world to ensure that a soul, having lost its corporeal form, remains unextinguished? Chapter 60. the soul-devouring jade, and Ing Zheng's dilemma, ensuring that a soul without a physical body remains eternal? Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, "Do you have a friend or relative whose physical form has perished? Simply use the longevity elixir to extend life. There is no need for this." "Ah, my friend is rather unique. Her physical form has already ceased to exist, leaving only a soul." "Well, it should be a soul," Suyu gestured with his hands. "In short, she cannot consume the longevity elixir." "This indeed poses a challenge," Ing Zheng remarked, taking a gentle breath, pondering for a moment before stating, "There is a solution, but it requires a specific treasure, and it is not a foolproof method. It can only prolong the soul's existence, not guarantee permanence." "Oh," Suyu's eyes brightened, eager to learn. "Please enlighten me." "Please wait a moment." Ing Zheng nodded and turned, disappearing from the pavilion. About half an hour later, he returned, holding a pure black jade pendant. Placing the pendant on the table before Suyu, Ing Zheng explained, "This is a magical artifact crafted by the practitioners of the Yin-Yang school, known as the soul-devouring jade. Its original purpose is to imprison the souls of the deceased within the jade, ensuring they cannot find peace in death. It is a rather malevolent artifact. However, it can indeed serve your purpose of preserving the soul of one who has lost their physical form." Suyu nodded, gazing at the soul-devouring jade, feeling as if the dark jade pendant possessed an irresistible allure. In a daze, he felt himself being drawn closer to it, almost as if his very essence were being siphoned away. It was only when he was about to touch it that he regained his senses, breaking into a cold sweat upon realizing the inherent danger of the object. This item cannot consume the souls of the living without the intervention of a practitioner. However, due to its heavy Yin energy, frequent contact with ordinary individuals may induce various effects, including hallucinations, which are quite normal. Ing Zheng explained nonchalantly, yet it is precisely because of its dense Yin energy that it can nurture Yin spirits and preserve souls from extinction. Suyu, still shaken, glanced at the soul-devouring jade. "What did you mean when you said this is not a complete solution? Are there any drawbacks?" "The drawback is that it cannot preserve the living soul indefinitely. At most, it can allow the soul to linger in the mortal realm for half a year before it begins to dissipate." "Half a year?" Suyu nodded. "That is acceptable. With the transcendent trading platform at his disposal, he could potentially encounter trading partners from worlds possessing greater extraordinary powers capable of revitalizing the dead. Although the soul-devouring jade may not provide a permanent solution, it offers an additional 6 months of possibilities." However, he then recalled another concern. If the soul were absorbed into the soul-devouring jade, would it still be able to communicate with the outside world? Or would it be akin to a prison for souls, unable to interact with the outside once confined? If it were the latter, then Shima might very well face imprisonment, as long as there are no specific restraints set by an adept practitioner. Communication with the outside world is possible. Whether the soul-devouring jade is a malevolent artifact depends on who wields it. Ing Zheng explained patiently that in the hands of unscrupulous practitioners, they would employ various restrictions to imprison souls within the jade and subject them to torment, using it as a tool for punishment. However, if your intention is merely to use it as a vessel to extend the life of a soul that has lost its corporeal form, then it becomes the most suitable treasure for nurturing souls, and communication with the outside world would pose no issue. "That is reassuring." Suyu nodded in satisfaction. "What is the price? What does your majesty require?" Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng tapped the table thoughtfully before responding. "There are indeed some difficulties I face. The northern Xiongnu are encroaching. Although Meng Tian has led his troops to confront them, the Xiongnu excel in cavalry and archery, making it easy to defeat them, yet difficult to annihilate them. I initially contemplated constructing a great wall for defense, but after reviewing the materials you provided, I realized that such an action would be hasty. The Qin has only recently unified the realm. The populace is struggling, and conscripting laborers to build the wall would undoubtedly incite public outrage. However, if the wall is not constructed, should the Xiongnu cavalry descend again to pillage, Meng Tian may not be able to block them once more, leaving the northern borders as a playground for the Xiongnu. Infantry against cavalry is indeed a historical conundrum." Suyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It was undoubtedly inconceivable for the Qin dynasty to lack cavalry. However, what sense is there in 1,000 days of thievery if one cannot devise 1,000 days of defense against it?" in comparison to the extensive northern border and the information void of that era, which hindered the ability to predict from which direction the enemy might strike. The absence of the Great Wall would render the northern defenses as porous as a sieve. The swift Huabei, like the wind, would find plundering all too effortless. They could raid and retreat before the main army arrived, leaving naught but destruction in their wake. Did the Emperor Qin comprehend why cavalry ultimately faded from the annals of history in our world? Was it due to firearms? Ing Zheng hesitated slightly, remarking, "I have recently viewed numerous documentaries regarding what you refer to as world wars, wherein it was frequently stated that the formidable power of firearms was the reason cavalry exited the historical stage." Indeed, that is partially correct. That Su shook his head, asserting the proliferation of automatic weapons has indeed rendered cavalry less formidable on the conventional battlefield. Yet is the battlefield the sole domain of cavalry prowess? Clearly not. The greatest advantage of cavalry lies in its mobility. In our culture, there exists a saying. In the realm of martial arts, only speed can conquer. You possess firearms, yet so too can your adversaries. However, their four legs will always outpace your two. Thus, the true reason for the cavalry's departure from the historical narrative is not merely the presence of firearms, but rather the advent of the internal combustion engine. Those automobiles and tanks. Ing Zheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, the soldiers of Qin were not incapable of besting the Huabei. In the face of the Qin's crossbow formations, no cavalry would stand a chance. The crux of the issue lay not in their ability to fight, but rather in their inability to pursue. Even if the soldiers of Qin were equipped with heavy machine guns, if the enemy chose not to engage, they would find themselves at an impasse. Do you possess any sound strategies? Ing Zheng inquired eagerly. Chapter 61. Do you understand what it means to be a Qin superhuman? It is no wonder that Ing Zheng was anxious. Was he unaware of the myriad challenges confronting Qin? Clearly, he was not. His unwavering commitment to fortifying the Great Wall stemmed primarily from the threats posed by the northern tribes in his time. Faced with the incursions of nomadic peoples from the steppes, the construction of the Great Wall was virtually the only recourse available. This was dictated by the nature of civilization, beyond his control. Without fortifications, an agrarian society lacking cavalry could hardly contend with the nomads, even if they might prove superior in combat on the battlefield. The Han dynasty's success in repelling the steppe tribes was the result of decades of preparation, during which they bred countless horses in the central plains. Qin, however, lacks such conditions. While not an ideal solution, I do possess a method to alleviate your northern troubles in the short term. As for the future, once Qin undergoes industrialization, these issues will naturally dissipate. The Su smiled and gestured that a towering armored behemoth, nearly 2 meters tall, materialized beside him. A heavy exoskeleton. When donned, it would enable Qin's fierce soldiers to carry burdens of 10 stone and cover 500 miles in a single hour. This remarkable device is impervious to blades and possesses immense strength. With it, even when faced with 1,000 elite Huabei cavalry, one could charge in and out 7 times. The weight unit of stone has fluctuated over time, with 1 stone during the Qin era roughly equating to over 100 kilograms. Additionally, Ailey during the Qin period was approximately 400 meters, while an hour equated to about 2 hours in contemporary terms. Aware that his second trading partner was Ing Zheng, Suyu had deliberately sought to bolster his knowledge in this area. Such a wondrous artifact exists in this world. Ing Zheng stood, captivated, gazing at this creation imbued with cutting-edge technology. Naturally, if 100 soldiers donned this armor to guard the various passes in the northern territories, the region would be secure. Should you wish to launch an offensive, it would not be difficult. I can arrange for reconnaissance drones and similar devices to ensure you do not struggle to locate the Huabei across the vast grasslands. Su patted his chest confidently. It would be a revelation to the Huabei to encounter what it means to be a Qin superhuman. He could already envision the fierce warriors of Qin donning the exoskeleton, piercing through the Huabei stronghold with unparalleled agility. You Huabei think you can come and go like the wind. Can you outrun an exoskeleton moving at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour? Fight, and you cannot win. Flee, and you cannot escape. The imagery was too exquisite to behold. What? The soldiers of Qin are inadequately educated in advanced technology. Fear not. I could send a few androids to serve as instructors. To be frank, androids are remarkably effective. How many of these exoskeletons can Su provide? Zheng inquired eagerly. I can initially offer you 100 sets as compensation for the soul-devouring jade. What do you think, Your Majesty? Su proposed his terms. Agreed. Zheng readily acquiesced. 100 sets in exchange for a seemingly useless soul-devouring jade was a bargain worth celebrating. Although his world did possess individuals with unique abilities, their talents were primarily limited to alchemy and crafting magical artifacts. Occasionally, a few formidable warriors would emerge, having mastered the art of chi cultivation to impressive levels. Yet, even such individuals remained mere mortals, vulnerable to the overwhelming forces of an army, ensnared by a rain of arrows and a multitude of weapons, finding it difficult to escape once entangled. After all, no matter how resilient a human body may be, it is still susceptible to injury, and human stamina is finite. Even a 1,000-man warrior cannot truly slay 1,000 foes. It is merely a phrase. When fatigue sets in, they can only await their demise. However, the soldiers clad in the exoskeleton, as described by Su, evidently transcended the notion of a mere 1,000-man warrior. With such terrifying strength and speed, combined with impenetrable armor, arrows and blades would be utterly ineffective against them. Zheng surmised that even an army of 100,000 might struggle to capture them. They could effortlessly escape at will. This was far more advantageous than the essentially useless soul-devouring jade. This transaction was undeniably profitable for him. For Su, it was equally advantageous. After all, the cost of the exoskeleton was not exorbitant. The primary concern lay with the energy source of the black box. Without energy in 5 years, it would become unusable. However, given that he possessed a falcon, when the time came for the black box to run out of power, he could simply journey to the moon to harvest helium-3. This issue was hardly insurmountable. Saving Autumn's life with 100 exoskeletons was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment, considering her invaluable support and assistance far exceeded the worth of a mere 100 exoskeletons. That it was yet another win-win situation. After both parties signed the trade contract, Su transferred 100 sets of exoskeletons to Zheng. That he even generously gifted him 2 androids capable of operating the exoskeletons. Subsequently, he explained the power source of these exoskeletons is a battery, with sufficient charge to allow a soldier to traverse over 20,000 miles. Replacing the battery is not difficult. The 2 androids will instruct you on the specifics. The 100 exoskeletons were the trade for the soul-devouring jade. While future batteries would require separate negotiations, that if the Emperor desired more exoskeletons, I could certainly provide them. Thanks to the availability of educational videos, he need not spend additional time explaining the concept of batteries to Zheng. As it should be, Zheng nodded in agreement, yet soon expressed a concern. However, this device is exceedingly powerful. How can I ensure that those who wear it will not rebel? Su understood his apprehension. After all, even in modern times, there have been instances of pilots absconding with aircraft. How much more so in the Qin dynasty? Loyalty often hinges on an individual's position. When a person acquires unprecedented and terrifying power, their loyalty may not remain as steadfast as before as a feudal monarch. It was entirely reasonable for Zheng to harbor such concerns. You may bind the ownership of the exoskeletons prior to distributing them. In this way, the ultimate authority over all exoskeletons will reside with you, while the soldiers will only possess usage rights. When you are present, a mere thought from you can halt their exoskeletons. The specifics of this process can be clarified by the androids. It should not prove difficult for any intentions to don the exoskeleton and flee Qin to establish dominance elsewhere. Such aspirations are even more unattainable. The exoskeleton's power is not infinite. By controlling the batteries, you control their lifeline. Su summarized succinctly. Excellent. Zheng nodded in satisfaction, increasingly enamored with the imposing exoskeleton that he was eager to return and test it. Meanwhile, Su, with the soul-devouring jade in hand, returned home to Blue Star. Chapter 62. The Efficacy of the Soul-Devouring Jade. Nourishing the soul. Due to the lengthy conversation with Zheng, Su emerged to find the outside world cloaked in darkness. That a glance at the time revealed it to be 8 o'clock in the evening. That he searched the house and ultimately discovered Chiao Mo seated on the rooftop. Gazing up at the starry sky, that he approached and sat beside her. Have you finished your tasks? Chiao Mo glanced at him and asked, what would you like to eat? I programmed a set of cooking instructions for a few androids. Their culinary skills now surpass those of many hotel chefs. Just name your desire. Let us not rush into dinner, Su replied mysteriously, Can you guess what marvelous item I've acquired? Chiyo turned to him, observing for a moment before chuckling softly. I suspect you found a way to preserve my soul. How dull. When computational power reaches a certain threshold, predicting a person's logical behavior based on their habits and subtle facial expressions, combined with psychological insights, becomes relatively simple. At least for Chiyo, certainly, provided that there is a logical basis for behavior. The greatest unpredictability in human nature lies in the fact that not all actions adhere to logic. There are indeed many who may suddenly behave erratically. Thus, attempting to predict the behavior of everyone based on this premise is undoubtedly unrealistic. However, predicting Suyu's behavior is quite feasible, that he prides himself on being a relatively normal individual most of the time. This is also the reason why, despite their brief acquaintance, Chiyo brings him such joy and even a sense of dependency. She has an uncanny ability to anticipate his desires and assists him in resolving issues from his perspective. Shaking his head, Suyu produced the soul-devouring jade, waving it near Chiyo. What do you think? Any sensations? Chiyo's azure pupils narrowed, instinctively tilting her head back. It feels perilous that if approached, my thoughts may very well be drawn into it. The soul-devouring jade cannot absorb the souls of living beings unless a practitioner employs special means to activate it. Yet Chiyo is different. Strictly speaking, she does not possess a physical body and cannot be classified as a living person. According to the calculations of Ying Jing's world, she could only be regarded as a wandering soul inhabiting electronic components. This was precisely correct. Suyu promptly educated her on the general effects of the soul-devouring jade, although he had never experienced whether it nurtures or directly devours a person's soul. The credibility of the trading platform should ensure that there are no issues. This diminutive object can extend my consciousness for an additional 6 months. Chiyo took the soul-devouring jade. Feeling the intense fluctuations of thought resonating within the circuit board, her face displaying a look of astonishment. This realm was entirely foreign to her, igniting her curiosity. Upon hearing Suyu assure her that there would be no problem, Chiyo hesitated momentarily before placing the jade pendant against her forehead, the closest point to her consciousness storage. Suyu watched her with a hint of tension, yet saw no signs of abnormality. After a brief moment, Chiyo lowered the jade pendant and gazed at Suyu. As their eyes met, he noticed a change in her. The once vibrant azure gaze now appeared somewhat vacant and lifeless. After a moment of shared silence, Chiyo suddenly stated, "Greetings, Master. The humanoid-level artificial intelligence is at your service. Please give me a name." Indeed, this was not Chiyo, but rather the original artificial intelligence program within this synthetic being. Regaining his composure, Suyu quickly inquired, "Where is Chiyo?" According to the original program, when I appeared, the consciousness of Chiyo, the Lord of Future City, dissipated. The synthetic being replied, "You may authorize me to use the memory module pertaining to Chiyo. After doing so, I will become Chiyo." Suyu shook his head. "You are not heard." As he spoke, he glanced at the jade pendant held by the synthetic being, preparing to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, the synthetic being spoke again. "Warning. Unidentified information is attempting to seize control of the central processing unit. Should countermeasures be taken?" Unidentified information. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at the soul-devouring jade and then responded, "Authorize the unidentified information." Although it was labeled as unidentified, upon careful consideration, he surmised that it was likely Chiyo's consciousness attempting to reclaim control of the synthetic being after entering the soul-devouring jade. After all, without this, her remaining time would be relegated to being trapped within the jade pendant, akin to imprisonment. As for the possibility of it not being Chiyo, Suyu was unperturbed. After all, the highest authority over this synthetic being rested in his hands. Even when Chiyo was present, he could dictate her actions, not to mention the potential threat of encountering any wandering souls or hackers from this world. If a genuine issue arose, it would not be catastrophic. Warning. This action may lead to irreversible dangers such as data loss and leakage. Would you like to proceed? The synthetic being reiterated that I said. Authorize. Upon granting authorization, a look of bewilderment crossed the synthetic being's eyes, and moments later, she exhaled, "How astonishing! Such wondrous things exist. The world is vast and full of marvels. You have returned." Suyu scrutinized her eyes closely. "Yes, they are just as before. Lively and clear. It seems I have not strayed. I can't say I have returned. Chiomo pondered that my thoughts, or rather my soul, have transitioned from the synthetic being to the jade pendant. However, the pendant itself possesses the ability to communicate with the external world, which signifies the capacity to convey information. Through the transmission of thought waves, with your authorization, I can still control this synthetic being. However, the pendant's range for transmitting information is limited. I cannot let it stray too far from me. Then it shall belong to you, where it is a pendant, ensuring it remains close, Suyu replied with a smile. Thank you. Chiomo glanced at the black jade pendant in her hand and couldn't help but exclaim, after extensively using prosthetic modifications on my body, this is the first time I feel so unburdened. This is merely a means to extend your time by 6 months. It's premature to express gratitude, Suyu sighed, rising to tease her with a playful expression. Work diligently for me, and I shall eventually create a true flesh and blood body for you. At which point you may express your thanks however you wish. With that, Suyu descended the stairs, casually inquiring, I am famished. When will we dine? In half an hour, Chiomo replied nonchalantly, then turned back to gaze at the vast starry sky. After a considerable time, she suddenly chuckled softly and shook her head. Little rascal. With that, she stood and made her way to the kitchen. P.S. that the author wishes everyone a joyous New Year's Eve, and especially added a chapter for this occasion. I hope those who can contribute a small gift do so, and those who cannot, please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 63. Initial Battle of the J-9000 Module, Port Reconstruction. The following days passed without incident. On the weekend, Suyu went out with Su Qingyin for a meal, which was merely a simple dining experience. That it was not at all like his previous outing with Yu Xiaoyu, where other activities ensued. After all, individuals differ. Although Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin are close friends, their personalities exhibit some variance. While Su Qingyin hinted at certain behaviors during their meal, they were far less overt than Yu Xiaoyu's previous actions. Adhering to a principle of non-proactivity, Suyu naturally chose to ignore these hints. Come Monday, after an arduous wait for a matched trading partner, Suyu excitedly entered the trading space. And there was no further development. The trading partner he matched with this time turned out to be a tentacled creature from the abyssal world. This entity demanded nothing less than Suyu's soul as an offering, intending to make him its slave, promising immense power in return. After several rounds of fruitless communication, Suyu could only curse his luck and consider this matching opportunity wasted to ascend from a junior agent to a mid-level agent. One must complete 10 valid transactions, with a maximum of 3 experience points per trading partner on the upgrade progress bar. Currently, the only long-term trading partners he had were Frost Star and Ing Zheng. He had already exhausted the experience he could gain from both. His progress toward becoming a mid-level agent remained stuck at 610. Initially, he had hoped that if he matched with a suitable trading partner this time, he could push the experience bar to 910, just a step away from advancing. Unsurprisingly, fortune did not favor him once more. This experience made Suyu acutely aware that finding a suitable trading partner is indeed a challenging endeavor. Even when matched with others, various factors often hinder effective communication and agreement, let alone encountering a non-human entity like the one he faced this time. Although the tentacle creature was also an intelligent being, their thought processes were entirely misaligned. He could tell that the tentacled creature genuinely wished for him to offer his soul. Its demeanor was so natural that it exhibited no trace of malice. Genuinely believing this to be a mutually beneficial transaction, how on earth could they communicate? Individuals from different worlds often hold differing perspectives, and the disparity is even greater across species. After smoothly navigating the initial phases and encountering 2 suitable trading partners in Frost Star and Ing Zheng, Suyu finally faced his first setback within the trading platform. He spent a rather discontented Monday, filled with anticipation. However, good news was not entirely absent. After 2 days of coordination, a substantial quantity of construction materials had been delivered to the Ziwei Yuan project site by the official authorities. Suyu initially intended to wait for all materials to arrive before commencing work. However, he soon discovered that the coastal abandoned industrial park faced significant logistical issues. Maritime transport was hindered by large vessels being unable to dock, while smaller ships were too slow in delivering supplies. Moreover, the small dock's capacity was utterly insufficient to accommodate such a large volume of construction materials within 3 days for land transport. The narrow mountain roads were hardly worth mentioning. Consequently, Suyu abandoned the idea of waiting for all materials to arrive before starting work. Instead, he released all the J9000 modules over the weekend, allowing them to begin expanding the port and clearing the shipping lanes with the limited materials that had already arrived in less than half a day. They transformed the dilapidated port, capable of accommodating only 1,000-ton vessels, into a revitalized deep-water harbor. The port, initially with a depth of less than 10 meters, was excavated an additional 30 meters, achieving a depth of nearly 40 meters. They also cleared the shipping route connecting to the main river channel, with depths reaching over 20 meters. Thus, a once derelict small port had remarkably transformed into a genuine deep-water harbor. Aside from the relatively short coastline of merely 7 or 8 kilometers in terms of water depth and navigability, it could easily surpass any port. The world's largest cargo throughput port, Port Wednesday, has a channel depth of over 10 meters, while the average water depth of the port barely exceeds 20 meters. Such a significant transformation of the port, of course, could not be concealed from the officials of the 9 provinces. However, under the prior notice given by Suyu, they did not express any objections. In fact, someone even approached him, eager to witness the developments firsthand, that Suyu did not decline their request. When those individuals witnessed how he transformed the dilapidated port into a deep-water harbor in just half a day, they were rendered speechless, unable to fathom that such a feat could be accomplished by human effort. Yet, following this silence, many began to exhibit gleaming eyes of excitement. What is a port? It is the catalyst for modern trade. However, constructing a port is not a simple endeavor, especially a quality deep-water port, which requires adapting to local conditions. At the very least, the seawater in this area must be sufficiently deep. The notion of someone like Suyu digging deep where the water is inadequate is simply unheard of. Utilizing modern technology to excavate a port is certainly feasible, but the sheer scale of such an endeavor would require an extensive amount of time. Moreover, due to geographical constraints, any excavated port would soon be filled with silt once more. To expend substantial manpower and resources to create a port that would soon become unusable is hardly worthwhile. Yet Suyu managed to achieve it. It is said that he employed a technique for altering ocean currents, which can change the flow of water near the port, preventing silt from accumulating again. This technology is undeniably enticing that if every coastal city could construct such a deep-water harbor, the already low costs of maritime trade could decrease even further. Moreover, if one were to be audacious, they could connect all the great rivers and waterways. The transportation costs for goods could truly plummet to a frightening extent. Under such a grand temptation, it is only natural that some could not resist proposing a collaboration with Suyu. However, he merely laughed it off and declined. After all, he had only rented the J9000 module from Frostar for 12 days. With the construction of the Zawuyuan project nearing completion, there were only a few days remaining. Suyu had no intention of extending the rental and then subleasing it for profit. One reason is that the longevity elixirs are quite precious, and he is reluctant to use a significant amount of them to rent such equipment. The other reason is more complicated. The J9000 module is not only capable of excavating ports and dredging channels, it is astonishingly powerful in construction as well. While advanced productivity is beneficial, if it is too advanced and suddenly appears in this world, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. The J9000 module is not an exaggeration to say that, as long as the materials are available, it could construct dozens of housing complexes in a single day. Not only is it fast, but the costs are alarmingly low because it does not require many pre-processed materials. With just basic materials like steel, cement, and lime, one can erect a building from the ground up. However, this raises a pressing question. If the J9000 module were to be used on a large scale in the 9 provinces, then everyone involved in the entire industrial chain, from raw materials processing to construction material transportation, from machinery manufacturing to the workers and designers involved in building the structures, would face unemployment. And how many people in the 9 provinces rely on this industrial chain for their livelihood? Countless. The numbers are beyond what other industries could possibly absorb. Thus, introducing the J9000 in the 9 provinces at this time would, to a significant extent, be a grave mistake. This is also why Suyu only rented the J9000 module for 12 days, planning to cease its use after completing the Zawuyuan project, in an era where humanity cannot sustain itself. Introducing such advanced technology that could replace human labor on a massive scale would only result in unimaginable disasters. Chapter 64, Completion Ceremony. Grand opening on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. Having recently adjusted his internal clock, Suyu, determined to become a healthier version of himself, rose from bed. Remarkably, he had even slept alone last night. After a brief wash, he headed downstairs to prepare for breakfast. Chiyomo sat silently at the dining table, propping her chin with one hand as she quietly watched him. Once Suyu finished his meal, she spoke. The recruitment process is nearly complete, that we have recruited over 12,000 grassroots staff, all meticulously selected, and I have already informed them of their start dates. Now, only the final round of interviews for the senior management remains. Would you like to attend the on-site interviews today? On-site. So you looked at her in surprise that weren't you handling it all along? You could continue managing it that he felt no inclination that his choices would be more suitable than those selected through Chiyomo's algorithm. After all, with such recruitment, the behavioral logic itself is inherently flawed. The unpredictable variables filtered out in the first round by Chiyomo's algorithm left only the more stable candidates, that he saw no need to interfere. I'm not asking you to select individuals, Chiyomo shook her head. These candidates have already been chosen. This final round of interviews is merely a formality. The construction of Zwun is essentially complete. You can attend the interviews, and then accompany the new executives to the completion ceremony. The entire process will be recorded and posted online, serving as free advertising for you and the Time and Space Technology Group. Already completed, Suyu's eyes brightened. Although he had commenced work on the J9000 module on Monday, alternating between construction and waiting for the official delivery of building materials, the project progress had been surprisingly slow. The official statement indicated that the raw materials would be gathered within 3 days, which meant they would be delivered to Modu within that time frame. However, after reaching Modu, they would still need to be transported to Suyu's Zawuyuan construction site. And that final leg of the journey was the most challenging. Even with Suyu having developed the port and reconstructed the dock, allowing for the entry and unloading of cargo from vessels weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, it still required time to transfer goods from Modu's port onto ships. Without raw materials, the J9000 module could not operate at full capacity, inevitably delaying the project timeline. When Suyu visited last night, the main building, towering at 1,388 meters, had merely laid its foundation, and the 8 residential towers forming the aerial city had yet to even begin construction that he did not expect that in just one night everything would be completed. Yes, the final batch of materials arrived early this morning, Chiyomo clarified. All right, what time should we go? Suyu inquired. Given the significance of the completion ceremony, he certainly could not continue to laze about. Let us attend the recruitment site before 10 o'clock, just to go through the motions and familiarize ourselves with the executives that I've already rented a bus, so we can take everyone together. Additionally, I've recruited a group of chefs, who should now be at Zawuyuan. After the completion ceremony, we can invite these new employees to share lunch in the restaurant in the entertainment area, which will help enhance their sense of belonging to the company. In the afternoon, you can take them on a tour of the office and living areas. The event will likely conclude around 3 o'clock. There is also the company's grand opening ceremony, where you may need to go on stage to represent the company and address the media. Some media representatives and officials will be present that I've prepared a speech for you. You can review it later. If it doesn't suit you, feel free to improvise. Anything you say will suffice. That's about it. Chiyomo casually summarized, having arranged everything for Suyu. Hearing her, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. To be frank, coordinating such a grand completion ceremony alongside a major company's opening would undoubtedly involve complexities beyond imagination. Issues such as guest reception, ceremonial procedures, and the arrangement of attendees were innumerable. Just the thought of these matters almost overwhelmed Suyu. He could only be grateful for Chiyomo's assistance. Otherwise, he would have to seek out official teams specializing in such events, which would likely require at least 3 to 5 days of preparation. After a brief preparation and a change of clothes, Suyu set off with Chiyomo. The recruitment venue was located at a stadium near the outskirts of Modu, with a subway station conveniently nearby, making it easy for applicants to arrive. Upon his arrival, Suyu found that the executives Chiyomo had recruited were already present. Hello, Chairman. Greetings to all of you. As he entered the temporary conference room, Suyu saw the group of executives Chiyomo had gathered for him. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, a mix of men and women, each impeccably dressed in tailored suits that Suyu had reviewed their profiles, and each of them had previously held executive positions in Fortune 500 companies, boasting abundant management experience. They were all top-tier professionals. Given that these individuals were recruited by Chiyo, who likely understood Suyu better than anyone else in this world, she was well aware that he preferred to be hands-off as a boss. Thus, the caliber of this executive team was assuredly high. Once they settled into their roles, they would undoubtedly uphold a top-tier enterprise that Su's role would primarily involve making key decisions, while the routine matters would not require his involvement. Whether these recruited executives would remain loyal to the company was not a concern for Chiyo. In the information age, secrets are a rarity for her. Anyone daring to engage in clandestine actions that jeopardize the company's interests cannot escape her discerning gaze. After exchanging a brief greeting, she proceeded to follow the meticulously prepared protocol, bringing these executives before Suyu for the final round of interviews. Although termed as interviews, the primary purpose was merely to familiarize themselves with the big boss. While it was unnecessary for Suyu to recognize the mid-level employees, it was indeed essential to be acquainted with these high-ranking executives. Next, as a capable woman in a tailored suit exited, a middle-aged man nearing 40 entered the interview room. Upon his entrance, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Sun?" The middle-aged man, startled by her recognition, quickly replied, No, just call me Xiao Sun, as the chairman does." However, Suyu soon regained her composure, marveling at how small the world truly is, and responded with a wry smile, "Mr. Sun, you don't remember me?" Sun Qingyun, one of the vice presidents of Shanghai Group, was indeed a pivotal figure within the organization. A true power player, his words and actions often swayed the decisions of the entire board. Having served for over a decade, his contributions included, but were not limited to, expanding business operations, venturing into emerging industries, optimizing management practices, and addressing the group's inefficiencies. That it could be said that Shanghai Group's status among the top 500 enterprises in the country owed much to his efforts. However, last year he had offended several shareholders by proposing a certain motion. Fortunately, he had anticipated this backlash and, after much deliberation, managed to secure the board's approval to trial his proposal within a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. This proposal was straightforward, encapsulated in 2 words: layoffs. Shanghai Group, having been established for decades, harbored a complex array of shareholders, many of whom were long-standing senior management with deeply entrenched positions. Consequently, many high-ranking officials within the group preferred to insert ineffectual family members or friends into the organization, resulting in an unwieldy structure with alarmingly low efficiency. Aware of this, Sun Qingyun submitted the layoff proposal. Subsequently, he was shuffled off to Shanghai Trading, a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. Understanding that this endeavor would not be smooth sailing, he took on the role of general manager of Shanghai Trading for 3 months to discern the company's true dynamics, distinguishing between those who were industrious and those who were not. Before making any cuts to BY last month, believing he had gained sufficient insight into Shanghai Trading, Sun Qingyun resolved to initiate the layoffs. That he also delineated the quota and scope of the layoffs, stipulating that a specific number must be achieved within this framework. Moreover, to avoid alienating other high-ranking officials too severely, the layoff list was relatively modest, targeting only those who had become so complacent that they could not even be bothered to clock in for work. Those who were merely coasting along were overlooked, with plans to address them later. The outcome? It proved futile. Such a scale of layoffs required prior approval from the headquarters board. The day after he submitted his proposal, executives at Shanghai Trading learned of the news and, seizing the opportunity, while Sun Qingyun was absent over the weekend, began to persuade some competent employees to resign voluntarily. Those unwilling to leave were dismissed under trivial pretenses. Although bypassing the board to lay off such a significant number of employees was a grave misstep, these executives were largely acting under the shareholders' directives. Sun Qingyun found himself powerless against them. With a dwindling pool of capable employees to begin with, the situation only worsened. Even after the board eventually approved his layoff proposal following several days of delay, he found himself unable to proceed. Continuing down this path would bring the entire Shanghai Trading Company to a standstill, resulting in losses potentially measured in billions. Despite holding considerable influence within Shanghai Group, he would find it difficult to evade accountability in such a scenario. This incident left Sun Qingyun, who still harbored hopes for Shanghai Group, deeply disillusioned, convincing him that the company had lost its potential. Coincidentally, at this juncture, he came across a recruitment advertisement for space-time technology. Initially skeptical of the ad's authenticity due to its overly generous benefits, which starkly contrasted with the average salary levels in the metropolis, he, being well acquainted with the industry, conducted thorough inquiries. Eventually, he confirmed that Space-Time Technology Group was indeed legitimate, and that its implications were far greater than anyone had imagined, reportedly even garnering attention from high-level officials. Thus, without hesitation, he submitted his resume and discreetly liquidated all his shares in Shanghai Group, preparing to escape from this quagmire. In the ensuing days, he gathered further information on space-time technology. Increasingly convinced that his decision to switch jobs was astute, the trajectory of events aligned closely with his initial expectations. With his qualifications and experience, he swiftly progressed through several rounds of interviews. As long as he met with the big boss of space-time technology today, his employment would be secured. Given that the company was in its nascent stage, numerous positions remained unfilled, allowing him to assume an executive role immediately without having to engage in power struggles. Yet, just as he anticipated stepping into a vibrant new enterprise to showcase his talents, he was blindsided by an unexpected turn of events. The enigmatic behind-the-scenes figure of space-time technology turned out to be none other than Su Yu, an employee he had laid off during his tenure as general manager at Shanghai Trading. Having previously taken it upon himself to discern which employees were genuinely productive, he retained a vague recollection of Su Yu, whose performance had always been commendable. His initial failure to recognize her stemmed from the considerable changes in her appearance and status, making it nearly impossible to connect the two. However, upon hearing Su Yu's words and scrutinizing her features more closely, Sun Qingyun was compelled to concede the truth. The mysterious big boss of space-time technology, Su Yu, was indeed the very employee dismissed from Shanghai Trading. What a miscalculation! Although the executives had orchestrated this dismissal to undermine him, had he not insisted on the layoffs, such a predicament would never have arisen. Moreover, the dismissed employees were oblivious to the myriad underlying complexities of the layoff process. They only knew that they had been excised despite their commendable performance. While the inept had remained untouched, an undeniable folly on the part of the company's leadership. Under normal circumstances, being reprimanded would have been inconsequential, yet now that the laid-off employee had ascended to the position of big boss at space-time technology, the stakes were entirely different. Sun Qingyun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his heart sinking. Yet, to his astonishment, upon realizing who he was, Su Yu did not hold it against him. Instead, with warmth, she extended her hand and said, "Welcome to space-time technology." Having spent several years at Shanghai Trading, Su Yu was familiar with Sun Qingyun's reputation for competence. While the issue of layoffs appeared complicated, her perspective as the current head of the company differed greatly from that of an employee. She had long suspected that the layoffs had concealed undisclosed intricacies, without a comprehensive understanding of the situation. She was disinclined to hastily dismiss someone whom she had so carefully selected. Overjoyed, Sun Qingyun eagerly grasped Su Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Chairman, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling my responsibilities." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Su Yu asked him to step outside and wait briefly while she continued with the interviews. The number of executives requiring her personal attention was limited. Aside from Sun Qingyun, she spent only a few minutes with each of the others. By just before 11 o'clock, the interview process was successfully concluded, with all executives passing the assessment. Subsequently, she took the group in a rented bus to the completed Jiwei Garden, accompanied by some influential media representatives and local journalists from the metropolis. A marvel of architectural history was about to be unveiled before all. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year, abundant wealth, and may all your wishes come true. Let us make 2023 a year of prosperity. A small favor or a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. In the news I have heard, it seems that the headquarters of Shirkong Technology is newly constructed and reportedly vast in scale. Such a large-scale project, yet we have not received any information about it. Previously, I had heard that Shirkong Technology has an extraordinary background, and it appears that this is indeed the case. What is Shirkong Technology? It is now our company. Indeed, my anticipation for what the company headquarters will be like is growing. As we head towards Ziwei Yuan Road, the executives are particularly curious about the impending arrival at the mysterious headquarters. After all, they hold significant positions in the Magic City and have their own channels of information. However, they are utterly oblivious to whether there have been any major projects in the southern suburbs of the Magic City in the past 2 years. Curiosity is a human trait. Even for these long-standing executives, as several buses slowly make their way to Ziwei Yuan, the crowd's excitement begins to mount. Suddenly, an observant woman in the lead bus exclaims, Look over there. What is that? Upon hearing this, everyone turns their gaze upward through the windshield of the bus. The weather in the Magic City today is rather dreary, with thick clouds and rain. The sky is shrouded in mist, with visibility only a few hundred meters, and as the convoy enters the mountain roads, the hills obstruct the view. Logically, the towering buildings of Zway Yuan should be invisible. Yet at that moment, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, one can faintly glimpse the main building, towering at 1,388 meters, as well as the 900-meter skyscrapers that form the aerial city, partially concealed within the clouds. The majestic architecture, piercing the heavens, emerges and vanishes between the clouds, evoking a sense of confronting a colossal beast lurking within the cloud layers. Instantly, many experience a surge of fear of colossal entities, sending chills down their spines as the convoy draws nearer. The hidden behemoth finally reveals its true form. Gazing at those terrifying skyscrapers and the aerial city composed of 8 high-rises, everyone on the bus cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Many quick-thinking individuals hastily whip out their phones to capture the moment, while accompanying journalists have already taken out their cameras, fervently filming that moment. A gentle voice, that of Chiao Mo, resonates within the bus. Welcome, everyone, to the headquarters of Shirkong Technology Group, a milestone in the architectural history of Blue Star, the greatest architectural complex of this century, Zway Yuan. The Zway Yuan project divides nearly 10 square kilometers of coastal plains into 4 zones: a work area, a factory area, a residential area, and an entertainment area. Among them, the main structure of the work area comprises a towering skyscraper standing 1,388 meters high, covering an area of 160,000 square meters, with 209 above-ground floors and 16 underground, yielding a usable area of 3.59 million square meters. This building will serve as the primary office space for the future of Shirkong Technology Group. As Chiao Mo unfolds this gentle introduction, the initial confusion in the eyes of the crowd does not diminish. Instead, it gradually transforms into astonishment and disbelief that a skyscraper of 1,388 meters as the corporate office, 8 900-meter buildings as employee dormitories, 4 super factories, 10 gigantic warehouses, a deep water port with depths of several dozen meters, and high-tech artificial beaches. All these combined as merely the headquarters of a single company. Surely, such scale is unprecedented even in some 4th-tier cities. Following the initial shock, the executives find themselves grappling with existential doubts. These self-assured professionals now question whether they possess the capability to meet the demands of the forthcoming tasks. In contrast, the accompanying media journalists, after a brief moment of bewilderment, are overwhelmed with joy. This is major news. Explosive news. Those with swift fingers have already recorded Chiao Mo's introduction and paired it with footage of the towering skyscraper, uploading it to various video platforms. Once the video is released, it draws countless onlookers, all expressing disbelief. However, upon noticing that multiple media outlets have released similar videos, including several authoritative state-run media, silence descends upon the crowd. Soon, the convoy navigates the winding path into the heart of Zway Yuan. The towering building, resembling a prehistoric beast lying on the ground, the meticulously designed classical gardens, and the harmonious blend of tradition and technology create an almost surreal sense of disconnection. Yet, everything appears so seamlessly integrated, as if naturally formed and utterly flawless. This dreamlike scene leaves all the guests who enter utterly captivated, as if they cannot gaze upon it enough. The most magnificent architectural complex of this century, Zway Yuan, truly deserves its acclaim. Sun Qingyun exhales, feeling fortunate about his decision to change jobs and grateful for Su Yu's generosity. Indeed, working in such an environment, I believe I could extend my life by 10 years. A charmingly plump woman exclaims in admiration. I hear that the apartments in the aerial city are actually available for purchase. Limited to 1 per person, it seems I should sell my place in the Magic City and find a new home. Indeed, I wonder what the housing prices are like, that if they are not too high. I would also like to buy one. Another executive chimes in. It is said that group executives who work for over half a year, barring any issues, can purchase an apartment in the aerial city at cost price. After 2 years, if they have not bought a house, the group will gift them one. However, the specific process remains unclear. As the executives disembark from the bus, they cannot help but marvel at the grandeur of Zway Yuan. After expressing their admiration, the conversation gradually shifts to housing. From their perspective, it is evident that the future of Shirkong technology is boundless. Moreover, the apartments in the aerial city will undoubtedly be coveted treasures that IT is at this moment, that they comprehend the substantial value of the recruitment advertisement's promise of housing after a certain number of years of service. Even the most junior employees need only work for 3 years to receive an apartment. This benefit is simply unimaginable. To be frank, the value of an employee's salary over 3 years likely pales in comparison to that of one of these apartments. Shirkong technology is truly lavish. Chapter 67. Opening Ceremony, Product Launch. Observing the executives' heated discussions, Suyu has no intention of interrupting. Allowing them to grasp the extent of employee benefits was indeed part of Chiyomo's plan from the outset. As the saying goes, great rewards lead to great courage. To motivate employees. Mere promises are futile. Tangible rewards must be presented. Suyu has already laid his cards on the table. Now, it is up to the employees to demonstrate their worth. The employee benefits listed in the recruitment information are all genuine, yet the provision of housing is no simple matter. Chiyomo has devised a comprehensive assessment system. Regardless of an employee's level, they must pass the assessment and meet the required duration of service to be eligible for housing. There is no room for complacency. Suyu is not one to be taken advantage of. He has reviewed the assessment criteria, which are not overly difficult. In fact, achieving them is significantly simpler than the grueling 996 grind in those major internet corporations. Thus, although some wordplay was employed in the recruitment advertisement without mentioning the existence of assessments, Suyu does not believe he is being deceptive. Rather than an assessment, it serves as a standard to distinguish between diligent employees and those merely coasting, as long as one works earnestly and fulfills their duties. Passing the assessment and receiving the company-provided housing is entirely feasible. After all, Suyu is not running a charity. He cannot offer such generous benefits to those who do not contribute. Moreover, not only will there be no benefits for them, but those who fail the assessment for 3 consecutive months will be directly expelled from Shirkong technology. This is not a guaranteed position. Those who work diligently will reap rewards, while the lazy will face the consequences. With such high benefits, one cannot afford to be idle. Of course, Suyu believes that as long as he fulfills his promises and delivers each benefit on time, most people will indeed work diligently. The people of Juzhou are not afraid of hardship or fatigue. They fear being exhausted without any reward. In Suyu's realm, such a situation is evidently a non-issue. After a period of reflection, the executives, guided by the bioengineered assistants scattered throughout Ziwei Yuan, arrive at the site of the completion ceremony. The ceremony is relatively straightforward. After the MC team delivers their congratulatory speeches, Suyu steps forward to deliver a brief address based on a speech prepared for him by Chiyomo. He then personally places a handful of yellow earth onto a stone tablet inscribed with the words Ziwei Yuan, located at the very heart of the complex. Following him, representatives from the Magic City and the executive team take their turns adding soil. Once all the senior officials have taken their turn, the completion ceremony is officially concluded. The timing perfectly aligns with just past noon. The grand procession then transitions to a hotel within the entertainment district, where they indulge in an impeccable feast. The afternoon activities involve the bioengineered beings leading the newcomers on a tour around Ziwei Yuan. It is worth mentioning that the initial purchase of 2,000 bioengineered beings from Shuangxing was no longer sufficient. Suyu has since acquired an additional 6,000 units. However, this time, the price was somewhat lower, and the traded item was no longer the longevity elixir, but rather water, specifically 600,000 tons of seawater. Nonetheless, this transaction encountered some issues. Shuangxing originally requested 50,000 tons of low-pollution, non-radioactive seawater. The water reserves of the blue planet reach an astonishing 138 trillion cubic meters. A mere 50,000 tons is inconsequential in comparison. Naturally, Suyu had no reason to refuse. However, after he transported water to the seaside, he astonishingly detected trace amounts of radiation in the seawater. Consequently, Suyu was reported to Shuangxing and had to compensate an additional 100,000 tons. At that moment, he recalled that there indeed was a group of reckless individuals next door dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. How infuriating! This incident had cost him dearly, that he made a mental note to deal with those reckless individuals later. In any case, he sought out Shuangxing once more and acquired a substantial number of bionic beings. These bionic beings would be deployed in factories and various service facilities within the Z-Way garden, completely replacing human employees. They were not only cost-effective and efficient, but also incapable of revealing the factory's secrets. The Blue Planet employees he recruited would primarily handle tasks that other bionic beings found difficult to substitute. Of course, if controlled by Chioma, in theory, all operations within the company could be conducted solely by bionic beings without any human involvement. Yet, although Chioma's computational power was extraordinary, it was not infinite that if she were to manage all the bionic beings to oversee the company's operations, she would have no time for anything else, as the computational resources would be entirely consumed. While commanding bionic beings to perform simple tasks required minimal computational power, merely issuing commands, engaging them in business negotiations, litigation, or research which demanded adaptability, consumed far more resources. Thus, Suyu opted to recruit employees to manage these tasks not involving the core secrets of temporal technology. Besides the bionic beings, Suyu also procured an entire production line for lightweight exoskeletons from Shuangxing, along with 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of various models. With Chioma's assistance, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Future City. During the negotiations for this transaction, he held the upper hand. Firstly, the 5-year plan established with Chioma for weekly battery purchases had been rescinded, given that their circumstances had drastically changed since the contract was signed. The new agreement stipulated that Shuangxing would supply a minimum of 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of different models to Suyu each month for a duration of 1 year, based on a list formulated by Chioma that reflected the current market conditions on the Blue Planet. This was a novel product for the Blue Planet inhabitants, necessitating time for public acclimatization post-launch. It was evident that once the metal hydrogen battery was exposed and began to encroach upon the market share of existing battery companies, rumors regarding its instability would surely proliferate. After all, an explosion from even the smallest mobile phone battery could vaporize a person due to its metal hydrogen content. Although the technology for these batteries had matured during the prosperous era of the wasteland world, and the probability of explosion was less than 1 in a billion under normal conditions, so you understood that others were not privy to this knowledge. Within the realm of technology comprehensible to Blue Planet inhabitants, metal hydrogen was perceived as an exceedingly unstable substance. Thus, it would be all too easy for malicious individuals to spread rumors. Initially, it was unlikely that these batteries would sell well without a significant period to foster public trust in their stability. Therefore, Chioma only suggested purchasing 5 million different types of batteries from Shuangxing each month. Chapter 68. Practical Combat, the hardest nuclear product promotion. Acquiring these 2 items, of course, came at a cost for the lightweight exoskeleton production line. Suyu expended a longevity elixir, while for the 5 million batteries, he paid with 10,000 tons of oil. Indeed, oil. At this stage, oil was not only an indispensable energy source for the Blue Planet, but also an essential industrial raw material. Shuangxing's procurement of oil was not for energy use. After all, they possessed nearly limitless nuclear fusion energy, but rather for industrial applications. The easily extractable crude oil on their home planet had been largely depleted before the prosperous era, leaving only difficult-to-extract resources and a plethora of terrifying mutated species influenced by genetic and biological weapons. The notion of Future City extracting crude oil from the wasteland was but a fanciful dream. However, to monetize the vast reserves of technology, oil was an unavoidable hurdle, making Suyu's sale a necessity. Given the current price of oil, a barrel costs just over 550 yuan, translating to approximately 4,000 yuan per ton, totaling over 40 million for 10,000 tons. In contrast, the 5 million metal hydrogen batteries, as estimated by Chioma, could yield Suyu over 4 billion in profit, despite the inclusion of many lower-value small batteries. Ultimately, this transaction, under the guidance of Chioma, marked a substantial profit for Suyu, one that brought him genuine satisfaction rather than frustration. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Shuangxing's bewildered expression upon discovering that only the first longevity elixir was effective. A fitting revenge for her previous sale of the G60 exoskeleton without providing him with batteries. The lightweight exoskeleton and metal hydrogen batteries would likely be the flagship products showcased at the grand opening of Temporal Technology, alongside Temporal Heavy Industries and Temporal Batteries. There was no need to elaborate on the metal hydrogen batteries, while the lightweight exoskeleton, despite its parameters being vastly inferior to the G60 heavy exoskeleton, still represented cutting-edge technology that a person donning this lightweight exoskeleton could sustain a speed of 60 kilometers h while carrying a load of 200 kilograms for a distance of 500 kilometers. Merely in energy-saving mode, in extreme conditions, the maximum load capacity could reach 400 kilograms, with the top speed hitting 80 kilometers h, albeit with a reduced endurance of 180 kilometers. While this data paled in comparison to the heavy exoskeleton, it still constituted an extraordinary piece of equipment on the blue planet. The heavy exoskeleton could only be produced through black box manufacturing, resulting in limited output, while its potential in warfare was overwhelmingly significant. Suyu deemed it a non-saleable item, intending only to supply it to the military of Juzhou in the short term. Setting aside any sentimental considerations, the assistance he had received from the Juzhou authorities during this period, including unlimited supplies of various materials, warranted his gratitude. This was, in essence, a reciprocation of the official support. Conversely, Suyu positioned the lightweight exoskeleton as a globally available civilian product with unlimited supply within the domestic market. He intended to reserve this exoskeleton solely for transactions with the government. However, when it came to foreign markets, he had no intentions of holding back, selling each unit for 200,000, as long as one had the funds. Anyone could purchase. To those opposing him in battle, equipped with this technology, they would be outmatched. How could one expect to compete without acquiring a batch? To those still lamenting Toyota's pickup trucks for their agility, a lightweight exoskeleton would allow them to easily overpower a single truck. It would showcase to others that even with superior mechanisms, the Black State's procurement of these exoskeletons could transform them into formidable warriors. Of course, he would never disclose that the Juzhou military procured the heavy exoskeletons at a rate of 1 million each, capable of effortlessly defeating multiple lightweight exoskeletons. The government naturally supported this venture for foreign revenue generation. But they had struck a minor deal with Suyu. Overseas users purchasing products from Temporal Technology would need to settle transactions in RMB.in return. The government directly ordered 100,000 lightweight exoskeletons for domestic police versions, totaling 200 billion, to be delivered in 4 installments over 6 months. They would procure at the same price Suyu sold them for, with no negotiations, compared to the heavy exoskeletons at 1 million each. The expenditure on these lightweight models was even greater, thus extending an olive branch to Suyu. Additionally, the government facilitated all procurement of raw materials for Temporal Technology, even indifferent to the purpose of these materials. Whether it was oil, grain, or other seemingly unrelated resources, they would assist in sourcing them at the lowest prices, saving Suyu significant time and cost. In summary, with the introduction of the lightweight exoskeleton and metal hydrogen batteries as primary products, Suyu had ample material for the upcoming opening ceremony. Seated in his office atop the towering 1,388-meter building, he was not in the mood to admire the breathtaking view of the sea of clouds, but was instead preoccupied with the lengthy speech prepared by Chioma, which spanned tens of thousands of words. Even with his genetically enhanced brain, memorizing such an extensive text within a few hours posed a considerable challenge. Meanwhile, Chioma lounged on the edge of the desk, gazing dreamily at the ethereal skyline above the sea of clouds. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Chioma raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It seems you need not force yourself to memorize this speech." Suyu looked up in surprise, ready to inquire further, when his phone, resting nearby, suddenly rang. Upon checking, he found it was General Zhou Qing, whom he had met briefly at the military base. Glancing at the expectant Chioma, he accepted the call. "Mr. Su, I hear you are preparing for your company's opening and product promotion." As soon as the phone was connected, a rapid-fire voice belonging to Zhou Qing burst forth, tinged with urgency. "Indeed. What is the matter?" "We currently have an opportunity to provide equipment for a live combat demonstration. I wonder if you might be interested." Zhou Qing inquired tentatively that a live combat demonstration. Suyu was taken aback, completely unprepared for the immediate mention of actual combat. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "What kind of live demonstration? Is it a drill or an actual confrontation?" By the end of his query, his tone was laced with excitement. Goodness, he had yet to find an opportunity to test out his powered armor. He had long wanted to find a few unfortunate souls to experiment on. Unfortunately, the domestic situation had remained relatively stable. The last chance had been the unexpected encounter with Chuyu being assassinated, an opportunity that was as rare as it was fortuitous. His powered armor had thus far served little purpose beyond mere show. Now, hearing Zhou Qing's proposal, it seemed there was indeed a chance for combat. As expected, upon hearing Su Yu's question, Zhou Qing promptly replied, "We are going abroad. For real combat, on the battlefield." Chapter 69. The official commission. We are going abroad, for real combat, on the battlefield. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's voice on the other end of the line, even though Su Yu had mentally prepared himself, he found himself momentarily stunned. However, confusion soon followed. Are we truly going to the battlefield? Which battlefield? What is the situation? He unleashed a barrage of questions, to which Zhou Qing replied without hesitation. Yes, it is indeed true. The battlefield is located in a small nation in the northern part of Heizhou, where a civil war has erupted. The rebels seized the capital 3 hours ago and have since begun to indiscriminately massacre and plunder foreign personnel and enterprises. Kyushu has numerous vital mines and factories in that country, with over 100,000 Kyushu citizens working and living there. They are now in an extremely perilous situation, and due to the suddenness of the incident, we were unable to arrange for a preemptive evacuation. Mobilizing military vessels from nearby will take at least 2 days. Currently, our compatriots have gathered at a large factory under the guidance of the local embassy for refuge. But the rebels have already discovered their location and are launching an assault on the factory. The armed forces at the factory can only hold out for a short while, at most 2 hours before they are breached. At that point, these madmen will seize a large number of Kyushu hostages, putting us in a very disadvantageous position. Given their past conduct, it is likely that there will be significant casualties. Upon hearing this, Su Yu quickly grasped Zhou Qing's intention and blurted out, "You want me to use the Falcon to help you transport people there, with the safety of numerous Kyushu citizens abroad under threat?" And the nearest military force unable to respond swiftly, Zhou Qing's call to him was self-evident. After all, the Falcon can exceed the second cosmic velocity, and the circumference of Blue Star's equator is merely over 40,000 kilometers. At full speed, the Falcon can circumnavigate Blue Star's equator in under an hour. IT can reach virtually any location in the world within half an hour, that if Su Yu agrees to assist. He could transport military personnel and equipment to that distant small nation in Heizhou in just a matter of minutes. Our objective is indeed as such, Zhou Qing stated candidly. As for compensation, we are unsure of what our DSU specifically requires. Feel free to ask for anything, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you, as long as it is within the capabilities of Kyushu's official capacity. Do our utmost to accommodate you. DSU pondered over the conditions presented and did not respond immediately, instead stating, "So, what you mean by a live combat demonstration is that I can record the entire battle process and upload it online?" "Certainly," Zhou Qing replied without hesitation. Furthermore, if necessary, some official media outlets can disclose certain details of this operation to validate its authenticity. Absolutely. So you contemplated for a moment, and upon seeing Chiu Mo nod in agreement, he decided to accept. This was not due to a lack of personal judgment, nor was he merely following Chiu Mo's lead. Rather, in matters such as these, Chiu Mo, who wielded unparalleled influence on the internet, could undoubtedly make more astute decisions. The disparity in information has always been the greatest obstacle to fair transactions. Chiu Mo's presence effectively mitigated the information gap between Su Yu and others on Blue Star, enabling him to consistently make the right choices. Upon hearing Su Yu's affirmation, Zhou Qing could not suppress a sigh of relief and quickly relayed the preliminary plan for the operation in simple terms. Su Yu would not need to exert much effort. He would simply pilot the Falcon to the military base he had previously visited. He would then drop off 100 soldiers equipped with heavy exoskeletons directly in that small nation in Heizhou. Once on site, simply letting them disembark would suffice. As for whether the Falcon would provide additional fire support, Zhou Qing did not even mention it. Clearly, their sole requirement was for Su Yu to transport the personnel. For the remainder, he trusted that the elite soldiers equipped with heavy exoskeletons would handle the situation adeptly. As for the benefits conferred upon Su Yu, they would be straightforward. They would try their utmost to meet all his demands. Whether those demands were reasonable or unreasonable, as long as they were within their capacity, they would comply. Do not mistake this for an empty promise. Once one reaches a certain level, contractual agreements may not hold as much weight as verbal commitments. To put it bluntly, if Su Yu were unwilling to cooperate, the law would not be able to intervene, let alone the officials, as this was their own regulation. What truly sustains the relationship between both parties are primarily mutual interests, perhaps supplemented by a touch of national sentiment. After Su Yu and his time-space technology showcased countless advanced technologies, the official stance towards him had become one of utmost care, as though they feared he might shatter if held too tightly or dissolve if kept too long in the mouth. To say they would meet any request is not an exaggeration. Naturally, it would not be wise to backtrack at such a juncture, thereby jeopardizing the trust established between both parties that, of course, the extent of assistance must align with the benefits received. So you must also be discerning. Point 1 cannot simply assist someone and then demand unreasonable favors, such as territorial claims. Such requests would undoubtedly be denied by the officials. Some may argue that, given Su Yu's current situation, the Kyushu officials are already inclined to meet his every request, making the promise of fulfilling all demands unnecessary. However, to think so would be to underestimate the situation. The support the officials offer him is, in fact, the maximum they can provide within principled bounds. Within that capacity, the scope is evidently vast, nearly encompassing any request. The significance of this arrangement is entirely distinct from previous offers. Additionally, there is a supplementary benefit. The officials will assist in publicizing time-space technologies products and even allow him to utilize these invaluable frontline combat video materials. Due to certain well-known reasons, the officials cannot directly deploy their military forces into foreign nations. Therefore, the 100 soldiers will not enter the battlefield under the auspices of the military, but will instead be designated as security personnel from a specific company. If Su Yu so desires, this company could be time-space technology. Once exposed, no amount of grandiose promotion or eloquent speeches could rival the impact of the headline stating that security personnel from time-space technology, clad in exoskeletons produced by their own company, bravely faced an enemy vastly outnumbering them and emerged victorious. And no matter how resplendent the exhibition booth, it pales in comparison to the proof of time-space technology's advanced capabilities demonstrated by soldiers in exoskeletons charging across the battlefield. Chapter 70. The unfortunate explorer. After concluding the conversation with Zhou Qing, it was just past 1 in the afternoon. The executives and media representatives visiting Ziwei Yuan were currently immersed in an experiential tour of the seemingly overnight establishment of the time-space technology headquarters. Facilitated by the assistance of the androids, that Su Yu did not need to make an appearance for the time being. He merely had to return before the afternoon's opening ceremony. Thus, although his presence at this event was not imperative, Su Yu still decided to partake in the excitement. After summoning the Falcon from his inventory, he donned the Storm-class powered armor and entered the Falcon alongside Xiao Mo. Initially, the trading platform had provided him with an inventory that was no longer sufficient. His current inventory was specially purchased using trade points. For 50 trade points, he could acquire an inventory with a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, vastly exceeding the size of those initially provided by the platform. It was extremely practical. The 3 Falcons were stored within these purchased inventories as before, from the moment the Falcon was activated to its subsequent halt. Scarcely a dozen seconds elapsed before they arrived above the military base nestled in the valley. Gradually descending, they landed on a pre-prepared open area designated by the military. As Su Yu exited the hatch clad in powered armor, he beheld a formation of 100 warriors, each donned in heavy exoskeletons. Their interfaces laden with an array of weaponry. Leading the contingent was none other than Zhou Bo, an old acquaintance of Su Yu's. That aren't you a researcher? How come you are commanding troops? Su Yu approached Zhou Bo, who was clad in exoskeleton armor, and lightly tapped his shoulder plate. Zhou Bo immediately felt a tremendous force, staggering back 2 steps before barely regaining his balance. Then he gazed at Su Yu's powered armor with a look of envy. They had completed testing the performance metrics of the heavy exoskeleton, and the data could only be described as terrifying. Yet before such a formidable piece of technology, Zhou Bo, clad in his exoskeleton, felt utterly impotent, unable to withstand a mere poke, and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, this state of distraction lasted only for a brief moment. Zhou Bo quickly regained his composure and promptly replied, "I am not in command of the operations. I am merely the nominal commander. My primary purpose for being here is to gather data on the performance of exoskeletons on the battlefield. The specific combat plan has already been formulated. These soldiers are the elite of the elite. They know how to leverage their advantages to deal with the less competent adversaries." Zhou Bo adjusted his glasses, clearly holding the resistance forces, who emerged from the superior matching mechanism of the Heizhou region. in disdain for their propensity for robbery and extortion. Of course, this disdain was directed solely at their actions. As for the adversary's combat capabilities and proficiency, it was difficult to ascertain without having engaged them in battle. While it was unlikely that a formidable army would arise from the Heizhou region, one could not afford to underestimate them, given that they had emerged from a competitive environment. You must have a rather perilous profession. Having to go to the front lines, Suyu remarked in surprise. That it used to be dangerous, Zhou Bowen replied, shaking his head. Although I wasn't on the front line, several colleagues have been struck by stray bullets, some of whom lost their lives as a result. He then patted his chest armor with a smile, adding, however, it is not as perilous now, especially with this technology, that it would be nearly impossible to perish without being on the front lines. After exchanging pleasantries, the soldiers on the ground completed their final equipment checks and began to board the Falcon. Suyu felt no trepidation about the possibility of them turning against him once inside and attempting to seize control of the Falcon. After all, he had left a backdoor within the exoskeletons, despite not intending to use it. Should anyone attempt to commandeer the Falcon through such juvenile means, it would be laughable that in an instant he could render all exoskeletons inoperative, turning them into massive, immovable hunks of metal. That he did not believe the military would overlook such a possibility. Thus, from every angle, there was no motivation for such actions. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, startling a man clad in a grimy assault jacket and carrying a backpack. That he looked toward the source of the sound, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic and concerned. He, the leader of an exploration team from the Huzhou branch of the Jiuzhou mining group, was supposed to be back home, spending quality time with his wife and children by now. However, just days before his planned return, he received orders to lead his team to a mountainous area suspected of having an iron ore deposit, believed to be a small open-pit mine. Faced with this unexpected task before heading home, Li felt utterly helpless but could not refuse the directive from above, so he led his team there. Due to the interruption of his rest time, he was offered double pay, along with a substantial bonus. The remuneration was simply too enticing to decline. After several days, Li finally located the site in the vast mountains. Following initial surveys with various instruments alongside his teammates, he realized he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. There was indeed iron ore present in the mountain, and it was not the small open-pit mine indicated in the reports. To be precise, beneath this open-pit mine lay an immensely vast deposit buried beneath the soil and rock. The richness of this underground deposit was beyond comprehension. Based on his expertise, Li initially estimated that the iron ore reserves could reach a staggering 8 billion tons. And all of it was high-grade ore. This conclusion shocked him. After all, the largest confirmed iron ore deposit in the world was merely 72 billion tons. Had he inadvertently broken a record? Initially, Li suspected a malfunction in the equipment. But after several more trials yielding the same result, he grasped the gravity of the situation. That he refrained from sharing the final assessment with his teammates, claiming that there was merely a small open-pit mine, and led them away. That he intended to report the findings to his superiors upon returning to headquarters. However, Li never imagined that as soon as he arrived in the capital of this small nation, the resistance forces would launch their attack. Reluctantly, he followed the local embassy's evacuation to the factory where he now sought refuge. Unfortunately, during the evacuation, he became separated from his teammates and was now utterly alone. Listening to the increasingly intense sounds of gunfire outside, he was enveloped in fear, pessimistically believing that he was doomed. Many around him shared his sentiments, with some even recording farewell messages on their phones. Seeing this, Li also pulled out his phone, activating the camera to leave a final message. Just as he did, the bright sky suddenly dimmed. Instinctively looking up, he discovered a colossal object had appeared above everyone's heads without their notice. Chapter 71. Airdrop to the battlefield. No one shall escape. Is this really it? Zhou Bowen pondered, gazing out the window at the vast factory below, his voice somewhat hoarse. That in less than 20 minutes, they had traversed over 9,000 kilometers, arriving here from the bustling metropolis. Although he had been aware prior to the journey that the Falcon could exceed the second cosmic velocity, making such rapid travel to the destination was entirely expected. However, experiencing it firsthand was still astonishing, especially as he felt virtually no acceleration while inside the Falcon. rendering him utterly perplexed regarding the technology at play that he had only heard vague speculations from a few esteemed physicists suggesting it might pertain to some practical application of gravitational waves. But they were far from certain. Despite the urgency of the situation below, Joe Bowen could not help but inquire, "How did you resolve the issue of overload? Could you possibly share any insights?" Su Yu, who was observing the situation below, glanced back at him and cryptically replied, "It is merely a rudimentary application of gravitational waves." What a jest, Joe Bowen thought, that if Su Yu were privy to such knowledge, he wouldn't have needed to attain wealth through trading space to achieve prosperity. He would have long been the wealthiest individual on Blue Star. Gravitational waves? Joe Bowen's pupils contracted, his heart racing. It truly was related to gravity. However, recognizing the pressing matters at hand, he refrained from dwelling on this and redirected his query. Given the complexity of the situation below, does this vessel have a prearranged troop deployment plan? Typically, there is a comprehensive procedure for deploying airborne troops from transport aircraft, specifying the necessary altitude, speed, and weather conditions for parachuting, all with stringent requirements to minimize the risk of mishaps. Although the Falcon was larger than any transport aircraft in existence, it was still uncertain whether it functioned as one, and thus it might not adhere to such established protocols. "That no need," replied Xiaomo, who stood behind Su Yu, shaking her head. "That in a moment, I will have the Falcon find an open area, hovering 5 meters above the ground. Once the doors open, you may jump directly down at this altitude. Even an ordinary individual like Su Yu, who had only used exoskeletons a couple of times, could easily jump." If these elite soldiers, who had undergone rigorous training and had been utilizing exoskeletons for nearly a week, were to encounter issues, it would be truly bizarre. Joe Bowen nodded in agreement, refraining from further questions. This strikingly beautiful blue-haired woman exuded an air of mystery. Even the authorities had been unable to uncover any information about her, as if she had appeared from thin air. Despite her enigmatic identity, she consistently radiated an undeniable powerful aura, reminiscent of high-ranking individuals wielding significant authority. Before long, the bioengineer operating the Falcon maneuvered it above an open area within the factory complex. This location, situated in the center of the facility and distant from the firefight, was relatively safe. The area was now teeming with people, with only a small patch of space remaining, sufficient for 100 soldiers to descend. The Falcon, still cloaked in optical invisibility, hovered silently just 5 meters above the ground. Xiaomo glanced at the 100 soldiers, now lined up and ready to disembark, and said calmly, "We will be opening the hatch shortly. You have a maximum of 5 minutes to disembark. After 5 minutes, the Falcon will close the hatch, re-engage the optical invisibility module, and ascend to standby." Words concluded. The hatch, large enough to accommodate a tank, slowly opened at the rear of the Falcon. Simultaneously, the optical engines deactivated, revealing the massive floating vessel to all below, casting a shadow over the morning sun. The heavily armored soldiers poured out without hesitation. Witnessing the sudden appearance of the Falcon, Li's mind momentarily short-circuited. This contraption was entirely beyond his comprehension. However, the subsequent sound of heavy objects landing jolted him back to reality. Upon focusing his gaze, he was astonished to see a figure clad in heavy armor stand upright, scanning the surroundings before leaping several meters away, weapon drawn in a state of vigilance. Clearly, this is merely the beginning. An increasing number of individuals clad in identical armor descended from the spacecraft. Fully armed and silent, they exuded a palpable sense of discipline and a menacing aura. The crowd on the playground soon became aware of the mysterious Falcon and the warriors leaping from it. A shroud of fear regarding the unknown enveloped everyone present, and none dared to utter a sound. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, until the announcement came. "This is the security team under the jurisdiction of the Jiuzhou Temporal Technology Group. You are all safe now." The silver power armor hovered in the air as Su Yu communicated this through the amplification device of the armor. Behind him, the massive Falcon activated its optical stealth, gradually vanishing into the sky. Noticing the bewildered expressions of the onlookers, who offered no response, Su Yu could not help but smirk slightly. "Well, it seems I'm just talking to myself." However, he dismissed the thought and turned to Zhou Bo. "Leave the southern group to me. I've been itching to test my skills." Zhou Bo expressed some concern. "I noticed the fighting seemed more intense in the south. Do you think you can handle it alone?" Although he was aware that Su Yu's power armor far surpassed their exoskeletons. They were still facing a military force born from the excellent matching mechanism of the Heizhou region, relying heavily on faith-based shooting. After all, this was a battlefield with real weapons, and the variables were numerous. Not to mention RPGs. He thought he had even seen tanks and armored vehicles over there. Rest assured, I've observed the situation. The southern area consists of a single street with only one entrance. I can easily approach from behind and eliminate them all without letting a single one escape, Suyu replied nonchalantly. With that, the Nomass engine thrusters activated, propelling him toward the south, leaving behind a perplexed Zhou Bo. Isn't this a matter of whether they can escape or not? Chapter 72. The Tank Can Opener. Although it sounds a bit juvenile, which man hasn't harbored dreams of piloting a mech across the battlefield in their youth? Finally seizing such an opportunity, Suyu felt there was no way he could remain on the Falcon watching others fight. After all, a son of wealth should not sit idle, donning this power armor. He was poised to deliver a crushing defeat to those inexperienced foes that if they were already quaking in fear, they might as well abandon their business endeavors altogether, as there are also failures that lead to drastic consequences in the world of commerce. In stark contrast to Su Yu's enthusiasm for the battlefield, Chiyomo appeared rather disinterested. She did not relish war and had no concerns about Su Yu encountering unforeseen dangers. Thus, she chose not to follow. After scanning the crowd on the playground, her gaze finally settled on Li He. The heavy power armor, weighing over 2 tons, slowly descended before Li He as the mechanical sounds of its movements echoed. The visor gradually retracted, revealing Chiyomo's exquisite features. With her azure eyes fixed on Li He, she spoke in a calm tone. To find the world's largest iron mine demonstrates your impressive business acumen. Would you be interested in working at the Temporal Technology Group? We can offer you double the salary. He's expression shifted dramatically, staring in disbelief at the woman whose face was the only visible part of the massive iron bulk. He could not fathom how Chiyomo was aware of this matter. All data from the exploration team would be compiled and calculated by him alone. The final results should have been known only to him. He had not disclosed this information to anyone, including his teammates, as he initially planned to report back to his superiors afterward. After all, such a significant iron mine, especially situated in a place like Heizhou, had limited factions capable of competing for it, that if Jojo discovered it first, they would seize the advantage. Therefore, his confidentiality was essential. Yet he never anticipated that this unknown woman, claiming to be from some company in Jojo, would so easily expose his secret. Surprised, he questioned, "How did you know about the discovery of the iron mine?" Chiyomo chuckled lightly. "Actually, I'm not the only one who knows. Otherwise, why do you think the local official army's resistance, which has been fighting for over a decade, could capture the capital in just one night?" As she spoke, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Chiyomo's azure eyes, and her armored right hand slowly raised, blocking Li He's view. With a slight sound akin to metal tearing, she pinched a yellow-orange bullet between her index and middle fingers, exerting enough force to nearly crush that moment. Li finally heard the distant gunfire. His pupils constricted as he belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. "There are quite a few people here who would like to kill you." Casually tossing the bullet in front of him, Chiyomo drew an electromagnetic pistol from the holster on her leg and, without even glancing, fired at a 6-story building several hundred meters away. Li instinctively looked over and vaguely caught sight of a flash of blood. Swallowing hard, he nervously asked, "Do you mean that those outside attacking us are because of me?" "No, it's due to that iron mine. You merely stumbled upon information that you should not have known," Chiyomo replied, shaking her head. "We can help you deal with the resistance, but we cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. The next time someone attempts to kill you, it will depend on your luck." He immediately understood Chiyomo's implication. Essentially, if he agreed to work at the Temporal Technology Group, they would ensure his safety. If he declined, it was evident that once Chiyomo and her team dealt with the resistance, they would leave, and whether he would face assassination afterward was uncertain. This was not a threat. After all, they were not official representatives of Jojo. Ensuring the general safety of so many people present was already an impressive feat. There was no reason for them to continue protecting an outsider like him. "I am an employee of Jojo Mining, that if I were to join your company, I might feel a bit hesitant." Li He stammered. "Rest assured, we will explain the situation to the Jojo authorities, including the matter of the iron mine. You need not worry about any repercussions," Chiyomo assured, pointing to the Falcon, which had reemerged. "If you agree, I can have someone take you up now. If what you say is true, "Then I accept," Lee nodded. After all, it was just a job. Where he worked mattered less than preserving his own life. Chiyo did not say anything further. The Falcon descended slightly, and as the hatch opened, the entrance was less than 2 meters from the ground. Two bionic soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons jumped out, one on each side, escorting Lee aboard the Falcon. Chiyo's sudden recruitment of Lee was certainly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She was laying groundwork for the future. The untapped mineral resources on Blue Star were indeed scarce, and most undeveloped deposits were either of poor quality or difficult to extract, rendering them of little value. However, it was evident that Suyu's future mining endeavors would extend beyond Blue Star. The world of Shenzhou, where Zheng resided, was still a virgin territory yet to be developed. Should Suyu and Shuangxing's speculations prove correct, and he were to advance to a mid-level or high-level agent capable of trading living beings to other worlds, individuals like Lee would become immensely valuable. Although the prospect of trading living beings was still a distant dream, the mere possibility warranted some preparatory measures in Chiyo's eyes. Meanwhile, Suyu had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield near the southern factory, standing atop a 4-story building. Below him lay the body of a resistance sniper whose spine had been shattered. This was a combatant who had been hiding on the rooftop, ultimately crushed by Suyu's dramatic arrival. Observing the 5 T-62 tanks slowly advancing down the street, surrounded by infantry holding AKs and occasionally firing in faith-based shooting, he couldn't help but smirk. They say the Heizhou region has an excellent matching mechanism, and seeing it in action confirmed its reputation. This group had been assaulting the factory for over an hour, and yet they hadn't even breached the entrance. This was with tanks leading the charge. Though the T-62 tanks were relics from the previous century, they were still main battle tanks. Given the opposition comprised solely of lightly armed factory security personnel, they should have been able to crush them without issue. However, this group failed to coordinate the most basic infantry-tank cooperation. Every time, the tanks charged ahead while the infantry lingered far behind, firing aimlessly. The security personnel managed to thwart several main battle tanks using cluster grenades, resulting in only 2 minor injuries from stray bullets, while the resistance suffered several fatalities. That was utterly surreal, and so you couldn't help but find it amusing. However, he was not there merely to observe. After a brief moment of watching, he picked up his Gauss rifle and aimed at the foremost tank. Can opener. With a piercing sound, the tungsten core armor-piercing round was accelerated to 20 Mach, tearing through the sound barrier with a deafening roar, and instantly pierced the rear armor of the main battle tank. The internal ammunition detonated, resulting in a fiery explosion that sent the turret flying. In an instant, the once chaotic battlefield fell silent. Both sides, previously engaged in a futile exchange, were now left in a state of existential doubt as they witnessed the tank vanish in an instant. Chapter 73. Ripping Tanks Apart, Terrifying Combat Power. Wow. This can opener is indeed effective, Suyu exclaimed, watching as the tank was obliterated by a single shot, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. One shot, one tank. How impressive. Without hesitation, he aimed again at the side armor of another tank. Boom! Another successful shot. At this point, even the slowest of the resistance fighters began to realize something was amiss. After consecutively losing 2 tanks, the crew members of the remaining 3 tanks were utterly terrified. Scrambling out of their vehicles in a state of panic on the rooftop, Suyu chose not to continue firing. Instead, he allowed these individuals to flee the armored behemoths and take refuge behind cover. Glancing around in fear, he casually slung his Gauss rifle across his back. The armor flanking the spine of his powered suit swiftly reoriented, and in an instant, 8 compact drones were ejected with a series of soft puffs. Some of these drones were purely for reconnaissance, while others possessed a degree of offensive capability, making them a formidable asset in urban warfare. Of course, Suyu had no need for such tools. Their sole purpose was to capture footage. 8 surveillance drones provided 360-degree coverage without blind spots, complemented by the first-person recording system integrated into his powered armor helmet. Once the battle concluded, the edited footage would undoubtedly be 1,000 times more thrilling than any film. Within a nondescript building by the street, several members of the rebel crew clutched their firearms, peering anxiously through the windows. Occasionally, they would cast fearful glances at the 2 destroyed T-62 tanks on the street. Had they not fled swiftly, they would likely have ended up as mere scrap metal themselves. It was bad enough to have lost 2 tanks. They were also utterly clueless about the enemy's whereabouts or the means by which their vehicles had been destroyed. This was truly terrifying. Now, even with the tanks lying there, they dared not approach, fearing they might be turned into scrap again. Logically, in such a scenario, the infantry should be responsible for securing and clearing the area of anti-tank units. Yet, the concept of infantry-tank cooperation was entirely foreign to them. The armed personnel of Heizhou relied solely on armor to confront threats, and when faced with anti-tank weaponry, they faltered. Such was the average competency of the forces. Observing the reactions of these individuals from the drone's perspective, Suyu noted that after losing 2 tanks, they were genuinely intent on hiding in the roadside building. Did they truly believe that the flimsy walls could offer better protection than the armor of main battle tanks? Hiding there was futile. Engaging with such hapless opponents left Suyu feeling somewhat diminished. They were even less competent than the assassins who had attempted to eliminate Shuyu that night. With a flourish, Suyu flicked his right arm, unleashing a chain adorned with numerous small metal plates from his wrist. In the next moment, this seemingly limp chain coalesced into a razor-sharp chainsaw sword. Although the chainsaw sword was temporarily assembled from scattered plates, it exhibited no visible gaps due to electromagnetic forces that at full power. The blade vibrated at an astounding frequency, rendering it virtually indestructible. Under the morning sun, Suyu regarded the shimmering chainsaw sword in his hand. Nodding in approval, it looked undeniably fierce. With a thunderous crash, the heavy powered armor leaped down from the small building, blocking the street behind him. Surrounding him were 420 armed combatants, 3 tanks, and 7 armed pickup trucks. As he listened to the battlefield data provided by the auxiliary AI, it was as though he had gained X-ray vision. Every enemy within hundreds of meters was marked before his eyes. This was the result of the 8 drones surveying the terrain, gathering real-time video and thermal imaging data from multiple angles, and compiling the information into the central computer of his powered armor. The margin of error was virtually non-existent, that Suyu could easily take advantage of the terrifying penetration power of his Gauss rifle and stand in the street while shooting through walls. However, using such a weapon against these incompetent foes would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Utterly unnecessary and lacking in any challenge, Suyu leisurely swung his chainsaw sword and approached a nearby building where 7 or 8 armed combatants were indiscriminately firing their AKs at the factory entrance. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, these individuals were oblivious to the fact that death had already crept up behind them. With a swift slash, Suyu cleaved through the few armed men, using the earthen wall as cover, sending blood spraying and drenching several nearby black-clad individuals. After a brief moment of shock, the remaining combatants snapped back to reality, staring in terror at Suyu, who was clad in powered armor. One of them, reacting quickly, grabbed a walkie-talkie and began chattering frantically while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Suyu. Yet, as the bullets neared a 2-meter radius around him, they inexplicably veered off course, deflecting 90 degrees to strike the opposite wall. The deflection failed. It was too late. Suyu dispatched the remaining foes with a single stroke. Picking up the walkie-talkie from the ground, he remarked, "Your weapons are far too outdated." With a resounding thud, he kicked down the nearest earthen wall to the factory's defensive line. Emerging through the billowing dust, his powered armor spattered with blood, Suyu had fought his way from one end of the street to the other, even tearing apart 2 T-62 tanks, all under the watchful eyes of the factory security personnel. They were utterly dumbfounded, having forgotten to flee, standing in shock behind their defensive structures, too frightened to even return fire. All that filled their minds was a single thought: what manner of monster is this? While the onlookers quaked in fear, Suyu, within the confines of his powered armor, reviewed the freshly edited video compiled by the AI. After fast-forwarding through the footage, he could only sum it up with one word: impressive. He was thoroughly satisfied. Once finished, he saved it, intending to use it as video material during the upcoming opening ceremony of the time-space technology firm. Ignoring the terrified factory security personnel, he ordered the drones to scout the surrounding area once more. After confirming the absence of any stragglers, he initiated the engines and flew directly toward the playground where the Falcon had previously been stationed. Upon returning to the playground, the 100 soldiers had already completed their mission. Including the 400 from Suyu's side, over 1,000 rebels had been completely annihilated in less than 20 minutes. And none of the 100 soldiers sustained any casualties. The subsequent matters no longer required Suyu's attention. These 100 soldiers would remain stationed there, awaiting the arrival of the naval fleet, which would evacuate the people of Zhuzhou before returning home. After briefly updating Zhou Bowen on the situation regarding the Southern Street combat, Suyu was ready to return home to prepare for his opening ceremony and product launch. However, as he boarded the Falcon, Mo suddenly interjected, "There are still 2 hours until the scheduled opening ceremony. We can make a detour to check out a certain location." "Check out? Where?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. Mo's eyes shimmered with a blue glow, forming a topographical map of the surrounding area. She then pointed to a red dot on the map, saying, "There is a high-quality iron mine here, with astonishing reserves, if the survey data is accurate. The estimated reserves could reach 8 billion tons. Iron mine." Suyu glanced at the map. "Are you suggesting we should acquire this iron mine?" "Honestly, with so much high technology at hand and waiting to be monetized, I have no intention of making money through mining." Mo nodded, then clarified, "If it were merely an iron mine with massive reserves, there wouldn't be much to discuss. Compared to high-tech products, the benefits of mining are too low to warrant such attention. However, this is different." She turned her gaze to Suyu. "Can you guess where this place is?" "Guess. Isn't this just a small area in Heiza?" Suyu trailed off mid-sentence as he noticed the latitude and longitude on the map, suddenly realizing this iron mine is precisely located on the equator. "Exactly," Mo affirmed, pulling the map further back. "Not only is it on the equator, but it also lies within a stable continental plate, with a stable geological structure that is unlikely to experience any geological disasters. More crucially, it is less than 30 kilometers from the coast, making the transport of materials extremely convenient." That Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to piece together her implications. "This is an ideal site for constructing a space elevator," Mo stated calmly. "Situated near the equator, with a stable geological structure, boasting the world's largest iron ore reserves, and conveniently located close to the coast for shipping. There's no doubt this is the perfect environment for building a space elevator." "Then let's go take a look. That if it's truly that suitable, we should acquire it," Suyu nodded. "The space elevator would be the ultimate conduit for humanity to break free from the gravitational shackles of their home planet and ascend into the cosmos. According to the records of the Prosperity Era, even after the success of the first-generation nuclear fusion, which provided boundless energy, entering space remained a distant dream for humanity. Only a select few astronauts had the opportunity to venture into the cosmos. People did not seek to explore the infinite resources of space. Their journeys were primarily for scientific experiments. This situation persisted until the completion of the first space elevator. After that, space transformed from a mere natural testing ground into an inexhaustible treasure trove. Even ordinary individuals could embark on interstellar journeys across the solar system for the price of just a month or two of wages. It was this advancement that propelled humanity into the interstellar age, significantly boosting productivity and material abundance. This marked the dawn of the utopian era. Hence, the importance of the space elevator could not be overstated. Though the technology has yet to be acquired, there exists a wealth of mature technical documentation from Frostar. Securing it is merely a matter of time. After all, Frostar seeks to procure more resources from Blue Star to transform the wasteland, which necessitates aiding Blue Star in enhancing its productivity. As long as she remains astute, the technology for space elevators will not be leveraged for exorbitant demands. Now that there are preparations underway for space elevators, Suyu certainly will not relinquish this opportunity. Acquiring it, however, is unlikely to be a straightforward endeavor. Mo shook her head, focusing on Li He, who was seated in a small room within the Falcon. He is the team leader of an exploration squad dispatched here by the Zhuzhou mining group. Named Li He, and he was the first to discover this colossal iron mine. That he believed he had concealed the true nature of this iron mine, intending to report to his superiors upon returning to the capital of that small nation, so that Zhuzhou could seize the initiative and claim the mine. However, he did not anticipate that several seasoned explorers within the team were also privy to the real data, having deduced from fragmented information that the iron ore reserves here were substantial. One of the explorers, having received a hefty sum of $100 million, secretly sold this intelligence to a mining giant from America. This is also why the rebels, who had been retreating under the local military's onslaught, could suddenly seize the capital overnight. "Are you suggesting that the rebels' actions are linked to external forces?" Suyu inquired, astonished as he gazed down at the ravaged capital of the small nation, surprised by this hidden truth. Indeed, without the weapons supplied by external forces, the conflict here would still rely on cold steel. Chiomo succinctly explained. Typically, such remote small nations lack significant resources to attract the interest of major powers. Among the great nations, Jojo has had the deepest understanding and the best relations with this small nation of Heizhou. Now that Jojo's exploration team has discovered this iron mine, reporting back, leveraging Jojo's influence here to claim the mine should not pose a challenge. To prevent Jojo from easily acquiring the world's largest iron mine, certain individuals orchestrated this operation. They funneled a substantial amount of weapons and ammunition to the rebels through neighboring countries, intending to incite chaos here and obstruct Jojo's access to the mine, thereby positioning themselves to seize it later. In truth, they do not have an overwhelming need for an iron mine. Their primary motive is to prevent the other party from obtaining it. The stratagems employed by great powers can be catastrophic for small nations. Suyu nodded, then suddenly remarked, if that is the case, our endeavor to claim this region ourselves may indeed be challenging to entrust to the Jojo authorities. Aside from outright force, we simply require results. Chiomo regarded him with surprise before nodding in agreement. That aligns with my thoughts as well. Jojo has indeed stated you can make any request you desire, so let us use this region as leverage. However, while Lihi's information has yet to reach Jojo, the news of this iron mine cannot remain concealed for long. Jojo will inevitably learn of it. Therefore, I do not recommend withholding information. It would be prudent to communicate transparently with Jojo. If necessary, we might subtly hint at the space elevator project. This endeavor cannot be accomplished solely with the J9000 module. Assistance from Jojo will be essential, and a collaborative effort would be ideal. Chapter 75. The Revelation of Ziwei Garden. The entire internet is envious. After a brief discussion, the two reached a consensus. They then set off in the Falcon towards the mountainous region housing the iron mine. Although the Falcon lacked mineral detection equipment, the J9000 module that Suyu had rented was equipped with such capabilities that in extreme conditions, the J9000 module could even source materials on-site, remelting abandoned structures to extract iron, calcium carbonate, and other minerals, subsequently forging them into steel and cement for constructing new edifices. That inherently contained exploration units. That must be noted that this area was indeed quite remote, resembling a pristine forest, devoid of human presence. And oh wonder, such a vast iron ore deposit had remained undiscovered until now. After conducting the survey, Suyu and his companions were astonished to find that the reserves of this iron mine far exceeded Lihi's preliminary estimates. The data provided by the J9000 module indicated that beneath over 30,000 square kilometers of terrain lay more than 20 billion tons of iron-rich hematite, situated 700 meters below the surface. Furthermore, the iron quality surpassed 68, with low alumina content and minimal harmful impurities, rendering it a rare high-quality iron ore throughout Blue Star. The sole drawback was that the majority of the ore was buried deep underground, with only a limited portion exposed at the surface. However, this very depth contributed to the mine's long-standing obscurity. After all, iron ore deposits rarely support vegetation, and the exposed scarlet soil is easily identifiable as iron ore. Thus, being buried deep can sometimes be advantageous. For Suyu, who was determined to procure advanced production tools for the wasteland world, the depth was inconsequential. The matter concerning the iron mine was tentatively settled. Next, Chiomo would communicate with Jojo to enlist their assistance in securing the mine. If Jojo officials proved incapable of resolving the matter, Suyu would remain unfazed. The moment he acquired the space elevator technology, he would come to commence operations. As for ownership of the land, the one with the stronger fist would prevail. Should they refuse to cooperate, he could hardly be held accountable. Of course, the likelihood of such an outcome was minimal. Jojo had been operating here for many years and had just showcased their rapid deployment of a 100-member exoskeleton squad across vast distances. One could imagine that those behind the scenes were currently grappling with the sudden appearance of formidable exoskeleton armor and the silent yet terrifying capability for troop deployment. As for a mere iron mine, it was unlikely they would stubbornly cling to it. After all, those 100 elite warriors clad in exoskeletons were stationed there. Given their combat prowess, even an army of the most inept fighters in the Heizhou region would scarcely suffice to challenge them. Those individuals could no longer entertain notions of proxy wars to vex their opponents. Should they become irate and escalate tensions by deploying a naval battle group, so you would not hesitate to circle the Falcon above them. challenging just how many strikes their feeble vessel could withstand from low Earth orbit. When Suyu traveled to Heizhou, it was a little past 1 in the afternoon in Juzhou, while it was just after 6 in the morning in Heizhou. Upon his return, it was nearing 8 in the morning in Heizhou, while Juzhou had only just passed 3 in the afternoon. The executives and media were still touring the Ziwei Garden under the guidance of the bioengineered beings. In addition to them, numerous employees who had already joined Time and Space Technology had also come specifically for this visit. Although today was not a work day, these employees became part of Time and Space Technology the moment they signed their contracts. And this place was naturally open to them. They had previously refrained from visiting, believing it was not yet time, and given the remote location of Ziwei Garden, they did not rush to come. However, just hours ago, with numerous media outlets entering Ziwei Garden, the veil of mystery surrounding this marvel of human architectural history was lifted, further propelled by Juzhou's deliberate promotion. The towering main building, soaring to 1,388 meters, and the 8 900-meter towers arranged in complex formations to create a floating city almost instantly ignited a frenzy across the internet. Within mere hours, it dominated the trending charts of various forums. In less than an afternoon, news of Ziwei Garden and Time and Space Technology flooded the internet. Many prospective employees of Time and Space Technology, driven by curiosity, voluntarily arrived to witness the spectacle. Though contemporary discourse often advocates for deurbanization, the sight of a colossal structure exceeding 1,000 meters in height was impossible for anyone to overlook. Coupled with the breathtaking interior landscapes of Ziwei Garden, it was nearly impossible for anyone to pinpoint even the slightest flaw. Just at that moment, someone inadvertently revealed online that Ziwei Garden was indeed the headquarters of Time and Space Technology. They also unintentionally published previous recruitment information and contracts signed by current employees. Thus, the internet erupted. What the heck? Such high salaries and benefits, nearly double that of the industry standard. Free housing after years of service? I'm losing it. I saw the recruitment ad for Time and Space Technology earlier, and I thought it was a scam, so I didn't submit my resume, even though I met all the qualifications. I also didn't submit my resume. Please, Time and Space Technology, give me another chance to apply. I promise to work hard. Whoa, I'm a top contender. Give me a chance to prove myself. I want housing in the floating city. Did you see my hairstyle? Not a single hair on my head. Time and Space Daddy. Dad, don't make me beg on my knees. You, Dad? Or Dad, look at me. I have 10 years of 996 experience. And if necessary, I can do 8127 that I can forego my salary. Just give me a house in the floating city, and I will work for free for 3 years. I just saw someone with real footage of the floating city's interior. The residences are fully equipped with smart home technology. It's genuinely intelligent. Laundry and cooking are nearly fully automated. Once you move in, you only need to eat, sleep, and work. No house chores at all. It's far superior to the artificial intelligence I spent hundreds of thousands to install at home. The most crucial aspect is that a 100-square-meter, 3-bedroom apartment, furnished with such remarkable amenities, is available for rent at the astonishing price of merely 500 yuan per month, with all utilities, including water, electricity, and internet. Completely free. Here I am in the bustling metropolis, ready to secure this rental. However, I was mistaken. This opportunity is exclusively available to employees. Moreover, according to their policy, the most ordinary employees can purchase products from Time-Space Technology at cost price after 1 year of service, which includes apartments in this aerial city. Surprising, isn't it? The cost price for a 100-square-meter 3-bedroom apartment in this aerial city is merely 8,000 yuan per square meter. That's to be frank, when I first saw the recruitment information. I thought the location of the apartments provided by Time-Space Technology was rather remote and deemed them worthless. That it seems my perspective was limited. The entire Ziwei is evidently a compact city integrated with countless high-tech innovations. Once 10,000 residents occupy this place, the value of these apartments is likely to rival that of prime locations in the metropolis. It's hard to say that if Time-Space Technology indeed becomes a giant in a particular sector in the future. Your assertions may hold true. However, should it ever face bankruptcy, Ziwei would merely become a useless spectacle. TSK, my friend, I suggest you check out the recent announcement from Juzhou News. The security team under Time-Space Technology has defeated thousands of rebellious troops in Heizhou, ensuring the safety of hundreds of thousands of compatriots. What? Chapter 76. CEO of Time-Space Technology, Qiuma. This news just released by JoJo News has instantly attracted a multitude of viewers. After all, it originates from an official media outlet. Despite the numerous questionable actions taken by state media in recent years, the credibility of their announcements remains significantly higher than that of unscrupulous self-media. Particularly in matters of international significance, it is evident that fabrications are unlikely. Thus, when people read the headline Time-Space Technology Security Team has crushed thousands of rebels, safeguarding the safety of hundreds of thousands of compatriots, many were initially in disbelief. However, upon noticing that the account belonged to JoJo News, they found it impossible to dismiss. Yet, the absurdity of the situation lingered in the minds of all, an inescapable thought compelling everyone to watch the accompanying video. After viewing, gasps of disbelief filled the air. What the hell? Is it true that you dare to publish anything now? Did you forget to switch accounts before posting? This is an official media account. If you don't delete this video, you'll be out of a job. Using a gameplay video for a title like this is outrageous. You better get lost. To be honest, I've played numerous AAA titles, but I have never encountered such a realistic scene. It looks just like reality. Is there a possibility that this is indeed true? Nonsense. That exoskeleton, that speed, that strength. Are you telling me it's real? I've only seen such visuals in sci-fi films. I believe it resembles a gaming graphic. Honestly, could Time-Space Technology be a gaming company? If they can create such a game, I would absolutely buy it. The video showcases hundreds of soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons charging across the battlefield, tearing apart armored vehicles, a truly shocking sight. After watching the video, hardly anyone believed it was real. They all thought it was a state media stunt. Even as the comments below began to escalate, netizens split into two factions, debating whether the visuals were from a video game or a film, until several authoritative state media outlets released another perspective of the exoskeleton combat video, using the same title. Additionally, at the end of the video, they provided a brief introduction to the G60 heavy exoskeleton specifications. This time, those who previously doubted could no longer dismiss it. After all, in JoJo, while state media occasionally indulges in sensationalism, it is unprecedented for so many state media outlets to engage in such antics simultaneously. Upon reviewing the released information about the G60 heavy exoskeleton, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard that energy-saving mode. It can bear a load of 1 ton and travel long distances at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Its frontal armor can withstand cannon fire. Isn't this akin to a real-life Iron Man? As more information was released, its credibility increased, leading people to grasp the reality of the situation. It turned out to be true. Consequently, many began to focus on the critical points of this event. Time-Space Technology Security Team had defeated thousands of rebels in Huzhou, saving hundreds of thousands of compatriots. What exactly does Time-Space Technology do? How does it possess the capability to defeat thousands of rebels? What transpired in Huzhou that necessitated the rescue of hundreds of thousands? Before long, the hashtags Time-Space Technology and Huzhou situation surged to the trending list. Given the considerable distance between Huzhou and JoJo, without further official disclosures, it was impossible to obtain clear information quickly. However, Time-Space Technology was different. Its headquarters is located in the metropolis, and a grand opening ceremony is scheduled for today. Suddenly, the opening ceremony of Time-Space Technology became the focal point of discussion. Meanwhile, Chioma, who had been monitoring online developments, timely released a notification under the official account of Time-Space Technology. The opening ceremony of Time-Space Technology will commence tonight at 6 o'clock, broadcast live across the internet. This event will also serve as our product launch, showcasing the latest batch of products from Time-Space Technology. Stay tuned. Once this announcement was made, netizens noticed it was published by the verified official accounts of major platforms, leading to an immediate spike in interest. The engagement soared, with countless comments inquiring about the authenticity of the G60 exoskeleton and the occurrence of the battle in Huzhou. Within less than 2 hours, comments and shares exceeded several 100,000. Wow, this is truly gaining traction. Tonight promises to be a grand event. SUU observed the real-time data compiled by Chioma and the anticipated viewership for tonight's livestream, letting out a sigh of admiration. In the realm of the internet, Chioma truly understands the game. Coupled with her formidable computational power, she wields almost absolute influence in the online world. This is even under her adherence to the rules. Without reckless disregard, in just a few hours, She can ignite a highly trending topic that if she were permitted to operate freely within the Blue Star network, so you could hardly fathom the scale of the spectacle. With only 2 hours remaining, be prepared. The speech can be slightly shortened, but you should still remember the crucial parts. Chimmel replied while brewing tea on the sofa, SUU, glancing at the script before him. Rubbed his temples in mild frustration that he had thought that after a brief excursion, he would no longer need to memorize these speeches. Yet it turned out they had merely condensed the content, shifting the focus from a simple opening ceremony to the subsequent product launch. However, at that moment, he glanced at Chioma, who was meticulously preparing tea beside the coffee table, and an idea struck him. How about you take the stage and speak on my behalf? Chioma's expression remained unchanged as she continued her task with fluid grace. You are the chairman and founder of time-space technology. How could an assistant like me preside over such an event? What assistant? You are our CEO. Of course, you should speak. I'll take the stage during the product launch. Suyu paced over to her, taking a sip of the tea she had brewed. This Da Hong Pao seems to lack any distinctive flavor. Chioma shot him a glance before rising. Let us go. Go. Suyu was taken aback, glancing at the clock, that it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, with over an hour until the opening ceremony began, that he stood up, perplexed, where to accompany me to choose a suit. Chioma shrugged. How much do you plan to pay me, the CEO, each month? The expenses for my clothing are not insignificant. I won't work for a low salary. The account is right there. Take as much as you need. After all, the bank's firewall cannot stop you. That is not the same. What is the difference? Is it the same to take what belongs to you and to receive a salary? ISNT at all money. How can it not be the same when no one can catch you? You lack a certain sense of ceremony and romanticism in your thinking. Wait, why are we suddenly getting personal? Ha ha ha. All right, let us head out. Chapter 77. The opening ceremony. The main event begins at 5:50 p.m. The live stream room on the official website of Timespace Technology, hastily set up by Chioma, was already open. With only a few minutes remaining until the opening ceremony commenced, the live stream had already attracted over 100,000 viewers. After all, Chioma had only slightly guided public opinion in the afternoon. Gathering such an audience in just a few hours is quite impressive. In reality, the phenomenon of millions or even billions of viewers tuning into a live stream, as depicted in novels, is virtually non-existent. Achieving hundreds of thousands of simultaneous viewers typically requires decades of reputation built by state media, along with significant promotional efforts for major events. Even during the peak of the Spring Festival Gala, the actual viewership never surpassed 100 million. A sudden live stream, even if it were to demonstrate the collapse of Blue Star in 1 hour, could not possibly amass over 100 million viewers in such a short time. Given the speed of online discussions, those who quickly stumble upon the stream are generally seasoned internet users who have been surfing for a long time. Most people only discover such events after they have occurred. So don't underestimate the significance of over 100,000 viewers. It's genuinely impressive. The towering main building of ZY Garden, reaching a height of 1,388 meters, was aptly named the Arctic Palace after consulting Suyu's opinion in late autumn. It is rumored that the Heavenly Court comprises 3 enclosures: ZY Garden, Taiwei Garden, and Tianshi Garden. Among these, ZY Garden serves as the central enclosure, situated at the heart of the northern heavens, thus also referred to as the Central Palace or ZY Palace. With the Arctic as its nucleus, the eastern and western territories collectively host 15 stars, divided into 2 rows known as the left and right enclosures. Therefore, naming the core building of ZY Garden as the Arctic Palace is indeed most fitting. This evening, the grand opening ceremony is to take place in the expansive exhibition hall on the first floor of the Arctic Palace. The hall has been meticulously arranged, and the audience has taken their seats, eagerly awaiting the moment when Xiao Mo shall step onto the stage to host the ceremony in place of Suyu. Meanwhile, in the backstage dressing room, the hired makeup artist finds herself in a quandary as she gazes at Xiao Mo. Miss Xiao, you are simply too stunning. I cannot discern a single flaw, making makeup seem unnecessary. In my humble opinion, applying makeup would only detract from your natural beauty. Xiao Mo, however, remains unfazed, responding, I understand. I did not invite you here to apply makeup. I merely wish to consult you on what gown would be most suitable for me to wear on stage tonight. With that, she gestures towards the wardrobe nearby. The makeup artist instinctively glances over and gulps. Inside the wardrobe lies an array of exquisite garments crafted from luxurious silks, far removed from the commonly seen Western-style gowns with plunging necklines and open backs. "You intend to wear these for tonight's ceremony?" the makeup artist inquires, her surprise evident. "Is there an issue?" Chiyo replies with a gentle smile. "Compared to those usual gowns, I find myself drawn to these styles, perhaps influenced by her prolonged association with Suyu. Her aesthetic has gradually shifted towards the classical elegance of the 9 provinces, rather than Western trends." Reflecting on the identity of the CEO of Time-Space Technology and glancing at Suyu, the chairman of Time-Space Technology, the makeup artist swallows her words that might seem too unconventional, instead smiling and saying, "With Miss Chiyo's figure and beauty, you are a natural model. Any attire will undoubtedly look exquisite on you. So there is no need for concern." It is a jest, as the etiquette of fashion seems insignificant in the presence of these two. Given the prowess of Time-Space Technology, should Chiyo don an avant-garde outfit to host the opening ceremony? Onlookers would merely be captivated by her beauty, and none would dare to remark on the inappropriateness of her attire. Furthermore, these garments far surpass the shoddy replicas of Hanfu found online in terms of craftsmanship. Paired with Chiyo's striking looks and figure, there is no chance of any discord. After further discussion, Chiyo ultimately selects a black and red palace gown that is not overly intricate, yet conveys an air of solemnity and dignity. After the makeup artist fashions her hair into an elegant bun and adorns it with exquisite golden hairpins, Chiyo gazes into the mirror and transforms into a breathtaking beauty, as if she has stepped out from an ancient painting. "What do you think?" Chiyo asks as she presents herself to Suyu. Her graceful figure is on full display. "Beautiful," Suyu exclaims, unable to suppress his admiration. To be frank, Chiyo's ensemble indeed strikes a chord with him. The stately and classical gown, combined with her gentle demeanor, embodies the ideal of an ancient beauty in Suyu's mind. The only lament is that her physical form is that of a synthetic being. Otherwise, Suyu would bestow upon her a score of 120. "Is that so?" Chiyo raises an eyebrow, then composes herself, declaring, "It is nearly time. I must head up now." As Suyu watches her retreating figure, he perceives that this once solemn lady has become increasingly lively in recent times. When she first arrived, she often bore a faint air of melancholy, frequently gazing at the sea or the sky. Rarely troubled by the question of what to wear, it seems that an extended lifespan, coupled with the release from the responsibilities of being the mayor of Future City, has allowed her to embrace her true nature. Who says a 200-year-old lady cannot appreciate beautiful clothing and ponder over what to wear for important occasions? Exceptional computational power combined with absolute rationality does not preclude the presence of emotion. Suyu does not dwell on these matters for long. It is undoubtedly a positive development for Chiyo to cultivate her own interests on Blue Star, as she is not devoid of emotions like a mere artificial intelligence. As for the expense of these garments, they were indeed not inexpensive, having been procured from various time-honored tailors throughout the 9 provinces during their afternoon excursion in the Peregrine Falcon, averaging around 100,000 per outfit. However, such trifles are of no concern to Suyu at present. As long as Chiyo is happy, she will perform her duties with zeal. Suyu then makes his way to the Grand Exhibition Hall of the Arctic Palace, now filled to capacity with media reporters, employees, and executives of Time-Space Technology, along with several officials. Even representatives from the Magic City have taken the time to attend. After all, with such a colossal conglomerate as Time-Space Technology establishing itself in Magic City, it promises to be a significant source of tax revenue in the future, making the local government particularly attentive. After exchanging greetings with the attendees, Suyu confidently takes his seat in the prime position at the front. The opening ceremony itself is not particularly eventful. Aside from Chiyo's stunning entrance that left the audience and online viewers in awe, the remainder of the proceedings felt somewhat tedious. Chiyo took considerable time to elaborate on the scope of Time-Space Technology's operations. Although the company currently comprises only 3 subsidiaries, dealing in exoskeletons and batteries, it is anticipated that Time-Space Technology will unveil even more groundbreaking innovations in the future. Consequently, the content to be introduced is rather complex, which explains why Suyu's speech, even after being condensed, still spanned thousands of words. Fortunately, Chiyo's exceptional ability to engage the audience ensures that even the most monotonous of topics are rendered captivating. and the audience remains attentive. 2 hours pass swiftly during the opening ceremony, and as all present express a hint of regret at its conclusion, Chio Mo gracefully departs from the central stage, paving the way for the evening's main event, the product launch of time-space technology. Following a brief darkness in the exhibition center, striking blue lights emerge abruptly. These blue particles swiftly coalesce into a three-dimensional projection. Suyu focuses intently and realizes that it is a first-person perspective projection of his earlier escapade in Heijo, showcasing the power armor in action against children. Chapter 78. Holographic projection. The stunned audience, the lights in the exhibition center suddenly extinguish, catching everyone by surprise. However, before any gasps escape their lips, they behold the gradual emergence of blue particles on the stage, that a multitude of blue particles slowly materializes, ultimately forming a flawless first-person perspective projection of the entire Power Armor series. Is this naked eye 3D? No, it is holographic projection. Real holographic projection. Goodness, it truly is. I haven't kept up with developments for years, and holographic technology has advanced to this extent. This is absurd. My previous workplace specialized in VR equipment. If holographic projections are this impressive, why bother with VR? As the projection appears, many attendees express their astonishment. After all, even the grassroots employees of time-space technology are not entirely ignorant of various technologies. Witnessing such high-quality holographic projection is naturally astonishing. However, their marvel at the holographic technology lasts but a moment, that in the next instant, the impact of the projection far surpasses that of a mere hologram by 1,000-fold. The first-person perspective of the power armor gradually ascends, speeding forward. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the view suddenly shifts to a third-person perspective, providing a close-up of the airborne power armor from a drone's vantage point. The swiftly soaring power armor, merely a few meters above ground, adeptly navigates through countless obstacles, effortlessly landing atop a building, where it crushes a sniper from the Heijo resistance with a single stomp. Next, the scene transitions to Suyu wielding a Gauss rifle, capturing cans with precision. The seamless switch between first-person and third-person perspectives, combined with the sheer shock of a single bullet taking down a tank, leaves the audience utterly speechless. Following this, Suyu discards the Gauss rifle in favor of a chainsaw sword, leaping from the building to engage in close combat, dispatching a resistance fighter with a single strike, twisting off the turret of a T-62 tank, and crushing an incoming RPG with his bare hands, emerging unscathed. This spectacle renders the audience completely silent. So it was merely a sci-fi film. Many attendees scoff inwardly. Despite the dim surroundings, Suyu's keen eyesight allows him to perceive the audience's reactions, yet he feels no concern. After all, when technology reaches such advanced heights, it begins to resemble magic. Expecting these individuals to comprehend how a power armor can crush an RPG with ease is somewhat unreasonable. Fortunately, the edited video is not lengthy, concluding in just a few minutes. Furthermore, given the unique nature of the event, no one grows impatient enough to leave midway. Everyone remains patient, eager to discern the deeper significance behind time-space technology's cinematic presentation at the product launch. As the blue particles begin to fade, the holographic projection gradually dissipates. Once again, darkness envelopes the exhibition hall. This pitch blackness lasts for merely a dozen seconds. In the next moment, a beam of light pierces through the darkness, illuminating the center of the stage. There, a power armor identical to the one previously projected stands silently, captivating the attention of all present. An absurd conjecture suddenly emerged in everyone's minds. Could it be that everything displayed in the holographic projection moments ago was indeed real? Yet, in the next instant, those who had entertained such a thought instinctively shook their heads, dismissing the possibility. After all, in that video segment, whether it was the Gauss rifle that could take down a tank with a single shot or the power armor that could divert bullets by several degrees with its dynamic field, the technology required for such feats was beyond the imagination of Blue Star. As it currently stands, it is only natural for people to deny the existence of phenomena that surpass their understanding. Ignoring the audience's bewilderment, a beam of light illuminated the exhibition hall once more. This time, the spotlight fell upon a G-60 heavy exoskeleton. The moment they laid eyes on it, a collective memory of the events from the afternoon surged forth. The reports from several official media outlets in Jeju, In the footage labeled by JoJo's official media as elite soldiers under the aegis of time-space technology, these formidable warriors donned this very gear, effortlessly decimating thousands of rebel forces in Heijo while remaining utterly unscathed. This incident still lingered in the trending searches, serving as a primary catalyst for the considerable attention garnered by the opening ceremony and press conference of time-space technology that evening. Whether present at the scene or watching via live stream, nearly everyone recognized the G60 exoskeleton the moment it appeared. Following closely, a third beam of light emerged. However, this time, the illuminated object seemed rather feeble in comparison to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton. The G20 series, a lightweight exoskeleton, in energy-saving mode, it can bear a load of 200 kilograms and sustain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for a distance of 500 kilometers. While its external armor pales in comparison to the G60 series heavy exoskeleton, it is not something that ordinary small-caliber firearms can easily penetrate. Under normal circumstances, the chest armor can even withstand armor-piercing rounds fired from a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle. Though its specifications may be dwarfed by those of the G60 exoskeleton, this device remains a groundbreaking individual weapon in its own right. Moreover, the G60 is not for sale. Its presence on the display stand merely serves to showcase the technological prowess of time-space technology. Interested in purchasing? Well, take it or leave it. What? You don't want it? In that case, I might just have to provide a batch of assistance to your enemies. The appearance of two exoskeletons and a power armor left the audience somewhat bewildered. Some recalled the fervent assurances from JoJo's official media earlier in the day and the combat footage of the power armor. And in their hearts, they began to believe in its authenticity. Yet upon reflecting on the technology exhibited by the power armor, those truly knowledgeable felt that it was entirely implausible. Just a few minutes of video showcased technology that, if possessed by any faction, would have already established that faction as the dominator of Blue Star. Moreover, to concentrate such advanced technology into a mere power armor is beyond belief that if such technology truly existed, time-space technology would have long been renowned worldwide, rather than waiting until now to officially inaugurate its operations at that moment. However, Suyu, seated in the front row, had already stood up and approached the stage. The spotlight on the exhibit kindly focused on him. Observing the skeptical expressions of the audience below, Suyu said little, striding directly to the power armor. He gently spread his arms, and the power armor behind him automatically adjusted, enveloping him entirely. The weightless engine began to work quietly. The 2-ton power armor gradually levitated till a line of letters projected in holography appeared in the air beside him. Storm-class power armor. Chapter 79. You call this a civilian product? Storm-class power armor. A culmination of all technological advancements from time-space technology. This power armor is rich in functionality, capable of operating in various environments across land, sea, air, and space, achieving speeds of up to 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere and 10 times outside of it. With a full-force punch, it can unleash a tremendous force exceeding 100 tons. Simultaneously, it is equipped with a high-frequency vibrating chainsaw sword module on its right arm and an electromagnetic cannon firing unit on its left arm. The holographic subtitles provided a brief introduction to the Storm-class power armor, deliberately withholding a comprehensive revelation of all its functions. Yet, even this was enough to astonish the audience. Moreover, to prevent any further doubts regarding the authenticity of the demonstration, time-space technology had made prior arrangements to SUU maneuvered the power armor over the heads of the spectators, arriving at a corner of the exhibition hall. Here, a massive iron ingot, approximately 15 cubic meters in size, awaited. This ingot was a remnant from the J9000 module's construction of the ZY courtyard. After a simple smelting process, the engineering machinery had sent it to the warehouse as surplus material. Chiomo was well aware of its existence and had specifically arranged for it to be brought to the corner of the exhibition hall. This block of steel, weighing over 100 tons, appeared from a distance like a solid little iron house. The reason Chiomo orchestrated this was to allow Suyu to demonstrate to the audience the true capabilities of the power armor. The ingot was present, and for those somewhat familiar with steel, it was not difficult to infer its weight based on its size, that SUU needed to do nothing more than lift it and take a few steps for the power armor test to be deemed complete. In full view of the audience, Suyu soared above the ingot, grasping a specially reserved handle with one hand. With the weightless engine operating at full power, he effortlessly lifted the massive object, weighing nearly 100 tons. As he ascended, the holographic commentary appeared in the void beside him. Steel ingot. Volume of 15 cubic meters. Total weight exceeding 120 tons. The audience gasped in disbelief. However, before they could voice their skepticism, Suyu casually released his grip, letting it drop to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, causing everyone's breath to momentarily halt. Anyone with a modicum of common sense could discern the weight of the steel ingot from the noise it made upon falling. It wasn't until Suyu returned the power armor to the center of the exhibit and stepped out that some in the audience regained their composure. Welcome, everyone, to the product launch of time-space technology. The product I just demonstrated is the Storm-class power armor, which has recently participated in military operations in the Heizhou region. Although I understand this may be difficult to believe, the video you just saw was filmed during the operational deployment of the power armor. Naturally, as our latest product from time-space technology, it is not yet fully matured, so I won't elaborate further. Next, I shall introduce our group's pride and joy. Suyu raised his right hand, and just as everyone assumed he was about to present the journalist, directly inquired, Mr. Su, you claim that this is a civilian product. Does that imply it can be freely bought and sold by the public? If so, have you considered the consequences of such actions? Of course, civilian products can be traded without restrictions. Suyu responded confidently. However, midway through his statement, he suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I completely forgot. Due to G20's emission standards, it currently does not comply with the relevant laws and regulations in Jojo, so it will not be available for sale here for the time being. Nevertheless, rest assured, the scientific team at Time-Space Technology is tirelessly working to overcome this challenge, and I believe it will soon grace the market in Jojo." Continuing from our previous discussion, where were we? Yes, energy and propulsion. The G20 exoskeleton employs a fully electric, eco-friendly design, with its core energy source from a metal hydrogen battery produced by our company, a technology that is both environmentally friendly and pollution-free. The journalist interjected, "Why not just admit this is intended for military export? Otherwise, your justification is quite an insult to our intelligence." Chapter 80. The emergence of metal hydrogen batteries. It was not only this journalist who felt their intellect insulted. A stir swept through the entire venue. Even the live stream's comments surged in numbers. However, the online audience seemed less concerned with Suyu's blatant fabrications and instead expressed astonishment at the chairman of Time-Space Technology's apparent flair for theatrics. The on-site audience, after their initial shock, quickly grasped the crux of Suyu's statements, prompting another journalist to rise and ask, "Mr. Su, I noticed you mentioned the metal hydrogen battery produced by your company. If I recall correctly, Time-Space Technology currently has two wholly owned subsidiaries, one being Time-Space Heavy Industry, presumably responsible for the exoskeletons we see before us, and the other being Time-Space Energy, the metal hydrogen battery you mentioned produced by Time-Space Energy?" You have uncovered a blind spot, Suyu clapped his hands. The ground of the exhibition area parted to reveal a tray slowly emerging from below. Resting upon it was a battery, roughly the size of a brick. Suyu casually picked it up and introduced, "This is the flagship product of Time-Space Energy, the metal hydrogen battery. It boasts an exceptionally high energy density. To what extent, you may ask? The current highest energy density lithium batteries carry approximately 0.35 kilowatt-hours per kilogram, while gasoline carries about 12 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. This metal hydrogen battery, weighing precisely 1 kilogram, can release energy exceeding 10,000 kilowatt-hours. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline." A collective gasp resonated throughout the venue. Almost all attendees instinctively stood up, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the small brick-like battery in Suyu's hand. Energy density, 900 times that of gasoline? Surely, this must be a joke. What kind of celestial technology is this? This is preposterous. It sounds even more outrageous than the flying-powered armor, although that was already hard to believe. Have you considered the implications? That powered armor can fly and possesses immense strength. Where does its energy come from? Its brilliance must lie elsewhere. If we merely consider energy, the brief demonstration could have been powered by a little gasoline. Especially since he claimed it was not for sale and thus does not require long-term usage. Good point. What about the commercially available G20 lightweight exoskeleton? How will it tackle the energy issue? It is too small to run on gasoline. Indeed. And what of the heavy exoskeleton? The media's combat footage suggests it operated continuously without any apparent concern for energy. Many in the audience, upon hearing Suyu's claims, began recalling numerous overlooked details. The source of energy was evidently the most conspicuous of these details. Whether it be the powered armor or the G60 and G20, these compact individual devices could unleash such formidable strength and speed. A moment's reflection made it clear that they must be significant consumers of electricity. If time-space technology had not devised an efficient energy solution, then these dazzling devices would merely be castles in the air. Utterly impractical. No matter how powerful the features, without adequate energy supply, they would be rendered futile. "Mr. Su, you cannot be serious," the previously questioning journalist stammered, still in disbelief that of course I stand by my statements. Suyu replied with a light laugh. As his words faded, a new holographic image materialized before everyone that I end the scene. A humanoid robot clad in time-space technology's employee uniform appeared in a terrain riddled with obstacles that a timing device nearby confirmed this was a continuous shot. Devoid of any staged edits, the humanoid effortlessly inserted a metal hydrogen battery into the energy slot of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. IT then manipulated the exoskeleton, which weighed over 300 kilograms, to perform various complex maneuvers that a human body could never achieve. The entire testing process lasted over an hour, but through fast-forwarding, the audience witnessed it all in under 10 minutes. In that brief span, a humanoid robot appeared behind Suyu, seamlessly donning the G60 heavy exoskeleton and subsequently demonstrating its capabilities right there in the exhibition hall. Once the demonstration concluded, even the most skeptical audience members, no matter how resistant they were to acceptance, could only concede. Without a doubt, the performance of that metal hydrogen battery showcased an extraordinary energy density far surpassing current batteries. If Suyu's claims held true, with an energy density 900 times that of conventional batteries, the astute individuals present could foresee the immense market potential this metal hydrogen battery could unleash, certainly on a trillion-yuan scale. Mr. Detsu, a reporter from a financial news outlet, keenly perceptive, quickly stood to inquire, "Is your company's metal hydrogen battery ready for mass production? What is the expected output? And what about pricing and safety?" Hearing this barrage of questions, Suyu gestured for patience before replying. "Since the metal hydrogen battery is the flagship product of time-space energy, it is indeed ready for mass production. As for output, we currently anticipate a variety of specifications, including batteries for mobile phones, automobiles, and small appliances. Given the differences in size, calculating a total output proves somewhat complex. If I were to provide an aggregate figure, considering all specifications, we estimate a production capacity of around 5 million kilograms. This would translate to approximately 5 million individual batteries, as automotive batteries are larger and heavier, while mobile batteries are comparatively smaller. Averaging out to this figure, for detailed monthly production rates of specific battery types, you would need to consult our CEO, Ms. Cho Mo, regarding pricing. The metal hydrogen battery holds a competitive edge, priced slightly higher than current market batteries, but not excessively so, making it quite suitable for widespread adoption. Chapter 81. Energy Innovation, an incredibly vast market. The questions posed by this journalist were indeed astute. It was evident that the crucial concern lay in the latter half of his inquiries, namely, the safety of the battery. If the metal hydrogen battery lacks safety assurances, then no matter how impressive Suyu's claims regarding its capabilities or energy density, they would be rendered moot. TT boasts an energy density exceeding 10 times that of lithium batteries. Yet it is universally acknowledged that it cannot replace traditional batteries. The same holds true for metal hydrogen. This concept is not particularly novel within the realm of Blue Star. Metal hydrogen, formed under extreme pressures of millions of atmospheres, becomes a conductive material with properties akin to metals, hence its designation. In the laboratories of the Eagle Nation, a small sample of metal hydrogen was created under pressure surpassing that of the Earth's core. Yet due to a singular experimental mishap, this sample vanished. This underscores the understanding that, at least according to Blue Star's current comprehension, metal hydrogen is exceedingly unstable. Moreover, it is not just unstable. Metal hydrogen is also a high-density, high-energy storage material. In academic circles on Blue Star, discussions surrounding metal hydrogen often touch upon potential military applications. Many theorists believe that such high-density energy sources, aside from their utility as batteries, could serve as excellent materials for weapon development. Indeed, Suyu had acquired intelligence indicating that after bypassing security protocols, metal hydrogen batteries could indeed be utilized as explosives. Furthermore, in the wasteland world, specialized metal hydrogen bombs do exist, far surpassing the potency of TT. Such a perilous substance raises a critical question. If its safety cannot be assured, who would dare to utilize it? Before taking the stage, Suyu was well aware that someone would pose this question, and he had long been prepared, thus remaining composed. Safety is of paramount importance and a matter of great concern for everyone. Regarding this, I believe you can all rest assured he casually picked up a 1 kilogram metallic hydrogen battery and placed it before him. After connecting it to a specialized device for testing power levels, he pointed to the displayed value and proclaimed, "As you can see, this battery is currently in a fully charged state, storing over 10,000 degrees of energy." As he spoke, he nodded towards the power armor beside him. In an instant, everyone witnessed the towering power armor move autonomously. After advancing to an appropriate position, it raised its hand and swiftly deployed a chainsaw sword located on its right wrist, just as seen in the previous video. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over the onlookers before they could utter a word. The power armor decisively swung the sword, cleaving the entire metallic hydrogen battery and the tray beneath it in two. The severed battery fell to the ground with a thud, emitting only a faint wisp of white smoke before returning to its original state. Unfazed, Suyu picked it up and showcased the gleaming metallic cut to the camera and audience, stating, "We possess a stable method for preserving metallic hydrogen batteries, regardless of whether they are compressed, sliced, punctured, submerged, or exposed to fire. Even under the most extreme conditions, they can only release energy through a unique dissipation pathway without the risk of explosion. There are absolutely no safety concerns. Moreover," he continued, "in most cases, even when the battery is compromised, it will neither explode nor cease to function." With that, Suyu reconnected the severed battery to the earlier power testing device. The previously displayed figure of over 10,000 degrees of energy transformed into just over 5,000. Beyond that, there were no further changes. This revelation immediately sparked an uproar. Many individuals with knowledge of technology could not help but gasp in astonishment, clamoring to ask questions. Unlike the exoskeleton, the recent G20 lightweight exoskeleton was evidently not a consumer product. Everyone recognized that Suyu's earlier claims were mere fabrications. Even if a consumer version were to be released in the future, it would be challenging for anyone to reap significant benefits from it. However, the metallic hydrogen battery was an entirely different matter. This represented a revolutionary advancement in the energy sector. Its intrinsic value alone surpassed trillions. Once released to the market, the related industry value could, without exaggeration, reach tens of trillions. It was a vast market indeed. Among those present, apart from the employees and executives of Time-Space Technology, who were astonished that their company possessed such formidable cutting-edge technology, the media were eager to uncover more significant news stories. Officials from the Magic City were contemplating how to persuade Suyu to establish battery production there, ensuring that the city could garner increased tax revenue, thus adding a substantial highlight to their political achievements. Meanwhile, many viewers watching the live stream were pondering how to carve a niche in the market's upheaval brought about by the metallic hydrogen battery. Imitating production was out of the question. It was clear that this was exclusive technology of Time-Space Technology, and even prior to this, the company had not published any relevant papers. It was evident that Time-Space Technology had no intention of relinquishing battery production in favor of merely profiting from patent fees. Rather, they aimed to retain firm control over the metallic hydrogen battery. Yet, even aside from battery production, simply purchasing the batteries from Time-Space Technology and integrating them into existing electronic products could yield unimaginable profits. As long as one could secure a batch of production capacity for metallic hydrogen batteries from Time-Space Technology, even without manufacturing electronic products, reselling them to the giants of the electrical industry would still be immensely profitable. Suyu patiently addressed their inquiries one by one. Originally anticipated to conclude by 9 o'clock that evening, the product launch event extended until after 10 o'clock, only ending when Suyu announced its conclusion. As for more intricate details, he promised they would be updated later on the official website of Time-Space Technology, which finally allowed the fervent audience to settle down somewhat. Regardless of whether they were present in the venue or watching the live stream, everyone realized that their attendance that night was not in vain. Even if they could not derive any immediate benefits, they were likely witnessing the dawn of a new era. Exoskeletons, power armor, metallic hydrogen batteries. The products showcased at Time-Space Technologies' launch event left an indelible impression. Many attendees, upon stepping outside, found themselves questioning whether they had just traversed time and space and stumbled into the future. The name Time-Space Technology suddenly emerged in the minds of all present on that ordinary evening, astonishing the audience and swiftly garnering global recognition, resonating across every corner of Blue Star through the internet, delivering a subtle shockwave to the world. The reaction speed of those electrical industry giants was far swifter than anyone had anticipated to be why 11 o'clock that night. Suyu's phone was inundated with calls. Chapter 82. A client arrives, your phone is ringing. I in the villa at Tawawu. Suyu was indulging in a late-night snack. Upon noticing his phone light up, Chio Mo, sitting across the table, reminded him. Suyu glanced at it, casually hung up the call, and then told Chio Mo, "Aunt Chio, please create a program for me. Aside from a few important numbers, do not accept any other calls." Chio Mo shot him a disapproving glance. "The information I gathered online tells me that your way of addressing me is not out of respect for my age, but rather due to some indescribable moral transgression." Suyu, who had just taken a sip of porridge, sprayed it out in a comical manner. After awkwardly wiping his mouth with a tissue, he retorted, "That is slander, all right." Chio Mo rolled her eyes, seemingly unfazed, and then said, "Are you not worried that I might see those little movies on your phone if I design the program?" "Do you take me for someone who cares?" Suyu replied confidently, "Feel free to look." "Just kidding. Given my current wealth, how could I possibly have only one phone? All my study materials are stored on another phone." Chio Mo shot him a teasing glance. Just then, another call came in. Suu, surprised, remarked, "Aren't you able to design a software in a second? You haven't finished the call blocking program yet." This call was categorized as relatively important by the program, though it wasn't that significant, and whether to answer was up to him. Chio Mo shrugged. "It's quite late. Is there really an important call coming in?" Suyu picked up his phone and glanced at it, ultimately deciding to answer. "Hello, is this Su from Time-Space Technology?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. Unable to discern who it was, Suyu directly inquired, "This is I. May I ask who is speaking?" "Oh, this is Chun Fu from Bia Automobile." Chun Fu. Suyu paused for a moment, then recalled who the caller was. Bia Automobile, the leading enterprise in the new energy vehicle sector in the 9 provinces. With an annual output nearing 200,000 vehicles, was indeed a major player in the industry. This Chun Fu was the founder of Bia Automobile, a veritable titan of the business world. However, upon realizing the nature of the call, Suyu quickly understood why Chio Mo considered this call to be important. That it was evident that Chun Fu was reaching out regarding the metallic hydrogen battery. After all, the primary challenge in the new energy vehicle sector was the subpar battery performance. Take Bia's flagship model, the Han, for instance. This mid-size car weighs over 2 tons, with the battery alone weighing 550 kilograms. Yet its range is only around 600 kilometers. In the frigid winters of the north, that range diminishes even further. And even this performance is considered top tier within the industry. Other vehicles perform even worse. Thus, for these new energy vehicle enterprises, the metallic hydrogen battery, with its energy density being 900 times that of gasoline, is of utmost importance. After all, while smartphone batteries may not be a huge concern, for most individuals, a daily charge is sufficient. However, a subpar battery in vehicles raises concerns regarding range, which in turn relates to the proliferation of charging stations. Range anxiety is the greatest barrier to the development of new energy vehicles. Currently, the only solution car manufacturers have is to build charging stations everywhere. A rather simplistic yet unavoidable approach. However, even so, it is still impossible to cover the entire world with charging stations in a short period. And even nationwide coverage is challenging. They can only be popularized in some major cities. Consequently, the primary users of new energy vehicles are predominantly located in urban areas. This has led to the prevalent online sentiment that while new energy vehicles are economical for urban commuting, traditional fuel vehicles remain reliable for long-distance travel. After all, it is not uncommon for electric cars to struggle on highways during traffic jams, where drivers hesitate to use the air conditioning. So it is Director Chin. "I have long admired your reputation." Suyu feigned ignorance, asking, "I wonder what brings Director Chin to call me so late?" On the other end, Chin Fu expressed his apologies. "I just learned that Mr. Su's time-space energy has mastered the preparation and mass production technology of metallic hydrogen batteries. Upon hearing this, I was unable to sleep, so I sought out Mr. Su's contact information. Did I apologize for the abruptness of this call? Not at all, Su responded nonchalantly. So, Director Chun is interested in the metallic hydrogen battery? Absolutely. Chen Fu chuckled. Mr. Su, you may not be aware, but I just finished watching the entire recorded broadcast of the press conference held by Shirkong Technology. The technologies your esteemed company possesses are truly eye-opening. While watching the conference, I almost felt as if I had stepped into a futuristic world overnight. It truly lives up to the name of Shirkong Technology. After showering a few compliments, Chen Fu finally revealed his purpose. I have already booked a flight to Shanghai tonight. I wonder if MR.SU is time tomorrow. I wish to have a thorough discussion regarding the metal hydrogen battery. MR.S, you should be well aware of how crucial this battery is to our company that I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Please do not take offense that SU had already made it abundantly clear during the press conference that the metal hydrogen battery was intended for sale. It was entirely reasonable for him to express a desire to discuss the battery transaction. Tomorrow, which happens to be Friday, Su contemplated, should be relatively free of commitments that he promptly replied, Mr. Chen's personal visit is, of course, most welcome at Shirkong Technology. I shall be awaiting your arrival at Ziwei Courtyard tomorrow. After exchanging pleasantries, they finalized the time for their meeting and ended the call. Su felt quite familiar with the intricacies of such business dealings. Although the individuals he negotiated with had transitioned from obscure small players to prominent business moguls, he himself had undergone significant changes as well. He was no longer intimidated. Yet after spending the day clad in powered armor, engaging in battles while soaring through the stars, he found himself troubled by the mundane matters of business at night. It felt rather disconcerting. This was not how it was supposed to be. Hadn't he agreed to be a hands-off manager? As he reflected on this, Su suddenly recalled that despite Shirkong Technology having recruited a substantial number of highly capable executives, these executives were sufficient to handle most operations. However, when it came to collaborating with significant business giants like Chen Fu, it appeared that if Su did not personally intervene, Shirkong Technology lacked someone suitable to manage the situation. This was not necessarily a matter of capability, but rather of status. After all, executives were merely employees. Having a prominent founder of a large corporation come in person would render it exceedingly rude for an ordinary executive to receive him. Thus, it was imperative for Su to be present. This presented quite a challenge, as Su felt a slight headache. Firstly, he was adamant that he would not relinquish any shares of Shirkong Technology. However, if he did not distribute shares, executives without equity would perpetually remain as mere employees, inevitably feeling inferior when dealing with founders of other companies that the CEO, Chima possessed sufficient status to handle such matters. Yet, as the former lord of Future City, a ruthless figure with blood on her hands, it would be a waste of talent to have her engaged in negotiations that in fact, it was not insurmountable. Chima, having anticipated Su's concerns, smiled knowingly. Just as she finished speaking, Su's phone rang again. This time, however, the number was not an unfamiliar one, but one with a note attached. Chuyu. Su glanced at Chima, who had seemingly foreseen this, and then answered the call. Chapter 83. The first overseas order for the lightweight exoskeleton. Mr. Su, it has been a few days. How have you been? Upon answering, Su was greeted by Chuyu's voice. Slightly husky, yet rich with magnetism. According to online descriptions, it was the quintessential cool woman voice, markedly different from Chima's gentle tone. Good to hear from you. Miss Chu, I presume you must have a reason for calling at this late hour? Su remarked casually. Did I apologize for the late call? Chu replied politely before getting straight to the point. I heard that your company, Shirkong Heavy Industries, has developed 8G-20 lightweight exoskeleton intended for overseas sale. I wonder if you have any channels for weapon sales abroad? Sales channels? Su squinted slightly, surprised by her sudden inquiry. Was she perhaps interested in becoming an arms dealer, purchasing the G-20 from him and then selling it at a markup overseas? Yet it did seem that Shirkong Technology was currently lacking in overseas sales channels for such equipment. Of course, Su was not the only one in the company. Giving his executives some time could resolve this issue. After all, as long as the products were of high quality, there would be no shortage of buyers. Chu could not possibly be unaware of this, yet she still chose to make this call, which piqued Su's curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, Our executives at Shirkong Technology have just begun their roles. While they are working diligently to explore overseas channels, time is limited, and we currently lack routes in this area. Do you have any suggestions, Miss Chu? I wouldn't call them suggestions, Chu replied with a smile. However, just a moment ago, I received an inquiry from an overseas client who wishes for me to contact you regarding the procurement of a batch of G20 exoskeletons. I wonder if you would be interested? Oh, which client could warrant such attention that you are calling me in the middle of the night? Su asked with keen interest. Wagner. Su's eyes widened. That was indeed a significant client. Moreover, they were currently involved in active conflicts that it would not be an exaggeration to say they were among the most formidable mercenaries in the world. Their combat prowess was so formidable that they could even overpower regular armies. Thus, many netizens in Jiuzhou referred to this mercenary group as the Wagner Army, a major force on the battlefield that had captured global attention. The most crucial aspect was that they were a private armed group. Conducting transactions with them was considerably simpler than dealing directly with any nation. Cash exchange for goods was all that was required. How many are they looking to acquire? Su shifted his posture, his expression turning serious. Although they were mercenaries, he knew that selling such equipment to Wagner today would likely draw condemnation from the Eagle Nation and lead to sanctions. The good news was that he had no fear of sanctions. The bad news was that if the order was too small, Su would be disinclined to accept it. 3,000 units. Chu promptly stated. This is just the first batch. If the combat performance is satisfactory, they will likely place additional orders. Given their situation, I assume they won't be the only ones using them. 3,000 units. Even at the base configuration of the G20 exoskeleton, that would amount to 6 billion. Su had already clearly indicated the price of the G20 exoskeleton on Shirkong Technology's official website. The base model was priced just below 2 million, approximately 199,000, but the base model lacked any additional modules. Featuring only the most basic drive system and lightweight armor, similar to what he had introduced during the press conference. However, there was also an advanced model. By sacrificing some load capacity, the advanced model could be outfitted with thicker armor and more sophisticated auxiliary modules within the helmet. This included the self-targeting auxiliary aiming module found in the G60 exoskeleton. Its price was only 399,000. If that were still not satisfactory, there was a custom version available. This could be equipped with armor equivalent to the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Maximizing defense, it would also feature an upgraded power system, which, while not as advanced as the G60's, was superior to that of the G20. Although it consumed more energy, it could simply be paired with a larger battery. No big deal. This upgrade was specifically designed by Chioma for the G20 and could be implemented directly in Blue Star's factory without needing to consult Frostar for technical modifications. The cost for this version was only 699,000. Moreover, if one was willing to invest more, they could even add the battlefield situational awareness module from the Storm-class powered armor. With such a device, one would almost feel as though they had gained X-ray vision. Urban warfare? Laughable. One could simply walk through walls. One could only wonder how tempting that would be. Are all 3,000 units to be the base model, or do you wish to mix it up? Su inquired. 2,500 base models, 400 advanced models, 100 custom versions, plus 2 of your exoskeletons equipped with the battlefield situational awareness module, Chu quickly replied. That totals 72,898,000,000. Su calculated swiftly. How do they intend to make payment? They plan to settle in natural gas and oil. However, if you prefer not to accept that, I can arrange to pay you in cash and handle the processing of this batch of oil and gas myself. I see. Su nodded then, with renewed interest asked, but what do you stand to gain from this? Acquiring such a large quantity of oil and gas while also offering me a substantial sum must be quite challenging for your company. No, he did not believe that Chu would assist in this matter without substantial benefits from Wagner. Frankly, even if Chu did not help, given some time, they could still contact Shirkong Technology. As for settling with oil and gas, that was hardly a problem. Those commodities were hard currency, easily convertible into cash. That might be a bit of a hassle, but ultimately limited in complexity. There was no way they would offer Chu an exorbitant intermediary fee for such a trivial matter. That simply wasn't practical. I need them to assist me with a task. Specifically, to eliminate someone, Chu said after a moment's contemplation, not hiding her intentions. That I see. Su upon hearing this, chose not to press further. After exchanging a few more words with Chu and arranging to meet at Shirkong Technology to sign the contract the following evening, He ended the call, that he then looked at Chioma in astonishment. Did you just imply that you want Chuyu to come work at Shirkon Technology? Chapter 84. The Secret of Chuyu. A millennia-old family. Why not? Chioma shrugged. Come on. Suyu shook his head, stating, the Wanfu Group under their command is a colossal enterprise with assets exceeding 100 billion. Moreover, they possess an ill-defined arms company. Why would they choose to work for me when being their own boss is so much more comfortable? Perhaps the boss isn't as easy to be, Chioma replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Suyu furrowed his brow, immediately suspecting that there was something he was unaware of. Fortunately, Chioma was not one to speak in riddles. She responded promptly. Do you know the origins of the Chu family? The southeastern Chu clan, a family with a history spanning a millennium. It is rumored that the Chu family descends from the royal lineage of the state of Chu during the spring and autumn period. Though the veracity of this rumor is likely unknown even to the family itself. However, it is documented that the Chu family has been active in the southeastern region since the late Tang dynasty. At least for over 1,000 years, this is an ancient and vast clan. The Wanfu group you are familiar with is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Chu family. A millennia-old family, Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. Such a family truly exists in reality, of course. Chioma affirmed that in the past century, nearly every well-known individual with the surname Chu is likely a member of their family, spanning various professions. Yet they never mention their lineage in public. Ordinary people remain oblivious. Chioma elaborated, dynasties may flow like water, but esteemed families remain steadfast, as has always been the case that if you think that a little turmoil can erase these families from the annals of history, you underestimate the wisdom of these millennia-old clans. Even in our world of ruins, numerous factions still exist in the form of families. Some of these are as powerful as the future cities. A mature family is a remarkably advanced organizational structure, bound by bloodlines, collectively controlling production resources. While it may appear simple and crude, its simplicity conveys another meaning: stability. These individuals seamlessly integrate into various industries during periods of societal tranquility, using their immense size to gather and control advanced production resources to strengthen their family in times of chaos. They retreat and lie low, waiting for the next era of stability to arrive. The rise and fall of nations, the changing of dynasties, are of no concern to them. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for them to vanish. Suyu was deeply astonished after hearing this. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. As long as such prominent families do not have a few deranged heads of the family causing trouble, with the power they possess, they would invariably be sought after in any era, making their extinction quite improbable. However, he couldn't help but question, so what does this have to do with persuading Chuyu to join time and space technology? Chioma shook her head. Although Chuyu possesses remarkable abilities, given her age and experience, she is undoubtedly insufficient to manage such a large family. The reason she currently oversees most of the Chu family's operations is fundamentally due to the support of the current head of the family. By the way, the head of the Chu family is her great-grandfather, who is 92 years old this year and reportedly in poor health, seemingly nearing the end of his life. Without his backing, it would be challenging for Chuyu to take control of the entire Chu family. Once the elderly head of the Chu family passes, there will inevitably be significant turmoil within the clan. Previously, someone attempted to assassinate Chu. Do you genuinely believe those individuals would dare to act so recklessly simply due to minor disputes in the arms trade? Suyu recalled that incident. At the time, Chuyu had mentioned that the assassination attempt was quite complex. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, those bandits would not have taken such a tremendous risk to come to Jojo for her. It was tantamount to seeking death. According to Chuyu, it was due to some unforeseen circumstance that someone was eager for her demise. Was this unforeseen circumstance the impending death of the elderly head of the Chu family? Suyu pondered briefly and grasped the crux of the matter. Given Chioma's description of the Chu family, such a large clan, in this era of globalization, could not possibly be confined solely to Juzhou. They likely had branches overseas. Based on the current intelligence analysis, it was probable that the news of the elderly head of the Chu family nearing death had spread, that if someone within the Chu family sought to usurp the position of the family head, they would naturally want to eliminate Chuyu. Collaborating with the bandits dissatisfied with Chuyu due to arms dealings, coupled with discontented members of the Chu family in Juzhou, it would seem quite reasonable to conspire against her. So, The people you mentioned who were entrusted to Wagner to kill her are also members of the Chu family. So you inquired immediately. This was not a difficult conclusion to draw, that in a family such as the Chu clan. To inherit the position of family head, one must at least be a member of the Chu family. Only the direct descendants of the Chu family residing abroad would possess the capability and motive to assassinate Chu Yu. Others, even if they succeeded in killing her, would gain nothing of value and would never dare to take such a great risk. Yes, it is her uncle. If she dies, he will most likely become the next head of the Chu family. Su Yu tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before saying, "So, your suggestion is to exchange her great-grandfather's life for her to work for me? If that were the case, it might not be a bad deal. The elixir of longevity is not particularly rare in the world of Shenzhou, especially within Zheng's resources, as Su Yu himself possessed dozens of them. Giving away one in exchange for a capable and well-connected worker to assist him with tasks that he couldn't assign to his executives seemed quite worthwhile. If he could extend her great-grandfather's life by 20 years in exchange for her working for him for 10 years, she would surely be amenable to the arrangement. Since that is the case, let us proceed." Su Yu promptly took out his phone, found Chu Yu's number, and called her back in a luxurious mansion somewhere in Modu. Chu Yu, who had just finished her call with Su Yu, lay wearily in the bathtub. Her snow-white skin was as delicate and smooth as ivory. Her perfect curves were hidden beneath the steam of the bathtub, alluringly faint and tantalizing. Yet this beautiful scene was devoid of any onlookers to appreciate it. Chu Yu herself had no mind to care. She lay silently in the tub for a while, feeling her fatigue dissipate with the warm water, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Reflecting on her recent troubles, she felt a headache coming on and muttered, "I hope they can successfully bring back my second uncle's head. These individuals are becoming increasingly restless." Just then, her phone beside the bathtub suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen and seeing Su Yu's name, she hesitated for a moment before picking it up and placing it to her ear. Moments later, the phone unexpectedly slipped from her grasp and fell into the bathtub. Chu Yu was momentarily stunned before hurriedly retrieving the phone. Fortunately, it was waterproof, so it was still functional. Watching the call continue, she couldn't help but tremble as she asked, "Do you truly possess a drug that can extend life by 20 years? Chapter 85. Collaboration on automotive metal hydrogen batteries. After finishing the call, Chu Yu, lying in the bathtub, set her phone aside, her expression shifting uncertainly. After a considerable time, she finally exhaled slowly and closed her eyes once more, resting in the bathtub. "That I'll think about it tomorrow." Su Yu had informed her that he possessed a drug capable of extending life by 20 years, with the condition that she work as the vice president of time and space technology for a decade. Of course, there would be a fee as well. Such a drug would cost 100 billion to, however, compared to the prospect of working for Su Yu for 10 years, that amount was not particularly burdensome for Chu Yu. In her view, that sum was merely a triviality, a mere trifle compared to the life-extending drug. As for whether Su Yu truly possessed such a drug, she was no scientific novice and understood how challenging it was to extend one's life. Presently, with advancements in biomedical technology, if a middle-aged or elderly individual suffering from illness was willing to spend money on radical medical interventions, they might extend their lifespan a little. But that would be limited, essentially borrowing time from their health to treat ailments. In the case of her great-grandfather, a centenarian, extending his life would be exceedingly difficult. At that age, bodily organs were already deteriorating. Even matching organ transplants would be futile, as the risk of rejection could be fatal. Even slightly stimulating medications could prove lethal for the elderly, necessitating the use of the most gentle medical approaches to prolong life. Modern medical technology is far less advanced than the general public perceives. For the most common cold, humans can only rely on their immune system for healing. Those so-called cold remedies merely assist the immune system in its work. Thus, rationally speaking, Su Yu's claim of possessing a drug that could extend life, usable as long as one still drew breath, seemed improbable. However, recalling Su Yu's mysterious background and the remarkable technologies he had introduced, Chu Yu found herself believing a little more. After all, both the powered armor and the metal hydrogen battery were products far beyond the current technological capabilities of Blue Star. Who knows what cutting-edge medical technologies Su Yu might possess? The next day at noon, Su Yu met with Chen Fu of the Bia Group at Ziwiyuan. After amicably showing him around, they delved into business matters. First and foremost, due to the energy density of the metal hydrogen battery being 900 times that of gasoline, Even for automotive batteries, they required minimal size. Ultimately, Chen Fu opted to procure batteries in three specifications: 5 kilograms, 3 kilograms, and 1 kilogram. A 5 kilogram metallic hydrogen battery, when fully charged, harbors energy equivalent to that contained in 4,500 kilograms of gasoline. This amount of gasoline roughly corresponds to about 5,800 liters. Based on the conventional fuel consumption of a mid-size vehicle, which averages 10 liters per 100 kilometers, this would be sufficient to travel 58,000 kilometers. Such an endurance is astonishingly high, particularly when calculated using traditional fuel vehicle consumption metrics. Moreover, electric vehicles consume even less energy than their gasoline counterparts, as electric motors exhibit significantly greater energy efficiency compared to internal combustion engines. When considering the efficiency of electric motors, a 5 kilogram metallic hydrogen battery, when fully charged, could potentially enable a vehicle to travel over 100,000 kilometers. Many might ponder the apparent paradox of electric vehicles being more environmentally friendly despite the pollution associated with electricity generation. The crux of the matter lies in the energy utilization efficiency, which is often overlooked in such calculations. Electric motors boast an energy utilization rate exceeding 90%, while internal combustion engines only achieve about 40%. This disparity indicates that the energy wasted during the fuel combustion process in internal combustion engines is substantially greater than that in electric motors. Hence, even though gasoline possesses an energy density several times that of batteries, electric vehicles can still match the range of gasoline-powered cars. Consider a vehicle that consumes 10 liters per 100 kilometers. If it possesses a 70-liter fuel tank, it would contain over 50 kilograms of gasoline when full. In contrast, an electric vehicle can accommodate a 500 to 600 kilogram battery without the need to carry the complex components typical of gasoline vehicles, resulting in a comparable overall weight. Consequently, the disparity in energy capacity between the two types of vehicles is not as pronounced as it may initially appear. Furthermore, given that electric motors operate more efficiently than internal combustion engines, a gasoline vehicle that can travel 700 to 800 kilometers on a full tank can similarly expect an electric vehicle to achieve a range of 500 to 600 kilometers. High energy utilization efficiency is the fundamental reason why electric vehicles are deemed more environmentally friendly than gasoline vehicles. As for the current reliance on fossil fuels for electricity generation, which contributes to pollution, this issue is not insurmountable. There are numerous methods of electricity generation beyond fossil fuels. With advancements in alternative environmentally friendly energy technologies, electricity generation will increasingly become more sustainable. This is the rationale behind many countries' promotion of electric vehicles, as they are perceived to be more eco-friendly than their gasoline counterparts. For manufacturers like BIA, utilizing a 5 kilogram metallic hydrogen battery as the energy source for high-end models is entirely adequate. For lower-tier models, equipping them with a 1 kilogram battery, which provides a single charge range of 20,000 kilometers, effectively addresses the current concerns regarding electric vehicle range anxiety, even surpassing expectations. This gives electric vehicles a significant competitive edge over gasoline vehicles. Regarding the pricing of batteries, Suyu adopts a straightforward approach, pricing based on weight. He has set the price for 1 kilogram of metallic hydrogen battery at 50,000. Given that a 1 kilogram metallic hydrogen battery allows an electric vehicle to cover 20,000 kilometers. This pricing may seem exorbitant. This translates to an average cost of 2.5 yuan per kilometer, that if the only advantage were an extended range, vehicles equipped with metallic hydrogen batteries would struggle to compete with other electric vehicles, as many can achieve costs of less than 0.1 yuan per kilometer. Even gasoline vehicles typically incur costs of around 0.5 to 0.8 yuan per kilometer, while the current range of electric vehicles poses challenges. For users in large cities who rarely travel long distances, this issue may not be as significant. Most likely, they would not wish to incur excessive costs, as consumers tend to prioritize practicality over high-tech features. Even if a vehicle were equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, boasting a range of 10 million kilometers, if the operating costs were higher than conventional electric or gasoline vehicles, it would still fail to attract buyers. Suyu's willingness to sell at this price point is primarily due to the nature of the transaction. Metallic hydrogen batteries cannot be recharged. Once depleted, they require hydrogen replenishment. Here, Time-Space Energy has acquired metallic hydrogen production technology from the wasteland. This process is straightforward, requiring merely access to water. enabling the construction of a facility by the sea capable of producing several tons daily. The only cost associated with producing metallic hydrogen is the substantial amount of electricity required. However, Suyu has engaged nuclear engineers from time-space technology to develop the first generation of nuclear fusion blueprints. According to Chiu Mo's estimates, with Suyu's unlimited funding and her support, the first fusion reactor could be ready for ignition within a month, rendering electricity effectively free. Consequently, the cost of metallic hydrogen will predominantly involve transportation and storage. That is for why he is seeking to purchase metallic hydrogen batteries from Frostar despite already possessing the technology to produce it. The reasoning is simple. While producing metallic hydrogen is not particularly difficult. After all, even the Blue Star inhabitants managed to achieve it. The challenge lies in storing it within a compact battery for power. In essence, the battery casing embodies the true black technology. Although Chiu Mo understands the production process, Blue Star lacks many essential materials, making it more feasible to purchase directly from Frostar. When Suyu refers to a one-time purchase, he means that users of vehicles equipped with metallic hydrogen batteries can replenish hydrogen for free after the battery is depleted. Each replenishment will only incur transportation, storage, and labor costs, which are anticipated to be no more than 500 yuan per refill. This complementary hydrogen replenishment will continue until the vehicle has traveled 300,000 kilometers, after which charges will be applied, albeit at a reasonable rate. Thus, what appears to be a 50,000 yuan price for a range of 20,000 kilometers translates to an actual cost of 50,000 yuan for a range of 300,000 kilometers, with cost per kilometer falling below 0.2 yuan. While this is somewhat pricier than many current electric vehicles, it alleviates range anxiety, offering a substantial advantage that is nothing short of overwhelming. Gasoline vehicles? What are they, PS? This chapter is written in detail, calculating the figures primarily to preempt any disputes. Future similar narrative developments will not be as elaborately detailed to avoid excessive verbosity. There are always those who claim that the protagonist's products are priced too low. However, when selling such items, one must consider not only the intrinsic value of the technology, but also the market's purchasing power. In simpler terms, one must consider whether consumers can afford it, especially for widely adopted technological products, and no matter how advanced the technology. If the pricing is prohibitively high, it serves little purpose that a set of exoskeletons priced in the millions may attract some buyers, but not in significant quantities, primarily for research or limited deployment. After all, individual combat gear cannot match the lethality of missiles, aircraft, or naval vessels, and exorbitant prices prevent large-scale procurement. Without mass purchases, selling a few units here and there may ultimately yield less profit than selling at lower prices in volume. Heavy exoskeletons can be produced at such low cost that selling them for 500,000 can yield nearly 2,000% profit. That is seen in Drug God. Pharmaceutical companies indeed have their reasons for charging exorbitant prices for medications, as the research and development costs are substantial. Without high prices, they cannot recoup their investments. This is an inherent cost associated with technological products. However, the protagonist's acquisition of this technology does not involve substantial costs. Hence, one may question the rationale behind such pricing. Chapter 86. Collaboration achieved, profits galore. The initial contract signed between Chun Fu and Suyu entails 1 million kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries. This includes 50,000 5-kilogram units, 100,000 3-kilogram units, and 450,000 1-kilogram units, amounting to a colossal order valued at 500 billion, but the parties will settle the payment within the next week. This batch of batteries will suffice for BIA Group to manufacture 600,000 vehicles equipped with the new metallic hydrogen batteries. This is merely the order for this month. Chun Fu and Suyu have established a long-term agreement, ensuring that over the next year, BIA Group will procure at least 1 million kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries from Time-Space Energy each month. The specific specifications will be negotiated at that time. Last year, BIA Group's total vehicle sales were under 2 million. Logically, such a substantial production volume would be unmanageable. However, with the advent of metallic hydrogen batteries, Chun Fu is brimming with ambition, not only focusing on the domestic market, but also setting his sights overseas. If his plans unfold successfully, BIA Group may produce over 700,000 metallic hydrogen vehicles within the next year. Even with the black technology of metallic hydrogen batteries, this remains a formidable challenge. After all, Time-Space Energy's batteries are not exclusively supplied to them. BIA Group only supports 1/5 of Time-Space Energy's production capacity. Other manufacturers can also procure batteries from this source. Metallic hydrogen batteries cannot serve as a unique selling point. Chen Fu's audacity to pursue such a significant increase in production stems from another reason. He has also secured an exclusive collaboration with one of Time-Space Technology's lesser-known subsidiaries. This subsidiary, named Time-Space Technology Reserve Company, is controlled 70% by Suyu and 30% by Jojo Bank. This company currently possesses all secondary technologies associated with the G60 heavy exoskeleton, aside from the top-tier black technologies. Even these secondary technologies are undoubtedly advanced on Blue Star. Not to mention the enemy identification system within the G60 exoskeleton, with slight modifications, could serve as a vehicle-mounted radar that significantly surpasses current market technologies, providing top-notch hardware support for autonomous driving. While the armor technology of the G60 exoskeleton, a first-tier black technology, is not included in the Time-Space Technology Reserve Company's technology list, many internal components utilize special materials. For instance, the skeleton is crafted from titanium alloy combined with another composite material. This composite material is both cost-effective and lightweight, yet its strength reaches 4,000 MPa, far exceeding the high-strength steel typically used in critical components like automotive A-pillars. Although it falls slightly short of high-strength carbon fiber, its affordability is a significant advantage. Lightweight yet remarkably affordable. It is even cheaper than high-strength steel. It is entirely feasible for automotive manufacturing. The exclusive collaboration project established between the BIA Group and Spacetime Technology Reserve stipulates that over the next 5 years, all commercial technologies produced by Spacetime Technology Reserve will be developed exclusively in partnership with the BIA Group in the automotive sector. Technologies outside the realm of civilian vehicles will naturally have no connection with the BIA Group, allowing Spacetime Technology to pursue its own agenda without restrictions. Of course, such an arrangement comes at a significant cost, $200 billion. This amount is the price for signing the contract, should there be any subsequent issues regarding technology transfer or procurement post-production. Additional funds will be required. The collaboration with Spacetime Technology is the key to Chen Fu's audacious decision to ramp up production. Yet he harbors a trace of regret. This is because the technological reserves at Spacetime Technology do not include the powerful motor embedded within the G60 exoskeleton. If that were available, it would be truly remarkable. Presently, vehicles boasting 600 or 700 horsepower are considered performance cars, while those exceeding 1,000 horsepower are deemed top tier, according to the publicly disclosed parameters of the G60 exoskeleton. If the motor were redesigned based on its principles and installed in a vehicle, it could potentially yield over 5,000 horsepower. Truly, a power output surpassing that of a tank with such horsepower. If left unrestricted, discussions of 0 to 100 acceleration would be moot. One could likely achieve 0 to 500 in under 5 seconds. A car that would be akin to a ground-skimming aircraft. Nevertheless, despite his regrets, Chen Fu is quite satisfied with this business deal, that if all goes as planned, BIA Automobile will soon enter a phase of unprecedented dominance. Even competitors seeking to procure metallic hydrogen batteries from Spacetime Energy will find it futile. Suyu shares equal satisfaction regarding this transaction. In just one afternoon, the company accrued an impressive $250 billion. Although $200 billion of this belongs to Spacetime Technology, 70% of it is a share. Yet this is still a substantial income of $140 billion, combined with the $500 billion from batteries, culminating in a daily revenue of $190 billion. Costs. The total expenses are less than $100 million. This exemplifies the benefits of monetizing advanced technologies. And this is merely the beginning. In fact, aside from his personal meeting with Chen Fu today, the business department at Spacetime Technology has also begun bustling with activity. Countless collaboration intentions have poured in from all directions. The newly appointed employees and executives are already overwhelmed. The good news, however, is that Spacetime Technology strictly adheres to a 9-to-5 work schedule. When the clock strikes 5, they are free to leave. What? There are still important negotiations to conclude? Let the clients wait. Unwilling to wait, they can purchase elsewhere. These employees, on their very first day, could hardly have anticipated this previously in other workplaces. They had to treat clients like royalty, fearing reprimands from superiors if a deal fell through. The most frequently heard phrase was, if you can handle it, do so. If not, there's no shortage of others who can. Yet at Spacetime Technology, the scenario is reversed. When the time is up, they clock out. If a client is dissatisfied, they can even assert, we are off the clock. If you wish to negotiate, we can. If not, there are others who will. Surprisingly, clients, upon hearing this, not only refrain from expressing anger, but promptly sign contracts, fearing that delays might jeopardize the deal. Reflecting on past experiences of being inundated with drinks at business dinners, where they were treated like subordinates. These salespeople nearly shed tears. The disparity is staggering. They never imagined clients would be the ones pleading for them to stay a few minutes longer. One employee summarized their first-day experience online, inciting waves of envy and admiration. Chapter 87. Anna, a representative from Wagner, has arrived. Including today's collaboration with the BIA Group, the total sales for Spacetime Technologies' 3 subsidiaries today amount to approximately $312.780 billion. During dinner, Mo diligently fulfilled her role as secretary. Although she is the CEO, she mused, this doesn't seem quite right. The BIA Group alone accounts for $250 billion, leaving only a small remainder? After swallowing her food, Suyu continued, what about the 3,000 exoskeleton units we plan to discuss with Chuyu tonight? Are they included? No, Mo shook her head. This calculation only includes contracts that have been officially signed. If we factor in that deal, the total should exceed $320 billion. Adding the $100 billion from the longevity elixir brings the total to $330 billion. A daily revenue of $330 billion is indeed astounding. And this figure only accounts for completed transactions, with numerous potential contracts and prospective clients awaiting negotiations that, in my estimation, your 500 kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries might not suffice. Should we consider procuring more from that Froststar girl? No, Suyu replied, shaking his head. With a monthly production of 500,000 kilograms, that capacity is already staggering. The current demand is due to the metallic hydrogen battery creating a completely untapped market. It is normal for clients to flock to it initially, but over time they will realize that the energy density is so high that it may not be as practical as it seems. Many electronic devices simply do not require such large capacity batteries. Furthermore, if we flood the market too quickly, it is likely that prices will plummet, adversely affecting current clients who have signed contracts. Therefore, we need to regulate the influx of batteries into the market. 500 kilograms per month is just right. Once people become accustomed to these high-capacity batteries and products with greater energy consumption and enhanced functionalities are developed based on metallic hydrogen batteries, that will be the true moment for metallic hydrogen batteries to shine. Indeed. Chiyomo nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Suyu grinned and remarked, the real challenge lies ahead, that you believe that within 3 days, there will undoubtedly be scandals regarding the safety of metallic hydrogen batteries. Moreover, they are likely to create quite a stir, given how many livelihoods this technology threatens. That's a minor issue. We can simply silence them. Mo remarked nonchalantly. Online, she is invincible as long as she chooses not to see it. No one can leave a negative review for Spacetime Technologies products. After contemplating for a moment, she added, however, merely blocking them online may not be entirely foolproof. They could still resort to offline newspapers or other means to tarnish our reputation. Nonetheless, that's manageable. We can identify and eliminate the masterminds behind it. While I may not relish the thought of killing, I wouldn't hesitate to ensure the physical obliteration of such individuals. Not necessary. Suyu quickly interjected, it's a thrilling business battle. How entertaining. Once we secure the deal with Chuyu today, I can delegate all business matters to her. And we can find some leisure in our downtime. He is eager to see what those competitors whose jobs he has jeopardized will conjure up. Chiyomo shot him a disapproving glance and refrained from further comments. Shortly after Suyu finished his dinner, Chuyu arrived at Ziwei Garden. She was unaccompanied by bodyguards, instead bringing along a blonde woman. From her appearance, it was evident that she was a Russian. However, this Russian exuded a robust aura, moving with a sense of purpose and precision, unmistakably a trained individual. Considering the true buyer behind this order, it is easy to deduce that this individual is likely the representative sent by Wagner. This is M.Suu, chairman of Spacetime Technology, Chuyu introduced after greeting him as an intermediary. She then turned to Suyu and said, this is Ms. Anna, a representative from Wagner. She was originally in Kyushu to procure a batch of drones and has taken this opportunity to oversee the details of our order. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. Welcome to Spacetime Technology. M.Su is even more handsome than in the video. Truly a masterpiece of creation, Anna exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Suyu with fervor, expressing her admiration in fluent Kyushu dialect. And your headquarters is astonishing. Upon arrival, I felt as though I had stepped into a futuristic world. That Ms. Anna is equally captivating. Perhaps the most beautiful Western woman I have encountered. The lovely lady evidently possesses an accurate sixth sense. This is indeed the future. SUU offered a non-committal smile. To be fair. Just as Anna praised him, his compliment was sincere. Among Westerners, Russians fit the aesthetic preferences of the Kyushu people. Furthermore, Anna stands out even among her peers. With well-defined features and skin that is not as coarse as that of other Russians, she appears delicate and youthful even without makeup. Coupled with her tall stature and breathtakingly long legs, she would undoubtedly score a 95 out of 100. That exotic charm only adds to her allure. Overall, she rivals Chuyu closely in beauty. However, Chuyu's poised elegance, a result of her ancient lineage, is something rare and difficult to replicate. Just as Mo occasionally exudes a dictator's dominance, a unique aura cultivated over centuries of leadership in Future City, which ordinary individuals can hardly emulate. A single glance or gesture conveys an unmistakable aura of authority. RSU has an excellent eye for beauty. Anna, confident in her appearance, graciously accepted Suyu's compliment and continued, "Your company's technology is indeed even more impressive than that of our headquarters." After exchanging pleasantries, it was time to delve into the main topic of discussion. Suyu directly led them to the fifth subterranean level of the Arctic Palace. This area had been specifically designed as an underground equipment testing ground. Although the space was insufficient for testing power armor, it was certainly ample for evaluating the G-20 lightweight exoskeleton. Anna was evidently no fragile maiden, as she promptly expressed her desire to personally test the equipment upon arrival. Suyu naturally had no reason to decline her request. Once clad in the exoskeleton, Anna commenced a series of performance tests, which spanned nearly an hour. Observing her infatuation with the G-20, it was easy to surmise her level of satisfaction with the exoskeleton. This was a piece of equipment capable of altering the dynamics of the battlefield. Approaching Suyu and the others with an air of palpable excitement, Anna had experimented with several modified versions of the G-20 from the autumn collection. To summarize her findings in a single sentence, she desired them all, particularly the model priced at $999,000, which boasted an impressive configuration featuring a drone-based battlefield situational awareness module and an auxiliary targeting module. It was simply astounding. For a fleeting moment, Anna felt as if she were playing a game with cheat codes. Then in the next instant, the realization struck her. This indeed felt like a cheat, lock-on targeting and X-ray vision. Was this not the very definition of cheating? So, how many units did Miss Anna intend to procure? "We have ample stock on hand, and orders placed today can be shipped by tomorrow," Suyu remarked with a smile. The 3,000 units previously discussed with Ms. Chu, of course, remained unchanged. Anna blinked at Suyu and replied, "However, I believe it is necessary to place an additional order that I will report to my superiors later, and I expect to receive a definitive answer by tomorrow. Therefore, I would prefer to finalize the contract then. Of course." Suyu nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation for some time. To be fair, Anna spoke fluent Juzhou dialect and possessed a deep understanding of Juzhou culture, facilitating seamless communication between them. Moreover, she was quite loquacious and appeared to hold more liberal views compared to her Eastern counterparts, occasionally sharing risque jokes. Their rapport was quite enjoyable. Chuyu had been accompanying them. Yet she refrained from interjecting into their discussion and instead conversed with Cho. It was only after Suyu arranged for Anna to be escorted to her hotel in the Ziwei Courtyard Entertainment District for rest